doesn't count. And I'd like to know what we think as a country that we are doing. I mean, it just seems so crazy.
I agree with you. I think the whole thing is crazy. It's nuts. There's more polarization than there ever has been. And I think arguably we, or the government, or the Republicans and the Democrats have all lost perspective. Dr. Francine, when was the last time we heard anybody in Congress, I mean anybody, say, or the president for that matter, I look forward to the next 2 or 4 years to working with my colleagues across the aisle to come to consensus on legislation that benefits all the people? When was the last time you heard that, Dr. Francine?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Quite a while ago.
Yes.
When I was a kid, which was a very long time ago, people used to work across the aisle.
I just want to interject quickly. On this point, if you want to hear an example of this, Google Meet the Press had, I think Savannah Guthrie did actually, had a conversation between Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, and Josh Shapiro, my governor, about working across the aisle, bipartisanship, and it was outstanding. These guys are friends. They suggest ideas for each other as governors. A wonderful bipartisan conversation. Spencer Cox and Josh.
They're governors. They're not Congress.
Right, that's true. It's true. They're not in Congress. They're not in Congress yet.
And there's a reason they're not in Congress. I mean, there's a whole other kind of teamwork that's necessary for working in Congress, that these guys aren't willing to put up with. So I don't know what's going to happen to our country. It just makes me so sad.
Dr. Francine, I agree with you. Of course, when you're governor, you are an administrator. When you are in Congress or in state legislator, you are a legislator. They're two completely different things.
Oh.
Right.
And Dr. Francine, anything else? We got time. Anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm kind of depressed by what I saw and the name of the town is called Surprise, Arizona.
Surprise, bitch!
And it's one of those towns.
Surprise, you old bitch!
Somewhat conservative suburb, but when we drove up to the building and started photographing it, someone had put a bunch of pink Post-it notes on the front of the building that said "fuck ice" and "ice out."
Yeah. Dr. Francine, thank you. Let's go to Aaron. Let's go back to Aaron. Aaron, are you available?
Hi.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. This is your first time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. What would you like to talk about?
If it's all right, I'd just like to listen to what you guys are thinking. I mean,
absolutely. It's perfectly okay. So what we're going to do, because we're going to start doing it anyway, so I'll give you a second chance. Are you sure you just want to listen? It's okay. If you just want to listen, no problem. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I just don't want to make comments about stuff I don't know nothing about. So
no, it's perfectly okay. So what we're going to do, because we're going to start doing it anyways, we are going to give you a first-class escort down the red carpet to the VIP. And again, we start doing that with everybody towards the end of the show. For those of you in the audience, this is your last chance to come on up and talk. But I want to play again another clip. Everybody on stage will get a chance for their closing thoughts, burning desires, saying goodbye. But a clip that I semi-regularly play is from HBO, The Newsroom. And it's not, is America the greatest country in the world? This is the realist versus the idealist. And it talks about the American public and how diversified and how polarized they are, and whether or not we are smart or stupid. Check it out.
There's nothing that's more important in a democracy than a well-informed electorate.
I just want to make sure you know you're still on this side of the door.
When there's no information or much worse, wrong information, it can lead to calamitous decisions and clobber any attempts at vigorous debate. That's why I produce the news.
We're all grateful to you.
You're spinning out of control.
No, I'm not.
You're terrified you're going to lose your audience and you do anything to get them back. You're one pitch meeting away from doing the news in 3D.
This isn't nonprofit theater. It's advertiser-supported television. You know that, right?
I'd rather do a good show for 100 people than a bad one for 1 million, if that's what you're saying.
What is it you're talking to me about right now?
I've come here to produce a news broadcast that more closely resembles the one we did before you got popular by not bothering anyone. Leno.
I think Jay and I would rather be employed if it's all the same to you.
It's not all the same to me, you punk. I've come here to take your IQ and your talent and put it to some patriotic fucking use. And where does it say that a good news show can't be popular?
Nielsen ratings.
We're going to do a good news show and make it popular at the same time.
That is impossible.
Between your brains, charm, looks, and affability, and my
refusal to live in reality.
You.
It's impossible,
Oh,
man.
no.
Social scientists have concluded that the country is more polarized than at any time since the Civil War. The Civil
Yes,
War.
people choose the news they want now, but we can
People choose
overcome
the
that.
facts they want now. So what you've just described is impossible.
Only if you think an overwhelming majority of Americans are preternaturally stupid.
I do.
I don't. And if you let me, I can prove it. You know what you left out of your sermon? That America is the only country on the planet that since its birth has said over and over and over that we can do better. It's part of our DNA.
Hey,
People will want the news if you give it to them with integrity.
hey,
Not
Grace,
everybody, not even a lot of
Christopher
people. 5%.
Montesanto.
And 5% more of anything is what makes the difference in this country. So we can do better.
Hey, Grace, I'm your Christopher
And this,
Montesanto.
ladies and gentlemen,
Let's get a
boys and
gabagoo.
girls, nieces
Let's get a
and
gabagoo.
nephews, is my
Let's
message
get a
to
gabagoo.
all of you. We can do
Better.
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 Now, how you choose to do better is up to you.
Oh,
I know how I can do better.
how?
I'm going to keep doing this show.
Ooh.
By the way, going on Clubhouse 5 years. Since,
Wow.
March. Oh no, I'm sorry. I've got 6 weeks. April 1. I'm going to keep doing the show.
Keep doing it, Steve.
I'm going to keep offering a platform where you, the people, can come up and talk about anything you want.
You, the people, except for John Kitover. Definitely not John.
And I'm going to hopefully.
I've only had to block one person
opinions
a ton of
both sides
times.
the coin. And we're going to keep doing this. And
You're a
my
freedom
humble
fighter.
Opinion, my radar, we are going to continue to become more and more
Liberal.
popular because I think this is really what the people want. People, although it's entertaining, and I'm the first one to admit that I gravitate towards the psycho, wacko, yelling, insulting rooms on the weekend. You can count on me, Reverend Scott, and the Mod Squad to be here every Saturday and Sunday from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can count on us to hold up the highest standards and be consistent. And we will allow you to talk about whatever you want, whatever is in the news, whatever is on your mind. God, religion, current events, politics, Clubhouse, the media, the government, and most importantly, you, me, and the show. My mission, my goal is to improve not only the quality of my life, but improve the quality of your life. Let's say goodbye to Paul. Paul, would you like a couple of minutes for closing thoughts and to say goodbye? Paul.
Hello?
Paul going, once, Paul going twice.
Oh,
There we go.
yeah.
Hi. Yeah.
There's you. What would I say? Interesting room, first time joining it. Getting my head around the format's been even more interesting. And getting my head around the topic, or the general topic at the top of the room has been interesting too. As the only, perhaps not, as a non-US citizen, I found it very interesting to listen to your last clip. We have far from a perfect media in the United Kingdom. In fact, recently, 2 senior members of the BBC, very senior members of the BBC, have been asked to resign, in other words, politely sacked, because of one biased clip related to Donald Trump. And yet when I listen and look at the American mainstream media, it is based on bias. And when you look at that and you listen to it and you find yourself looking at how
various religions are responsible at various times for heinous crimes. But speaking as a person who is religious and is, in fact, studying for the priesthood, I would say that just as you can't necessarily tar all atheists with the same brush, same thing with religion. You can't say all religions are bad because blah, blah, blah. So that's my position.
Yes.
A lot of religious groups argue and bicker amongst each other how they interpret their scriptures.
Hello?
They're hilarious.
Well, true, but the atheist meetings that I've been at are completely different.
Yeah, I don't think that's always the case. I mean, they may have some conversations like, "Hey, so what? Were you a believer before, or were you always atheist?" But it's not like that's a constant, topic of discussion. A lot of atheists, if they are talking about belief in a god or gods, it's because they want to talk to somebody and understand how they get there. And then when they talk amongst themselves, they may rehash a discussion they had, or they'll definitely talk about other things that are off the subject of a god or god.
If you look at it, I took pictures and put them up on my Facebook page because this is a building that looks like it should be totally staffed and occupied by robots. It has loading docks in the back. It looks
Not
like
loading docks.
it's totally for freight and not for humans at all.
Are there any windows?
There are windows, but it's
Limited.
yeah, exactly.
No.
Human-looking facility.
Looks like a human warehouse is what I'm hearing.
Human warehouse. That's exactly right. And it's so cute because here we are in Arizona, and Surprise is a conservative, mostly older community, but there are 4.
Hello?
That is only rabbi who I had never heard of until you brought it up. So yeah, go ahead. That's just one out of many. Go ahead.
The only purpose of the goy is to work and till and serve, so the Jew can
Hello?
and eat. Now that's the experts telling me about your religion.
Goy slam.
No, it's not the experts. That is not true. It is 1 out of thousands.
Well, it is the lead expert.
It is really? He's the lead expert? I didn't know that.
He really is. But here's the thing I'd like you to tell me, Steve. Where is the line between you and he? Are you and he the same, or you and he disagree on this? And where is that line?
I told you when you brought it up. I completely disagreed with it. I told you
is
that.
he not a Jew and you are? I
believe he's a Jew.
If you and he are the same.
No, we're not the same. No, it's not true.
Okay, well, he's a Jew. His religion is Judaism, and your religion is what?
Judaism, yes.
Okay, so that sounds like same to me. So
Are you saying that all Jews are exactly the same? Is that what you're really saying?
I'm saying if you're going to separate from him, I'd like to know how you do it.
Because I'm not him. I'm not him.
Okay.
Hello?
So the religion.
That's how I separate from him. I'm not him.
So
Hello?
who decides what the religion means?
Who is Uncle Steve?
You decide, or he decides?
For me, I decide.
Okay.
I'm the final. I'm the Ben. I'm the final decision maker when it comes to my life. Don't you agree? I mean, I have a choice.
Maybe so.
You've said that. Maybe you said that many times.
How would I know if I'm part of your religion or not? If I don't.
Do you not believe I am the final decision maker of my life?
Oh, maybe I do, but more particularly, you seem to be the final decision maker of what it means to be Jewish. So I just was asking the final.
Well, then you've got it all wrong, pal. I am not the final. No. Let me get this out. I am not the final decision maker in what it means to be Jewish. I'm the final decision maker.
Would you agree that the rabbi is?
I'm going to give you 60 seconds.
Well, it seems that the rabbi is an expert. And if we I have you on record saying experts are important, and they tell us what we know, right? So we refer to the experts to understand what it means, what Judaism means. Here's a rabbi. He is giving the expert. He has given a description of what Judaism means, and now you're rejecting that expert opinion. So I just want to know where are you coherent here? It seems to me the only coherent answer is that you simply agree with him by virtue of sharing his religion. And this is why I would prefer that you just say goodbye to your religion, Steve. It's not a big deal. You already don't believe it. Why don't you just say goodbye to it?
Thank you, Benjamin. I appreciate that. Oh, I thought he was finished. I thought he was finished. My humble apologies. Sometime. You know what? It speaks for itself. I don't. Marshall, pleasure to have you with the green butthole on the show again. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I'll mention one thing. The Mortal Republic, written by Ed Watts, who Scott is a friend of, says the very last thing that failed the Roman Republic, and we're a republic, so we should look to other republics for examples. The thing that failed the Roman Republic was not always greed. It wasn't always power. It wasn't always venality. It was good people saw the problems and did nothing. Regardless of whether they didn't think they were effective or they think they couldn't do anything, the bottom line was no one got off their behind to save their own country. And as a consequence, the country dissipated.
Well, thank you. We'll go to Mega in a moment, or Mesa. Is it? Oh, wait, no. You know, in the George Floyd case, where Derek Chauvin put his knee on George Floyd's neck for 9 minutes and George Floyd died, there was a trial, a criminal trial. The officer was, I believe, tried for second-degree murder and found guilty. There were experts on both sides, both medical doctors. One expert said that he died because of a knee being put on his neck against a curb for 9 minutes. The other expert said, nope, that didn't kill him. It was a fentanyl overdose. Well, both experts can't be right. One has to be right and one has to be wrong. Who decided in that particular case? It was the jury. In my case, whether or not I should leave my religion, which I have belonged to for over 65 years, just because one expert comes out and says something completely idiotic and stupid, that the Goyim are here to serve the Jews, when I don't know how many other thousands of experts would disagree with him. Of course, Ben is relying on the one expert and apparently refuses to acknowledge the thousands of other experts that I presume disagree. What does that tell you about Ben's ability to be a critical thinker? I'm assuming he's sincere. I'm assuming he believes what he says. And in this particular instance, I will go out on a limb on this particular instance and say that, well, quite frankly, Ben, your critical thinking skills fucking suck in this particular case. It's almost like you brought up, Ben, yesterday, the 7 CEOs of tobacco. And I told you my understanding is they literally had they performed 100 studies on whether or not tobacco causes cancer. 99 of the studies from experts says yes, it does. Yet the 7 dwarfs, when they appeared before Congress about 30 years ago, relied on one study that said it didn't. So you're going to rely on one rabbi and completely ignore the thousands of other rabbis? Well, that's idiocy. Let's go to Richard. Richard, would you like to say goodbye? Richard going once. Richard going twice. Goodbye. Come back. Richard, thank you. Let's go to Alfonso, who is quite often with the fan band. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye?
Bye.
Alfonso going once. There we go. Alfonso. Hi, would you like to say goodbye?
For the show as usual.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. To address our good friend Ben.
Yes. Was I too hard on him? Was I too hard on him?
No, I think I'm even harder on him sometimes. And the thing is that there's
it makes for good educational entertainment, I'll tell you that, you know.
Yeah, but it turns into a fixation. For me, well, it is entertainment, but not educational, because you end up entertaining a fixation in the attacking of people. Or
the persecution of people or a group based on the Google definition. Yeah.
Yeah, there is that. There is a fixation and an insistence in. It's not hatred, because I think what Pro said was relevant. I think what Pro said was not only relevant; it was spot on. Yeah. Yeah, that he brings something to the table, but I think when you've spent,
yes, he does.
When you've spent 50 hours with him, it becomes repetitive and not productive anymore. And it's just it gets to a point where, for me, I want to move on. I want to learn. I don't want to just be criticized. And so if people say don't take it personally, I think when you attack someone's identity, like you being Jewish or someone being a Christian, whether they are an atheist or not, it is a personal attack. It is an aggression, right? Even if you say it, in a quiet, calm, passive-aggressive manner, it is an aggression, and it's and some of us have a lot of tolerance for that. But when I moderate a room, that is really not welcome, because I want people to share ideas, and once they've shared and they've put their thoughts through, if they haven't been taken in as something that they feel is something they want to change or they want to deal with, I think it gets to a point where you have to just move on and let it slide and get into a more productive conversation. And that's, I think, what I try to avoid. And the reason Benjamin won't last more than 10, 20 minutes in my rooms, because it is a fixation, an unhealthy fixation, at least for the health of the room and the environment that I create in my rooms.
Hello?
With that said, I haven't been running many rooms lately, and I probably won't be running many rooms in the future because I have a lot going on in real life, and I am enjoying IRL much more than Clubhouse.
Good for you.
I'll still
Good
be
for
around.
you.
I'll be in. Yeah, I'll still be coming in next week.
Yeah, I'll be back.
So
We're always gonna
it's
be
carnival
back.
celebrations here in La Paz.
That's
so
okay.
It's quite loud. And I'm
You're
at the
doing
market,
what you're
so-
supposed to do, and that is treating us like an FM radio talk show in the background. You good for now?
Yeah, that was it. Thanks for the show. I'll be here every Saturday and Sunday.
I just like you said you haven't too much fun in real
But
life.
weekdays I'll
But
probably
here
just
you
be
are telling us
working in mostly.
your fun
See you guys
schedule.
No worries.
Hello.
Take care. Violet,
Take care.
would you like to say
Bye-bye.
goodbye? Violet, are you lurking?
I have besides running in the music room I do with my friends, I have been listening a great deal more when I am on Clubhouse, and I've been on Clubhouse a little less to listen at all.
Good for you.
But
Good for you.
yeah, no, I love being here. We burst out of the gate today
Hello.
with a really high energy, and then a steady pounding pace helped us win the race. Great Sunday yet again. I hope everybody has a safe week, a good week, and
Thank you.
A lot of the agencies that are out there that at least supposedly are supposed to be the ones, looking out for the humanitarian aid and these kind of things. It's like where would that go, kind of thing. So I know that's like a big general bite of it. I'm sure people have more of the specific.
That hadith is sahih.
Yeah, also about the stoning, for example, they believe that there is a stoning verse inside the Quran that was eaten by a goat. So you have a whole surah recording apparently stoning that was eaten by a goat. So I mean, there's this is something which the Dawa bros they don't talk about, right? But I mean, to be frankly honest, though, like we can.
I think it's exactly opposite.
That's okay. It sounds like it's too late.
That's right. I left already, so.
Well, go back and get it.
Yeah.
Give it to the guy.
Well, I have a friend who lives in the building.
I just love saying the word
I still
flex
see
to
him.
David.
Yeah.
I just love saying the word flex to David because he brought it. He is single-handedly behind that word, man. I don't hear anyone else saying it, And I mean, sometimes I'll say that's a flex. But nobody says flex is a one-word sentence like David. And I love it.
Flanks.
Okay, well, what's that word from Mean Girls that she was trying to create?
I forgot.
One of the plastics was was great. It was something.
Mean Girls. Is that a movie?
Oh my god!
Fetch.
Is that a movie? Best Tina Fey movies. Oh my god! You gotta watch it, David. It's so good. What was the word that she used? She tried to. One of them tried to create a word and tried to get it going, and it would. It didn't work. Let me try to remember it.
Randy, I gotta say, you said you're thinking about hiring a beautiful young woman to help you clean your office. Randy, don't do it. Just turn on Clubhouse and clean it yourself.
Okay.
Because cleaning an office is not a job.
Oh, fetch. She'd
Fetch.
be like, that's so fetch.
She married a sheikh, right?
A sheikh?
Yeah, Lindsay. She married like a rich Saudi Arabian, right? Like a royal prince.
Oh, sheikh. Okay. Yeah, no, I did not.
Yeah, she got lucky.
Is she a porta potty now?
She also fully did up all her plastic surgeries, so she looks like a pond tadpole.
On tadpole? Wow.
So, David, what's your first drink of the day gonna be? Gin, vodka, or whiskey?
Not gonna be. Has been. What was? I left.
Fetch. Flex. Mood. What kind of mood are you in?
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mood. What kind of mood are you in today?
I'm in an excellent mood.
Excellent.
Thank you, brother. What's about you?
Oh, is this the Palestinian terrorist storing his explosives still in Jerusalem? Hello, Mood. We have raided your family's house in Old Jerusalem. We have your explosives from your Nablus bombing. You are a terrorist. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You are a fucking terrorist, you son of a bitch. We know all about you living in Norway with your two sons in the military. We know everything about you, you son of a bitch. You killed those innocent people, you son of a bitch. You old dirty Palestinian terrorist bastard. You son of a bitch. Batecha.
Are you saying Meshuggah? Wait, are you trying to say Meshuggah?
Batecha, Habibi. Batecha. Batecha.
Ashikina batich, Adoma batich. I used to sell batich in Tahana Markazit, my friend.
What is that, like a drink or something?
You, are you drinking or
It's
something?
nitroglycerin laced with TNT.
Oh.
Get fucked. This is, why you speak that, And already I introduced myself as a peace fighter.
Anti-terrorist.
Why you didn't respect me as a what fighter? Where you came from? Where you came from? You are a fucking stupid.
Okay, whoa. No Khazarian language in this room, Mood. No. We don't do that.
Behave yourself, please. Respect yourself at least.
Thank you for that. Could you mind modding me, guys?
Oh, man, sure.
No, brother. Take it easy.
No, we know all about your mood.
Khazarian stuff, okay?
We know all about your mood. Your terrorist attack in Nablus and the people you killed. You old Palestinian terrorist bastard.
We know what we know. We know what all we are doing. I already explained to you that I make it that same like a message to Meir Kahane.
Oh, hello, Meir Kahane. Hello, boom, boom, boom.
I am not a terrorist, my friend.
I think he died.
He was not died. He was killed.
I know. He has to go to
When you get killed, you die.
We don't have a concept of hell.
We don't know where he's going.
Personally, I know him, my friend. I know him.
No, we don't have a concept of hell.
Brother, listen, Elnor.
We'll let God deal with that, all right?
I am not putting words from my mind. I do see him. I do, with.
Are you in hell?
Is it okay if we let God take care of that stuff? We'll deal. So if you pick up a gun and point it at us, we're going to come take it from you. We're not going to do it gently. If you're peaceful, you can stay where you are.
Okay. Very
simple. I'm a peaceful man, Eleanor. Come on, you know me.
Eleanor? That's a good one.
You know what is my name? I am Mr. X.
I don't know what that means.
Mr. X. Was that your old name?
I am Mr. X.
That was his old name.
We was friends together. I create you. I create you with Hanukkah. I create you with Hanukkah. If you remember.
No, I don't.
No, I did it. Come on, man.
Okay, good. Okay, come on, man. Who you, Joe Biden?
Sorry, my friend. Come on.
I think you're Joe Biden.
No, I am here to be, honest, To be honest, we try to make, to coexist. Enough is enough. You are not young anymore. I am not young anymore.
Today? Are we drinking
Never.
alcohol
I don't
today,
touch
brother?
it. No, brother. No. I am a Muslim.
You seem a little intoxicated.
No, brother. No.
All right.
I don't do it. But the atmosphere, I get fucked, kicked out, a few, maybe before half hour from another room.
I know Yanni.
Megatron and other persons over there, and I think PP, and Not like this.
I partied with Emiratis in Dubai.
Mashallah. Yeah, there are a lot of Muslims.
And they were drinking. They were not supposed to. But they did.
Listen. You know nothing about anything. Listen to me careful.
No, he was in the UAE. He was in the UAE.
Yes,
There's a lot of alcoholism in the Muslim community.
Don't worry, you can find alcohol everywhere, my friend.
Well, that's our point.
Yeah, it is not big deal.
Mood. So how many people did you kill in your terrorist attack in Nablus when you detonated your explosive, you old Palestinian terrorist bastard?
Majikan, behave your tongue first and talk, behave. No, not this is not a good way to talk to others. Are you a human being or something else? Behave yourself.
I'm gonna guess human being.
Okay, respect yourself, my friend. We are friends.
Okay.
You don't know me. Why you take a dark side from the words? Even if I make a mistake with the word, don't touch it, don't judge. That's it. Enough.
One PB
Enough is enough. Please, brother, don't judge. I already say this is my past, and I never injured a snake. Well, like the fuck, I give you now videos, the snake.
Because you are a snake.
Thank you. Even the snake I respect, brother. She have the right to exist, same like me. I am not better than the snake. I'm not better. Maybe I am here to serve a snake. This is the reason why we are here, to serve the snakes, maybe. Come on, man. Open your mind, please. Open your mind. You know something? Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
Are you a Jew?
No, I'm gay.
No, I'm Roman Catholic.
You sleep one night and next day you wake up a gay?
Is that how it works?
I don't know. You tell me, why you are a gay? Tell me. With full respect, maybe it is a sickness or something. So what? Let's talk,
You need to go back to Nablus and apologize for what you did and all the innocent people you killed, you bastard.
Your accent keeps on changing, John.
I'm sure 100%, my friend. Listen, you are not a friend even. Are you reptilian or something?
Habibi Betecha, you are a schmuck. You know you're stupid. You just admit your problem and then you apologize and you go make amends and you humble yourself on Yom Kippur.
Can you tell me which planet you came from?
I am from Uranus, next to Saturn and Neptune.
You know what is my real name, my friend?
Betecha. That means watermelon head. You are a Betecha, Mr. Betecha. Mr. Betecha. Mr. X, you're Mr. Betecha.
Betecha shilcha.
Betecha.
Betecha shilcha adom ashikin. Betecha shilcha adoni. Voila, behave yourself is better for you. You are not my fucking size.
La Betecha.
Fucking still young. You're still young. You know nothing about nothing. I have the experience for all.
I know you bastard. When I hear a bastard, you still have explosive materials. I have called the IDF in Jerusalem to go to your auntie's house to get the explosives you are still storing in Jerusalem in the old city, you bastard. You're a fucking terrorist bastard killing people in Nablus, Betecha. I have sent the military to your auntie's house to get the explosives. Betecha!
ממי, אתה לא בן אדם. אתה לא גבר, אתה לא גבר. אתה משוגע. I don't want to say more. Come on, wake up, open your mind. Shoot.
Habibi, I understand perfectly. You are an informant for the secret services. I understand, Habibi. بتخ.
حبيبي أنا مش حبيبك ولا أنت حبيبي.
What are you coming to say? Do you have something to say, to explain? Just you are cursing.
Yeah, Yoli. Sorry, you know, he just make me stress. Sorry, he make me stress, you know. He have a...
Because you are a terrorist with explosives in Jerusalem and you killed people in Nablus.
Behave yourself. We are here to coexist, to try to find a way to say enough is enough, easy. No more killing, no more bloodshed. Enough is enough.
Clarify, what are you talking about? Because I have no idea what are you talking about. And if you can clarify, it will be help to your point.
He is tired of exploding devices and killing people. He wants to retire from the terrorist business. He is so tired of working to kill people. He come here now and he talk about the peace.
John, just let him talk.
Okay, sorry, Betecha. Go ahead, complete your plane. Land your plane, you terrorist bastard.
Son, no.
My point, you know, this is our destiny. To be honest, you know, this is our destiny. Not only my destiny, your destiny and my destiny. To love one place, to belong to one place. We belong, both me and you, to one place. We love that place. We involve in love with that place. We just talked, me and Jacob before, you know, 1 hour ago, about my city. He have been there. Am I true, Jacob?
You mean Neapolis, right? Neapolis.
Yeah, we were talking about
New City.
New City. You said it was the name of a snake. I said, no, the Romans speaking it.
It has nothing to do with the snake. It's a Roman name. It's come from Neapolis, and then it turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do with the snake.
I'm telling you, brother, you know, this is story, I heard it from Rabbi.
I don't know which rabbi told you this, but it's not true.
Sadaka. His name Rabbi Sadaka.
So it's not true. It's not true. Use Google and I understand, but it's not true. It's not true.
This is
the name.
We have many historical stories in name. You know nothing about historical Nablus.
I know it's not
all
Nablus is brother. It's not hold on, brother. It's not an Arabic name. It's a Roman name, means new city, Neapolis, and then it was turned into Nablus. It has nothing to do with snakes or with teeth or with anything. And whoever told you this, hold on, mood. I'm listen, sweetie, all good. It's not. I'm not saying you. It's just like you are just inaccurate, and I understand that you were told this by some random rabbi. It's okay. There are many rabbis in the entire world. Not everybody is saying, you know what, just, you want to take like 2 minutes and Google it and see that the origin of the word is from Neapolis, new city, by the Romans. It has nothing to do with this story about the snake.
What I tell. This is maybe a free tale coming from generation to a generation. This is what I hear.
It's a new story.
No, it could be a tale, but it has no relationship
this
to the
is what
actual
we
name,
heard while we are child. This is my childhood. We heard. And somebody asked me about Nablus. What is the meaning of Nablus? I told him. He told me something else. He told me something
else. No, I didn't ask you what the meaning was. I just said I had been to Nablus. And I said, did you know? We were just talked about the city, like Yosef's tomb.
I have somebody else asked me in another room, maybe. What somebody else asked me. Sorry about that, Jacob.
Yeah, no,
correct.
No. I've been to Yosef's tomb.
Part of the problem is that you guys fill your head with stories and with fake information, and this is why you get upset and you believe in things that are not correct. And I think it's time that you kind of re-educate yourself with actual history, so you would know exactly what happened what followed what, who's responsible for what. Making up like narrative, it's cute, but you can only tell it to yourself. It's not something that you can actually will hold water.
Daniel, you finished?
Yes, sweetie.
Yes, sweetie. I like it. Okay, brother. Anyway, Daniel, when you visit Nablus, you will change your mind if you are a real Jew.
About what? How can I change my mind about history? Like, it doesn't make any sense. I will change my mind, and I will get amnesia.
The Jewish people understand what I am going to say.
I'm Jewish.
Only the son of Ibrahim, who have metaphysics things. Only we. The others, they don't have it. We have sensitives. Others, they don't have it. You got what I mean, Daniel?
No. What?
We can see or feel. We have a very fucking sensitive feeling, brother.
I understand, but your feelings are not facts.
No.
You need to understand that feelings are not facts.
Let me to continue.
The feeling, it's like Hamas. You speak about.
No, brother. Like, listen, sister.
1 second.
Sorry.
Hamas feelings and your feelings are the same, or you separated from Hamas feelings?
Okay. I respect you very much. Listen to me, please. Even though maybe I am a fucking Jew, real Jew, but I lost my way. I became a Muslim.
This is another story that you tell yourself, and I heard you already. That you no. I already heard you say that you are the real Jews and that we are Khazar Jews. And basically, this is the problem. You play coexistence. Hold on.
No.
You play coexistence, but I heard you. Yes.
No, never.
Mahmoud, you did say 2 days ago or yesterday, you called them Khazar Jews.
If you ignore me, what can I say to you, Mr. Daniel?
So you did
my existence.
Did you say or did you not say that you are the real Jews and we are Khazari Jews? Did you say it or not?
Listen.
Oh, you are lying now.
Listen carefully.
This is disappointing from you.
At that time, listen, Daniel.
Like I thought you were like honest, wrong, but honest.
Never lied. Who are you? You know the liar only the coward.
I heard you say Khazar Jews yesterday, dude.
I am not even a coward.
Said it today in this room.
Why are you lying? Mood, we all heard you say it. Admit it.
Never.
You just said it. You said it a half hour ago. Politely, you said it a half hour ago.
With all due respect, Mood, stop it.
What I said?
You said you Khazarians.
Yes, you told us a few times that we are Khazari Jews and you are the real Jews. I heard this narrative.
No, I didn't hear that you were the.
If you ignore my existence, brother, please listen to me, Daniel.
It doesn't matter if I ignore or not ignore. Did you say that we are Khazari Jews? Yes or no?
Even though if I say that,
okay, so we're getting closer to the truth.
Welcome. Well, are you still welcome in my country?
No, even if I did say that. You have no authority to welcome me or not welcome me. I'm not talking about.
Why not?
Because Mahmoud, again, sweetie. This is again, Mahmoud, sweetie. Listen to me for a second.
Okay,
listen. This is exactly the thing with you believing a narrative. You calling us Khazar Jews is an argument that is not based on reality. It's a narrative, like the story about Nablus. Your health is filled with narrative, with stories that have no basis in reality. And this is why you come up to many, many wrong conclusions.
You're beginning to sound a little bit like
Stop
Emrose.
filling your head with lies, be honest, and be realistic.
Daniel,
With your narrative.
Daniel, can I just say, you're kind of sounding like Emrose. I hate to say it, but that's the type of shit Emrose says nonstop, which is your reality is not the real reality. My reality is the real reality. And I can't debate you.
Yeah, it's the same thought. I mean, it's the same thought, but the question is which of the facts that actually fit that thought.
It's like her calling the Arabs and Israeli Palestinians. It's a minority of Arabs in Israel that identify as Palestinian. The majority of them call them Arabs, but for the narrative, they call them Palestinians. And again, you are just lying to yourself because reality slowly and slowly you are kind of shifting away from reality, and you are the pro-Palestine movement is now living in an alternate reality of facts, because for you the narrative is way more important than reality, and this is why you get to make such wrong decisions all the time.
Daniel.
Yes, sweetie. Yes.
Okay, sweetie.
Sweetie.
Listen.
Love that.
Wallahi, I swear God, I swear I swear God. Yeah. أنا إزراحي. Listen to me careful. No matter. I don't care. Even though if you are a fake Jew or true Jew, I don't care.
What is a fake Jew? Even you saying it is disgusting. Can you tell me what is a fake Jew? Give me an example. Give me an example of someone that is a fake Jew. Why would anyone be a fake Jew?
You believe that
BHI is a fake Jew.
5 million, 7 million?
You set yourself up for that, Daniel.
No, that's true.
Daniel,
yes.
To be honest, I already live in, I grew up in Tel Aviv, brother.
Me too.
My business is
in Yafa or in Tel Aviv you grew up?
Both. Yafa, Tel Aviv, Netanya,
Yeah, but he really in Yafa.
No, I've been all over, all over. Even in Gaza. I've been in Gaza several times. I go through areas, brother. I go through areas before. We don't have the same borders between. It is the same, almost the same. We can drive the car before.
No, we didn't.
We're familiar with it.
We didn't always have borders. It started with the violence. Yes.
Yeah, this is, I am an eyewitness, brother. I don't put words from somebody told me or...
No, but the fake Jew is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Khazar Jews is something that you said. It's not based on reality. The Nabal story about the snake is a story that you said. It's not based on reality. It's not from your experience. It's things that you were told. And those things that you were told and you repeat them are not helping your cause. Because if you want to help your cause... You need to be realistic, otherwise it will never be resolved. Even if it's not aligned with, even if it's not good for you, you need to be...
Sweetie, have you been in
No.
Oh, you miss a big chance, brother.
It's a shithole.
I wish one day we live in peace and invite you. I own a house.
You guys, one thing you need to work on is a trash collection.
Daniel.
I'm serious.
Yaakov, haven't you heard of Clubhouse? I'm a garbage collector here on Clown House. I collect trash here and put it in a landfill, for people to go and possibly bring a little garbage out. Mood, the question is, what are you doing for peace other than coming here and accusing people of being fake Jews living in your country? Hello?
Hello, I don't like to talk to you. You are a fucking dumb and stupid. I want to...
You're fucking dumb and stupid. Motherfucker, you're a fucking terrorist, motherfucker. And you have fucking explosives in Jerusalem. And we know who your auntie is. And we're going to the house to arrest them all. And we'll bulldoze your fucking house, you bastard.
Alti the bear. Where you get from? Get out. You are a reptilian.
Reptilian, wow.
Yes,
called you a reptilian.
This is a reptilian, 100%.
Like the snake with the tooth?
Yes, exactly. Or the goat. This is a goat.
Wait, what's the goat have to do? What's the goat doing now?
Fucking bastard, the goats. You have to be
fucking
careful.
Bastards.
The goats, they hate us, brother.
I don't hate you. I hate your stupidity. I hate your ignorance. I hate your low IQ. And I hate that you are a terrorist. And you have committed terrorism in the past, you bastard. You are the snake. You are the goat. You are the reptile. You project onto me, you bastard.
He is a reptilian. Let me see what is your picture. I did saw it. Oh, fuck you. Gay. You are a gay.
Okay, remove, please.
Yeah. Okay, brother Yaakov. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. Sweetie.
Hey, did you just call me gay, you motherfucker? I am not a gay. I'm a happy man, and you are the reptile. You accuse me of being a reptile.
Julia, let Julia get in here, magician.
Mood, I want to clarify why you use the word gay like something bad. What's bad in gays?
I never been a gay to tell you the bad and the good, and I don't know. I don't know.
But you
exactly.
judge gays.
No, I don't judge. I respect everybody. This
but
is,
why do you, when you're trying to offend someone?
he say about himself. He say, I am a gay. It's okay. I reply to him. Normal, no.
Everything you say is a negative. You come onto Clubhouse and you make a negative statement to people over and over and over again. Why? Why, Habibi? Why do you come here and do this to yourself and to other people and make them feel bad? Why do you do this? Is it because your self-confidence and self-esteem is so low? Who are you? Hello? I guess he is just in a bad mood. Most of these former terrorists are not happy people, and he is just in a bad mood to come here and make fun of the gays and then make fun of the fake Jews. You are a bastard.
Mood, let's come to the point. I still don't understand what you wanted to say. You pronounce a lot of words, but you don't come into points. What you want to tell? What you want from us? What you want us to do? What you want to do by yourself? I don't understand from your speech, your ideas about future.
Actually, I am optimistic about the future.
Oh, optimism is feeling, but how do you see reality in future?
I feel reality that our things will come back to us. If you didn't agree.
What do you mean, our things? Can you clarify? I don't know what is your things.
Let me ask you a question, please. I am a Palestinian first. Are you a Jew?
Yeah, I'm Jew.
Have you been in Israel?
I'm living in Israel. I'm now in Israel.
Really? Oh my God, you enjoy it. I feel jealous now. I feel jealous of you. Wallah, I feel jealous.
Feel what?
Look, Mood, I'm answering your questions, but you didn't answer mine. For how you see the future.
It is time to wake up, both sides, the Palestinian...
What do you mean make fight? You don't stop to trying to speak philosophically, saying what you want. Can you tell what
I want now, as a PLO ex-member, the right for fully independence, Palestinian state in the West Bank, on the borders of 1976. Fully independent. Otherwise, we're still in war.
But do you understand that it's impossible?
It is not impossible.
You will have a choice to have a beautiful life. For example, I'm just curious. Let's say that we're kind of living in an ideal world, and tomorrow you can come in and live in the West Bank, and West Bank will be Palestinian independent country, where you will be the citizen. It will be neighbor of Israel.
Mood, you literally just said that you are demanding access to a time machine, otherwise there will be war. You hear how stupid you are? You said, I want access to a time machine or there will be war. That's what you just said. Listen to yourself. Wake up.
Okay, so Mood. And tomorrow you are living in prosperity, you won a new country, Palestine, in the borders. Where is it now? Pretty same border, not that one which you want. Will you be agree on it?
Listen to me. first, I still have my ID. I have my Israeli ID. identity יש לי תעדות זהות, יש לי. Also, I have a Palestinian passport.
Honestly, I was willing to not or say it wasn't a genocide until the starvation camp. That's what sealed the deal for me personally, right?
Yeah, but you have to define the word genocide, because genocide implies totality. And there's no totality here. It does imply totality. What is it then? What is genocide?
Read the definition. It literally says in whole or in parts.
It says what?
In whole or in parts.
In whole or in parts? Oh, so there's a part of genocide, not a whole genocide. Got it. Okay. Ah!
Yeah, no.
Hey, watch your fucking mom. Hey, watch your mom.
Nigga Joseph.
Yeah, Lil E.
When they wake up till they go to
Lil
sleep.
E.
Oh, my mama.
Fuck wrong with you, Lil E?
When we get up to the
my mama.
Humanization aspects. There's many characteristics of it, regardless if it meets the legal definition, that reminds people who are Jewish, especially, of the suffering of our great grandparents. And like the starving children, for example, I saw the same photos that were drilled into my head against my will as part of my heritage and my Jewish education. This is what I saw when I saw those pictures of skinny children in Gaza, and you can't unsee it. And if you grow up in our culture, I think it's perfectly legitimate to say, "Oh, this is a warning. This is what they warned us about." It was a man-made famine that humans did, and they did it through dehumanizing the other.
Okay, so the reason why this doesn't work, amongst sort of other downstream reasons, but see, by comparing it to the Holocaust, you still reinforce the idea consistently that the worst thing that could ever happen in human history was the Holocaust, which is a pretty big pillar of the justification for Israel. So actually, every time you bring up the Holocaust, Shoah, it's basically just reinforcing the loop of, yeah, this is why Israel needs to exist. Now, beyond the Holocaust, being easily argued, it's not the worst thing in human history.
Sure, to start off, like the Shoah. My point was the Shoah is invoked by both sides, the pro-Israel Jews and the lefty Jews, and both of them invoke the memories for their own convenient purposes.
And I'm saying it's stupid to do so, because you basically, if you're a lefty Jew, if you're a pro-Zionist Jew, it's genius. If you're an anti-Zionist Jew, yeah, then it's silly, because you're basically reinforcing the idea that, yeah, this is the worst thing ever in human history. This is why Israel needs to exist.
What are you talking? We're talking about. We're comparing Gaza. We're saying the warning of the Holocaust, the lesson, or the purpose of our great grandparents' horrific killing is to be a lesson for humanity. That it's a human trait. We are all susceptible to evil. We can all be convinced of someone else's inhuman.
I know, but you see, that lesson was one of the big pillars for, this is why Israel needs to exist, because 6 million Jews got
No, that is the nationalistic, ethnocentric position where it's exceptional and only Jews are hated and persecuted. The other lesson that progressive and liberal Jews take from it is that we are all capable of becoming Nazis under the right circumstances.
I hate to break it to you. Not only is the one far more common amongst Jews, it's also
Explain to me what's common among Jews.
Yeah, the nationalist narrative. It's also far more common amongst Americans, French people, Brits, Westerners, actually a lot of Africans even these days. I was so shocked to hear my cousin learns about the Holocaust in Nigeria, and basically everyone but Arabs.
Actually, most Jews take a more humanist view of the world. They see Judaism and Jewish values as compatible with liberal humanistic values, which treats all humans as deserving of life and equal and rights and all this shit. And Tikkun Olam is like a foundational principle of sort of modern liberal Judaism, which is like the vast majority of Jews. And so this is why, as we discussed yesterday, there's sort of a crisis of faith for liberal Zionists, because they're realizing their humanistic values and their civil liberties values are fundamentally in conflict with their Zionist nationalistic values. They're not compatible. And this is something that Jewish people as a whole are grappling with. If you came yesterday, you'd hear in real time Jews debating this shit yesterday, because they are in a crisis, in a spiritual crisis. They don't know what it means to be
I think
Jewish
we just
anymore, what we
identified
stand
the
for.
brain
And
rot.
we learn about the Holocaust. We learn about the Rwanda genocide. We learn about the Armenian genocide. They talk about all the fucking
She's a
genocides.
chatterbox.
This is something every child
You know,
is
this
raised
is
with.
actually
And then suddenly
like
when our people do a genocide, they're like, no, it's something else.
For one, you're not addressing.
I love that she's actually talking to this guy though, because I find this guy to be like incredibly annoying, and hearing him oppose her is so delightful. Because this is when I really like Clubhouse, is when there's people, there's people that I don't like, both of them I don't like, and there are, it's like watching your enemies fight each other is what I'm saying. That is truly, what's that German term?
Right. Before you were making generalizations about Jews and how they view the Holocaust.
I was actually talking about people in the West and the globe as a whole. Yeah, people in the globe as a whole view the Holocaust.
No, there's a lot of young women like this, young Jewish women. I've witnessed young Jewish women getting arrested at Free Palestine movements on Shabbos, and they said, "Don't do this. You're going to ruin your Shabbos." And they're laughing, and they're like, "I don't care. And I'm like, "Don't do it."
What's going on in Gaza or anything else to the Holocaust? You are basically reinforcing the feedback loop of, this is why Israel needs to exist.
I think you fundamentally don't understand the dichotomy that I'm making. Please read the article so you understand the two streams of thoughts. You're basically taking a binary.
Yeah, but Grace, don't take it personal, because she's basically a hostess, meaning like she's doing a show and she's being political. So, let her be aspirational. That's what El Normo says.
It must be compared to everything in order to be informative, instructive to us how to live and how.
Without her, though, we wouldn't have the Jewish complaint department. She's filling up our databases with complaints.
And if you don't, you should learn about how people interpret the Holocaust.
We need young complainers like this to fill up our complaint database, and also the garbage dump. See, she uses profanity all the time. Her and Emrose use profanity nonstop.
So you think everyone like Emrose? You think?
Yeah. What does it say? I want you to give me the clip notes.
I don't need the clip notes of it. I know what it says.
I used to use profanity as well. Then my dad was like, "John, why are you using the F word? Why are you using profanity? Don't swear." I was like, "All right, Dad, you're right. I don't know why I'm swearing. You're right, Dad."
You're conflating the two sides of a binary. They're not compatible or overlapping at all.
I'm telling you the very blunt fact that a lot of people.
He's a binary overlapper.
There's a lot of people: Jews, non-Jews, Americans.
And what's funny, I listed these people before: Americans, Brits, Canadians, French people, African.
Survey them, provide some surveys for supportive.
Look at their curriculum and education system. Why is the first genocide that they always
She needs to go to a boxing class.
I mean, let's be honest. Okay, my cousin in Nigeria learned about the Holocaust.
Grace, just go in there and see. This is the troll. Is because she's emotionally upsetting you.
11 million people.
If you can go in there and never get emotionally upset, then she'll have no power. But just be very calm. If you can find, I can tell you the room title.
Okay, but a little more occurred in Europe.
All right, but do you understand my point, Bashar? My point is, you're claiming.
Well, then why don't you go in there and demonstrate religion and pray over her and see if you can exorcise the demon out of her?
You're in fact giving fuel to the claims that the Jews desperately need a state in order to prevent a second Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point is this is a binary. There are Jews, in particular in the Jewish community, since the beginning of time, since Hannah Arendt, right, that believe either that the Holocaust is exceptional and should never be compared because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate. Please mute up. I can't. There's noise.
No background.
Because anti-Semitism is the oldest form of hate, and the Holocaust is unique because it happened to the Jews, and nothing should be compared, and it's this big taboo. Then on the other side of it, like most Jews in the West have these like liberal values and humanistic values, and the way they teach about the Holocaust is we must compare it because it must be a lesson and it must be instructive for future generations, and a warning against dehumanization and the capacity of man to commit evil against another man, right? And these are the two schools of thoughts, and this is how it's always been, a binary. And you're basically saying, oh no, it's not a binary. You're saying if you see the Holocaust as instructive and it says something about what's happening in Gaza, then in fact it makes you the other kind, which sees the ethnocentric it reinforces the ethnocentric interpretation of the Holocaust, which is just that it only happens to Jews and everyone uniquely hates the Jews and anti-Semitism will always persist, and therefore nothing should be compared because it cheapens it.
I'm saying the binary.
So which one is it? I don't think you read the article because it doesn't sound like it.
I'm saying the binary of the second, right? That the Holocaust is exceptional, etc., is one of the key arguments and pillars to justify the existence of Israel. And what's more funny, beyond just the majority of Jews arguably falling into the second, for sure the majority.
Maybe I'm missing a piece. How does calling Gaza a genocide, saying the Jews perpetuated genocide, justify a homeland for the Jews?
Because of what you're comparing it to. What you compare it to. I mean, you could compare it to a million and one other things. And in fact, there are genocides that far more mirror what's happening in Gaza than the Holocaust.
But you're saying the specific comparison is what.
Yes, the specific comparison, yeah.
Well, that's their own blind spot, though.
No, that's reality. That's the blind spot of basically the majority of Westerners, the majority of Africans, basically everyone but Arabs.
I don't think even Jews view it this way. I think a growing number of Jews don't view it this way, and I think this is not how we were taught about the Holocaust and genocide in general. We were taught to compare it.
Okay.
In Israel, it might be more taboo. I don't know, maybe Emrose could weigh in about what the taboo of comparing to the Holocaust in Israel, but in America, this is how we learn about Holocaust history. We learn about how to compare.
In America, we learned about the Holocaust as if it was the worst thing that ever happened in human history. And I know this because I'm also American. And because I've been being taught about the Holocaust since, first grade?
I don't know how you learn it, but in sort of Jewish culture, the way we learn about it in Holocaust, we learn it specifically as instructive for the way we view the world and atrocities that have happened since and before, right? We use it as a prism to look at the capacity of man for evil.
Yeah, and why is it that one? Why not Holodomor, which was larger? Or the slave trade, or the Trail of Tears, which
we do. They also talk about slavery and Trail of Tears in Jewish history.
To the Holocaust, how much they kept talking about it, not that much.
What? Well, I'm talking about Jewish day schools and Jewish Hebrew schools. When they talk about the Holocaust, it's through the prism of the Jewish experience. They talk about slavery. They talk about the Trail of Tears. They talk about racism throughout history. They talk about Jim Crow. Of course they do. This is
I'm talking about public society, right? Okay. Which is far larger than Jewish.
Right. Well, I was hoping to have a conversation with Jews here today. So if you have a problem with the way Holocaust is taught, that's a different conversation,
It's not an issue of the way Holocaust is taught, but I mean, you seem to have no problem discussing with others until they, they were agreeing with you.
You're criticizing Holocaust education, right, in America?
No. Not at all.
You're saying you should focus on other atrocities.
No,
Fair.
I don't know. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
You're making, you've done 5 straw men, even though my point has been very simple. Israel justifies itself because of the belief that the Holocaust is the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Most people believe in this. So when you compare what's going on in Gaza to the Holocaust, you're basically reinforcing, including most anti-Zionists, by the way, you're reinforcing that idea in people's head.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
I don't remember her ever saying, now she does, that she went to Hebrew school or where she went.
I think as Jews, it's part of our experience as American post-war, post-Israel Jewish state Jews to see the world through this prism, as dark as and depressing and unfortunate as it is. I think it's I always resented that. I had to grow up with images of skin bodies piled up or whatever and skinny children, and then something like this happens and it becomes suddenly relevant.
Hello?
Well, there's what people should do and there's what they do. I'm addressing what people do. And this is what people do.
I don't understand what your point is.
Everyone in the ideal world should care even when one single person gets killed. The reality is most people don't. In fact, most people are more happy to justify most people dying having a cause.
I mean, that's a fair criticism, right? Israel can't always make this argument that, like, oh, there's many atrocities, people are dying in Africa and Sudan and all these places, and nobody's big. And you know, 30,000 kids were stolen from Ukraine, right? You know who got even higher, nobody knows about it, right? Well, that's debatable, because all the parents wanted them to not be taken.
Ukrainians and refugees inside Russia's borders by accident.
Okay, well, their parents, by accident? Okay. The Ukrainians are fighting to get their kids back, okay? Their kids are stolen.
Sending kids to the province. There were reports of like underage Ukrainians being drafted.
I don't want to hear anything from Russia. I don't give a fuck. I'm simply trying to make a working point about how there are many atrocities throughout the world that are quite horrific, but Israel gets all of the focus and all of the pink and all of the airspace, all of it sometimes. And so this is a criticism on both sides, right? That you might get all of the air.
Because media makes it center of everyone's like curriculum, news, and the interview for honestly, it's the
For all these evil bastards.
I discussing what people think.
Not for you, it was the room before that just these hooligans were jumping on not necessarily. But I have yet to return back. Buttercup, are you okay?
Jews are going down. I just warning you ahead of time. I just know you really well. Holocaust in Gaza, but I am everywhere I go. And it's not because the Jews conspired to make you guys give a fuck about the Holocaust and blame me for it. No, that's your fault for blaming me.
I didn't say the Jews. Yeah, I mean Zionists in particular.
That's so funny. No one said. I said Israeli policymakers, and yeah, I hate to break it to you.
We'll provide some evidence. Put a link in the chat.
Okay.
From a real source, not Der Stürmer or whatever you read.
Der Stürmer. See, this is why I find you funny, Buttercup. My sources are always legit. You just don't like them.
Mainstream news sources that the Jews control. It's got to be.
You don't even look at the sources I give you. Half of them are literally.
You've never given me sources. Give me one. I want to hear. I want to see what kind of sources you're reading.
I have.
Now I'm actually curious. I don't remember. Maybe you did.
It's okay.
Never had one lesson.
Hey, Buttercup.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about the Shoah? Invoking the Shoah. What is that?
The Shoah is the Holocaust in Hebrew. It's about basically in Jewish culture. There's two schools of thought. One is that the Shoah. Well, first of all, in this particular conflict, there. People on both sides, the right and the left, the pro-Israel camp and the critical of Israel's camp, both have invoked the Shoah conveniently for their own political purposes, right? And it's very politicized. Like the UN rapporteur, what's her name again? The Italian woman with the glasses. She's now being called to be fired because she invoked the Shoah, comparing Netanyahu to Hitler or something, or endorsing some sort of tweet or something. So a lot of people sort of weaponize the memory of the Holocaust for their own political purpose. And it raises the question that's been in the Jewish community for many, many years, which is that how the Jewish community thinks that you should never compare anything to Shoah. It's a unique atrocity in history. It was, 6 million people died, and et cetera, and also it's emblematic of this larger theme of anti-Semitism, which is a unique type of hatred in history, and so it's like taboo to compare anything to Shoah. And then the other school of thought is that we should, in fact, and many people in America, many liberal Jews, they learn about Holocaust history and Jewish history in the context of we must compare everything to the Shoah. It's instructive. It's a warning about the capacity of man to hurt other men, to dehumanize other men, and commit atrocities. And so I just wanted to raise this question about when it's okay to invoke the Shoah, how it's politicized on both sides, and when it's constructive to bring up the Holocaust and compare it to modern day atrocities.
Thank you, Buttercup. We like listening to you as much as you like listening to yourself. Thank you.
I'm being sarcastic.
I asked her a specific question, Sugar. You just got here.
I really like how you said that, Sugar. It was very succinct. Like you thought about your sentence beforehand, so it actually had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it didn't sort of meander for like 10 minutes saying absolutely nothing. Well done.
Anyway, I hope Reuters is reliable enough for you. But yeah, this literally talks about a rebranding image, strategy of the Israeli government in America. I have like 60 other sources, but I think this one should be pretty clear enough.
Did you like flowers?
Baptizer talks like he's trying to sell poison candy to a baby.
Well, because most people think I am.
It's one thing to say Israel cares about its branding. It's another to say that it controls the media's interest.
I said that it did that.
Effectively, you said it was Israeli officials made a concerted effort to make everyone obsessed with fucking Israel, which is a huge burden to diaspora.
I don't know. It seems to keep you employed. Whether it's a burden.
You think I got paid, Mixed?
Oh my God. I hope you get paid for this. For Jews is irrelevant, but yes, Israel does make a concerted effort to brand its image, which involves, yes, making it and its priorities number one in foreign nations, especially like America. I mean, this is really like common sense,
Pepe, I just want to warn you that we're talking about the Shoah. I know a lot of people, if you say anything that stereotypes Jews or promotes any sort of conspiracy theories about Jews, no matter how valid you think it is, you're going down because that's what caused the shit.
Oh, come on. I mean, I never give you shit when we're in the same room and I'm a mod. Holy shit.
She doesn't say things that are like astronomically offensive.
This is just like a PSA, not just for Pepe. Sorry for singling you out. Anyone who promotes an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, there's no warnings, okay? We're talking about the Shoah, which is a really delicate issue.
How about I bend you over and have my way with you? How about?
You're so disgusting, dude.
Yeah, I'm talking to fucking you, Buttercup.
Whoa. Only I can only say these things, so you need to stop that.
Buttercup, I need you to give me the mod badge so I...
No, Salah takes life too seriously. No, god damn.
Final warning, Sugar.
I just want to sugar you up, Buttercup.
All right, you're going down.
Hey, no.
You're lucky I don't kick you out. I kick you out for that, okay? So I'm not going to treat Jews differently.
I'm actually being sincere, but whatever.
Better one.
I'm sorry, I got to punish you for 5 minutes. We're talking about how some Jews think that the Holocaust cannot be compared to any other atrocities in history, and some Jews think that you must compare the Holocaust to other atrocities in order to warn against the danger of dehumanizing other people. And as a fellow humanist, I really would love having on stage people who are multiple, one of the few people who is consistent that all humans are created equal and should treat each other, find common grounds, and love each other and see each other as
you found my channel.
I'm just thinking that, of course, I'm not saying what, Jewish people should think concerning that, but I would think that it would be better because it's like, for example, people say, oh, going to that event, it was hell. Now, okay, it wasn't really hell. Hell is much worse than that. But to demonstrate how awful something is, they utilize that. And I think that is like an important and actually effective thing to do. Does that make sense, Buttercup, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I understand both sides, to be honest. Like, I do think it's kind of grim and cynical when people exploit it for political objectives. Like, how these, like, Camera and UN Watch, they're exploiting sort of the memory of the Holocaust and sort of people's sensitivity around it to, like, go after the UN rapporteur woman who, and, like, people will, on both sides, will sort of invoke the Holocaust when it's convenient for them and then, like, clutch their pearls when the other side invokes the Holocaust, right? Like, the pro-Israel people will be like, October 7 is the worst catastrophe massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. There's no reason to do that except to poke people's trauma buttons and to make them feel the war is justified, right? To drum up support from the war. It's like Israel is sort of built in the shadow of the Holocaust. It's very, very heavy over the national narrative. And so by saying it's the worst thing since the Holocaust and invoking it, it's sort of a subtle tool to get people to get on board with this horrific war, right? And similarly, on the other side, when I tell my parents, look at these pictures of starving children, how doesn't it remind you of those horrific pictures you drummed into our brains since childhood of starving kids in concentration camps, starving people in concentration camps? They also clutch their pearls and say, oh no, you can't compare things to the Holocaust. It's like a sacred cow that you can't touch. And so but throughout history, there's been sort of these two camps, and some people are like, to their credit, like the Holocaust was uniquely horrific in a lot of ways. Like it was this industrialized killing that we've never seen before, where they literally created, when shooting people in the head was too onerous on the soldiers, they created gas chambers, right? And they created these like killing industries, and the goal was literally to erase Jewish DNA, and it was a really like unique atrocity, and it should be given its weight, and it's right that we treat it with the gravity that it deserves. But to somehow infer from that it's not it's not like, I mean, to some people it is sacred. I understand, and especially if like your family went through it, you wouldn't want people to cheapen it by saying every genocide, every war crime, is comparable to this horrific thing that happened in history that completely reshaped the world. On the other hand, what is the purpose of it? What is the meaning of my great-grandparents' deaths if it doesn't tell us something about the human condition, and it doesn't warn us about the capacity of man to behave this way, right?
Well, if we look at anything else in history, is there anything that we say like it is off limits to compare anything to this historically? And if so, that might be like an indication of the position one should take, maybe.
I mean, okay, so you're Iranian. Is there a horrific event in Iranians' history that people prefer, like they kind of put on a pedestal? It's a bit of a sacred cow. You can't like say, compare it to other crimes against humanity. Can you think of anything like that to try to personalize it? Because I'm sure there's Native Americans who see the Trail of Tears and the literal successful annihilation of Native American culture as an atrocity without comparison throughout history, right? Similarly, slavery, there's not many crimes worse than the 200 years of slavery, of black slavery in America, right? Each of these crimes stand on their own, but also to tell us something about human condition.
I think comparing like the indigenous people being eradicated, I don't think Native Americans would have a problem with that. I think there's a lot of similarities, but you did use a good one when you said slavery. That seems to be very triggering when anyone tries to compare anything to the cattle, whatever.
Cattle, yeah, slavery.
Yeah. That was a good comparison.
I think Stella, like it's that each of these atrocities is it's just that one atrocity is not comparable to another because each one is unique, and that is true. But it says something about the human condition because it's humans that have.
I do notice that if you try to compare any slavery or if you try to say it's like slavery, Black people, the African American community, they don't like that shit. So that was a really good comparison, actually.
And they're stupid.
All right, Bashar.
I'm Black. You forgot.
Okay, but you're not African American.
Holy shit! Where do you think they came from? Who do you think is people? Those are right. Why do you think the Igbo landing is called the Igbo landing?
All right, I don't want to do this.
Oh, you don't want to? Okay, so you.
I don't want to be racist on my app talking about the Holocaust.
Racist? Who's being racist?
It's like I'm not Black, so I'm not going to talk about.
You know how long Tashar has been talking about the Igbo tribe or whatever for like literally the entirety of this app. Like ever since I've been on this app, like he's the only one with his like donation and infliction that like I know. Like it's like embedded in my brain. Like I when I hear him, I'm like it's always going to go to that all the time. It's fucking funny. What Igbo tribe are you from? Like, what?
I would say this, listening, we have always heard the phrase "never forget," and there is, a push to make it so that like people in the West, in particular, remember, all the generations remember what happened, and I mean. I guess when there's like an accusation of like many people being killed in a population, wouldn't that be naturally like the event that comes up in everybody's head first?
Coming here.
Well, in fact, when you learn about Jewish art history and we learn about the Holocaust, they do compare it to the Trail of Tears. They do compare it to the Rwandan genocide. They do compare it to the Armenian genocide. They use it as an instructive story to warn against how we need to prevent genocide, right? Use it as an instructive tool to prevent this from happening again. They make this horrific tragedy meaningful that way. And that's how a large segment of the Jewish population historically has made the Holocaust meaningful. Parents, grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so it's an interesting blind spot that now, when this horrific death, whether it's classified legally as a genocide or not, to not see echoes of the capacity, similarities, and the common thread, which is the capacity of man to dehumanize the other and to kill wanton indiscriminately and destroy their society. Like, if you don't, now the Holocaust museums are taking the wrong stance. The ADL is taking the wrong stance. All of these institutions that spend millions of dollars to preserve the memory of the Holocaust as a warning about the capacity of man to do evil are taking the most cowardly, pathetic stance ever, and it's really like a crisis, a spiritual crisis in Jewish, in the Jewish community. Like, we just don't stand for anything anymore.
I can see you wrote that down, so good job.
Just made that speech a bunch of times.
What diaspora community are you living in there actually comparing? I've never...
I don't know, did you go to like a Hebrew school? Did you go to anything? Did you have a home?
No, I live in a monolith, unfortunately. I mean, well, maybe like in the 90s, it definitely was a monolith of individuals that like, never again! You can never compare the atrocities!
I think because you're in Florida, they're more like Trumpy right-wingers, so like maybe...
Well, no, they were very lefty, but it's the very boomer-esque kind of like mentality, unfortunately. I think that's kind of what transcends whether it be left or right. You know, it is that monolith. It is that, like, where never again you can, like, left and right can, like, come together. There's just literally, like, you can never compare to this. You should never compare. Like, I've heard that numerous times. So, maybe in a smaller community like yourself, you know, live where you might live, they might compare, but, like, here, it's, like, I get hung if I compare it.
Right, so I think there's always been sort of two schools, two camps about how to talk about the Holocaust. And like, I swear to you, don't you ever compare it. What I went to them. My father has went to the atrocities.
And then they start crying. And it's like, what is going on? But it is like on cue.
I wasn't sure, like, when this thing happened, when I started to see what was happening in Gaza as a genocide, I didn't immediately call it a genocide because I know people in my family would be really like shocked and clutch their pearls and be really upset. But I posted on social media an image of my great grandparents who were killed, shot by the Nazis, and then with all the men in their town. And then a month later, all the women are shot, right? And like, I posted a picture and said, you know, I honor their memory by opposing oppression, violence, destruction of people of anyone who's innocent, right? I thought I'd get backlash, but actually all my Jewish friends and family hearted it and had positive feedback, and I realized that like the vocal minority that make it seem like this is like so offensive, it's actually not the mainstream. I think the mainstream people do understand that our heritage and our culture and our value system is to take these tragedies of our past and use it as a lesson, as an instructive, right?
Well, unfortunately, there's a lot of self-induced trauma, and they are, what is it called, like phantom or something along the lines of that, where you think that you have induced the traumas of others. It's very weird. I mean, that's what it is like here, Buttercup. I mean, I have even their grandchildren, like, literally will be on stage, and I remember when we would have some type of memorial to the Holocaust, and the children or the great grandchildren of those that have passed have never even intersected with, you know, their past at all, and it's only what has been disseminated from their parents, and now they're crying on the top of their lungs on a stage somewhere. And I'm like, what is happening? What's going on? Like, you live a very privileged life. Why are you crying? Why are you? This trauma that they are expelling is like very artificial. It's just very weird. And dare I say anything? Living in your country.
I do think there was, like, for me also, like, we grew up, like, we're the second, third generation after the Holocaust, right? And, like, they do drill it into our head that, like, the Nazis are coming around the corner. You should always get a citizenship in Israel just in case the Nazis show up at your door. And, like, there's a lot of literature, American Jewish literature, about how absurd it is and how you live a pretty comfortable, privileged life, and, like, the Nazis are not coming back, and, like, why are they doing such a downer, making our culture so dark and depressing, right? And this is sort of a common, I always thought it was annoying that we talked about the Holocaust so much, right? And then something like this happens, and they compare it to the Rwanda genocide, and they compare it to history, and they try to contextualize it, right? Then something like this happens, all of a sudden they're like getting all, they're like turning into some sacred cows, like taboo, you can never compare, and it's like become this, they're contradicting themselves, sugar,
Well, I think
You have grandparents that were Holocaust survivors?
no, we were pre-World War II. So no, and I think there is a cognitive thing that happens with those that who have I noticed that with friends, and I think I talked to you about this a while ago amongst other Jews in other communities, and the ones that have came here, like the Ellis Island Jews, they call them. There is a different sentiment. There's a different kind of personality. And I have friends that their grandparents came here during Ellis Island. I'm like, oh, cool, and the way how they interact or react to anything with the Holocaust is kind of oh yeah, it's really sad atrocity versus post World War II Jews and those that came here and Catholics, those grandchildren act very different. What I was explaining about earlier, kids are just crying on stage, and I'm like, what the fuck's happening?
Yeah, I mean, some of it is pressure, peer pressure to cry. Otherwise, you're not they're why don't I feel anything? That when they see me these pictures of these piles of bodies, why don't I feel anything? And a lot of people try to interrogate that and try to force themselves to feel. It's a way they sort of drill into how they drill this sort of victimhood mentality, which is fine. We were it was something that was part of our history, and it did shape us, and it did shape us for many generations. But sort of this Holocaust education is kind of shallow when it's just about make yourself cry, but then when you see the relevance of it, then just it's hypocritical, it's contradictory. I don't know.
I think that if someone is trying to make a comparison to slavery, the slavery that was invoked in America, and it's not analogous, that's when people get really upset. But if it were actually analogous, I don't think that they would get upset. And I think that's what triggers people. It's you're comparing something that is not as atrocious, and that's what triggers them. That was way more atrocious. Yes, it's an atrocity, but to compare it to that, do you think that if it was an actual, let's say, for example, in another country, they performed chattel, that's what it's called, chattel slavery, almost to a T, and they were they're conducting slavery that was just like how, was conducted in America. I don't think that they would get upset. I think it's just that we try to make that analogy sometimes, and it's a million miles apart. That makes it trigger, not a million miles apart, but it's just doesn't do it justice.
That's a great point. That's a really good point, Sela. And in fact, people are more offended when I invoke the Shoah, which is a very specific genocide, than when I invoke genocide in general, right? Because Jews do acknowledge that other genocides have happened, but when I say something when I make a comparison the children of the Holocaust have committed a Holocaust, they get very offended by that. They say you can't compare, and it's true, to some extent it's true, you can't compare any two atrocities. They're all different, right?
Was it really 6 million?
Hey, sugar.
Is Holocaust a title of an event that occurred, or does it mean specifically something that could be attributed to other events?
It's usually associated with the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust. So there were 3 million Poles or something that died, but they don't consider that a Holocaust, or even I don't even know. They might be considered a genocide, but not a Holocaust. I don't know. The Holocaust is supposed to be a unique event. It's a unique name to memorialize the 6 million that died.
And it wasn't used before the Holocaust.
It means burnt offering or something, literally. And that's what Shoah means too, I think. What does Shoah mean? Let me double check.
Burnt offering, that doesn't make sense.
No, it's because they were burned. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to the library to research this right now as we speak.
Or I'll just tell you what they say on the internet.
This is what we do on Sunday.
Holocaust and Shoah were from the Greek word, derived from the Greek. Okay, Greek origin. It means thing wholly burns or sacrificed by fire. The biblical context is a translation of the Hebrew word olah, which refers to burnt offering sacrifice to God that was completely consumed by fire with nothing left over. I guess because the Jews were burned in ovens, right? It invokes the memory of the burning of bodies in the crematoria and open pits during the final solution. The Hebrew word Shoah means catastrophe, devastation, or utter destruction.
I prefer cheese pizza.
Come on, sugar. Come on, don't make light. This is a serious conversation. You're basically like giving license to the anti-Semites to come up here and deny the Holocaust.
But these people are like, the English is their second language, and half of them are like mentally ill. Why even communicate with them? I'm sorry.
What do you mean? They're not. These are Americans.
The vast majority of people that you tend to go into arguments with are English is not their first language.
The worst, most virulent anti-Semites on this app are Christian supremacists from America, okay? It's Pepe, it's...
they're all mentally ill.
They're perfectly sane, and they've come to a conclusion that the Holocaust is overstated and that Jews are fundamentally evil and cause their own Holocaust. They believe this shit.
Perfectly sane should be used loosely there.
They're all on some form of government assistance, Buttercup, okay? And they're living at home and they don't work. Telling you the truth. Maybe 2020, 2021, and kind of 2022, there was some substance of individuals that provided.
There's a funny story you'll like, Sugar. I remember right when Trump got elected, I was hanging out. There's like a lot of Jews who are like liberal, except when it comes to Israel, and so they voted for Trump even though they're liberals, right? And like this guy that my friend's boyfriend.
That's Florida.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess in some parts of Florida. So this guy was basically telling me how he has 2 kids and he got them all, signed them up for Israeli citizenship when they're babies in case the Nazis come back. And then at the time Trump is getting elected, where literally he is in bed courting Nazis as part of his campaign. And I'm just like, what do you think the fucking Nazis look like? Like, it's just some like weird, like for years and years, the liberals were just kind of like, why are they yelling about the Holocaust? The Nazis aren't coming back. Everyone's exaggerating. Everyone's being melodramatic. And it was like the right wingers are like, you have to be vigilant. They can show up at any day. Figure out who's going to hide you, right? And it was like this sort of dichotomy in the community, whether to be hyper vigilant about the Nazis coming back and showing up in America. And then Trump got elected and it became the reverse, where literally there's Nazis in his administration. He's courting Nazi white supremacists in our country. He's empowering them. He's legitimizing them. And then suddenly liberal Jews are fucking terrified because they realize the sort of authoritarian fascist direction we're going in. And the right-wing Jews are like, yay, we're so happy. Like the people who used to be paranoid about the Nazis showing up and get their kids Israeli citizenship from birth are the same people who are now celebrating a president that courts and welcomes Nazis into his administration and into his ear. Speaking of the Holocaust,
I've seen it in the entirety of living my whole life in Florida. There's a lot of very confused individuals here, and no one understands what up or down is anymore. Like it's so loose ended, and like my father is a great example. Like trailing him through his own eyes and like walking through because he's so boisterous and very vocal. Like my dad has always been a Republican, but he hates Trump. He absolutely despises Trump. So therefore, he became a Democrat. Though he speaks and espouses as if he's a Republican still, right? He's very, hard individual, but he hates Trump so much that he's quote unquote a Democrat. So he'll navigate in conversation with other boomers, like out and about at the diners and stuff, like at the local bagel place. And the signaling is so confusing because you have Democrats that come from New York and all of a sudden are the staunch Republicans, but have some very liberal views, whereas my dad is now a liberal who has very conservative views. It's like it's the most diametrically opposed perspectives, and it's very confusing. So when you sit there and they're arguing about things, they don't know what they're arguing about.
They're just either like parroting things that comes from within the party that they now quote unquote support, but yet again, internally, intrinsically, they feel quite the opposite. So like, and I listen to them, like I don't intervene. I think all of this is all dumb. But from like a bird's eye view, when I like listen to like, you just go to the diner, like come to South Florida, you'll like hear these people like at the local diner. Like I'm telling you, it is a funny experience. You just go to listen to these like Joey Bonafuku fucking New Yorkers, and you're going like, wait, you're Jewish? What the fuck's happening? And then I listen to my dad talk his shit, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? All you guys are absolutely fucking positively retarded.
Yeah.
1,000%.
We're all retarded. We've all got off the deep end.
It makes no sense. So like, that's why I once again, to digress, all this stuff is so stupid to me, and that's why I make fun of it, and that's why I troll. It's just it's so dumb.
Yeah, it does. It was a joke to us. Holocaust education was a joke to us because it was so ridiculous. They were showing us these piles of bodies when we live in America, and our life is so privileged, and we have so much access to opportunity, and we've achieved so much status. It's really ridiculous, right? Everyone is privileged. Everyone lives in the suburbs, and we're sitting there talking about piles of dead bodies and great black and white pictures. And now suddenly we're seeing pictures, piles of bodies, and skinny children, and all of a sudden the Holocaust memorial organizations are telling us to look away and close our eyes, and it's the opposite of what they've been drilling into our heads.
It's for those that live here, that once again, my experience is not just yours, obviously, but like they take yours in consideration too. But in here, what I think it is that they have been how can I say that? They have not escaped. It's become a habit to only look at our own atrocities, the own issues that we've had internally, and they can't see anything outside of that. And if they do, they try to compare it. It's like, well, either they're shunned or they're kind of like, well, it's not really important to my relevance and to like what I
There's something especially corny about like sort of and like funny almost, like amusing, like caricaturistic about the American Jewish psyche and pathology of being obsessed with the Holocaust. And it's the basis of so much like hilarious like literature and art and movies, right? Of our sort of, American Jewish post-Mormon, post-war pathology of like fixating on the Holocaust and seeing ghosts of Hitler everywhere, right? And then that's why it's so ironic, right? That suddenly it becomes a sacred cow when it has to do with when we are the ones who are human trap of dehumanizing the other.
And yet again, you got like Jewish influencers that, that they're making fun of themselves. They're Jester-maxing themselves.
I don't know who you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about like the pro-Israel influencer ecosystem?
No, well, there's a kind of a duality I see in the influence world.
You use general terms, they, them, who? Be specific.
Well, there's quite a bit. There's a lot of local influencers here in Florida that are like super Jewish, but they don't partake into the ethos of like the hard right kind of thing. They kind of like joke on it, and they want to be as relevant as someone who's like who's also like who questions like Sneeko and all that. Like they kind of virtue signal to people like him, and they want to be part of that ethos. So have you not noticed like it's all the alt-right white supremacists are all diverse. They're all diverse, right? Like Kenny Ko, Sneeko.
I don't know who these people are.
And it's important. Are you kidding me? You absolutely should understand.
These are right wing.
No, these are all black, Arab, Hispanic. It's the most goofiest thing to see.
They're not Arab.
I know that's what I'm trying to.
What are you saying about them? What are they? How are they invoking?
These are white, like white supremacist activists. Like these are even Nick Fuentes. He's like a half Hispanic, right?
Okay, and how does that tie to the Holocaust narrative?
I'm trying to explain that the people that the Jewish influencers, especially here, the ones that try to vibe, they tend to gravitate to those individuals, and they'll end up setting up themselves with those people, like on a podcast, talking about Jewish issues and whatnot, and clowning on themselves and clowning on other people. Whereas like the hard right strays away from those individuals, and they become this very dictatorial, like individuals that are on I gotta send you a whole bunch of clips. I'll send you clips.
Send me
maybe
clips
you'll
and then I'll
understand.
try to info.
I don't think you will really care anyways,
about
but
it.
whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
What I'm trying to say. Hey Bob, what's up? Are you a Jew? Did you grow up with a Holocaust?
He's a Persian hybrid.
Okay.
He's all kinds of everything.
It's just a mix. We're talking about Holocaust education, how there's sort of two schools of thought. Like, so one version is that the Holocaust is a unique event in history. It cannot be compared to anything. And the other is that it must be compared. It's instructive. And many of us, when you learn about the Holocaust growing up, especially in the West, we also learn about Armenian genocide, Rwanda genocide, and we see it as an instructive event in history that is a warning about the capacity of man to do evil and dehumanize the other. And so we're discussing how both sides of this Israel-Palestine debate tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political purposes. And so we're trying to explore when it's okay to invoke and when it cheapens it and when it's actually instructive.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts?
I have any thoughts? I think are you asking me to opine on whether or not it's unique or it should be instructive?
It's okay to compare anything to the Holocaust.
Is it okay to compare anything to the Holocaust? Well, yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, good. So I'll give you an example.
Like, I think...
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
If people say Netanyahu is Hitler, is that okay?
No, I would make those comparisons. But, like, I would understand why someone makes them.
Is it okay to say the October 7 massacre was a Holocaust? Or just invoke the Holocaust,
no.
say it's the first atrocity since the Holocaust, the largest one since the Holocaust. Is it okay to make a comparative statement like that?
When Hamas went in and killed like some 1,000 Jews.
Yeah. Like, is it okay to say it's the largest massacre since the Holocaust? It's not okay to say that? Because it's
do you mean okay as in like socially acceptable, or okay as in do you think it's true or reasonable?
Is it useful?
Useful.
And useful to who? Because some people say like the invoking of the Holocaust was a way to sort of push Israelis' trauma buttons and generate support for the war, right? It's not that it's arguably could be one of the worst.
No, I think it's
the second one.
I think it's very ham-fisted to compare it to the Holocaust.
Yeah, I think the way they frame it is it's the worst massacre since the Holocaust. The worst massacre since the Holocaust of Jews.
I'm not
That
getting
happened
a
to the
question.
Jews, yeah. I think I'd compare it if we move it out of to specifically be about Jews. So we talk about what kind of other event is it comparable to? Maybe 9/11 is something that
that actually is a much better
comes to mind.
apt comparison.
Are you saying it's hyperbole? Are you saying it's hyperbole or an unfair or a false equivalence to compare the Holocaust to October 7th? Is that the question? Oh.
No. Okay, so we're viewing. There's two ways Jews since the Holocaust and thinkers and philosophers have fallen into two camps. Either the Holocaust was an exceptional tragedy in history you can never compare, and it represents something unique because anti-Semitism is the worst kind of hate, and it's unique compared to all other types of hatred, and we need to put it in a pedestal, and it has to be the sacred cow that we never compare, right? Other Jews say we must compare. It's instructive because it warns us about the capacity of man for evil and to dehumanize each other, right? And so these are the two schools of thought. And with Israel-Palestine, both sides have sort of weaponized the memory of the Holocaust for their own political agenda. And so what we're exploring now is when it's acceptable and useful and instructive to invoke the Holocaust and when it's offensive.
I still go to too soon.
Too soon for what? For the Holocaust? To compare to the Holocaust?
No, that's kind of like it's like well, you can't compare the impact in which like the incident that has happened. It's like, but it's too soon. That's what happens. It's like, well, okay, well, on the alternate on the coin itself, it's like, well, if you can't compare the intensity, well, then is it too soon or too late?
So Daniel has an interesting comment. He's from Israel, and I really wish that Emrose was still here so she could give us like an overview of what it's like. I think in Israel, it's far more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust than it is in America, where we take a more universalist, humanist perspective on Jewish ideals, right? And so they see anti-Semitism is very much in the forefront of Israeli culture. Everyone hates us. That's why we exist, and it's central to their narrative about why they exist. And so they have a much harder time saying any atrocities are similar to the Holocaust, or saying anything similar, or even comparing themselves, being introspective about themselves as the capacity of doing the very thing that used to oppress us. And so in America, though, we have a very different view. And the way we learn about the Holocaust is actually as an instructive event, where we do compare it to the Rwandan genocide, and we do compare it to the Armenian genocide. And in Hebrew schools and in day schools, when we learn about the Holocaust and Jewish history, we learn it through a prison. We see it as a warning. We make our great-grandparents' deaths meaningful by saying it is a warning on the human capacity for evil. And we are all susceptible to this, and the human capacity to dehumanize the other. And this is why I think a fundamental difference between Israeli culture and American culture, and I think Daniel in the chat is actually highlighting a major gap between American and Israeli Jews. I really wish Emrose was here, because she represents the far left in Israel, and she might have a different perspective. It might be in some schools they do see the Holocaust as instructive and something worth comparing.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Daniel, you want to come up? No, not this Daniel, the other Daniel Nero. You want to say something? I was talking about Israeli Daniel in the audience. He's like in the chat.
Well, I think we should get a sample from other Israelis that left Israel and that like now live in Thailand. I wonder if they.
So guys, this really makes.
Does anyone know any Thailander Israelis that could come?
They don't give a fuck.
I know, they're so over it.
They could give two shits.
So yesterday, Buttercup, remember I made that comment on Never Again, right?
Yeah.
And it was a comparison based on, like, say, empathy, exactly like how you probably see it as a Jew within the American paradigm. And like, now that you're saying this, it's making sense. Because I made a comparison that Ambrose didn't get, and immediately jumped at it out of like justified sensitivity, right?
Yeah.
And he said, no, we don't do that. We just don't do. All she's saying is we just don't compare it to anything.
Yeah.
Once the question was, I don't know, someone asked this like absurd hypothetical, like, what do you think is happening in the mind of like a Palestinian, right? When he's going through atrocities.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think is happening in the mind of Palestinian?
Yeah, so I made a poetic comparison saying that he's probably thinking never again.
Like if I was a Palestinian and be like, let's stop this and let's rebuild.
That could be.
And it's Hamas that is.
All right, David,
David, I'm not going there. I made a poetic comparison, right? And I said, a child is perhaps thinking, never again do I want my children perhaps to see such atrocity. A mother is thinking, never again do I want.
But if they only had two options.
Right? So, listen, I was giving a hypothetical. I was giving a poetic answer to that, kind of implying that surely, like, human empathy is uniform across the board in the human family. And that is the message I was trying to sort of convey, right? As a humanitarian.
Yeah, I think it was a little ambiguous. In her defense, it was a little ambiguous.
The question itself was a bit absurd, I think.
With all due respect, we've seen the humanitarian side of Hamas.
All right, David, you're missing the convo. You're not understanding the context. Keep up. Let me explain to you. I'm going to say it. I said it like 14 times. I'm going to say it again. Today, we're talking about two schools of thoughts in the Jewish community. Since you're from suburban Connecticut or New Jersey or whatever, tri-state area, you know, and you grew up around a lot of Jews, you know that the Holocaust is a big part of our narrative and our cultural history and our cultural heritage in the last 100 years. And one thing we talk about is there's two schools of thoughts. One is that you can never compare anything to the Holocaust. It's sacred. It's a sacred cow. And we should see it as a unique tragedy in history. And there are many unique characteristics of it. And it's true. On the other hand, many people in America, especially more liberal Jews in America, see the Holocaust as instructive, and we want our great-grandparents' deaths to mean something. And the way we make it mean something is we say we must compare things to the Holocaust and see it as a warning of the capacity of human man towards evil. This is the question we're talking about. We're not talking about Hamas. We're talking about whether or not we may or may not compare things, and when it's acceptable to compare anything to the Holocaust. That's the convo, David. Stay on topic. Thank you.
I thought that supporting Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel was how we memorialized the deaths of our ancestors.
That is sort of that is the narrative in Israel, which is why they tend to have a different relationship with the Holocaust than American Jews.
Yeah, I would agree with being said. It's the ongoing stabilism of the Jewish state is the most.
When's the last time you slept, David?
Okay.
Can we not boost Buttercup's ego anymore?
What do you mean? Who's boosting my ego?
Buttercup, you're short and you need a step stool to get to the top shelf.
I was going to
that
make
is
a
true.
that
That is true, exactly.
Buttercup.
Call it a
I'm
hunch.
sorry. I was being mean. You were making a good point, David. Go.
No, I don't want to make it anymore.
No, he wasn't.
From your
I'm sorry.
expertise as a suburban
New Jersey.
The only suburban he is suburban trash. So
suburban Peruvian. With
That's redundant.
Wait, docs.
Suburban trash.
Oh yeah, I find it bizarre that no comparison can be made to something that is placed at a pedestal wherein one is just not allowed to make any comparison to a particular tragedy, a tragedy that no one's calling it by no means is it less, or by no means is someone being reductionist about it, and yet you're not given the freaking opportunity to make a comparison. Don't you think this is absurd?
Well, the truth
I'm going to ask all.
American Jewish culture is full of comparisons. We've written so much amazing literature and art and music and movies, from Philip Roth to Mel Brooks to Isaac Bashevis Singer, that kind of skewers the Holocaust and is irreverent towards it and finds humor in it and finds a meaning and lessons in it. And this is part of our American Jewish culture, which is why I think there's a bit of a gap now between us and Israel, where their whole foundation of their narrative of why they exist has to do with sanctifying the Holocaust and making it an exceptional event. And that justifies their existence, so they're scared to touch it.
Let's not forget Woody Allen.
Woody Allen, yeah. Look, this is just part of. This has become our. I don't know. We're able to.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you that the opinions that I do admire are those that are all my Jewish male friends that are all married to Latinas. So I'm going to get back to you on that and see what they think. No, to answer your question, not all of them are married to Big Booty Lip.
So everyone can check out the chat if you want to see an example of Israeli attitudes towards the Shoah and whether or not there are lessons for us and how we process it and make it meaningful. In Israel, they have other ways. They sanctify it, they elevate it, they put it, they make it sacred, right? And in America, we see it as something that we interpret in art and analyze and see lessons in. Azazel, you want to come up and talk about the Israeli experience and how you guys talk about the Holocaust?
Well, how do we compare that to Black History Month, to what happened to the blacks?
Oh, we did talk about that. Excellent point, Blessed. So
I didn't make a point. I asked a question.
So
Thank you, Blessed. That's actually very.
That's something we covered, actually. Sella, go ahead.
Shut the fuck up, Michael.
Oh, he said, why don't we compare it to Black History Month? Why?
I think somebody's mic's really low.
Yeah, if your mic's not.
What is the point of the? How are we comparing it to It's we should have a remembrance where we teach the Holocaust, or?
Okay, so the question is, I'm going to say this again for the 100th time. There's two schools in Jewish thought and Jewish philosophy and Jewish community of how to talk about the Holocaust. On the one hand, people say you should never talk about it. It's a unique event in history. It's sacred, and it is unique in a lot of ways, and therefore you should never compare other atrocities in the world to the Holocaust. And other people say, and especially don't weaponize it for political purposes like people do all the time. The other side says, you should compare the things to the Holocaust. In fact, many American Jews learned about the Holocaust and discuss the memory of the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan genocide and all the other and the Armenian genocide, and we see it as a lesson, and our great grandparents' deaths as meaningful when we actually use it as instructive, as a warning about the capacity of man towards evil and our capacity of man to dehumanize the other. And so then, when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, some of us see echoes of it, but then all of a sudden our institutions who have been telling us to keep the memory of the Holocaust alive are suddenly silent and telling us to close our eyes and look the other way. And so this is sort of a theme, and I wanted to open up the question, because both sides in the Israel-Palestine conflict tend to weaponize the memory of the Jewish Holocaust for their own political gain. And so I wanted to without imposing my own beliefs on it, open the discussion about when it's acceptable and fair to invoke the memory of the Holocaust and when it's inappropriate. And many times it is inappropriate.
So you're telling me right now that the people in Gaza and the people that are pretending to identify as being Palestinian aren't weaponizing what happened in Gaza for their benefit?
I don't know what they're doing, but I'm saying, like,
what do you mean? You hear it all over social media.
Okay, I don't really care what they're doing. It's not my business. My problem is, when I grew up,
why am I getting X's when you guys know it's true?
Because you're
okay. So let me respond.
You're not staying on track.
I am staying on it. We're talking about weaponizing.
You made a point. So let me respond.
How dare you?
I think this is what I wanted to focus the conversation among Jews, because there's a binary in the Jewish community about how to talk about the Holocaust, okay? This has nothing to do with how Gazans talk about the Holocaust. It has to, or non-Jews.
We don't have a book on how to talk about the Holocaust. I don't know why
there are
you're
many
opening up a
books.
room about
There are numerous books, Blessed. If you read a book, you'll know there are many books on Jewish thought that are decided in the article above about how to talk about the Holocaust. This is not a new concept. We've been talking about it since for 80 years, okay? So let me respond to what you said. As a child of great-grandkid of Holocaust survivors, I was drilled into my head with these very bleak images of piles of body and emaciated children. And when the Gaza war broke out, at some point you start to see echoes. The things that they taught you and warned you about and tell you are instructive about humanity and our capacity for evil all of a sudden become relevant. Regardless of whether or not it meets the criteria of a genocide, you can't not see those things that your Holocaust education drilled into your head growing up. But when I say it, all of a sudden, those very people who said, oh, never forget the Holocaust and see it as a warning for humanity about the capacity for evil are suddenly telling me that, just kidding, don't look, like, this is not relevant. This is not comparable, and it's actually taboo to compare. And so we're trying to explore this paradox, right? That on the one hand, they told us it is instructive to compare, and now they're saying, just kidding.
Bibi, is it okay to compare other atrocities though?
Love you, Buttercup. I love you.
Yeah, I love you too. And Mohammed.
You can't do that. Now he's gonna think you're his wife.
Yeah, in a very platonic way.
No, seriously, you gotta be very careful.
Megatron, I'm warning you, there's, I should, since that's kind of in your room, I should put a PSA. Any even slight conspiracy theory about Jews controlling the media or questioning the legitimacy of the Jewish Holocaust or any anti-Jewish conspiracy, you immediately get pushed down without finishing the thought, because that is what caused the Holocaust, and we're going to treat it with sensitivity to deserve.
I want to hear what Bibi has first.
What was wrong with the first three versions of Buttercup?
She was a little too feisty. She made too many enemies.
She was too anti-Semitic.
Fuck you. My crime, Bob, was being naive enough to think that humans have the capacity to live together and not kill each other for each other.
We can't.
I mean, I don't know what to think about the topic.
It's okay. You can just listen.
Well,
if your language is not English,
I want to add to the framing. Sorry, what? Was that
you can only answer if English was not your first language.
Right, he's trolling.
Always.
Bob.
Well, you're in luck. English is not my first language.
Okay, and do you have a mental disability by any chance?
Stop talking, sugar.
Well, I'm on this app.
Okay, you have the stage.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I think it's weird to say that it should never be talked about. So I guess I'm part of the second school, where it's like you should talk about it. I mean, it has value and being talked about. It's open up for comparison. Maybe there aren't any. Maybe there are. But not talking about it seems weird. Like adopting this like defensive isolationist position of like, nobody ever talk about it. It's unique, and then you terminate the conversation. There seems really strange.
It's absurd. It's like not allowing humans to even like cause that degradation and tragedy, or even if you want to put it on like the pedestal of all tragedies, okay, within a certain community or in the world, to not be allowed to make a comparison, it's rather absurd.
Do they actually mean don't talk about it at all, or don't compare it to anything else at all?
Yeah.
I think it's what you described, that how the way you described African Americans being offended when people compare things to slavery. I think it's something similar to that. It's a similar sensitivity where it is a unique atrocity in history, and people think that you should respect it and not cheapen it by saying, "Oh, a lesser tragedy is the same as the Jewish Holocaust, which was really, really shocking to the world and changed irreparably changed us as humans," right?
Stella, it's more like saying like Christ who died for our sins on the cross, and XYZ who died out of like self-sacrificing themselves for the greater good, sort of a thing. And then it would be natural to say, no, you don't compare Christ to these to mere mortals, right? Something like that.
Terrible example, but I get it.
See, so you see how it's where you place it. It's how high you place it. Say that again?
Yeah. I mean, it's always been this way. If you read the article above, you might have to use a paywall remover. Like, it sort of lays out the dichotomy, the binary in our community about how to talk about the Holocaust. And I think most people fall somewhere in between, but I think it depends also, like, politics has a big influence on it. So you find that people invoke the Holocaust. It's okay. They find it okay to invoke the Holocaust when it's for their own purposes, when they're saying, oh, October 7 was the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, which may be a true statement, but the invocation of the Holocaust is designed to push people's buttons and make them feel a certain way, right? And then those same people say, oh, if you compare, and make any comparison to what's happening in Gaza and the Holocaust, you're an anti-Semite and you need to be excommunicated and you're a Nazi, right? And so I think people on both sides, to be fair, have sort of weaponized the memory of our ancestors' brutal murder for their own purpose, their own political purpose.
I think that if you are correct, Buttercup, and this particular one-time event is called the Holocaust, and then people are trying to use it as a Holocaust, it starts to get a little bit weird. Now, if you were saying like the Holocaust, like this is comparative, like this is like the Holocaust, right?
The thing is, there isn't a Holocaust. It's a word that was created just for the Jewish Holocaust. Right. Like if you say genocide, it's one thing. Yeah. People are more offended when I say Holocaust than when I say genocide.
Well, then I think that there could be a good legitimate reason for people to feel a certain kind of way if you're saying this is like a Holocaust rather than saying this is like the Holocaust. Does that make sense?
Right. And I think their argument is there is no a Holocaust. There is only the Holocaust.
I can see that. I can see that.
And the truth is, it's gratuitous. I don't need to say the children of the Holocaust committed a Holocaust. I could be more sensitive and say the children of the Holocaust are committing a genocide, or the children of genocide are creating a genocide, right? And that would be a gentler way to say it. When I say the children of the Holocaust are committing a Holocaust, I'm trying to be intentionally provocative. I know it's going to hurt people a little bit more because it refers to a unique event in history that affected all of our grandparents. I'm usually talk to Jews when I talk like that. I wouldn't talk to Gentiles that way because I know that they're not it doesn't have the same emotional attachments, right? It is like when I use that type of language, Stella, it's like I am trying to be provocative and maybe a little bit shocking because the word Holocaust or Shoah is sort of a sanctified word. It is like a unique. It refers to only one event.
Would you be shocking in order to like expose the hypocrisy? Are you saying
that's why I'm doing? Yeah, because I personally am deeply pained by what's happened, and I think that what's happened in Gaza has sort of undermined everything that we thought we stood for as Jews, and sort of pulled the rug out from under us about our values and what it meant to be a Jew and what it meant to make our great grandparents' deaths meaningful. And so I'm trying to be provocative and shocking when I talk to my family and friends this way, because I am deeply pained by what's happening. It's shattered my.
You don't think Jews are trying to prevent what happened to them before, like the Holocaust, to not happen again? That you don't see that. You really don't see that. That's what's going on.
Yeah, of course. I'm saying when we learn about the Holocaust.
So if you see that, if you say, of course, you see that that's what's going on, then what's the issue?
Because
so Jews are trying to prevent the second Holocaust.
Trying to prevent that from happening to you again doesn't give you a free pass to do it to someone else.
We're not doing it to someone else. We're trying to prevent that from happening. So we're defending ourselves.
As usual, the nuances are like way over your head. So keep up. We're talking about terminology.
I am up. The problem is you're behind, and the world sees your guys' bullshit. If you guys think that you're winning the narrative and the propaganda war, but you think
there's
because
no propaganda war.
Hold on, I'll tell you why. So you see an Instagram post and you think because it has 400,000 likes that you're winning and the world agrees with you. But if you actually go into the comments, you'll see that everybody's against you. The pro-Pali movement. People are against the fucking movement. They're just you spend a lot of money on fucking putting up posts, but if you ask people and families and regular civilians, they're sick and tired of the lies. They see way through it.
Thank you for sharing, BB.
Mr. BB.
I don't think we should engage with him.
Why not? Nobody asked you to think for everybody.
Please, BB.
Yes.
We cannot compare. We know exactly what happened in Kwartzow. We know exactly. We cannot compare it with any other massacre. What happened?
No, I'm not. With all due respect, sir, I'm not. I'm saying that the Jews or Israel's trying to prevent that from happening again.
Let him finish his statement.
Don't interrupt when two adults are talking.
You interrupted.
No, I didn't. I'm engaging with him.
No, let him finish and then respond.
We understood from the deep of our heart, from the taste of suffering we got it from the occupation, what happened to us as a Palestinian. We know exactly what is the meaning to stand in queue in a fucking chamber. To get in the chamber, to jump in the fucking chamber.
Listen to
me. Just listen to me. We know. We exactly know. This is why.
Fea, look up Fea in Spanish, what it means. That's exactly what you are, Fea.
Desgraciado. The Holocaust of the Jewish people. We pay a very high price for that massacre. You got what I mean? We still pay the price. You got what I mean?
You paid the price for the massacre you caused? Is that what you're saying?
No, the Holocaust. They're paying.
Hold on. Let him speak, Buttercup.
You're understanding.
I want to speak with him.
For the Holocaust.
Why is he paying the price for the Holocaust?
Because
that's the question.
What happened in Palestine, the result. We get rid of the Nazi regime not because they are Christians or
who got rid of the Nazi regime?
Who
got rid of the Nazi regime?
They are a Nazi.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime? You did it.
A nightmare for the human being.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
My friend.
My friend, who got rid of the Nazi regime?
I feel sorry. Still feel sorry about you. I feel sorry about you.
Listen,
I know.
Who got rid of the Nazi regime?
I am your destiny. You know why? I feel sorry about you because I am your destiny. You got what I mean?
No, I don't really understand. There's a communication breakdown. So who got rid of the Nazi regime? You just said you did. Your people did.
The world stand together.
The world or the wars?
Stand together to get out with this nightmare Nazi regime. Not because they are Christian, not because they are Orthodox or Jewish or whatever. Not because they are Buddhist, because they are a fucking nightmare for all the humanity. This is the point. And we pay a price. When you came, the first immigrant
You think that? Hold on. So you think Jews just started coming to Israel after the Holocaust?
Of course, we live together.
Okay, how can I communicate? This guy's a fucking liar, retard.
Before the Holocaust,
there was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust. Are you telling me?
During the Ottoman period. Listen, please.
What European Jews? He just said the Jews.
The Holocaust. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You're saying that there was no Jews in Israel before the Holocaust?
No, that's what he's talking about. You're intentionally being potentially obtuse.
No. Who else heard what he just said?
No, you're listening. You're half listening. Just listen.
Shut the fuck up, Bronstein. What did he say?
Shut the fuck up.
He's pointing out that Palestinians have been paying the price for the Holocaust for 80 years, okay? And they suffer.
Man. Stop being a fucking victim. Do something productive. You guys get more money than
unsympathetic to the Holocaust, but they have been paying the price for the Holocaust.
Yeah, I know. They're paying the price so dearly. That's why they're digging tunnels in order to terrorize people. Stop, man.
Why should you all guys be the only victims now?
We're not victims. That's the problem. We're victors.
We're not
victims. That's the problem. You guys want us to be victims. We're not.
Well, like by tomorrow, you know what you did in Gaza.
I'm sorry.
Please, sorry. What you did in Gaza, you know what you did. Exactly. We saw it, you know, on videotape, live, what you did. It is different than 1948. Not much people.
Wait your turn, it's sister.
Yeah, so you're telling me, okay, hold on. Listen, the problem is
tomorrow if you make
people are gonna yell at me, but
if you make a vote tomorrow in Gaza,
Mood, let me ask you a question.
Come on, man.
Let me ask you a question, Mood, without being interrupted.
Same like
so you're saying, hold on, Mood, can I ask you a question, Mood? Without the respect, sir. So you're saying the world, and I don't want to be interrupted. So the world seeing you. Who's unmuted? Oh. So you're saying the world's seen it through video and Instagram and Facebook and all that, right? Correct? Hello? Mood.
He watched the videos.
Hold on. Mood. So did the world also see the Nutella stores, the restaurants that were still open during the whole time that the world was seeing these fake videos come out? Did the world see that these restaurants that were still open inside Gaza, that there's still buildings still standing inside Gaza? Or did they only see the part that the world wanted, that the propagandists wanted you to see? Like the rubble, destruction, and fake fucking tears. Like, come on, man. How does a fucking whole room of people still not understand what's going on here? 70,000 people dead, that's way too many. Absolutely, I agree with that. Okay. But 70,000 out of 2 million people in 2 years? You don't think that's precision striking?
All right.
What's the matter with that? Well, why can't I speak when I have something to say? Why do you want to shut me down? But I'm asking Mood. He's saying that the world's seen it. Did the world see the restaurants? Mood. Did they see the restaurants that were open? Why aren't you answering?
Okay, you're taking it out of... Okay,
I'm not taking anything out of context. He said the world's seen what happened in Gaza.
You're getting derailed and this is boring.
Baby, you're yelling. Can you take a Xanax and chill, bro? Jeez.
He's going to go in the audience until he calms down.
Can we get back on the topic?
Yeah, so to recap the topic, I don't know if did you hear the intro, Igor? Basically, we're talking about Jews, how there's like a binary about how to talk about the Holocaust. Some people say it is instructive and we should compare things to it, and they learn about the Holocaust by talking about the Rwandan and the Armenian genocides, and they say it's instructive about the capacity of man for evil, and we must learn and make our great grandparents that's meaningful. And then the other half say it's an exceptional event in history. It's horrific. It was industrialized killing, and we must treat it, sanctify it, make it like a gold, something that can never be compared. Right.
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't compare.
Really?
And because I think there is events in history who have different. When I say doesn't need to be compared, that doesn't mean that the other crimes are small or anything, right? But I think that the Holocaust is specific event in the history that actually, and I think most of academic agreeing on that is was industrial killing and stuff like that, and it's very unique. So when we starting comparing that with other crimes that happened, like let's say in World War II, the genocide of the Serbs in Croatia, that kill around 500,000 people in camps, it's also different than the Holocaust that happened to the Jews, right?
But can't we say every genocide is unique and not compare the two? Say they're like apples to apples is one thing, but to just say to make it meaningful and say we learn from this about the capacity of humans to become evil or to dehumanize the other, then makes actually the tragedy more meaningful for a lot of us who are descended from Holocaust survivors, right?
Yeah, I agree that we shouldn't forget that and we should learn about that and that never should happen again, right? And then if we have education about Holocaust, we will prevent genocide, other massacres, war crimes. I agree with that. But if you're comparing something that is not parallel with the Holocaust and making the same, how do you say it in English?
Equivalency?
I don't think that's fair, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, for example, I think when we're comparing some massacre and genocide, that need to be precise, right? We can't say that every war crime is a genocide. In the same vein, I think that we can't say that every genocide is like a Holocaust. So I don't believe that Holocaust, and by the way, that word was used like even before the World War II with a little bit different meaning after 45 or something, starting to be very uniquely to the Jewish suffering.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so point I'm making is that, like, for example, for me, the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide are totally two different things because the motivation was different, the execution was different, the hatred was different. So I think this is like uniquely Nazi ideology that was affected to Jews, right? You can make argument that, like I said, many Serbs died, many Slavs died, Gypsies, homosexuals, but the level on the hate Nazis to the Jews, they were like, I don't want to offend anybody, but they were saying they are not human, right? And you have the second tier that were Slavs and so on, so right. So again, they have like very detailed plan how to do that, industrialize that. We didn't see, for example, in Armenian genocide or Holodomor in Ukraine, when they have different motives of what happened. So I don't think that we should like kind of water it down.
But aren't there common threads? Okay, so I guess in like to Jews though, like when we were sort of brainwashed from birth to talk about and memorialize the Holocaust, right? And we were seeing these images, and I think to me, like as a Jewish person who takes my cultural heritage and this legacy pretty seriously, like when I see things happening in Gaza at the hands of, in the name of Jews by the Jewish state, regardless of whether it meets the criteria of a genocide under international law, regardless of if it was provoked or not, which of course the Holocaust was not provoked, regardless of these like distinguishing characteristics, to me, like I think it's valid for me to see echoes of what my great grandparents went through in the images that are coming out, and to me, like it makes it's an affront. It's insulting to their deaths to not use it as instructive, to use their memory and of their tragedy as instructive.
Are you like trying to gaslight people by saying that you take your Judaism serious? Like, Buttercup, are you serious?
All right, you know what? Go down. Go ahead.
Okay, so for example, my family, my grandmother was slaughtered by Croatian in the camp, right? In the eyes of my grandmother, right? So if somebody starting to kind of making the same argument that what happened to the Serbs in World War II and what happened, like, let's say, in NATO bombing in 1999, and we have those cases, I'm kind of getting offended because then you're kind of towing down what happened to my family, right? In both cases, we suffered, but the level of suffering is different. So that's why I don't think that we listen, I'm for absolute free speech. So everybody can say whatever they want. But when we're talking about this thing, historical things, maybe legal, political, I think that we should using, like, for example, I'll give you last example and I'll shut up, I promise. So when they, and I agree with Sarah when she's saying like a chattel slavery should be maybe compared to the chattel slavery in Russia that was existed until the Peter the Great. But other than that, I think it's bad. The last thing I will say,
I think that at the end of the day, we should learn about this atrocity, like to learning, right, and to understand that humans are possible to do that. But we necessarily shouldn't compare those things. For example, when they're saying Trump is Nazi, and I'm not like MAGA or right winger or something, Americans saying they're Nazi, it's kind of, for me, the family who have the problem with the Nazis in World War II is kind of dishonest and kind of, I'm not getting offended, but I think it's like watered downing stuff. And in that regard, I don't think we should like compare the Holocaust with any other genocide. Does that make sense?
It does, and that's a really valid point. You made a bunch of really valid points, and I thought that was an interesting comparison about your family's experience in Croatia. I want to, on the flip side, people call MAGA, people throw the word Nazi around pretty lightly, right? Sometimes in a tongue-in-cheek way, sometimes in a serious way, but like people on the flip side, that was another point I was trying to make, is a lot of people weaponize the Holocaust and its memory for their own political purposes. So like Jewish people and pro-Israel people on this app are very easily classify me and Emrose, for example, as capos, which are in our history is worse than Nazis, or the Jewish collaborators of the Nazis, because we perceive the war in Gaza as genocide, right? And that they see that as like a traitorous position.
Sure, you have idiots all around. But the point I'm making is that there is a similarity, and when this war started, I actually said that in case in 90s in wars, like in the Serbian mindset, there was that trauma of the World War II and excuse for atrocity that we did, right? There was a fear that they will do the same, right? So it's nothing like unique on what you're saying, that a lot of countries, because of previous traumas, using that language and trying to justify something that is wrong, and I'm rambling now, but yeah, I understand.
I agree that it cheapens it. Like, I also hate when people say the word, like a lot of lefty Israelis use the word Judeo-Nazis, citing this guy, a really smart guy, an earlier Zionist who died, Leibovich, right? He coined the term Judeo-Nazis to criticize his own government's sort of like slide into Jewish supremacy and fascism, which he said resembled what they, the previous generation had experienced, right? And that is like an internal criticism in Israeli society that like the left in Israel has sort of adopted. But when I hear it, I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, why would you call people Nazis? It just flattens the conversation. It's not apt, it's dishonest. It cheapens the evil that the Nazis did.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. And that's why
I don't like when they call me a capo, but I also don't think we should call them Judeo-Nazis. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I mean, like in the American or Western discourse, we are in the stage that we're throwing some words very lightly, like Nazis, racist. A lot of right-wingers will call the Kamala Harris communist or Bernie Sanders, because maybe don't understand what communism is or was, right, and stuff like that. So in that and I'm kind of against that. Again, I'm saying I'm for absolute free speech, so everybody can say. But if you're talking about intellectual level, academic level, I think we should like kind of be careful what labels we're using. So
that was really helpful. I think I want to Stella's point about like comparing things to slavery, American, black slavery in America, or to your point about comparing things, different genocides to each other. I think I'm curious to hear from other people about their cultural experiences and lived experiences about like ancestral trauma that your family gets offended by when there's comparisons are made, and you find that it cheapens it, or if it's not an apt comparison, it makes you it triggers an emotional reaction.
Buttercup, I wanted to ask you, like, what goes through your mind, or what goes through you, either emotionally or otherwise, when the Holocaust, given the scale of the Holocaust, and how gratuitous and excessive the suffering, what goes through your mind when that is compared to something of a lesser magnitude? And I know that's I'm not saying that life is just a matter of numbers, like the more death is, we're doing the arithmetic of
yeah, I know what you're saying. So I guess it depends on the context.
Legitimately, what is it that you sense? Do you feel that it's being diminished
in ways?
So it depends on the context. So in America, I think American Jews have sort of found humor and subversive sort of dark gallows humor in the Holocaust since like the early days. From like, we've made a lot of art and literature, you know, even Seinfeld, right? There's a soup Nazi. We evoke the Holocaust in a humorous way, and it's one way of coping with trauma, right? And it's become sort of a cultural touch point in American culture. And that was sort of something that the Jews sort of created this model of how to joke about your ancestral trauma and these atrocities, even though, and not making it sort of a sacred cow that can't be touched, right? And I tend to have a little bit of a irreverent approach to the Holocaust because I also grew up with these like dark pictures and like drilled into my head, and it was kind of annoying. And so to me, one way to deal with that is to be like a little irreverent with that topic and maybe callous, right? But I think when it starts to apply to the genocide in Gaza, people start to get it's a little too real because I'm basically I'm not just joking about you. Oh wow, you're being a grammar Nazi. I'm saying something that I'm raising something that's a very inconvenient truth, which is that Jews are sometimes the perpetrators, right? Like, and that maybe we've become the very thing that used to oppress us, you know, and that is a tougher pill to swallow. And I when I make that comparison, I know I'm hurting people, but I feel like it's necessary. I feel like when you love someone, you tell them hard truths, and I know it's painful. And it took me a long time to say the word genocide about this war, even though I believed it was one, because I knew the second I said it, I was causing people pain, and I knew it was hurting them in a way, in a visceral, existential way. And like I didn't want to do that, but that now I feel we have to save to what things that we cherish, our values, what we stand for, who we are. We're having sort of like an identity crisis and a spiritual crisis that requires us to have hard conversations, you know, and use hard language. That is.
Yeah. So you would say that things like the magnitude of suffering, the magnitude of death.
No, I would never say it's apples to apples. Okay, I always acknowledge that the Holocaust was not provoked, and the Gaza, what I consider to be genocide, was provoked, right? And I also, as a journalist, I always put this qualifying language, what I consider to be genocide, right? Like the courts haven't decided, but I consider to be genocide. That way it gives me cover, right? And so I'll say stuff like that, but obviously I acknowledge that, you know, Hamas exists and embeds itself within civilians. These are realities. But it doesn't change the fact that Israel has culpability for its actions and the way it executed its war, right? And I always point out that there are things that are similar, like the industrialized killing, the invention of new technologies to kill on a mass scale that removes culpability from the killers, right? Like when you use AI to generate targets and have drones committing the killings, then there's no one to feel guilty. No one feels personally responsible, right? And like there are comparisons to the ghettoization of the Jews, right? Where they rationed, there's like man-made famine where a million Jews, including many of my relatives, died in ghettos because the Nazis rationed the admission of food and aid and most people died from exposure to elements and starvation and things like that and disease. And that's similar to conditions on the ground that are being created in Gaza. I'm not saying it's an apples to apples identical to the Holocaust, but I'm saying there's common strains that if you're a Jewish person whose great-grandparents died and like you were raised with Holocaust, the typical Jewish American narrative about the Holocaust and Jewish history, you should see these warning signs. These red flags should pop up to you, and pointing them out is not anti-Semitic. It's not a betrayal of our values. In fact, it's an expression of our values.
Buttercup, don't you just see on the very face of it that using language like just how divisive this comparison.
Yeah, keep going.
You just not see that on its very face how divisive this comparison is, and it's like. Of
course, I see it. My family, it's like deeply hurt.
It is almost no, but it's like almost like intentionally doing something to get someone's attention, to bring their awareness to something maybe, or it has a rhetorical effect. But it seems like this is the wrong way to go about it, to compare Gaza to, the Holocaust.
Okay. So I think I pointed out, I'm always willing when I talk to my people, not non-Jews. I understand how non-Jews, a lot of people on the outside who have no skin in this tend to be a bit ignorant about the situation. So to them, I wouldn't run around floating Nazi Holocaust analogies because it's overly simplistic to someone who's not aware of the nuances. But to my people who have been following Israel closely for their whole life and have found Israel's policies increasingly hard to defend and increasingly incompatible with their liberal values, right, over the years, and it's culminated in the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, as it's described in mainstream and widely described, that I think it's a fair conversation to have as people whose identity is so shaped by this major traumatic event that nearly wiped them out in Europe, including my great-grandparents, okay? It shapes our narrative about who we are, Danielle. This is a formative part of our identities, and it shapes our values. It's the way we teach our kids to conduct themselves. It's the way we teach our kids to look at the world. And to suddenly turn a blind eye and close our eyes when we see red flags or similarities, regardless of it, whether or not it meets the legal criteria of a genocide, is to betray our values. It's to betray the core of what it is to be an American Jew, Daniel. So I'm just teaching you, maybe you don't know a lot of American Jews, but this is core to our identities and core to our value system. I want to ask...
Sorry, Congress. I'll land here, and this is the last question.
Oh, go ahead.
The idea is, all right, well, you want to inspire within Jews this idea that, hey, look what we're becoming. We're becoming just like those that
What's the process?
That we're becoming Nazis. That's what you're saying to a Jew, and you're expecting that to be something that is going to be edifying or fruitful in any sense. And it's not. Why would that ever be? Why would that ever produce the type of change or the type of awakening that you want? By comparing Jews to the people that mass executed them. Like, what? Why? Why would you think that would be a helpful way?
First of all, Daniel, I'm actually against calling any particular people Nazis, right? When people call me a capo, I think that's wrong. It's criminal. When people, I am against using words like Judeo-Nazi, which is popular in the Israeli left, right? I don't use these words. I think it's flattening, and I think an individual, we're all parts of systems, and we need to take that consideration, and we're not God, right? But I think it's instructive to use our cultural heritage and our history the way we've been taught to use it. And this is foundational. And I'm sorry that you find that offensive, but this is something Jews have been doing throughout our history. And I think if you learn a little bit more and you read the article above, you'll learn about how this has been foundational about the way we talk about ourselves and the way we interpret and make our great-grandparents' tragedy meaningful, Daniel. And so for you to take that away is taking away the meaning that I make out of my great-grandparents' horrific killing.
Buttercup, you're very... Fair enough. I'll read it. But thank you for answering my question.
Buttercup, let me know. Not going to be about you personally.
I think you should pass on. Buttercup, you're very, very thoughtful, but I think you should put the Reconquista in a larger context. And I'll be very succinct here, Buttercup, but as soon as the Muslims succeed in taking over Israel, they'll go on to reconquer Spain and Christian areas. It doesn't end with Israel, Buttercup.
This is not the convo. You're going down. This is a narrow convo. It's about, I wanted to talk specifically in a dialogue that's been happening in the Jewish community since the Holocaust. I wanted to continue the conversation and expand it, zoom out a little bit from people who have experienced other types of genocide and atrocities in their family history, and how they are sensitive to it, and the way they navigate these delicate sensibilities around talking and comparing to their family's traumas. Okay, that's the conversation. I don't really care to vilify any particular group right now.
Have you spoken about? Did Leibovich come up or not?
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it, but I think you should talk more. I wanted actually to ask you earlier because I was talking about how in America, how we learn about Holocaust education, and we see it specifically as something that we should, as instructive. that we should compare to subsequent. We learn it in the context of the Rwandan genocide and the Armenian genocide, and this is part of our culture. This is part of, for many of us, is part of our Holocaust education. And I think in Israel, I just wanted to know if it's a little bit more taboo to compare things to the Holocaust, or if it's more accepted. I want to know.
Nothing is compared to the Holocaust here, and there's no such thing Holocaust education. It's just a Holocaust, and it's always there.
No, there's deliberate programs to send high school kids to Poland. There are curriculum.
Caleb, did you go to school in Israel? Did you go? Do you have children in school in Israel? No. Then can you let me talk?
But these
I literally said one sentence. One sentence.
She's right. Like, give her a chance. Go ahead, Memra.
Mute, dude.
אני מקשיב.
Okay, mute. You have background noise. Thank you. What he was referring to is that in senior years in high school, usually 11th grade, mine was 11th grade, certain students, not all of them, usually it's those who can afford it, and sometimes there's a pro bono, go on what they call, I'm sorry, but it's a Holocaust industry. They take you for a week, your whole class. You go and see concentration camps, ghettos. We went to all over Poland and a little bit of the Czech Republic, and it's insane. Looking back at it, you understand the level of indoctrination that happens there. It's weird.
But
Thank you for agreeing with me that there is. Thank you for agreeing with me that there is deliberate Holocaust education, which is exactly what my. It's exactly what my.
The state doesn't pay for it.
Excuse me.
The state doesn't pay for it.
Emerald, excuse me. I was making a modest point. You said that there is no Holocaust education. I disagree. There are Holocaust education programs all around the country, including the one that you mentioned. So don't lie.
So let her. Okay, so if you waited long enough, you'd hear her make the point. Now stop.
First of all, the state doesn't fund it.
Fucking liar! I didn't say the state funded it. You said you are a terrible. Emerald, if you have no capacity to actually listen, seriously. You are really difficult to have a conversation with. It's your way or the highway. This is not how you convince people. This is not how you convince people. You are unbearable. And it's not about your politics. And it's not your politics. It's your approach. Unbearable.
If you're being petty. Okay, Memra, I have a question.
Sentences.
Okay, Memra, I have a question about your Holocaust. Shut up. All right, you're going down. Sorry. So, Emrose, I think what the dichotomy I wanted to point out is that in America, in a lot of liberal Jewish education programs, we talk about it as instructive, as this is something that can happen to anyone, and it's a warning about the human capacity to do evil. And the way you learn it is, I think, and the documentaries I've read about your Holocaust education trips to Poland, is it's more that everyone hates us. It's uniquely a thing that happens to Jews, right?
It's not just the Holocaust trips. It's that you have the international, I think, memorial. We have the international one and the local one. The Holocaust Memorial Day is a few days before. It's all combined together. So you'll have the Holocaust Memorial Day, then you will have the Memorial Day for those who fell protecting the country or in terror attacks, or and then you will have the Independence Day. They link it all together intentionally, right? So from kindergarten, from the second year in the public education system, you are exposed to the Holocaust, and a lot before that. And there's a perpetuation. But I'm sorry, I'm going to be honest, and this is my point of view. Most people probably will lose their shit when I say this. Zionist propaganda exploits the Holocaust all the time, and it's a disgrace. It really is. And Norgis, I can say something about Iran that actually relates to that. But look, the Holocaust happened. But the perpetuation of the victimhood, whether it's the Holocaust or or October 7th, or the level of intensity that they perpetuate what happened to us, what did to us, is intentional. It's designed to maintain this victimhood and persecution and existential fear and vengeance. It's not a mistake. And yes, the Holocaust is being exploited. And there's nothing more dishonorable, despicable, and demonic than using the Holocaust as an excuse to commit another. And there's actually no word for Holocaust education. It's just part of your everyday life.
It's foundational to your narrative about why you exist, right? Like why
you have Holocaust. I grew up with a survivor of Mengele, body formed beneath me in the building. She used to have like psychotic episodes, and my mom like would bring her up. My husband's grandma had an Auschwitz number. It's just all around you. It's just part of your everyday life. You don't need education. It's just there.
Down on a mountain of iPhones. Where does this stash?
Yeah, and I think that is I think that's interesting. So I think that was a point I made earlier, which is really, really good point, that people exploit the memory of the Holocaust for political purposes all the time. And there is a way to talk about the Holocaust that is instructive and informative and useful, and there are ways that are less useful.
One of the reasons I do what I do is because maybe if somebody did it, then some of our families would still be alive if somebody did it for them. It's probably like complete pipe dream that will have any impact, but yeah.
Well put.
Hello?
I mean, if anything, like Barack was saying, like it becomes a benchmark where all comparisons made to it, as unique as it is, give you like a moral, or like what Ambrose was saying, would avert such events like from happening over and over again. Surely there's like a reductionist way. There's a reductionist approach, and then there's a hyperbolic approach, right? Where both would not do justice to a particular event in history that is like so grave and tragic. But to say that there are no common denominators, I think it's just rather bizarre, because the common denominator would be human suffering, would be the loss of like lives on a large scale, systemic oppression, racism, etc., etc. So these become like benchmarks by which we could sort of like compare to some extent, if not everything, tragedy to something that is like a bigger tragic event. Again, I'm finding it rather bizarre to like isolate a certain event and say nothing can be compared to it.
But there is other like we did point out for Black people, chattel slavery is a similar thing that people cheaply casually compare to the offenses, right?
Wow.
But I did want to say, to Daniel's point, like when I talk to my fellow Jews or to my family members and I invoke the Holocaust, I'm doing it deliberately, intentionally to be provocative. I do always qualify it because I know what they're thinking. I know exactly what's going through their mind. Oh, but we didn't start the war. Oh, but they embed themselves in civilian populations. Oh, but XYZ Hamas. So I always say it's not apples to apples.
But that means you're equating it to what's happening in Gaza.
Yes. When I talk to my family about what's happening in Gaza, I do try to qualify it. I use
That's a personal equation. It's not.
Are you interrupting me, David, or do you need to go down in timeout? So when I talk to my family about it, I'm just simply invoking my own family history that's also their family history in like a personal, intimate way that is like among friends, and we don't have to worry about what the anti-Semites are going to say or whatever, you know. And I think it's important because we have this shared history, and it's important, and I'm intentionally using provocative language, but I do always use qualified language too and say, well, it's not apples to apples and XYZ is different. There are these commonalities, and this is what they raised us. This is our culture. This is what they raised us to look out for. And to suddenly close our eyes and develop this like blind spot is a betrayal of our culture, of that education that you gave.
You know, David, can I respond to Rose really quick? I just want to, it's going to be really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
It's not going to be. So, Rose, I when you said propaganda or something, right? So through the years, well, let's just use a 2,000 year, or actually, 2,000 year mark in Rome. Jews have been thrown out of this country, that country. This constant sort of disdain or blaming things on this particular group. Then things get up again, and then they bring up these things from the past, and they get exiled again and pushed away and pushed away. And then let's just skip to the Black Plague. We get to the Ashkenazis. They start killing Jews merely.
Okay, can you make your point? We all know this history. You're not educating us.
Because they're but no. But the thing with Melrose is that he's not actually remembering all these steps.
Of course she is. This is foundational to our narrative about ourselves. What are you talking about?
That got to the point, right, where they were being systematically killed.
Buttercup, what is the joke about Jewish holidays?
Because it's you guys don't want to have comment. You guys just want to hear us.
You're not. Make your points. Like you have 10 seconds to win. To be a 10 seconds. You're giving us a litany of all the anti-Semitic events and all the oppression that we've experienced in history. We all fucking know that we're Jews. Anything else?
They tried to kill us. They failed.
That's just who we are. What are you fucking saying?
He's disregarding it and pointing out and saying, "Oh, well, it's propaganda."
אתם יודעים מה אכלו ניצולי,
sorry, you guys don't want to hear objections? I'll just listen.
just hold on. את יודעת מה אכלו ניצולי שואה במחנות ריכוז?
I don't know.
There's a saying in Hebrew called "nu." "Nu" means get to the point, quick.
So you see, I told Buttercup a joke in Hebrew that I will not repeat in English, because this is like a joke that every sixth grader in Israel knows.
Right,
and
what does it mean?
I'm not going to say. It's a really vile Holocaust joke if people don't, because it's none of your business. But the thing is that the way that I think it's very different than the way we look at it. Like very, very, very different.
It's true, but you bring onto this stage people that are stupid. I'm trying to say something. You bring onto the stage people that are stupid and long-winded, and it's a terrible combination because these stupid people take hours and hours, and it gets boring as hell.
I know, that's why we're rushing him. I don't think
for the record, I have 2 PhDs, for the record.
But I did want to say something, and please don't jump, okay? There's a relevancy to the Holocaust, and not just because it's a Jewish Holocaust, because it changed the world. After that, things changed, or at least we pretended to change them. We pretended to say, you know what, we've gone too far as a species, like we need to have boundaries. The genocide, Geneva Convention, the genocide definition, was written by a Holocaust survivor. The Geneva Convention was written because of World War II. So that's the importance of that, and that is why it's always been given as a point of reference. That's the point. Can you hold on? And the fact that I'm sorry, but if we're committing a genocide in the name of the Jewish state, there will be backlash. There will be backlash. And this is why Zionism is so fucking dangerous to Jews.
Okay, Zionism is not dangerous to Jews.
David, I don't care. You're the audience. Lion, what do you want to say?
I just think this is a wonderful room, Buttercup, and in all Jewish spaces, there's a debate between, I would say, the Meir Kahane branch, and the people who support Meir Kahane should have their voice, and they should have a place in the debate. But then there's also peacemakers, and we need to hear. Please let me finish first. I'm not interrupting you. I'm about to finish my plane. There's no need to interrupt me. I come to your space, Buttercup, because I want the smartest and most succinct supporters of Meir Kahane here, and I want the smartest and most succinct peaceniks, and I want to hear an honest, open debate, and I implore you to kick the retards off the stage because they make your room boring, and I'm done speaking. But
thank you for the feedback. I think Emerald, when we talk about
him or love him.
So when we talk about Meir Kahane here, we kind of talk about it in a tongue-in-cheek way to represent like sort of the Zionists, and then we talk about the the lefties, some people call them the Nukhba left, but we just use it in a tongue-in-cheek way. He doesn't actually mean Kahana supporters, right, Ryan? You just mean like the pro-Israel propagandists.
Well, when I refer to Kahani supporters, and I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahani, they are. I do.
Kahani?
Please let me finish, Buttercup. You know I'm your biggest fan on Clubhouse. I live in a community with many supporters of Mayor Kahani who have their children read They Must Go as their first book. But I also, I'm about to land my plane. Please let me finish. I'm about to land my plane. I also live among woke, leftist, self-hating Jews that want all Jews to leave Israel and give it to Palestinians. So I live among both communities, and I love hearing the two communities debate. And that's the reason I come in your room. And I implore you, Buttercup, kick the retards out of the room and invite smart people on stage. And I'm fucking done speaking.
Thank you, Ryan. I'll take it.
Can I just point something out? It's really weird that
he went out
and half self-hating Jew, and you all are and like acting like this is your country. You don't live here. You don't. This involves you in many different ways, but you don't live here. So respectfully, calm down.
Yeah, I think this is just sort of we're having sort of an identity crisis and a crisis of just in general as Jews. We don't really know what it means because we don't have the luxury of being Jews just by virtue of being Israeli. We have to engage with it in some way philosophically and be really neurotic and be hyper vigilant about anti-Semitism or some shit. We don't really know how to be Jews. And so a lot of the foundations, what they said meant to be a Jew in America and the diaspora, and the things we engage with to make ourselves feel like we're an ethnic group and a sense of peoplehood, a lot of those things they're sort of there's a lot of hypocrisy because then when there's an actual what I consider to be a genocide and things actually do those warning signs they warned us about are happening in Gaza in our names, they're telling us to close our eyes, and the Holocaust museums and the ADL and the institutions are saying no, this is something else, and we must never compare, So I think it's just sort of.
The thing is, Buttercup, you said you don't have the luxury of being Jewish just by the sake of being Israeli. I don't have the luxury of being Jewish without being complicit in occupation, genocide, and oppression. You have that advantage.
We do, and I should appreciate it more. That I don't live in a war zone, and I think you speak from a perspective that's super valuable, and I'm really glad to have it.
It's not about me. It's this is really a luxury that you have, and that you have an obligation to exploit to protect the Jewish people, right? Because this is indeed. There's no line. A year ago, I was seriously considering leaving here. Now I'm terrified of leaving, and because people are not going to come up to me and say, "I heard you're an Israeli. Where do you stand politically?" There's a lot of hate for Jews and for Israelis, and more. And nobody is blaming that hate as much as Zionism, and literally the state of Israel. Every narrative that it throws out there. It doesn't help that they've recently started pushing Islamophobia. And you guys in the diaspora are literally, you can save the reputation of the Jewish people. I'm trying as much as I can, but I'm more focused on stopping the genocide. But you can have the luxury of protecting the Jewish people. I need to stop the genocide. 80% stop the genocide, 20% save the reputation of Jewish people. For you guys, it might be the other way around.
Well put. Because they're different wars, for sure. So I don't know if we can deliver on a Kahani supporter, and what did he say? What do you call us? A lefty. Self-hating Jew. I don't know if we can find one of those.
Lefty self-hating Jew.
But we can try. We'll try to represent all the sides.
Did you just snort?
Just to be clear, I'm not a lefty. I am proud anti-Zionist.
Yeah. And I'm not a self-hating Jew.
Did you just snort?
I love Jews. Yeah, because he called it. I love the typecasting over here. Hey, shapeshifter, how are you? we're having a conversation about when it's okay to compare things to the Holocaust or weaponize the Holocaust and when it's not okay.
Okay, so we've heard the slurp. We've heard the snort. We've heard the burp. All we need to hear is the farts.
Oh no.
I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Those are really cute, by the way.
Did you read the Daniel? Did you read the article?
I'm about to start. I actually had to do just a bit.
Okay. Let me know when.
Do you know that there an article that came out by Amos Goldberg and Daniel Blattman? I think it's like end of 2024, and the opening line was, "It might not be Auschwitz, but it's crime of the same family, the crime of genocide." Sorry, Gaza might not look like Auschwitz, but it's a crime from the same family, the family of genocide, and they go on to explain it. But
can you post in the chat? Or I can look for it.
I can find it. It was in Aretz. Amos Goldberg.
The particular rule could be universally applied or not, because there are a lot of things that, in my opinion, are descriptive, but the church calls them prescriptive, and vice versa. So I think it all depends on what you want to do with that verse. That you call it.
Tell you, as much as I love our veterans, I get PTSD every time I go. And I went there with them this morning for breakfast. And that kind of drug me down.
Yeah, I stayed up too late last night. Oh, shit.
Sorry. I found it. It's called, I'm going to put it in the chat. And that's the real, like, no two genocides look the same. That's not the point, you know? You can acknowledge that no two genocides look the same and acknowledge that there's different factors and still see the Holocaust as instructive and useful to prevent and a warning. And then
Igor did a great job, by the way, by positing that. Like, he showed the uniqueness of it. At the same time, like, he showed how reductionist one can be.
Yeah.
Approach. I think he posited really well.
And that's why I wanted to hear more from him, because like his people experienced a genocide too. Igor, can you come back up? Because I think we're talking about
Hello?
Your opinion was really valid. I wanted to zoom out and compare it to other people experience it and their sensitivities about the comparison. Like, how do you see the death of your relatives as useful for or how do you make it meaningful? I don't know. I'm curious to what extent people are willing.
My position, that's why I was against all the crimes that we did in 90s, right? So I don't think that the justification of my people suffering justify killing others. So I don't have a problem with the war per se, army against army, but like the civilians, women, kids, I'm against that. But like I said, I actually have a problem when we're starting comparing some like very horrible crimes like the Holocaust with some other genocide because we water it down, right? And I believe there is like, we can't compare a genocide in Srebrenica with the Holocaust. Even, it's a genocide, it's horrible, but I think it's unfair, So if you're trying to be intellectually honest, I'm kind of against that, like I said. And I lay out my reasons why I don't think it's positive. And also, I don't think it's like, if you was calling something Holocaust, how to say this in English? I believe that you kind of pushing a lot of people outside of the point you want to make it, right?
Igor, can I say something?
Yeah, after.
No, it's fine. I'm a little bit troubling because I'm trying to translate in English, so I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
But like if you, go on.
For a long time, I had a lot of reservation referring to. A lot of people started to use the word Holocaust in reference to Gaza, and I didn't like it, and I was against it, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And there was a single explanation that I always gave, that the Holocaust industrialized death. And as much as Gaza was a genocide, there was no industrialization. That is until they started doing the General's Plan and the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and those death traps. That was engineered. Somebody sat down, somebody wrote a plan, somebody executed the plan. That to me was the benchmark. Once you industrialize the murder, once you industrialize the GHF, for example, exploited people's basic needs for food in order to exterminate them and gun them down like fish in a barrel. That was a full-on industrialization of murder.
Yeah.
And that's when I started using the word.
I understand your point, but like, for example, you will not call the Holocaust of the Serbs in Croatia.
I don't know enough about it. So
let him speak.
Yeah, let me tell you. So basically, you had a plan from the Nazi Croatians who wanted to 1/3 of Serbs to be killed, 1/3 to be ethnically cleansed, and 1/3 to change their religion in Catholicism. So the name was, the plan was from the Budak. So it doesn't matter. I don't want to go to details.
Will the moderators allow me to engage? Because I know Serbia.
Let me finish the scoop. Yeah, let me finish the scoop.
Yes, wait your turn, please.
Yeah, so point I'm making, like after World War II, we collectively agreed that Holocaust is a Jewish suffering, right? And I think should be left. I don't mind that we can like call it different names, like genocide, ethnic cleansing, whatever the legal term we want to use it, right? But I think it's like reductive, like who said it? Nargis said, right? That we using like a broad brush on every crime, and what you described happened in other genocide, right? But we still don't have that hate that Nazi had toward the Jews, right?
Okay.
And that's why I'm making the distinction. Okay, sorry.
So I want to make a point. So I think Emrose and I are coming from and Israelis and Jews.
She cut out here.
Yeah, Sarah being muted.
Sorry, we don't see it through the Serbian genocide. We see it through our own genocide, of course, right? And so I think it's natural that we would compare it to the Holocaust just because that was our historical trauma, and this is now perpetuated by our people. I think that's why that's why we make that link. And also to Emrose's point, I always saw industrialization in sort of the AI munition system. They created new technologies, just like the Nazis created the concentration camps and then the gas chambers in order to sort of take the fingerprints off the killing, because the Nazis were coming back with PTSD from shooting kids in the head while they're screaming. So they said, what can we do so they don't have to see the death, right? They could just push a button. And this is similar, this is even more hands-off when they're just using an AI-generated targets and like drones, so there's literally no fingerprints and no one feels culpability for the mass deaths that are happening. To me, I see that sort of invention of new AI technologies and machines to do the killing is another form of industrialization, an industrialized killing that detaches the killer from the
It seems that, making like we see atrocities and comparing them to the Holocaust doesn't seem to be problematic. The problem, I think, that becomes really insensitive is when we say like a Holocaust, this is a Holocaust, rather than comparing it to the Holocaust. That's where I think there's a level of insensitivity that's happening unawaredly. Am I saying that word correctly? And I'm now aware of it. Like this was very educational for me to note the difference, right? There is a true difference by saying, insert whatever atrocity is a Holocaust. You're really kind of negating the actual Holocaust by dropping the Holocaust, like saying this is like the Holocaust in these ways. But instead, you're saying a Holocaust, which is like really in a kind of way making what should be the title of an event, minimizing it. Like it brings it down.
It makes it not singular. It's a singular event, and now you're making it like just it dilutes it.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah. So
wait, I want to hear from Igor. Yeah, go ahead.
So would you like say that all slavery is the same, right? That is the distinction that I'm making, right? So that's a question for you. Would you say that every slavery, even they have
I made that point earlier, Igor.
No, I understand, but
okay.
if we're making the point that we can call everything Holocaust, that I disagree, then could we call like all slavery, Arab slavery, slavery in Ottoman Empire, Roman Empire slavery, chattel slavery, is they all the same or not? Or we can make distinctions? That is my angle I'm coming from, my perspective.
Of course we should make distinctions. No two slaveries are the same, but that doesn't mean we can't talk generally, broadly about slavery and try to prevent, because we must talk broadly about it as a theme and understand the common threads, right? In order to oppose it.
Like there's a difference between saying like, I was at work or like I was in this event and they treated me like a slave, right? That could be so offensive. But if we're saying like in the slave trade, when they did ... they're doing ... there's a less, we can distinct the
okay, so we're talking about, let's say human trafficking. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein. Right. Would you compare that to slavery because he's trafficking?
So like if you say, the people that, were human trafficked were like, the slaves in America, right? Like that could probably be offensive. But if you say something like, for example, this isn't the way it was, but it's a quick example. People were bought and sold, like they were in the slave trade, they were bought and sold also. Like to make it like distinct comparison is one thing, but to do you understand what I'm saying? Like if you're
you want to be as specific as possible about the criteria, so you're not lumping in or generalizing about the experiences.
Yeah, like for example, I use something a comparison often, right, to show that brutalized people do brutal things. And I talk about how the abolitionists were asked, do you condone the slave rebellion? Like the slaves turned on their slave masters and killed a whole bunch of people. Do you condone that? They're like, no, like we don't condone that, but we told you this would happen. We told you.
We told you this would happen.
Often in other examples, hold on a second, to show that like, listen, when you brutalize people, we're not saying that we condone something, but we're saying that this is an inevitability of what happens to brutalized people at some point, that they also can return brutality for, brutality for brutality.
Right. I think that's a good point in a way. I understand the point you're trying to make, and I think that's something that me and Emrose were making too when we were trying to say to Igor, like what we see, like when we point out a specific aspect of the war, which we say reminds us of the way the Holocaust unfolded, because we as Jews are very versed in the Holocaust, and it's so much a part of our narrative and the prism through which we see the world. And so she took one aspect of the war and saw industrialized killing. I saw another aspect of the war and recognized industrialized killing. And the reason we recognize it is because the Holocaust has so shaped our psyche in the way we see the world.
I have a couple comments here.
Isn't this conflict? What's the idea of debating about how do we call it if he does not recognize it's a genocide?
I think we're talking about whether or not we can compare this genocide to the Holocaust, because
it is worse for me. It is worse than the Holocaust, and I know this can upset a lot of people, but I don't think the Holocaust was broadcasted in 4K on TikTok that you guys have been seeing live every morning. And no one did anything about it. A lot of the war is up until it was too late.
Excellent.
Well, what's happening in Gaza was broadcasted 4K on your TV, on your phones, everywhere. You didn't do shit about it, so it is worse. Why? Because it says about these people that you're shitty genocidal supporters. You were looking at it, and you did not do shit about it. So
that's right.
Who did not say shit about it cannot fucking tell people what to say about it. For me, it is worse than Holocaust. It's not about the numbers, because
you made your point. You made your point.
Because the Belgians killed way more Africans than Jews. So it's not about the number.
Okay, so Benny, just to thread everything together, that is precisely the point we're making. That it's not an apples to apples comparison. In some aspects, it's worse. In some aspects, people might say, it's never. No two genocides are alike, and the situations are different, and there are different aspects. Some parts are more horrific. Some parts, people say, oh, but it was provoked or whatever, stuff like that. No two genocides are alike. That doesn't mean you can't compare specific characteristics to the Holocaust. Like it's just the question of whether the Holocaust is something sacred that can never be invoked, right? And that's something that some Jews feel that it's sacred, it can never be invoked. Yes.
I got to push back on it's worse. I had a more nuanced thing to say, but I just really reject the notion that it's worse.
It's one characteristic that's worse, right?
Yeah, I just think that attempting to tiptoe to the areas that are worse is so unproductive.
I don't care what you feel about it. I want to show.
Yeah. So relax.
I am very relaxed.
Okay. So no, just relax. So if Hitler was the prime minister of Israel and he wanted to kill the Palestinians, what he would have done was round up all the Arab Israelis and gas them.
He's doing it already. He's doing it.
This kind of very...
No, he's doing it.
We gotta do one at a time.
What's the next?
One at a time, please.
This very, very, very confused thinking. Starting to talk about what's happening is worse. Is very confused and unproductive for all the Palestinians.
No, don't tell the fucking Palestinians what to think. Focus on yourself.
Just relax, man.
No, I'm not gonna fucking... No, dude. Let's relax. You can talk about you guys as Jewish.
Shape, hold on. Shape, can I say...
I'd like to finish my point.
No, just a second.
We're gonna let him finish his point. Shape is gonna land. He's gonna land.
I'd like to finish my point. Everybody relax. What is clearly happening is Netanyahu is trying to silently erase the Palestinians. And so we need to recognize his techniques for what they are, okay? We need to condemn those techniques because he's, to some degree, getting away with it. If we sit here making parallels to Hitler that use completely different techniques, we've lost the plot and we'll lose people around us. We need to be smarter about it.
Okay, are you done? I will answer.
That was a good
point.
point.
I will answer. No, I will answer that shit. So what this guy is trying to tell you that we need to wait for Netanyahu to these gas chambers. Why? Because Hitler, if you did not stop him, he would not have done it. So Netanyahu, who's letting a crime over inside of Israel, kill Arab Israelis per year, whatever you want to call them, daily, every day, between 2 to 3 people being killed. Yeah, that's not enough. So he's preparing it, but by what's his name, Shape, wait up for the gas chambers, then you can start. No, it is worse for the Palestinians. It's way worse than a Holocaust. And you can say, hey, I don't like it, but don't fucking tell the Palestinians what to think. Because for a mother that lost her kid inside of Gaza, it's way worse than the 6 million Jews who were killed. Just like for one Israeli mother that her kid, just a second, I don't need her. Just like for one Israeli mother that she lost her kid, it's way worse than all of the 6 million Jews who were killed in the Holocaust. Okay? So keep your fucking advice for yourself. Don't advise Palestinians.
Hey, respect yourself.
And I hope you relax.
Respect yourself.
Shut the fuck up.
Shape, I want to. Can I say something?
Stop.
Shape, I want to. Shape, give me a second. Ignore.
Like an 8-year-old.
Shape.
For Benny.
I think. Shape, I want to explain something. One of the things that to me is the most terrifying of this entire situation, and I think it's something that we all need to acknowledge, that the narrative of never again was something the Jews cling to, right? Because the Holocaust, whether you like it or not, it was very hard to know what was happening there, right? The Nazis even had like a model concentration camp that had white picket fences and theaters and coffee shops, so it all looked normal. They would bring European journalists there to see the Jews are fine. We know the if the world in 2025 is capable of watching a Holocaust live and doing nothing,
Holocaust
that
live!
is one aspect of this that is far, far worse and more terrifying.
All right, so it's not like I don't know about this like oppression Olympics. I think both of you are right, and I think Benyatta is right and Shape is right in that there are aspects of this that were like the Gazan genocide was broadcast in 4K, and we did all see it, and no one was able to stop it, right? And at the same time, there is the ethnic cleansing that is a little bit more insidious. It is. And it is being conducted in ways that are like using norms or using mechanisms that don't raise alarms and don't make the headlines. So both things can be true at once.
But I don't like the idea that when someone want to tell people not to say anything about it, but yet he does not understand what's special about the Holocaust.
Does he say not to say anything?
No, Buttercup, just a second. Buttercup, you and Imrose, you both know what's special about the Holocaust. Like if I ask you, you say turn it into an industry. Now this guy doesn't know what mean turning a killing into industry, so he cannot say that. But once you understand the part of it, if you turn that, maybe if you shut the fuck up, you start understanding. When you try to understand that what Israel have been doing, turning the killing inside of Gaza into industry, meaning optimizing using AI, optimizing using all these technologies, using drone, that kind of put it in the same bucket. Now add another element into it. Do you need how many people were killed in 1 year inside of Gaza? Okay? Look at these numbers. Then go and look at what I'm like. If I want to compare, because it's my people, so I get to fucking compare. Now we'll go look at, did the people know about it? Did the people here wake up every fucking morning, look into their TikTok or into their YouTube or into their X account, and they saw Basim being burned alive? Burned alive. Yes, we all did that on 4K. What did the community do? Nothing. The community that's supposed to came up with these rules that to prevent the genocide. So it is worse. Why? Because it happened after you knew about it, that it could happen, and you swear that it will not happen. قص أختك.
لك أنت بتحترم حالك يعني.
بنيك أمك يا لبنان.
أنت
stop cursing, guys. We all know the Arabic.
عن جد I بشوم عليك, man. I'm not going to curse him because I was raised with better standards. I respect the upbringing that I've gone through. And you know, if his parents were listening to him, you know, they would be ashamed of him.
Yes, brother.
So anyway, what he said was didn't really make a lot of sense. He's just holding on to his point, using his fixed mindset. And you know, to say that nobody did anything about the crimes that were committed by Israel is not true. You can make an argument and say, well, you know, the Arab countries should have done X and they should have done Y and they should have done Z. Those are fair arguments.
The word justified it.
To say,
what are you talking about?
To say, I'm talking, and if you listen, you'll understand. To say that nobody did anything.
Nobody did anything.
Is, you know, it's just not true.
No, who did?
It's just
give
not
me a
true.
fucking example. Who tried to stop it and did stop it? No, so shut the fuck up. If no one stopped it and you all watched,
okay, so you want, what would you have liked to see?
No, what I like to see, like seriously, any action that would stop it.
Like what?
What do you mean? Like what? Who's asking? Who's asking? Who's asking?
Name an action that
no action from who? From the U.S. or from the Arab countries?
Would you
or from
have liked to see the U.S.
Military embargo. Military embargo from the U.S. Arab countries cutting sanction and they forcing Israel into letting food and aid into. Right, not kind of sitting with them in some. There are 100 ways. You know what? If Egypt would kind of close the Suez Canal for a few days, there's so many shit, man. If you don't know, shut the fuck up. Like, why do you have to open your?
All right, this is not productive anymore, guys. Guys, this is not productive anymore.
I'm trying to dump shit for this guy.
All right, guys, I think you're talking past each other. All right, Bugs, speak up. Bugs, it's your turn.
You know, Buttercup, this is a wonderful room, but there's just groupthink. There's just denouncing. How come you don't have any Kahanists on your stage? It would make the room more interesting.
Are you the same guy from before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
He was yelling about the Kahanis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you're the one who's here because you're annoying. If you have nothing to add to the conversation, kindly remove yourself.
Yeah, and if you think you could do it better, then go open your own room and do it.
I'm sorry, I have to say something. But respectfully, Shay, we have been trying to do since February 2024. I've known every single detail there is to know about Gaza, and I know exactly who did what, when, how, which country. World shape. The whole world was watching. The whole world. At best, they were ignoring it or throwing a condemnation here and there. At worst, they were justifying and arming the genocide. Like, we need to understand that the world is watching a Holocaust live. 2 years, the world watched babies freeze to death and did fucking nothing. We should all be terrified. This was always the concept was, okay, the Jewish Holocaust happened, but the world understood how bad that is, and no one is ever going to let that happen again. We should all be terrified. If it happened to the Palestinians,
question
anyone can be.
for you, Imraz and Buttercup. Can you tell me about all the ways that Jews were killed in the Holocaust?
Yes.
Okay, like what were the most common ways?
Gas chambers and fire pits.
Okay. They happened in Gaza. Literally, Gaza, the genocide in Gaza was the first genocide that humans were killed in every way. They were killed when they tried to get aid. They were drowned. They were burned twice. They were bombed in hospital.
All them by the quadcopters.
After they injured, they literally tried everything in the book about how to kill Palestinians. Every way was they tried. People died when they were trying to get food.
Do you realize
people
that
drowned? But no. This Lebanese knows better. Go ahead.
They're using footage from Gaza in commercials for the military industry. Do you understand how fucking sinister that? Imagine, like, one of their points in time that you remember. I remember when we started hearing about the drones, like the quadcopters that can throw bombs and shoot at people. So it's okay, people are going too far. Like, let's not go overboard. This is not like a B-grade disaster Hollywood movie. And then videos started coming out. And for fuck's sake, Gaza, there's nowhere to go. A quadcopter can appear out of anywhere in your bedroom window. You could hear a child. There was a time where they used to play a crying child through the quadcopter to attract people outside. They used quadcopters to herd women and children like animals. For 2.5 years, these people are living in a fucking dystopian movie. So, yeah, there were no gas chambers, but the whole world is watching a dystopian movie happen, the Hunger Games in real life, and doing nothing, Shape.
I've never heard Shape really minimize the severity of the genocide in Gaza. I've never even heard him not say it.
I'm not minimizing it, yeah. I mean, do I sound like I'm minimizing it?
I think that you guys are getting hung up on whether or not it's fair to do a comparison.
No, he said don't say it's war. It's not productive. He doesn't know shit if
exactly. That's a fair point, though. Is it constructive? If you're trying to make a point, if you're trying to get an outcome,
I don't know why.
Is this going to get you your outcome? Listen, as someone who's Jewish family, when I say the word Holocaust, they get very provoked and it touches them.
Hold on, just a second.
I get it.
Provoke you.
I get it, and that's why I use the word, but it is hurtful and it does check out.
Shaking. Every Jew, were you anti-Zionist or Zionist, want to shake your core, right? Because all this is happening in your name. If this is happening in my name, let's say ISIS is now committing genocide, and that it is on me to come out and speak. And they should use literally every vocabulary in the book to shake all these Muslims to wake up and say, no, stop it. So no, I want to say it is worse. And if anyone want to tell me, he need to listen to the facts that why it is worse. Because it was streamed on 4K. Because they tried literally every way of killing Palestinians.
That is a really good point. I think there is room for all the people who condemn the genocide and want it to end. Listen, anyone who condemns a genocide and wants to end, there is room for different approaches
to move hearts and minds, okay? And there's always going to be a spectrum of approaches, and all those approaches can be defended and criticized, okay?
Here's Benny's logical flaw that he doesn't understand, okay? What he thinks is the whole world is Palestinian, right? And he's stuck inside his own mind, which is difficult when obviously you're going through such atrocities. If you were to go to say to the whole world, and your message is what's happened worse than the Holocaust, you're going to get tuned out. You're just going to lose people.
Oh yeah.
You and I, we want the same thing.
No, we don't.
I want a free, strong Palestinian state.
Okay.
From the bottom of my heart. And Benny, hold on. Let me finish. And I'm coming from, I've had Palestinian militias murder my family.
Yeah, I know.
You understand me? You understand me?
Yeah, I know it.
And I've done nothing but defend the Palestinians.
Sure.
Okay,
thank you.
So when you go out, just be quiet, settle down. When you go out with this kind of narrative, you're going to lose 95% of the people.
Which people?
Okay, it's going to get you. Non-Palestinians. It's going to get you nowhere. Okay. And if you think it's going to get you somewhere, I hope you get it done because it's not working.
Thank you. God, I will answer.
He wants you dead to it.
Can I answer him? He directed.
Listen to your mod.
One second. Shapeshifter, I disagree with you. I just listened to Bonnie Olive give his commentary, and it was very, very emotionally provoking. Like when he says this is worse than the Holocaust, I'm already taking in my frame of mind that this is what they're experiencing in real time for his friends, his family, people he knows. And so when he says this is worse than a Holocaust, especially because he experienced it, my ears open because I'm like, how could this be worse than a Holocaust? Or the Holocaust, I should say. And then when he says, like, our people are being killed every single possible way that you could be killed other than just gassing. Now, I'm like Buttercup. I don't believe in oppression for Olympics. This was worse. But the thing I'm saying is exactly how he put it was enough to pull on anyone's heartstrings. And if it didn't pull on yours, you have a heart problem. So there you go.
Can I want to answer one thing? Thank you.
But I think if you learn a little bit about the Holocaust, you understand why people here, when you say, yes, that aspect is horrific, and it indicts all of us.
I learned about the Holocaust. I learned about the Holocaust. You know why? Because I live inside of Israel, and I have to go through the Israeli education system. So I learned about the Holocaust, and I wanted to say something. So he's saying, kind of the argument is, listen, this does not really help you because people will stop listening. If my words are the one that gonna cause people to stop listening, meanwhile, they saw a kid burning alive when he was connected to an IV machine, and that did not wake him up. Remember the kid without the head that you woke up one morning and you saw? If that did not wake you up, you can go fuck yourself because my words will never wake you up. I wanna shake your core. I don't really care about these kind of people who did not care when kids were killed every day. There's some kids inside of Gaza, they died from heart attack, not from a bomb. They died because the bomb fell very close and they thought they were dead. So that happened a lot. So literally everywhere we were killed and people did not care. So my words do not fucking matter. Unless I want to shake your core. I want you to be stupid. The genocide might be kind of at the end. Let's say we're reaching the end of it. Maybe soon there will be some kind of force, hopefully, whatever. But there should be a scratch on everyone, right? A wound in each one who lived through this genocide and they didn't do shit about it. You all literally need to know that between 2023, 2024, 2025, they were killed. Genocide every day is streamed and you did not do shit about it. You guys cannot do shit about it, meaning bring us anything at this stage. It's too late. I don't care about you siding with us.
Question, Benny. Question. So you make a very good point that the fact that we all saw it live and there was no question about what was happening and we didn't stop it, it is an indictment on all of us, the West, all of us as a society, every single person is called.
I agree.
I'm not doing that. However, do when you say what happened in Gaza is worse than the Holocaust, you wouldn't say wholesale, because since you learned about the Holocaust, you know about the rooms and rooms of children's shoes and the mass graves and all this shit, right? So you wouldn't say wholesale, you wouldn't compare the two tragedies, as tragic as it is, but you're saying this particular aspect of it is worse than the Holocaust, which we didn't even know and people were in denial about, right?
I told you, for one Israeli mother, that her kid was killed, for her, that death is worse than the Holocaust. I said that, I do understand that. But
it's a subjective judgment.
But I want to compare the time of access to the information. And I'm going to have kind of, I'm going to give credit. People didn't know, right? People really didn't know that it was happening. Meanwhile, we know this is happening, and it's slow and streamed. And what does this say about the world? What does it say about people living here and watching every day? What does it say about them? That they lost their humanity and we watched it? What, like, seriously, what does it say about the people? Israelis are the filth of the earth. Israelis are the most criminal society on this earth.
Projection.
Worse than North Korea, right?
Projection
because they want to
alert.
sound liberal, but they want to do the worst. But what does it say about the rest of the world that normalized them?
Projection
And yet
alert.
they act like, oh, we are with you, we support you, right? We support the LGBTQ, we support the I don't know, whatever. What does this say about the world? It's the worst. They are double faced because they knew and they didn't do shit about it.
Are you guys not getting what he's doing? I think quite obviously, like, this can't be broken down in like a comparative analysis or like a logical syllogism. He's saying, fucking look at us. That's all he's saying. Our pain was great and no one stood up. People forgot. It's greater than what you think and what you assign as a benchmark. That's all he's saying.
No, Jazz! Oh, man, she's one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. Something's wrong with that one. That brain does not work anymore. Sorry, Narjaz. That's not what he was saying. You just summed up his propaganda. Focus on me. All communication is hypnosis. The attention. Hello? The attention economy.
I think this exemplifies the question, right? It's like where things start to get touchy when you make a comparison. And it's why it's always such a sticky thing. But sometimes it's useful to make comparisons, but you're always going to run into these sticky sort of.
Yeah, and I know how you're feeling about this, Buttercup,
but it's intended to.
I mean, there's no question
for us to be moved.
No, but there's no question that the Holocaust scale was like exponentially worse than what happens in Gaza so far, right? There's no question. Yeah. And like to say it's equivalence is like it even bothers me as someone who's very critical of Israel.
You open up a can of worms and now you can't put it back in.
But
yeah,
he's providing
the shock value. Okay, I don't think I'm not going to use the term shock value because it's more meaningful than this. Okay, the issue is you have to think about the world as a bell curve. Okay, and there's people on the polarities. The message to grab the people in the middle is not the shock message. It's not going to work.
There is no middle.
It'll resonate with people that have an affinity.
There's no middle.
That have an affinity.
There's a middle, you stupid bitch. There's always a middle.
Okay. You can't just keep doing the same thing and expect a different result.
Hello.
Okay, the Arabs have ignored the Palestinians.
Do you think the
rest of the world is ignoring them? It's not because there's no shortage of people screaming Holocaust.
Let me ask you something before you continue to crush my narrative and you reframe my narrative. I must regain control of the frame.
It gets us nowhere.
Hello?
Okay, if you want to keep repeating the same thing, expect a different result. It's not going to work.
Let me ask you about the middle.
Bonnie, that's a good point. Because
but I want to ask about the middle.
But literally almost every atrocity that's happening, people are saying it's a Holocaust, and if you examine it a little bit more closely, it's not. So what do you think about that? That's a great... Go ahead.
No, but I don't go and tell, I don't know, let's say I'm not going to speak to the Jordanians or Egyptians and tell them it's a Holocaust. Like,
hello?
That's a different kind of terminology. But when I'm speaking with Jewish around the
Hello.
world and Zionists.
Be sure to hit the like button now and subscribe now before it's too late. You just gotta hit subscribe now.
You understand what I'm talking about? I'm gonna use your own vocabulary.
Hello?
Now, that middle that he speaks about that they cannot capture.
Hello?
But that middle cares about the Holocaust,
Hello?
but does not really care about
Alex Maruri, subscribe now.
There's no middle in this cause.
Now subscribe.
You're
Now
really
subscribe.
anti-genocide or with the genocide. It's one. So the middle does not really exist because you can't be in the middle. And
You cannot be in the middle. It does not exist. It is a concept better than any other concept.
So if you were there, you're technically an Israeli pro-genocide. And that you cannot capture. I don't want to capture you. I want to force you into stopping. I want to put sanctions on you. I want to sanction you the fuck out until you cannot do this genocide anymore. That's what I want to do to you.
Me too.
Me too.
Me three.
Me three.
Yes. To be clear, if Israel is sanctioned, everybody that lives there is going to suffer. That includes us. But please, sanction everything as much as you can.
Boycott also, boycott. We boycott here in Norway. All the settlers, we boycott them. We kick them out from all the shops.
Yeah, I want to address Mark. Like you can't sort of again dissect this and show like comparisons and the hyperbole here is that you're seeing is surely coming across as perhaps hatred, Mark, Grant, and I respect you a lot. But all in all, it's an expression of pain. You're not seeing us. You never saw us. You did nothing for us. You let an entire race of people just very gradually and quickly sometimes exterminate in front of our eyes while we watched it on our phones. That's what is.
From the deep of my heart, I love you. I love you, Nargis. From the deep of my heart.
Buttercup, help me out. There's a famous Holocaust. I can't believe I forgot it. The name evades me. Famous Holocaust survivor, white hair. Help me out.
White hair? I assume they all have white hair.
No. Oh God.
Any other defining characteristics besides white hair?
Okay. Well, he has a quote.
Albert Einstein.
No.
Can you give us more particulars?
I'm going.
Help me out.
It just stuck on me. So
circumcised.
Hold on. He said.
Please.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. He said.
I am here to love you all.
He said that the other side of the coin of love is apathy, not hate, and apathy is the most dangerous thing there is, and this is why you provoke. You use and yes, it's specifically, and I use it specifically with Jews and Israelis because there needs to be a response because otherwise it's normalized. People are very good at compartmentalizing, at creating cognitive dissonance. We've seen it throughout the occupation. We cannot allow them to solidify the cognitive dissonance. They will not get to say we didn't know, but no, they will know. They will know, and either they do something or they don't.
I have a pushback to that thought. So go ahead, Mister. Go ahead, Tfaddal Habibi.
Go ahead, please.
Some of the language and the ideas, we know that all human beings are prone to getting polarized. Okay, so we know that we need to do a few things. The world needs to take more action and less words in terms of helping and stopping Israel from murdering Palestinians. We know this. We know to do this, we need more in numbers, more people that act. Okay? There's not any shortage of talking. There's a lot of talking, but there's no acting. Okay? The problem with the language that becomes extreme, which we've heard lots of, is it's polarizing.
But Benny had my.
It's polarizing. How do you explain? How do you rationalize that with the apathy point? Okay, because you're making an interesting point around apathy and the danger of indifference. I understand. It's a good point, but you're ignoring in your point the danger of polarizing language. How do you address that?
Polarizing between who and who?
Well, to say all Israelis are X. Okay.
Yeah.
And try and get strength in numbers by saying what's happening is worse than the Holocaust. The average person listening to this, you're not going to get people on side with this language. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's the way it.
Yeah,
Can I say it?
did not really. That average person. Just a second, so I want to answer that average person is waiting for my words, and the images that are coming out, the videos that are coming out, did not move them. So do you think his words, like requesting that the victim be a little bit polite when he speaks?
They're requesting the victim be polite. Well, do you want to be rude?
I'm reminded of a text message I recently dug up where I'm messaging my sister before I found out I was urgently panicking, trying to remind my family that if we don't acknowledge what's happening in Gaza as the horror that it really is, that's not a form of loving Israel. Like when you love people, you tell them the hard truth. In fact, putting our heads in the sand and denying what's happening is the opposite of love. It's enabling.
Do you
right?
believe in abortion?
And what's going to happen is when the full truth comes out and the dust settles, it's going to be that much more horrific and that much more traumatic. And so I'm always sending these impassioned, touch of hearts articles, being like, we have to confront the truth. It's not love to put our heads in the sand and lie to ourselves. And I was just kind of fucked up actually. And eventually my family, I see my sister wrote me back, have I ever said anything in favor of the war? Have I ever said anything endorsing Netanyahu? Have I ever said anything to that effect? Why are you sending me this? And it was basically my cue to fuck off and stop being so sanctimonious.
Yeah, basically.
And I think to Shapeshifter's point, that's kind of what happens. And I was speaking from my heart. I was saying, look at how we were raised, how we were educated, what our values are, and we're turning a blind eye. And they saw that as an affront, and basically said, stop sending me horrors articles. And I did. And I think to Shape's point, sure, I thought I was gonna, stir their soul somehow, and all I got was sort of a stone wall. And so I had to find another outlet, and now I'm fucking on Clubhouse. So I don't know. That's just, I wanted to share that anecdote because I started searching through my texts and remember that interaction and how I not reached them, but I started to annoy them and affected my relationship with them.
I appreciate the share. The laugh emoji was a wrong emoji.
One thing, Bonnie, I think Shapeshifter.
It is a little funny, comical that I thought I was accomplishing something.
I think Shapeshifter's complaint wasn't necessarily that it's rude. Hold on, I have a.
Do you know what you accomplished, Buttercup? Sometime in a year, 5 years, 10 years, everybody will know exactly what happened. People have to ask themselves, what happened? What did I do? And when they try to say, I didn't know, they didn't tell me, it's the media, you will tell them that I did tell you. And you will have, and then they will have to do their own soul searching because you did tell them. And they didn't listen. And that's what you did. And that will push them to save themselves and make sure they understand what happens. And not to repeat it again, and why it was so horrible. That's why it's important. And the safest way for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. You did something.
What did you do? You came on Clubhouse and talked for 6 hours.
But if everybody held back evil by a step, we might actually hold it back. But most people are lazy and egotistical and narcissistic. But you are not. And that's the most important thing.
Thank you. It is so validating talking to Israelis. There was another earlier interaction I had during the height of the genocide where I reached out to this guy, Ori Goldberg, an Israeli political scientist who often comments very beautifully and poetically about the experience of living in a society that sort of disintegrating into this like moral abyss and everyone around him is genocidal, and sort of what that experience is like. He sort of documents the decay of his society. And so I wrote him a letter because I felt like so crazy that I'm like living in this reality that nobody recognized on Twitter. And he wrote me back the most beautiful thing ever. I don't know if you guys want me to read it.
I have the same experience with Oli. He always checks on me. He is in a very advanced cancer situation. Hopefully he'll get out of it. But and he's a wonderful, wonderful person. You should read it.
So I reached out and I said, I just want to pop in and say your Twitter feed makes me cry every day. I'm glad your surgery went okay. I'm sick of what's going on in the States. And he said, thank you. And I said, at least in Israel, thank you for conveying a very beautiful truth. At least for Israeli Jews, it's not blasphemy to criticize Netanyahu. And he goes, well, the criticism is often a cover for supporting his main policy, genocide. So I don't know which is worse. And then I wrote, I don't get it. We Ashkenazim are raised on emaciated children and ghettos and prisoners behind barbed wire seared into our minds. And my family against our Lithuanian neighbors who turned a blind eye has somehow lasted for 4 generations. And yet, so when we look at the same images from Gaza, they don't see what I see. I feel like I'm causing pain to the people I love just for stating the obvious. My family consumes the news through Hasbara influencers, and who am I to rip away their comfort blanket when the truth is so much to bear? I tell myself I'm doing them a favor by speaking my mind because it will be worse when the smoke clears and the genocide charges start rolling out and they find out that the children of the Holocaust have caused another Holocaust, and they realize that they've been tying themselves into knots trying to justify it. But the reality is I'm probably reaching no one, just isolating myself and reinforcing their misguided beliefs, and there will never be a reckoning within the organized Jewish world about their role in funding and being apologists for the annihilation of the people. And he writes, he's literally made me cry. Like, I was so overwhelmed. I don't even know this guy. He says, I really wish I had something smart to say. I don't. I know the pain of which you speak. It is my pain as well. I've cut off a great majority of my social ties. I don't work in the profession I pursued my whole life. The feeling you describe, it is, that you say, not even a feeling. It is sensory data. You can't argue with what you see. And you see. If you tried to shut your eyes, even if you tried to avert your gaze, it would consume all your energy. This is about your survival as a coherent, meaningful human being. It isn't about a vain to die defending your chosen hallowed ground. You don't have a choice. You are yourself. The rapture will come. The whimper, rather.
The rapture will come!
And the images will circulate and the lies will surface. And your family and all the others will squint for a while and agree reluctantly to take the bandages off their eyes. And they will begin to see. They won't apologize. But you will still be yourself when they squirm. And you will still be a force for good. That is my small comfort in this hour of wolves.
It is so hard to be a person that doesn't go with group think.
Oh like man, this like pity party is amazing.
Blows, hits and criticism and hurt and accusations that a person that doesn't go with groupthink has to engage in. It's so tough. It really, really is tough. Like even when it comes to the conflict of Iran. Well, actually, I don't even need to. The word conflict.
Hello.
So I'll avoid it. But for
hello.
For example, for Iran,
hit that like button and subscribe right now. Subscribe right now.
Gain their freedom.
Hello?
They
freedom.
accept help.
I want freedom
the Islamic
too.
Republic of Iran.
I want some more freedom. How do I get more freedom?
The Iranian people.
Hello.
So when the Iranian people see the Palestinians taking help from the Islamic Republic of Iran, they're like, "Fuck you, you scum, you pieces of shit. We hate you." And they say all this. They just throw up all this vile commentary. Now on the flip side, the Iranian people, all they want is their freedom, just like the Palestinian. And guess whose help that they're reaching out for? Israeli. So what do the pro-Palis do? You fucking scum, you da-da-da. And here we are, the people that are stuck in the middle who have reason outside a group thing to understand, like, both these people are their freedom and they're utilizing any method of mechanism to see it. And instead of attacking the oppressed people of each group, right? Instead of attacking the oppressed people that are Palestinian, instead of attacking the Iranian people that want to be free. Bonnie, could you mute it? It kind of throws me off when I hear a little bit of background. I'm sorry, I'm ADHD. We don't stand with the people because we're narrow-minded and we go with groupthink and we go with whatever narrative that we're being fed. So you have these people and they hate each other on either side. This is amazing to me. My life is freaking amazing. For 2 years, I was trying to convince Iranians and other people that 30,000 children had been killed. Now I'm on the other end trying to convince pro-Palis that over 30,000
Why do you need to convince them?
killed.
Sorry, can I ask you something? Why do you need to convince the pro-Palestinians community?
The pro-Palestinians, because here's the thing.
Can they do something?
No, yeah.
They're useless. No, they're useless.
I know you think that because you haven't seen fruit.
No, I don't. I seen them in action. I think the pro-Palestinian community is not really... Okay, so I do understand what you're saying, but I want to do some correction.
But I wasn't done, and now I forgot the rest of it. It's okay. It was going to be really good, but I don't even remember.
I believe it was going to be good.
Thank you.
It was going to be epic, and you ruined it.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with
just
these
preparing the
Israelis. You know, they keep interrupting, like Emeralds and Benny. Is it something in Israel that doesn't let someone else
Bonnie
finish?
is
Funny.
Go ahead.
So the Palestinians did not really get help from Iran. The one who got help from Iran was Hamas. So even if you look at the Palestinian in Palestine, you're not going to find one Iranian hospital. Like, they did not build it. All that money was coming from to Iran, to Hamas, and mostly Qatar. So there's kind of an image that being sold to the Iranians who are being oppressed inside of Iran. We are in deep shit because we're standing with the Palestinians. No, sorry, you're not in deep shit because you're standing with the Palestinians. No, you're just oppressing, and you're in deep shit because you're corrupt and you have all this kind of shit. So it's not relating. Iranians are not really getting help from Iran. The help is getting...
Bonnie, you're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. These are the propaganda narrative that each side is given, and then they believe to hate other people. Like, I can't tell you how many times we had Zionist Persians come into a room and just say the most vile things. Okay, and you need to go into the rooms of pro-Palis and see what the hell they say towards Iranians.
I know what they're saying. Yeah. But they don't matter. My approach.
What doesn't matter are the people that are suffering on both sides. That's what doesn't matter.
No, the one who matter are the people who are suffering.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But
so
that's
the
what I'm saying. But when people have these different propagandas, they make the oppressed not matter, and they stand against the oppressed. So right now, like in Amir's room, when he doesn't listen to the Iranian people and them saying, we're crying, there's a guy here. And he like thinks that everything is just a lie, that the Iranian people are, it's just Mossad propaganda, all this stuff. And,
is he Iranian?
No, he's not. He's a pro-Pali.
Okay. Is he
Amir? What up, Amir?
Prince?
No, Amir.
Okay,
The rooms that always run 24/7 for Palestine.
Okay. So here's the thing. If you're not Palestinian, if you're not Iranian, you don't really matter. Let me explain why. At the end of the day, those pro-Palestinian community, once they are infected, by the way. I really don't care, by the way, about October 7 woken up the pro-Palestinian community. If that community was asleep and they need to see blood to wake up, then they can fuck themselves. At the end of the day, they have zero influence. Zero influence because A, they could not stop the genocide. B, they just doing some money out of it. There's a lot of grifters in the pro-Palestinian community that they built careers out of this genocide. And the same thing on the other side. At the end of the day, who's going to decide when there is an election inside of Palestine, when there is a free election is going to be in Iran? It's going to be the Iranians or the Palestinians. Now, if you look at the core inside of these people, put the propaganda aside, you go to ask the average Iranian, not the spaces or the Zionist Iranian who live in LA. That's the average Iranian. Who's anti-regime? He's anti-IRGC, but he just want to go with his day and they just want to put food on the table. So, like, people are dying in South Palestine. He'll tell you, yes, I know. Like, are you supporting that? He's not gonna be. The same thing with you catch someone in the West Bank and you tell him about Iran, he's gonna curse the IRGC because the IRGC are oppressing the people inside of Gaza using their Hamas, right? So at the end of the day, the pro X, pro Y, pro whatever, they don't really matter. They don't. So why would I literally burn 400 calories and trying to explain to someone who's Zionist Iranian that, we are humans? You don't want to, go fuck yourself. That's it. End of discussion. You came with a conclusion that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay, great. I cannot change that. That means that you don't have any morals.
Yeah, but this is on both sides. Like, it's just...
No, I know it is on both sides. No one attacked the pro-Palestinian community as much as me. Okay? So I know it is on both sides.
Why are you attacking the pro-Palestinian community? I'm trying to understand that.
Because the new trend in the pro-Palestinian community, they're pro-Hamas, they're not pro-Palestine.
How do you know they're pro-Hamas?
Because when I see their posts, I see they are pro-Hamas. They're very few.
So you see everyone's who is pro-Palestinians.
No, not everyone. The one I saw.
Okay, so then you're generalizing, right?
No. Yeah, I am generalizing right now on the grifters. I'm generalizing on the grifters with the loud voices.
Wednesday, let him finish his point.
I'm generalizing on the loud voices, that community. Okay? That community that think that Palestine is equal to Hamas. Okay? So if you're in that camp and you're very loud, this is all we hear. The pro-Palestinian community for Palestinians does not really matter. It's not, with all due respect.
Can I say something?
Hold on, before you do, I just want to point out the irony is this is more so amongst like the Western pro-Palestinian communities that are, a lot of whom are not Palestinian or not even Arab, right? If you actually got Palestinian, especially on the ground,
I've had that same experience. I hate him also.
Yeah, it's like a video game.
This is also true for the diaspora of like the Iranians, right? All this is happening in the diaspora. This is what we're saying. These taking sides, a friend of my friend, enemy of my enemy, is like so black and white.
It's like soccer game. No, just I support Real Madrid, you support Barcelona, and let's see who's going to play tonight.
And the people, exactly, Manny, the people themselves are being forgotten. What are the people? For God's sake.
So a big problem, you guys are aware of tribalism?
So tribalism... Make your point really quick or you're going to get...
All right, I'll just leave. Go fuck yourself.
Bye.
Bye. Toodles.
That was cool.
That
was cool.
Like, honestly, man, you're coming into a Middle Eastern space and asking if we know what tribalism is? Bitch, we fucking invented it.
You're a Middle Eastern nerd.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
Oh, that was so good. That was so quick.
I already know the point that he was going to make, and it's a bunch of shit because he wants to make this point that people care more about their tribes, blah, blah, blah. That's not true. We have one tribe that are the fucking Care Bears, and then you have another tribe that's a whole bunch of psychopaths. Which tribe?
Honestly, if you put it like that, I'd rather be a psychopath than a Care Bear.
I'm Sunshine Bear.
No, I'd rather be a Care Bear.
Yeah, I'm, Rainbow Care Bear.
That is such a Care Bear.
You just made it even gayer, man.
No, I have the Care Bear dad bod thing going, so.
But you get my drift, right? Like it's.
No, I understand.
I don't know. We'll take Buttercup, Nagus, and I will take donations for all the pain and suffering that we've incurred on this app. We'll send you our Cash App and Venmo, and you can reimburse us for all the pain.
Wait. I think both of you, Nargis and Salamid, and Buttercup and Emeralds, because to be honest with you, the Jewish community are very disgusting to Buttercup and Emeralds, saying horrible things, disgusting, misogynist things. Oh my God!
Yeah, the Iranian community doesn't like us. You haven't heard the comments.
Wait. Hold on. Persian Jewish people too. We have our own particular brand of Zionism going on.
Are they
mean? Like at this point, everybody, right now, everyone is mean.
completely taco included, Mazi included.
No,
we are
not. We're catching it from everywhere.
Oh yeah.
They are a bunch of vicious, insecure fucks.
Hey, what's up, Taco?
Scariest.
How you doing, Shay? How's everything?
Good, man. We had some Arab on Arab hate happening. You missed it.
Yeah, like they'll say things like, how's your dad, Sayla? Oh, bitch, I will fuck you up.
I'll come and find you in California.
See, this is why I have to talk to them the way I talk to them. Because they're animals. They're animals. Sorry, they are.
It's not just
so I
them.
resort to being an animal back.
I resent just saying it's them because at the end, right now, I have pro pallies. They can't see past the hand in front of their face. And they like attack Persians and Iranians, and they like, oh, it's all lies. It's all, but there's no difference in me. They are acting exactly how the Zionists were acting to us when we were trying to inform them about atrocities. Now we're trying to inform you about other atrocities, and you're doing exactly what they did to us when we were informing them about atrocities. So all these people, all of them, they only care about their own goals, agenda, and narrative. And unable to see past any of that, which I get it now. Like, I totally get it, but I don't hold it against anyone anymore. I don't hold it against the Palestinians for, trying to work with the Islamic Republic, and I don't hold it against the Iranians for trying to work with the Israelis, because this whole world seems to be evil to me. And like, what are you gonna do?
Form of individualism.
Once you understand that this whole world is evil, you're ready to become an Austin.
That is correct, baby.
So sad.
That is correct.
Stop evangelizing, guys. It's gross.
I wanna address Shapeshifter's point, and I think it was like misunderstood. And this is what Mark is saying, who I highly respect, right, in the chats. And I think it's true. He's saying like using provocative language shows like a disgusting, like collective hate and sort of like false moral equivocation, right? So I understand what Mark and Shape are saying. They're saying like this doesn't help the narrative of the oppressed to sort of push through. Because all an onlooker's hearing is hate, hate, hate. This is worse than the Holocaust. This is worse than this and that. Like Bani quite like effectively put forth, right? So I also want you guys to sort of be objective and see the other side of the picture too.
I appreciate that, Nargis, and you said it much better than I did. The thing I will admit, as I'm kind of thinking through Benny's point, I think there is a place for this jarring language, and it can be effective. It's probably more situational than it is the norm. But the points he brought up in terms of when and how to use it, I think if you're situational with it, it can be effective. I'm not telling anybody how to feel. It's not my right to tell anybody how to feel.
It depends who's saying it, I feel like Jews can get away with it more than non-Jews. It's so funny, like when Benny Olive said, described this live stream genocide and how it's worse than the Holocaust, I wasn't offended. But then when Sella repeated it, I was just like, Sella, what the fuck, I think it's like depends who's saying it. I think as Jews, we have a little bit more credibility to be like, invoke the Holocaust gratuitously to make a point to the people we love because we urgently wanted to stop. And then when non-Jews will say the same thing, sometimes I balk a little bit. Like I do react and be like, okay, first of all, have you seen the concentration camps? Have you seen the pile of shoes? Have you seen the mass deaths? Have you seen the pile of bodies? Like, it makes me feel like worried that they don't know the scale of our suffering to think that you can compare it.
But also on the other end, it makes you think to yourself, like, why do you suppose nothing could be worse? Like, so when he says it, I'm objective, and I'm like, oh, how is this worse? And then when I listen, I understand what he's invoking. Do you understand what I mean?
I'm gonna give you an example. How I have conversation with Muslims, Arabs more specifically. We're getting to a world where artificial things are becoming more holier than the really important thing. Meaning, so the memory of the Holocaust is becoming more holier than the blood itself, right? So, for example, when I sit in front of one of those Muslim Brotherhood or one religious Salafis, Imros knows that the first thing I burn for them, I burn the Al-Aqsa. Like I tell them I want Al-Aqsa to be destroyed or give it to the Israelis, and I'm gonna pay for the carpet for the new temple, because for me, blood of a Gazan is more holier than Al-Aqsa and Mecca and everything. So they get that shock immediately. I want to break any kind of taboos in my conversation, because the holiest thing is blood. And if you think, a stone, sorry, Buttercup, like the shoes of the Holocaust, or that thing is more holy. No, they were talking about artificial shit. There's nothing holier than the blood of a kid. So I bring Al-Aqsa into it. I bring Mecca. I got in so much trouble. Like, if you go listen to my recording about...
Not only kids. Why you concentrate on kids?
Is that
also, all those old people, same like me. Hey, man, you are a racist.
By the way, if you go back to religion, if you go back to religion, and God said it, that Kaaba can be destroyed stone by stone, it's still still better than the blood of a Muslim.
Don't make me cry, please. I am a man. I can't. Please. Love you, brother. Who's Bani? Okay, go ahead.
Do you love Bani?
هذا شوي مطلوب. سامع.
الله يشفيك. Anyway, so I'm talking to a Muslim, I'll just give the holiest thing for him, because sometimes we create holy things, but they're artificial. And if you go to the core of my belief as a Muslim, the Al-Aqsa, like Kaaba, should not be the holier than blood. And the land itself, like the land of Palestine, is not holier than the Palestinians. Because a lot of Palestinian diaspora think that Palestine is just the land. No, it's not. You're missing the land. Why? Because you exist. But for some Palestinian who's living in the land, Palestine is the people. Like heaven without people, you cannot go into it, as we say in Arabic. So I just want to break that taboo for them, because sometimes they misunderstand their belief.
Fair enough. He's doing it on both sides. So, Mark, I did.
That's a good point. It's about the way people talk to their own communities and their own families, which is different, tends to strike a different note, and we have a little bit more liberty to speak our minds and use provocative language than when we're talking to someone, when you're someone who's not familiar and doesn't have that intimacy, right?
I just want to tell Mark, because he wasn't here, I just want to address it again. Mark said provocative language is just euphemism for disgusting collectivist hatred and moral equivocation. Agreed. And it doesn't allow for progress to occur. Also addressed, Mark, for your sake, I'm repeating this again, Shapeshifter's view that this does not entail any kind of progress for the collective who is going through the suffering. So I was asking them to see both sides of the equation. And for those who tread the middle path, for those who do not belong, Stella, this goes out to you, Robert Frost, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference.
And going on the path that's untraveled, like basically there's no path there, so you're gonna get cut up by the thorns and the stupid grass and the freaking snakes in the grass, because no one's ever gone on that path before. So you're going to get your ass ate up by ants and mosquitoes.
Thank you for the tafsir. Thank you.
It did sound a little bit more appealing, though.
I just don't understand why the world has to be like this, and I grieve often. I just wish I could get over it. And I kind of am. Like, I kind of am. Like, this is what the world is. Like, the world of politics is a dirty game, and people shake hands with devils, and there's nothing I can do to change it. That's how I'm starting to feel. I don't know if that's like a grim... I'm starting to think, like, people have to navigate, like...
Yeah, this world is run by the devil. Like, well, we know this. It is the evil who is willing to, commit atrocities, who is willing to bend the rules, who is willing to cheat. that's who wins.
Satan
Like,
is the
that's just
Lord
the
of
reality
world,
of it.
isn't it? I'm starting to actually understand original sin, to be honest. Like, human condition on one side, starting to see it's fucking innate within us to be this shit.
Nargis,
At the same time, how great we are to overcome this. Go ahead.
Nargis, you need evil to understand good. You know this. That's like your jam. You know this.
I don't do this, but...
No, actually, that's true. Like, me, even though I was an atheist for like almost a decade and a half, I never had a problem with the problem of evil. Because how are you to understand good without evil? How do you know what's light without dark? How do you know what's cold without hot?
But where the source of all of this is all good, Benny.
Okay, here's what we learned from the Jews, at least, learned from the Holocaust, that we are all evil, capable of evil, and we're all capable of good, okay? No one's inherently evil, contrary to Benny Goy's beliefs. No one's inherently evil, and none of us, and we're all capable. What the Holocaust teaches us, what the lesson of the Holocaust is that we all have the capacity for evil, and we have all the capacity to dehumanize the other. And it's a warning against the capacity of man to hate another man. And that's what makes us all human.
I'm with Benny a little bit, Buttercup. Like, we slant evil. We really do, because it's kind of like you're a biological machine that's trying to survive. So that's an intrinsic weighting towards yourself. Which is a slant towards evil. I'm not saying it's a huge slant. I'm just saying you're kind of tipping evil.
Yeah, just like you say that there's a little Nazi inside all of us, I would say like there's a little Pharisee inside all of us.
Who said that?
It's the same thing.
No one said that, man.
Buttercup said that earlier.
I was referring to your, never mind, your bigotry towards
This was a couple hours ago, but yeah, like I remember. And it's true.
By the way, for Benny Goy, for Benny Goy, who's now a new Gnostic, I think he often forgets that when the source of it all is all good, Benny, evil is merely the absence of good.
But he's not Christian anymore?
You're not Christian
anymore? Thank God.
Only on Tuesdays.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, you're not Christian anymore?
No, I talked to you about Gnosticism, but
Gnosticism. No, I heard it. But Gnosticism is a theory that reinforces his hatred of Jews. Most important.
Oh,
are you serious?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
It does. It has to do with what was the thing called? The devil thing. What do you call that? Evil.
The demiurge.
The demiurge. The Jewish evil.
So as you would agree with me, the God of the Old Testament is a wicked God.
Yeah, it's a demiurge.
Yeah.
So that's his
You said
belief
that.
system.
You said that several times,
Guys, let me just tell you Benny's biography. Benny grew up a Muslim.
Oh, not this guy.
Oh, not this guy, dude. You don't even believe. You call yourself a Christian. You don't even believe Jesus.
I pray for you.
We don't have to go down this road.
Okay, I love you, but you're a hater and you're a bigot. And
I'm sorry, Buttercup. You said the same thing about the God of the Old Testament before I did.
I said
first got on
fickle. He's not a credible God. He's a foolish God. He's a petty, vengeful, spiteful God, but it's not makes him incredible. You actually think he's real. You think he's a real evil thing and he's the root of all evil and that's why Jews are evil. You somehow
No, but you still attribute evil traits to
Benny grew up pretty secular, like Muslim, Syrian, and then became an atheist and then went on some spiritual journey. And of all the religions in the world and all the strains of Christianity in the world, he settled on the one that is the most hateful, the most vile, the most
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Benny Mabarishu, aka Benny Goy.
Benny Goy right now.
Yeah, Benny Mabarishu. Look, just can you clarify?
I want to clarify that Christianity is a religion of love. And it's a beautiful religion, and Benny just found the one strain that is hateful and anti-Semitic and conspiratorial.
You don't think it's a beautiful religion because you deny our doctrines.
No. Thank you. We love the Jewish people.
I disagree, Buttercup.
Is this where you want the room to go down?
We love the Jewish people.
I disagree, Buttercup.
I said it's a beautiful religion, Benny.
We love the Muslims.
Yes, especially the church fathers.
We love the Muslims. We're all the people of the book.
People of the book, dude. You're using Muslim terms, dude.
Yes.
Those who are with Christ and those aren't. The ones who are not with Christ, me too.
Bro, don't make me turn the other cheek on your ass.
No one's turning.
Whoa, that sounded
All right, guys, we're gonna have to end this now. Guys,
don't make me turn the other cheek on your ass.
Time out. There's one ground rule. There's one ground rule. This is a really sensitive topic. We're talking about the Holocaust, so we're not going back down any rabbit holes. So if we can't not talk about religion, then I'm going to move all the Christian fundamentalists down.
Wait, why not the other fundamentalists?
Hold on.
Because they're not shoving their religion in people's faces.
Well, actually, you are.
I was trying to avoid talking about religion, to be honest.
I know, sorry, I brought it up.
Yeah, you tell us what our religion says daily, then you get mad when we correct you. It's kind of insane.
Sorry, it's too loud. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to introduce you to a new kind of fundamentalism that Nargis and I created, and hopefully we can induct you in. So Nargis and I have a plan that we're going to confiscate all the leaders of the world and force them to take civil silence.
In a closed environment.
Take them. What? I didn't know what you said.
Psilocybin mushroom shake.
Psilocybin. We're going to have them take psilocybin.
Actually, taco was magic done, I think, at some point.
I feel like someone's done that already. I feel like there are people that have tried to create cults around psilocybin.
No, but leaders of the world.
The leaders, like.
Oh, yeah.
Someone has tried to do that. His name is Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
You're on thin ice.
We went so long without saying that.
Wait, what's wrong with mentioning? That's not even anti-Semitic.
No, but it's just.
Or at least you might think it is. I don't know.
You just
It's anti-Semitic, but we don't need the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein sticking his nose into every conversation.
And you just compared our plan to the Epstein Island, and I don't appreciate that at all. Like, you totally missed the assignment.
Well, taking the world leaders and drugging them, it kind of sounds familiar.
It's not drugs. It's natural.
It's plant medicine.
So it's like, I don't know, cyanide, but that.
Plant medicine. Good Lord, use the right term.
Did someone move down
And
the
then
least
we'll
Christian?
unleash them back into the world again.
The hateful dude. What's it?
Yeah, I mean.
The guy.
Very loud.
The guy that basically sounds like
No, should I bring him back
I
up?
have this weird annotation in my voice.
You want him back
I
on the
just
stage?
go over
She didn't
and
even say
over
anything.
and
That's what I think. But
He
actually didn't say anything. Like,
He didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything.
I got him up.
I didn't say anything, but I don't know why you think I did.
It's deeper. Come on, you can go deeper than that.
It's my first practice. Give me a break.
I wonder
Go relearn your catechism.
Go relearn your
It's more nasally.
The least Christian guy in this room.
The least Christian guy denies Jesus.
Why is that here in the room?
Keep them up so I can perfect the accent.
Go ahead.
You should perfect your faith, then come lecture the rest of us.
You should perfect your faith.
All right, does anyone want to
You
talk
kind of
about
sound like an AI that's half asleep.
And you kind of sound like the devil LARPing around.
Nargis and I observed that the other day as well. That he sounds kind of AI-ish. Or not AI, but like he's talking into one of those voice warpers.
Yeah, like, you know, on YouTube when they dub over videos. You know, like on YouTube, they're like, and you're like, oh, fuck, another AI-generated YouTube video. Like, he would be the perfect background where you're like watching a movie about Gilgamesh and shit. Or like The Age of the Giants. I mean, he has the perfect voice.
Yeah, why don't you think about doing voiceovers?
Yeah, like a National Geographic. Here we see a rabbit. The rabbit is hopping around. Then the rabbit met another wolf, and the wolf was bad.
Baptizer, have you really considered doing voiceover work?
I do.
You do?
Yes, I help children learn catechism.
No,
I have like a dream
for being a voiceover for.
Yeah, I help children learn catechism.
That's
I go and talk to
Then
kids.
boy,
It's
do
far
you
more
know who
edified
independent
doing
Muslim is?
voiceover work.
Independent Muslim? No, I don't.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, is that on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen
I
it
have
before.
like I have like the. I want to see him talk to this guy. I want to see what happens. It feels like
Well, what does he believe?
He wasn't very smart.
Well, what does independent Muslim believe?
That women are psychological terrorists.
I didn't get to that one.
No one claims that.
I think in some small
Wait, if we're getting personal, I don't know why you're
I kind of said it.
And I heard it. It's all of us. I think most of people like
This whole thing of I don't hate Jews, I hate Judaism. No matter how many times you try to explain it, does not make sense.
That's Christianity 101.
Because that's true. Everyone, Shape has the mic. Shape has the mic. He's going to correct the record.
Shape isn't a Christian. Jesus is God.
I'm tired of messing with this guy. I'm gonna let you guys.
You believe Jesus is God, Shape?
You're a disgrace to
regardless of that.
Listen to Buttercup. Buttercup.
You decimate your own religion when you speak this way, okay?
Bashar. Before we get into the theology and Christology, Shapeshifter read one paper from St. John Chrysostom and said this is the most violent anti-Semitic thing I've ever read.
I did, and I
heard that too.
One of our greatest saints.
I have, and I will. But by the way, guys, this is not a Christian room. Not that there's anything wrong with Christians.
It doesn't.
If you,
there's something wrong with our saints.
Yeah, no, it doesn't need to be a Christian room.
Next
you guys
topic.
Mostly on our religion, and you best shut your mouth.
Listen, Shape is Christian in the spirit of it.
Yeah, he's just as Christian as I am Muslim.
We're offering 85% off to take.
I mean, I'm a better Jew than he is a Christian.
You know what? I'm going to join the atheist rooms and beg them to convert you back.
Bro, you're not Christian.
Why are people in Clubhouse obsessed with religion?
I don't know.
I explained this to you yesterday.
It's a great band.
You think you explain a lot of things, but you never actually do.
Dude, you just got flamed.
I explained it very well. Yeah, exactly. I explained it very well.
He has a very coherent interlocutor to this. Yes, I have to say, it's very frustrating.
I call him an intellectual troll. Because he's like a compelling. It is a compliment. It was meant to say.
He makes his point, he's efficient with his words, he lands his point eventually.
Beyond's perspective on the biblical text on how your attitude is to Judaism, Jewish people, is so warped. It's the reason Jewish people are so afraid of the world. Right there.
Just a question, because I'm Canadian, not American, so I don't understand y'all. Am I part of y'all?
What I'm saying is any Christian that's reading the text and interpreting it the way these two people are, it's the reason why Jewish people feel like they have to protect themselves.
The path to heaven is narrow.
She just called both of you guys dingleberries.
So we don't mind.
Yeah, but we don't interpret it for ourselves. We follow church folks.
Exactly, and it's a simple question.
That's not correct.
Does God not affirm?
Church fathers believe that belief today.
Sayla, does God not affirm?
Name sense.
Women were allowed to wear pants in the church.
Listen, we can engage with this another time. You guys like to hijack every room with this stuff.
You're the one who brought it up, not us.
I know, and I regret it. We're going to move forward now. Move on. So let's bring up any other topic.
Let's talk about the Holocaust. Was it really 6 million?
All right, you're going down.
Oh, come on. It was a joke.
I'm sorry. You can talk about 5 minutes.
I actually heard him scream on the way down. He was like, "Oh no!"
If Shape wants to be a loving Christian, he can.
He's not a Christian.
That doesn't stop that fearing.
The entire.
I got feared yesterday. Day before yesterday.
He denies the entire second.
Don't fear. Please, I'm
I thought Christianity, they love everyone.
Never other right.
No.
baptize the daughter.
We call people to
If
come
someone
into
on the
faith.
earth doesn't think he's a fucking Christian,
We have to find
I thought if you just accept the Lord as your Christ or whatever,
He
as your
doesn't.
Savior, it's
Perfect.
fine.
He doesn't, and most of
He
the rest of
doesn't
you.
know.
No, he doesn't.
You just say the words and then you're clean.
Buttercup, my main issue is that I love my neighbor and I love God.
But you deny the Lord.
What a sinner you are.
For God who loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. Whoever believes in him shall not perish, have everlasting.
Yeah, he doesn't believe that. So he doesn't believe in Christ. So it's
Look, I'm very flattered
I have something you're gonna like this. I have something. I don't know if this was this morning or yesterday where me and you really tried to explain to actually.
However,
how many of you think this is a religious conflict and how many understand that it's not a religious conflict?
I think humans are really nice to each other. Fascism, racism. I mean, honestly, I think the Jews in Israel think the Arabs are beneath them.
In honor of the Almighty.
And they dehumanize them. They do the things that they want to do by doing a genocide and ethnic cleansing, starving them to death.
Yeah, but it's not religious.
Religious, you know.
As low as possible in deference
Sorry?
to the Almighty.
I don't think it's religious either.
Everybody, and rubies for some of you.
It's super complicated because don't worry. I think it's super complicated.
It's not. The point is that it's not religious, but I seem to see more and more people.
People get really confused on this app, Emrose, when you say, like, people are constantly questioning whether Judaism is an ethnicity or ethno-religion or an ethnicity and like, so I think it just confuses people and muddies it a little bit, especially when people don't know what the fuck a Jew is. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know what the fuck a Jew is. They don't know what the fuck a Palestinian is. And I think it's a little bit, these like complicated identities that you have in Israel are a little bit above most of people's heads.
It's Jewish supremacy. I think it's when you are able to dehumanize another group, like how the Germans did to the Jews in Germany and around the surrounding Germany. You're able to do whatever inhuman things that a human is capable of doing to something they don't think it's human. So that's why.
But if it was a religious conflict, those things would have been done from a religious motivation. Right?
Right.
And that's not the case. So this is not a religious conflict.
They go over and over again. It's not a religious conflict. Are you so sure?
To actively make sure it doesn't happen.
By the way, everyone take note, the most dangerous man on Clubhouse is in the audience.
Who'll be dead?
No, I'm on stage, actually.
Prince?
Oh,
yes.
Prince. Bring up Prince.
No,
what Prince is saying is how a lot of
I don't
Palestinians feel.
think Prince likes hi Judy. I don't think Prince likes Twitter.
It doesn't matter. What he's saying is how a lot of Palestinians feel. You
saying?
guys just
What Prince says, nothing related to Palestinians feel.
No, hold on.
Wait
So
a minute.
there is
Judy,
a plethora.
is that really you? Hold on. Judy, is that really you? You got 5 seconds because it might not be.
Hi. Yeah,
Okay, just check.
So there is a plethora of opinions amongst the Palestinians and amongst the Israelis, right? So we can't really deny that. Definitely, for some Palestinians, this is a religious conflict. Definitely, some Israelis, this is a religious conflict.
Let me ask you something. Just a second. Hitler used religious text, right?
No.
No, he didn't.
He did not?
No.
Really?
He was actually very anti-Christian.
You should. No, hold on. You should ask. You should ask Judy.
I mean, why would I ask you? I would justify what
Hitler did.
Oh, he did.
So to a
just a
certain,
second.
hold on.
Then go ahead. Just a second. Let me finish. When someone's using a reason and says, "Oh, I'm doing this because of religion. I'm doing that," it does not mean because of religion. Israel can keep saying, "This is a religious war." For Palestinians, it's never going to be a religious war. It's not about religion. There are aspects of religion, but we're not doing this conflict liberation movement on behalf of Muslims. Muslims can go fuck themselves. It's not about them. They want to fight, they can come fight it for themselves. We're looking for our own freedom. When Israel kills someone,
but you're speaking as if all Palestinians act with the same.
No, just a second. No. Just a second. We're looking at the when you look at the Palestinian liberation movement, right? That is what represented the Palestinians.
Yes.
It is about the land. It is about freedom. It's not about Allah. Okay?
They're
with
assuming
someone,
that
hold
all
on,
the
with a fragile.
Palestinians are acting in the same exact.
You're always gonna find one or two or three or
It's
smaller
much
group
more
who
than
says
that.
But just a second, hold on. The Palestinian Liberation Movement is not funded on religion. Like you being Muslim.
I didn't say it was founded on religion.
No, it's
right. I didn't say that it was.
No, I mean.
But what I said was there's a significant number of people that are motivated by religion. Like, okay, let's take your Nazi example. Yeah, the Nazis used. So the Nazis used Christianity to a certain extent to motivate certain Christian denominations to get on board with their plans, right? Why were they using Christianity or biblical texts or whatever to motivate those people that are motivated by Christianity, right? So to get them, although the Nazis, for them, it wasn't about Christianity, to get those people who believe in Christianity and who are motivated by it to be on board with their plans. Similarly, you can say the same thing about Palestinians and Israelis. They both use religion as a motivating factor for those people that are religious.
I'm not denying that some factions in the Palestinian liberation movement recently, in the last 20 years, more than 20 years, in the last few years where Hamas kind of took this and ran with it, they want to turn it about themselves. And they want to do it and use religion just for their own agenda. But if you look at the foundation of the Palestinian movement, the liberation, the PLO, right, you're going to find many of the founders were Christians. This is where the Palestinian identity started to shape into national Palestinian identity. We always were Palestinian, but I mean national Palestinian identity. So the foundation of it was not like when Israel kills you, it does not really kill you because you're a Muslim. It kills you because you're a Palestinian, whether you're Christian or you're a Muslim. Okay? Now, Hamas want to use religion and they just want to bring it into it. Oh, tahrir, what jihad, okay, I'm not denying they're doing that. But if you return to the court, no, it's not about that. It's not about that. They
I agree with you.
Just a second. Sorry?
No, I agree with you at the core it's a nationalist movement, but you can't deny that there were Muslims involved from the very beginning.
Yeah. So,
like Azzeddin al-Qassam was from Syria, right? Why did he go
you said it
for Palestine, right?
Let me ask you a question. You asked me to join the club for 99 cents per month. What does that mean?
Wait, what?
You asked me to join for 99 cents per month?
No, she says, I was impressed what you did to Prince yesterday. I said, join the club for 99 cents a month. I can do that.
What does that even mean?
I can accumulate Prince for 99 cents. If you...
It was an expression.
It's maniac. That's all it is.
And the Benin Prince,
I
99 cents.
I have a question.
I don't care to humiliate
I have a
Prince.
question.
Whatever he wants to say.
I have a question.
I mean,
if Benny Olive, if you care about Palestinians so much, you poison them with drugs.
Why did I poison them with drugs?
Why did you sell your community drugs?
I didn't sell drugs.
You're a liar. You sold drugs.
How did I sell drugs?
You spent years in prison.
I spent years in prison. Hold on. This is so funny. I said, first of all, guys, watch Prince. He's losing the fucking argument.
Did you not sell drugs?
No, I did not sell drugs. Listen to this. No, I didn't say that. See, you did not fucking listen to what I said. Just a second. No, Judy, mute. Just a second.
Just a second.
Judy, can you answer the call? I'm trying to call you.
Judy, just a second. Prince is losing the fucking argument and is trying to turn it into personal.
No,
I never.
I'm just wondering.
No. You asked about poison. I did not sell drugs. I went to jail, okay? But I did not go for drugs.
For selling flowers?
No, for hurting people.
Oh, so you hurt your people?
Yes.
And you're here pretending that you're an advocate of your people?
Yes, I am an advocate. I was in a bad place. No, I was not thief. No, not a thief.
Why did you hurt people?
I hurt people because they were fucking assholes and they deserve it. Now I can fucking hurt you.
They were fucking assholes and they deserved it?
Yeah.
I don't think this is...
I don't give a fuck what you think. أمير بنيكا
حبيبي أرجوك حبيبي لو سمحتوا لا ليش
Stop. There will be no violence. Go take a time out, guys. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Just let it go. Let's do a time out. Stop it. Time out.
You're a criminal, don't talk
What
to me.
the heck?
You're both going down.
Thank you. You can't threaten people with acts of violence, weirdos.
He just doxed him. Or at least he thinks he did. Are we okay with that?
Who's he?
I think we got too much testosterone in the room.
There's too much going on. Prince is under the impression, Prince is under the impression that he had actual information on Benny. Private information, right? That's doxing. You guys don't view that as like the ultimate sin?
No. Well, I do think ultimate sin would be bad, but I don't think what he did was doxing. He didn't give a name just because he said like you went to jail for something.
Next, this will get you out.
I'm tempted to pick another fight with Bashar to redirect the attention.
What do you want to do? What rubbish do you
At least our fights are playful.
Playful? You think this is playful?
I do. I admit it's quite playful.
Like, to me, you're an infant. Not to me, you're a church.
I'm trying to redirect the awkwardness. I made it more awkward, sorry. Okay.
Sure.
Can the women please restore order in this room?
Honestly, bro, I don't care what you believe in.
And the real Slim Shady, please stand up. Please stand up.
Please stand up.
Always.
Oh man.
I think you guys should let my people speak. Let them hash it out, you know?
Jack is coming for the drama, baby. Jack's coming for the drama, baby.
Palestine revolt in the house.
Three things are guaranteed in this life: death, taxes, and silence of Palestinians.
I don't know what like hold on, Stella. I don't know what the boundaries are here. But if somebody faces that kind of a statement that throws into his face, he gets, at the very least, to have a mic back.
Wait, Emrose, are we talking about...
this wasn't attempted...
Wait, let me ask the question first, then.
No, it's not about meats and it's about people.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Just let me ask the fucking question.
I don't care about you. You're not interesting to me.
I'm just a little Palestinian. You don't give a fuck.
He did threaten Judy with death yesterday, okay? Prince did. He said, you're dead, white girl.
Prince just came up and said all of his criminal that spent time in jail for selling drugs.
Listen, I don't know all this.
Because Benny cursed him back. And I don't know what the rules are here, but here, even if it's Prince thinks he did some doxing, even though he didn't, that's still a red line. And at the very least, Benny should have a mic to explain this. Doesn't mean it's true. This is really, really awful.
Doesn't mean it's true.
He said he didn't go to jail. He explained himself, and yesterday, to be fair, Benny did accuse him, did put on blast his whole history with the PA and how
this is shit.
They're both coming after each other. And yesterday, Prince did threaten my friend Judy with harm. So I think one more warning, Prince. I know you're going to threaten me and run around talking shit, but I'm going to remove you again if you keep talking shit.
Was there any context to that?
Benny used Prince's real name.
He's also been sending me threatening messages, so I kind of just don't want him in this room anymore. Where is he? Prince, why are you even coming in here if you have something against me? I'm just gonna block this fucker.
I think they both have a right to speak. That's all I'm saying.
You blocked them?
We should both be able to get there.
Jack, go ahead. Actually, this is not fair. Jack was speaking. Everyone.
I'm just saying, I think they both should get their truths out. They both, if you want to consider it doxing, I don't know, Benny seems like he's a Palestinian guy. He said Prince's real name. The other guy, Prince, said that guy with the prison. Who knows what's fucking true? They kind of both down. I don't like the cursing at each other. Let's just talk it out, guys. Not a big deal.
Like Benny Allen is not innocent in this.
It's a big deal. Benny curses a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah,
I'm not a fan of the cursing.
Like, I'm wrong that Prince, they think it's wrong what Prince did. I'm just him, like, he's personalizing it. But Benny Olive does cuss a lot. That's not.
I mean, the whole act is just horrendous.
I like to unite my
I
people.
dox you dox me, bullshit.
I see a future where Prince and Benny Olive are best friends. And I'm trying to
agreed.
I tried to sort them out, man.
Just a second. Hold on. Just a second.
How's it going, Benny? Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, bro. I can speak to you all with respect as long as you treat me with respect. If you try to be a bully, I'm the biggest fucking bully. If you try to, as a Jewish Zionist, you try to talk to me and think I'm dumb and read from Hasbara, I'm gonna fuck you up. So talking with respect, you get respect back. This motherfucker, Salafi, trying kind of to imply whatever. I can't dox him literally right now.
Wait, Benny,
Don't do that. Don't.
Can we get a peace treaty between you and
Benny, don't do that, Benny.
Hey, come on, don't cuss.
لا لا حبيبي اسمع شوي ما حد يدخل بيننا لانه غلط معي.
انا بينك.
بس انا رادس جون
حبيبي الله يرضى عليك.
عشان نقدر بس
الله يرضى عليك.
معي بص
رمضان كريم يا حبيبي رمضان كريم.
يوم الثلاثاء مش هسه.
A Palestinian took over the Shoah room.
I'm just here to, trying to create peace between my two people over here, Prince and Benny. And I see a future where they have a 2-mic salute. I think we can achieve this.
This is the segment that Nagus and I would like to sing all the song.
Which one?
It's time for a duet, everyone.
Can we pick the song?
No.
Which record? Which one?
I believe the children are our future.
Teach them well and let them lead the way.
Never mind. Test each other out. This is the worst. Just kill us, bro.
Fucking haters.
Oh.
Let's talk about the Shoah. Fuck that. That's less depressing.
Jack came here for drama, looks like.
Didn't. When I came in here, it was peaceful, and then the drama came.
Where have you been, Jack?
I'm a peacemaker, guys.
I know.
Where have you been?
Then, in a horrible place called reality. Living offline.
Jack?
It's a terrible place.
Welcome to life, baby.
Jack, did you hit the road?
Hit the road, Jack.
Change my name. I got a new identity.
Like, hit the road, Jack.
We have a Hamas and PA resolution reunion coming up soon, and I'm inviting Benny, Olive, and to join. I'll send you guys separate invitations.
No,
This doxing shit is really scary.
For me, Hamas and Israel is the same.
Mehmet?
Yes, sir. Who's calling it?
Yeah, this is Indonesian name, Mehmet.
I think it's Turkish, isn't it?
Yeah.
يعني اسم الله عليك يا مدمن نكيم يا زلمة.
والله صح كلامك.
ولا تعرف
Indonesians and Turks are both from Asia, so both of them.
أنا كراهي صح؟
It's not my real name. I'm not really Mehmet.
ايش خالي شو بني؟
Wait, you're not actually Mehmet the Conqueror?
He's not Mehmet the
I'm
Conqueror.
really not. To a lot of people's disappointment.
It sounds like a Fatih to me,
Sorry, what's
You're going to fit Benny. Anyway.
That was a joke.
Oh, what are we talking about?
So Bengoy, before that discussion kind of turned, back in '82 when the PLO left Beirut after what happened there, at that stage, the Muslim Brotherhood movement thought that they do have a chance to replace the PLO. And this kind of then it took them a few years. They founded Hamas and what was Mujamma al-Islami. Then they founded Hamas. The whole idea of Hamas just to replace the PLO. But if you think about it right now and you see what kind of Palestinian cause reached to kind of the bottom of the bottom, even Hamas saying we want to go back to the PLO, right? Understand that there's some factions who want to turn it into religious, but not because of jihad, because of donations, because they want to go to Malaysia and it's like, hey, donate for Al-Aqsa, give us your $1 million. So we always, as Palestinians, we resist that narrative because you're gonna find a lot of tension between Hamas narrative and the Israelis. They both want to turn it into. They want to say that Hamas is victorious. Israelis say, "Oh, Hamas won." Hamas says, "We." It's like you find a lot of intersection. So we as Palestinians, majority of collective, we try to avoid that.
I don't think you can speak for the majority, but yes, there is definitely a significant number of Palestinians who want to keep it a secular in nature, like the resistance. But you can't deny that from the very beginning, like I said, Al-Din al-Qassam, that was a Syrian guy, very religious. He was the inspiration, obviously, he was a martyr for Palestine. But he didn't, in his mind, he wasn't martyring himself for Palestine, he was martyring himself for Muslims, right? And this goes back
not totally accurate. No, not totally accurate. But not totally accurate that he was doing it for Muslims. He was first of all an Arab. So he was saying, "Oh, Jamal Abdel Nasser came to help the Palestinians because he's Muslim." How do you know? He was also an Arab. Now, I wanted to look at what the Palestinians' official representative are said.
I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you that the majority in the beginning, right, up until the 80s, was primarily secular in nature, right? I don't disagree with you on that. But there have always been a group of people who were more motivated by Islam as opposed to Palestinianism.
Yeah, I'm not
Palestinian, right? And at this point, there is a significant proportion of Palestinians that are motivated by Muslims. Listen, man, I get that. Like, listen,
they're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. It's a redundant equivalence.
It's redundant
if
equivalent.
He's saying he's dying for his land, in a way, he's abiding by religious principles of standing against, say, oppression or resisting against oppression. So they would sort of go hand in hand.
Yeah, but Al-Din al-Qassam was Syrian. It wasn't even Palestinian.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No, Jamal Abdel Nasser was Egyptian too.
Jamal Abdel Nasser, yes, that's what he was fighting. Yes.
Why aren't
he was fighting them? Because his ideology was explicitly pan-Arabism and secular in nature. That's his professed ideology, right?
Okay. So he was doing it from a pan-Arabism. It is an Arab conflict. It's not a Palestinian conflict, right? So each one can push his own identity. Just a second. One of the things that Palestinians have to go through, and actually one of the main reasons for the conflict between Palestinians and neighboring Arab countries, is define this conflict. Who speaks on behalf of Palestinians? And right, like Jamal Abdel Nasser want to control the narrative, then Ben Hussein want to control the narrative, then with Hafez al-Assad, then Lebanon. But the Palestinians, whether you liked it or not, or whatever you kind of stand on that side, you say the Palestinians want it, and they saw in this kind of conflict, they want to represent themselves. Okay. And they reached to that with the PLO. There were so many mistakes, there were so many things, but they reached to that with the PLO. And then there were some, which I agree with you, there's some groups from within that are originated with the Muslim Brotherhood, right? And later, for example, Jihad Islami were kind of sponsored by Iran. They want to turn this, they want to destroy the PLO as an organization. They have been working actively on destroying it. Now,
I agree. Listen, we agree on the facts, Benny. Like the only thing that I'm kind of trying to make clear is that there are a significant proportion of people on both sides, on the Israeli side and on the Palestinian side, and if you would like the larger Arab side, that are motivated by Islam.
Yeah. Now, when we being pragmatic and we look at the world that we live in and what rules this world, international law, and let's assume international law is not a joke and the UN is not a joke, and this is what we're gonna play. These are the rules that the big guys put, and we have to play with it because this theater we live in. The Israelis have this, because if they're on the winning side, they keep cherry picking. Oh, now we're gonna play the ancestor land of us, and then later what you're gonna find is, oh, but we go by international law, we can do this. Us as Palestinians, by international law, there's nothing say, oh, this land belonged to the Jews. This is a joke. It's a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale from 2,000 years ago. If you bring it to a course like I used to live here 2,000 years ago, now I have it. By international law, this does not really stand. And for us as Palestinians, as collective, want to get our rights, recognition on the international stage, we're not going to use the Muslim pause, because it does not stand. There's some book you believe in, and that book you believe in, and that does not stand, right? So we need to be really careful using this kind of terminology. Now, what Prince was in the comment is, oh, we sin when someone dies, this is a shaheed. So what? Like, even if you're Christian, you say, I died shaheed al-watan. Shaheed is not kind of tied to religion.
I mean, it can be, but it's not necessarily.
No, exactly. Not necessarily tied. So each one start kind of seeing from the lens of himself.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And listen, the last 100 years, give or take, of the Arab world, right, can be characterized as a power struggle between the pan-Arabists and the pan-Muslimists, more or less.
I'm not so sure if you can make that sort of.
It's an overgeneralization.
That's an overgeneralization. Yeah.
Yes, but you can view it from an overly simplistic lens in that sense, right?
In one way, yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, and for the beginning of that 100 years, for the first 50 to 70 years of it, more or less the pan-Arabists have won, or the nationalist component have won. Nationalist ideology was a prominent ideology.
Yeah.
Now it's flipping.
I don't think so.
How? Sisi,
unfortunately, it is.
No, Benny. This is what.
No, Sisi hanged them. Sisi, well, when the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt started saying, "Oh, we're doing ghazwa to Sanadi," you know what's ghazwa, right?
Yeah.
They would use kind of this terminology to incite all the Muslim, or everyone, almost Muslim.
Yeah.
But Sisi,
I agree with
Sisi
Benny
was
on
not
this.
from the people, man. Sisi was installed by the Americans.
Doesn't matter. He's still an installation.
No, I'm saying, but you have to look at the ideology of the people.
I don't care.
And
that's what we are saying. That's what Benny and I are saying.
More popular today than ever before in the last 100 years.
I don't agree with you.
No, actually, what happened in October 7, kind of strength, if you don't, like, I don't know how you don't see it, strength the nationalism. The Egyptians saying, oh, thank God we got rid of the Muslim Brotherhood by Sisi. Like, even you were anti-Sisi, now you understand kind of like, why did we do it, right? Even in Jordan, right? The king says, a few months ago, they said, like, we're prohibiting Muslim Brotherhood. No one could open his fucking mouth and say no. The national identity became
nobody's allowed to open their mouth in Jordan.
No. They would talk before, but now when he told them shut the fuck up, everyone shut the fuck up, because now they understand they are in a region where Israel is your neighbor, and when Israel is your neighbor, you don't fuck around with. It's not like a game. It's not a dollhouse. You try to do shit. No. Now we understand the value that Mubarak used to bring, for example, to the table. Like,
but the people you're citing, like Sisi and the King of Jordan, these people are Western puppets. They're viewed as such.
I'm not denying. I'm not. Right? No. So I'm not saying they're Western puppets. Sorry, I might understand that about Jordan. I might understand that about him. Okay, but with Egypt, no, he's not the puppet.
Wait, what?
He's not. No, he's not.
Of course,
I know you. No, he's not, man. Listen, if he's a puppet,
100% he is.
Just a second, all the 2 million Gazans, they would be already inside of Egypt. Now, why did he close?
Just because he's highly influenced by Western powers. Hold on, okay, fine. He's highly influenced by Western powers, was installed by them and their allies in the region, right? That doesn't mean he can do anything, right? Because if he had let in 2 million people, right, they probably, there would have been a mass revolt against him. So you have to understand that there are certain things that you can and cannot do, even as a puppet.
The secular national identity, it getting of its strength inside of Egypt from the army. The army of itself, it's a state within the state.
And it's controlled, and it's highly controlled by the Americans.
Sorry, it's not really controlled by the Americans. The Egyptian army, it's not. It's corrupt. There's so many things about it, but it's not controlled by the Americans.
The Americans and its allies, yes, it is. The UAE specifically is probably one of the most influential countries.
I don't think you know.
But Saudi Arabia as well.
No, I think you're looking at it very primitively and very shallow what you hear. But if you look within the Egyptian society and you get someone who really understands the army and kind of the background and why are they structured the way they are, your understanding of their relationship with the Americans and the UAE is really primitive. It's way more complicated.
The army in Egypt is propped up by the Americans. Okay. And they're propped up as a result of recognizing Israel.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's why Egypt is the second biggest recipient of American funding in the regime?
Yeah, but it's not being to be controlled. It's to preserve the peace.
No, you give them money for what?
No. Just a second. You give them money for one sake only, to keep the peace and calm between Israel and Egypt.
Yes, this is a form of control. Because if you did not control them in that sense, then they would pose a threat to Israel.
Why the Egyptian army is staffing their tanks right now inside of Sinai?
I agree with you, Benny.
Why the Egyptian army is on full alert inside of Sinai right now?
Because there are several reasons why they.
What are they preparing for? For who?
You think they're going to invade Israel?
No, they're not going to invade Israel, but they know that Israel. Just a second. What happened in Syria in 24 hours after the regime fell, and what Israel did of eliminating the whole Syrian army? That sends a message to Egypt too. Don't think Egypt was sitting and watching. It's like, oh, interesting. They did that to Syria. That will never happen to us. No, man.
You mean never happen again, right?
No. Listen, when every country around Israel, neighboring countries, saw what happened to Syrian army, within less than 24 hours, every army took notes. Even the Egyptian army, which is the only threat, not to invade Israel. They don't want to invade Israel. But they know that Israel is capable and they have a plan to do that in Sinai.
Yeah, sure.
So, and the Israelis are talking.
That doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that Egypt's not being controlled by America and the UAE.
I'm just going to give you advice. Do not use these kind of very simplistic way of describing the world. This being controlled by
You're being very general.
Okay, highly influenced. Egypt is Egypt and its military is highly influenced by America and the UAE and Saudi Arabia.
Is China is China influencing India, or like all countries have influence on each other? That's diplomatic ties.
Super general.
Yes, that's why I say highly influenced. To the extent where a high degree of influence could denote control.
But these are kind of the relationship.
Give some particulars, right? You're giving some kind of like generalized.
In the sense that, like, when the Egyptians elected somebody that the Americans didn't like, they waged a propaganda campaign against him, made sure that the country did not function, right? The inner apparatus, the deep state, right? And then the Americans came and
the
supported Sisi.
Listen.
The Egyptians elected him.
But just a second, after what he did, do you know what happened a week before they threw him? You know what kind of, how did he change the constitution? He literally changed the constitution that his opinion cannot be changed. And that sent a message to the army. And they gave him an ultimatum to come back from
the army, which was effectively controlling the nation, which controlled all the major institutions of the nation.
Yes.
Which is, controlled the economy of the nation.
Is the Turkish army was controlling?
It was
before Erdogan. Okay, so yes, but you cannot. But this is how it happened.
Yes, in order to retain civilian leadership, you have to overthrow the military. If the military is powerful,
but
otherwise you're effectively a dictatorship.
What I'm trying to tell you is the influence comes from within. You don't need the Americans to get the army to do a coup.
But who supported that?
No, man, they are okay with it. Okay, they were okay with it.
You don't think the Americans supported them to take out Morsi?
Listen, they were okay with it. But was it the Americans who told them to do that? That's bullshit, man. No, the Egyptian army does not like the images that were coming.
Listen.
It's not about America telling them what to do. It's actually that America have intelligence agency in Egypt and controlling the narrative like they planning to. So they are the ones who have put it this new regime. It's all about destabilizing all local regions close to Israel. That's the main plan. And so if you read the news, now Iran is on the next hit list. It's all about that. Doesn't mean America tells Egypt, hey guys, you need to do this, and they will listen. No, they have intelligence agency running the country under the table. That's it.
They cannot change the regime if the army does not want to change the regime. Like, they cannot. The Egyptian army was anti-Muslim Brotherhood. They saw that the Muslim Brotherhood were trying to change the fabric and the constitution in a way that cannot be unchanged. The Muslim Brotherhood is a very stupid, amateur movement. They're not. That's kind of very known about them. They could not predict that there will be a coup, so they should not run the country. I'm very happy.
I mean, it's a good image. They have a good goal. They stand for something that is good. But they were. We can both agree that they were not so organized.
What do they stand for? They went and they turned it into a religious war internally. They almost turned it into a civil war. The Muslim Brotherhood were shooting at some people, like the images that were coming out of Al Jazeera.
The Muslim Brotherhood is better than this new regime, isn't it?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Because the Muslim Brotherhood is immature. If you could not predict that there's going to be a coup, you should not be running a country.
I know, like I'm not speaking from strategic warfare. I'm speaking like from a religious perspective.
I don't care. Actually, I don't think you should bring religion into the state. Like you should not, because the minute I debate with you about a policy that you took, you can say God said, and then you end and you kill the discussion. And this is what the Muslim Brotherhood were doing. We're talking about finance and we're talking about economy, and then you start using God and Hadith and Quran. That means we're never gonna get to an agreement, because you're telling me if I disagree with you, I am an infidel. And this is why we don't want these kind of discussions. This is actually what we have a problem with Hamas.
Mm-hmm. Hamas doesn't do that. What are you talking about?
Hamas does not do that exactly.
Oh, Edward.
No, Hamas. When they were in charge, and when they won elections in the West Bank, they kept the secular government.
What are they doing?
Even Hamas now, when they were governing Gaza, they were governing multiple. They had multiple groups from the PFLP.
What did they do to the opposition? What did they do to the opposition? What are they doing right now?
The opposition sat down with them at the table. What do you mean?
I'm talking now. What Hamas is doing right now to the opposition.
Wait, you think this is the opposition? What they're doing right now?
No, they're killing.
That's the opposite.
They're executing anyone who speaks against them.
That's Israeli propaganda.
I've heard that, but there's no evidence.
That's not true.
No,
we literally have Israel.
My friend father was abducted today.
Yeah, so is mine. Yeah, okay, I could say the same thing.
No, his name is Mustafa Asfour. You can go check him out.
Oh, then he must have done something.
No, he did not do shit. You know what's his problem? That his son, who lives outside of Gaza, is criticizing Hamas. So what they do?
When did they do that? You don't hear about this.
They took his father?
Just a second, Mustafa. Just don't tell me don't.
No. You don't know anything about Hamas.
I know shit talks about Hamas.
Let me hear that. So what did his friend do, like his father? What does his father have?
Just a second. Mustafa Asfour, you tweets and he's opposed of Hamas. He talked everything about Hamas on their Qurans. And because they could not get Mustafa, they went and they abducted his father. And another one today on Facebook. I'm just gonna bring it and leave it in the comment.
Okay, so they abducted his father because of his son.
Yeah, they did that.
And you have articles?
Just a second. They called someone's mother, right? And they threatened her, if you don't shut your son from posting against us, we're gonna come and we're gonna kill one of the kids. They did.
There's so many people to speak up against Hamas.
It doesn't sound logical. Why would Hamas even care about a random tweet? Like, there's millions of tweets against Hamas. What are you talking about?
They do care.
So they don't care, man. What do you mean?
Look in the comments. Go look in the comment now. It's posted by.
Bro, there is millions of tweets against us.
No. They execute people. They show them in the knees.
No, they don't.
They do.
Maybe a small portion of them, like the whole criminal portion.
No, they don't. It's not about criminals.
Because they're criminals. Maybe some criminals claim themselves to be Hamas.
You're just Hamas apologist. That's all.
Bro, Hamas is the resistance, isn't it?
Hamas Anwar Mabsoud.
Okay, where you from, Bani?
Qasem Hamas. Just a second.
Bani, where you from? Which country you from?
Qasem Hamas.
Okay, but why are you cursing?
He's Palestinian.
Bro, be civilized.
I am civilized. If you
I understand your anger and your hatred. Like, we fully understand that, but you don't need to curse.
No, I will curse Hamas.
Because don't curse in here in this room.
No, I will curse.
In this room, we will talk civilized to adult men.
Hamas.
Kick him. He's using a bad language.
Okay. باني قرأ حماس بس لا تجيب اسماء اشخاص. قرأ حماس بس لا تجيب اسماء اشخاص ارجوك لا تجيب اسمعني لا تجيب.
Guys, stop it.
They kidnapped the father of my friend, and this guy's like, no, you don't know shit. You're just apologists for them. Danny, listen, I understand your confusion. I understand your anger, okay? You have valid reasons. You have a relative who has been abducted. We understand that, okay? But cursing is not going to help you.
I don't reach your help.
You don't need to curse.
Here, I just left another video.
Just because this specific event happened.
I just left another video of Hamas leader, okay? What's his name? Abu Jassim, I'll get you the name of him. He's kicking a family from a tent so he can take their spot. I will put a post of my friend whose father was abducted to Mustafa Asfour just because his kid was speaking about it. There's so many. Don't tell me about Hamas. I know Hamas more than you.
I mean, I know Jindit doesn't like Hamas, but...
Me too. But I cannot say anything, about, no, please, be patient, Bani. We cannot say,
بيطلعوك عن هذا بده يقول لك شو بتعرف شو بتعرفش. طيب يا حبيبي طول بالك. Palestinians
بيتحاكموا والله لا يتحاكموا والله لا
Isn't Hamas the only resistance against Israel?
No, this is the problem, right?
And how can you hate the guy who Sinwar?
There's a tribe. Look at what they just did right now. Without any evidence whatsoever, they said that if Hamas arrested this guy, that means he must be a criminal. So the assumption is Hamas, there's no corruption, that Hamas operates under freedom and liberty and all of these things. And if you were arrested by Hamas, that means you must have been a criminal.
Well,
no one says that.
Unbelievable.
No one
that's the implication.
You just did that right now.
Let me ask you a question.
You just did that right now, man.
Strong point.
Seeing this point because you clearly hate Hamas, but I want to see your point on Israel. Do you like Israel?
Habib, I don't. Here's the thing. Can you?
Do you like Israel or yes or no?
Is that an
Do you love Israel?
Okay, stop it.
Okay, he's a Palestinian 48 that hates Israel. خلاص. He's a second
Israel.
Yeah, bro.
What the fucking discussion here? Like you came late to the fucking party. I just left in the comment my friend whose father was abducted. It's in X. And he posted. If you go to his profile, you're gonna find that they sent him threats multiple times. You're gonna get to his brother. Don't tell me about Hamas. I know about Hamas inside out. I literally know shit that you will never be able to forget.
I swear God, they are going to be quoted.
Can I just ask
one by one. Everyone who committed any crime, anybody he been killed or raped or stealing things, he will be committed. He will be quoted.
No, he won't. That's the thing. If these people attain power, they will be in power. Nobody will hold them accountable. It's the same thing in Syria right now. We have to contend with Jabhat al-Nusra taking over, right?
Okay, what's the others?
All right, and because once you take power, that's it. Like it's done.
Bani, who would you like to?
I don't need to
anyone else.
I don't want to give you a solution right now. Just a second. Hold on. There's gonna be election. Hamas will be convicted by the Palestinian law. But right now, the discussion was, I'm telling you about something, and you made something holy. You cannot criticize Hamas.
No one is saying Hamas is holy.
You just did.
No one is saying that.
By your behavior, you're showing.
They are the resisting group. Maybe
they're not resisting. Hamas is not a resisting group. I don't see.
Who's not the idea?
No, Habibi. Just a second. A drug dealer shooting at ideas. Like the drug dealer shoot at the Israeli police does not mean he's a resistant.
And the women.
It does mean he's a resistant.
Another woman here speak.
He can still be resistant in a drug dealer. But it doesn't make him a good person.
He's sick. This guy is.
Can someone kick Kitover because this guy is lying all the time?
Listen, man. We had the same issue after the ceasefire and everything. When Hamas was lining people up and calling them traitors and like executing them, everybody was defending them.
Bengoy.
And that's problematic.
Do you know that family name? Did you hear about it?
Guys, can I just say something? Like
no, you
I just want to speak for 1 minute.
You know
I want to warn you about something.
Go ahead, Benny.
Wait. Because you Palestinians got this fucking
Wednesday.
I'm trying to talk to you.
Trust me.
Just a second. Hold on.
Majidi family.
Now we got fucking
family-
that up here about to add his fucking.
Wednesday, just let the Arabs do their thing.
Nargis, you
Okay,
need to
just
drop
a second.
Ben George, really?
Just a second. The Majidi family. Israel asked him. They sent him a message to their Mukhtar, to the I don't know how to describe the family.
Okay.
And they asked him that they want him to collaborate. Just a second. To collaborate with them and kind of create a militia because they're a very large family. The Mukhtar refused to do that. They dropped a bomb. They killed 102 from that family. 102 in one day. Okay?
Damn.
Just a second. Week after, they had Hamas wanted to evacuate from their tent because they want to take the land, fight with Hamas. Hamas went and they executed 9 of their people. Hamas called them traitors. People who lost 102 a week before. So that label traitor by Hamas is very easy. It's just like water. They slap it at anyone. So whatever they tell you, we that shit flies on you. It does not fly on us. We know exactly what Hamas do. We know when they call someone a traitor, it has nothing to do with it. Who killed Muhammad al-Daif? When Muhammad al-Daif is hiding in Al-Mawasi Khan Yunis, and 300 people were killed with him, innocent civilians.
Wednesday. I've been trying to say something.
No. This is, you need to read the room, honey. You need to read the room. This is a moment. You need to wait, Wednesday.
Maybe Hamas isn't good, but there's one good thing they do. They're
When Muhammad al-Daif was killed, who told Israel about Muhammad al-Daif that he was hiding between civilians in Mawasi Khan Yunis? It was a Hamas member.
Intelligence agencies, right?
No, it was Hamas member who told them. Who is it? Why don't they talk that there are traitors in between them? Why do they always like to slap anyone who killed? Hamas was full of traitors.
Yeah, it has. No one's rejecting that, but the thing is, like maybe they have done the bad things, but at the same time, we know they are standing their ground.
They're not standing their ground. Abu Marzouk said the following. Abu Marzouk said 3 months ago when they were debating with him on Al Jazeera, guys, the arms that we hold, we are the only one who can secure the settlements. You cannot take it from us. Our arms is the only way to secure the fucking settlement. That's Abu Marzouk. Imagine again, the head of Hamas, one of the leaders of Hamas said, our weapons will be used to secure the Israeli settlement. Don't take it from us. Hamas weapons is not just Israel. What's left out of it is to use against the fucking Palestinians.
Yeah, maybe. The thing is, in such chaotic environment. Huh?
Dude, I'm not going to continue debate with him because he does not fucking know the ABCs are coming here to debate. I can keep pulling.
Why is your Arabic مكسرة?
العربي مكسرة جسر كرسي على راسك.
Why are you being like insulting? Like what is this how you talking?
لأنه الزلمة شوي.
تعبت من
الزلمة ليه عم بيسب يعني؟ أنا سبيته شيء؟
لا يا حبيبي أنا ما كنتش عارف.
هو دمه حامي.
ليش عم تسب؟
لأنك مش فاهم إشي وبتحكي.
حتى لو مش فاهم بتسب إذا واحد مش
يعني أحسن بنا مثبت يا بدي أكون صريح معك حبيبي بني أوليف يعني شوي يروق شوي.
حدا سب فيك لحتى تسبه؟
يا زلمة والله خطفوا.
What is this man? Be a man. Kick this guy. Like he's not supposed to be here.
صاحبي
This guy is not supposed to be here.
أبو فداي يوم خطفوه ولا خطفوه.
طيب يا عمري. طيب يا عمري.
خطفوا واحد بكاسير. بخطفوا فداي اللي كان محبوس عند الإسرائيليين.
استغفر الله. قاعدين تكفروا وما بعرف شو. Guys, can you mod me? I'm gonna kick this Benny out because he's being really rude and cursing a lot.
Exactly.
And saying
hey, where are you from? Are you Palestinian?
Yeah, I'm Palestinian, yes.
When?
Oh my God, can I say something now? Y'all having small talk. Talk something now, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Wednesday.
Thank you. Bonnie, I have a question. Like, I understand.
No, just keep it. Don't ask him questions.
No, I want to speak to it. I understand your anger. I understand you dislike Hamas. But
I'm sorry, brother.
In my opinion, oh my God. In my opinion, this disagreement with other Palestinians, with other Arabs, should have been done in a private room, because what they're going to say to Zionists, in my opinion, they're going to say then the genocide, the supposed genocide was of the Palestinians.
Great question. Great question. Let me answer.
No, you're not supposed to answer. Leave.
طلعوا بعدين بتقولوا لي ليه بتسب دينه يعني انيكو حدا يسكتوا.
Someone kick this guy out.
Hey, Shush.
This guy is a drug dealer.
I have a message from Francis. Oh, wait, never mind. Buttercup.
By the way, you know that's a huge fucking stereotype. Like 48 Arabs are drug dealers. This is a huge stereotype. I'm sorry.
Everyone knows the Lebanese are the best drug dealers in the region.
That is true.
They have the best hash. كلهم يعني الحصلتين.
No, it's the Syrians. It's Bashar and his friends.
No. Hezbollah was the biggest drug dealer in Syria.
Bro, we have the best drugs. Number one, we have tabbouleh. And whoever's not addicted to it, there's something fucking wrong with you.
Whoa.
And then we have hash.
Lebanese tabbouleh is best, bro.
Thank you.
I grow, the best I grow just only for tabbouleh.
The Palestinian falafel is best, and Lebanese is.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree.
Oh my God.
Benny, Olive, you asked your question.
Answer, yes. So
ايه ما تسب ما قلت له ما يسب ليش انت عم تسب
طب امسكوا انت
انت بلشت
يا عمي طيب
اوكي هو بلش بس اذا اللي سواه
خلص شباب
انت ما قاعد
خلاص.
اسكت تفضحوناش مشان الله.
Okay, the idea is that the Israelis don't know about our conflicts. I'm telling Israelis engineered our conflict. They know our conflict inside.
Bravo.
Israel orchestrated this conflict and division between the Palestinians. So kind of the idea, let's not do it. They know. Now, I want to be clear. The root cause and the cancer is Israel. The symptom of this cancer is Hamas. But what I'm worried about, that we as Palestinian Wednesday, just a second. Sometimes before you die from cancer, you die from the symptom of that cancer. And I'm worried that my people will die from symptoms. Why? Because we have irrational, stupid, immature movement that is gambling with the life of Palestinians as if we are sheep that have no names and we can just bring more kids. I don't really care about what people think. I care about the people themselves. I care about my friend that his father was a fidei, arrested by Israel multiple times, and he was abducted from his tent today in Wasif and Yunis.
Oh, wait, you said something interesting there.
I don't...
Hold on.
To talk to you.
No. Like, I'm not going to consult you or something. But you said something interesting. You said he was abducted by the Israelis and released multiple times.
He was a prisoner. Yeah.
So why was he abducted and released multiple times?
This is how they do.
He was a
Hold on. Usually, let me give you. This is a clear evidence. Hold on, don't interrupt me here. When Israel captures someone, when the IDF take you as a prisoner. Hold on, I have a
let him bullshit so we can debunk it. I know what he's done.
You can debunk me after. Thank you. Usually, when the Israeli government or military take you and take you into custody, they have always good reasons. They don't just release you easily. Hold on, let me finish. They don't just release you easily. They don't release you easily unless you give them information. If they have taken you multiple times, it means you have revealed information that's crucial for against Hamas. So maybe that could be the reason that Hamas abducted him.
If you want to use that logic, then the vast majority of Hamas members are Mufadin.
Including honey.
including honey.
They don't Israel, they saved honey's life.
They don't release easily. That's what I'm trying to say. So this guy
pick them up and release them. They don't do that now.
Thank you. Exactly.
And if they take you, you're there for at least a few months.
Exactly. So Benny,
you're innocent.
I'm sorry to say this, but your friend's father probably revealed secret information about Hamas' position, and that's why they released him, bro. And they took him again and again and again.
How do you explain honey? How do you explain honey?
Hamas fucked him up.
Honey?
They healed him of cancer.
حبيبي والله حبيبي.
Yo, how can you talk shit about Sinwar, bro? Sinwar was like, I don't give a fuck if I die. I wanna die. Like, I wanna die.
Go die. I wanna die. Who cares?
Bitch, that's why.
You take the whole Gaza with you. Die. You wanna die.
You are a Muslim, yeah? You will die.
أنا مساعد. أنا جنس تجيب أختك مشان
اللي عن قصك عرصة.
سوريا.
السور بتغيظك.
طيب بالله عليك يا حبيبي والله انا فاهم لك. انا اسف.
هو عم بقول انه اسمع هو الكلام على فكره
بليز انت ابن الناس وعالم مبين عليك انت نظيف وباني برضه نظيف.
انا كنت نظيف من البدايه هو صاير يسب فيني. هو فوت المسبات بالحكي.
I just want to point out that the Palestinians have taken over the Holocaust room.
Okay. That's a random question. Like what I'm that Benny fucked up. He messed up. He mistakenly said that his friend's father was taken by the Israeli government multiple times, not once, not twice, multiple times, and released. That's a huge red flag. Huge red flag.
Have you ever heard the term administrative detention or illegal fighter?
I mean, usually when the Israeli government take
let me help you, Ty. Let me help you. Israel has 3 categories in which it can.
Royce, you're Israeli, right?
Yes, and let me explain, Ty. Let me explain. Israel has 3 categories: prisoners that have been charged and sentenced, administrative detainees, and illegal fighters. The second 2 categories.
Okay, you're an AI.
Just a second. I got the number. Just a second. So I got.
Benny, you messed up, bro.
His father was arrested in 1979, and then he was released, and then he was arrested in 1987 for 15 years.
Shut up.
For 15 years. So he stayed in Israeli prison. He stayed twice. He at least like the long serving, beside the arrest here and there. But
whatever. I don't really care.
I talk to him, please. Let me talk to him. Die. I have been in the prison. Listen to me. I have been in the prison. I have been by myself. I have been in the prison, and I get sentenced, and I released. I stay 1 year, and they release me. Listen. And after that, they keep on me in the custody. This is something very terrible. They put me, and the others they thought I am a fucking corporator. Terrible. Listen, you're so fucking stupid.
إذا نسب عليه في العربي نيجي بالعربي ليش ما في الإنجليزي.
Sorry.
ما تسب مشان نطبخ مان.
ولا
احكي عادي.
ولا اسمع
الزلمة محبوس.
ولا كانوا يحزوني يا حيوان.
محبوس
كانوا يحزوني حاجة اللي عشان الناس تقول عني عميل يا واطي. وأنا أشرف من الشرف يا واطي.
لا ما حدا عم يحكي لك.
أنت ما بتستحي اسمع كلامي.
أيوة.
لك يا زلمة ايش مالك؟
اخلص shut up back up.
استغفر الله العظيم يا زلمه ليه عم تسب؟ انا ما سبيتك شيء يعني والله ما حكيت معك شيء. والله يب عليكم انت العرب يعني.
ولا خليتني اسلم.
Integrity you
وعلى اي طريقه خليتني اسلم.
يلا. The thing is, we Arabs we need to train our personality and akhlaq. I think we are.
صوتك جاي تنظر علينا هون هناك
خلص.
انت مش عربي ليه عم تحكي هيك؟
Guys.
ما غلط تحكي
بس ولا عرصة ولا
ما نحاسكوا صوتك
بس ولا عرصة
والله
وينك وينك انت؟ ولا قرد ولا
شباب
والله عيب عليكم
ولا قرد
سيبك منه
الله يعيب عليكم تثقفوا شوية عالم.
Sometimes when we speak to people we need to understand like you're talking to someone who's up there, he exists, he has a brain cell, we're not. with 3 lines, you understand, the guy in front of you is just coming to troll. In that case, خلاص, this is...
No, listen, I'm not here to troll actually. Like, you're the one who started it. Like, I spoke to you 100% professionally, without cursing, without saying anything. You were the one who was cursing against me.
You were defending Hamas when I told you that
so what?
Abducted.
It's my opinion.
No, just a second.
You cannot curse at someone just because it doesn't share your opinion.
No, that's not about
what is this?
I was saying they abducted the father of my friend, and you immediately jumped into defense.
No.
Yeah, but that cannot justify you cursing at me. What is this?
Guys, I let you know also one more thing.
The gentleman.
You know that I have to the brothers who became to the Hamas before they became Hamas. I have been wanted in my city, Nablus, in my city. I have been wanted. They want to kill me.
Why?
Why? Because they believe that اولاد قحبه هم اولاد قحبه والله اولاد قحبه شاب صغير كنا عمري 15 16 سنه شو اولاد الشرموطه بدهم يقتلوني لاني كنت اروح على المدرسه اسمع لي ولا تسمع يا واطي اسمع
لك لا عم تقول واطي يا زلمه شو مالك يا زلمه
لانك ما بتصدقني وما بتحترمني
لك ما ينقال ما عم بصدقك عم بسالك اسئله ولا عم
غلطت علي شوي انت يا بنيه غلطت علي حبيبي غلط
لا ما حكيت عليك ولا كلمه انا كنت عم
بحكي لا حكيت انت بدك بالغلط انا ما
والله ما حكيت عليك ولا كلمه انت سمعت غلط
اوكي let's talk in English. I have been wanted at that time because at that time in Arabic I don't know how to translate it. They believe the brotherhood, they don't believe in resistance, and always we have a very high discussion together everywhere in the school. They don't go out, they don't believe in resistance at that time, so that we have conflict. We go up to out from the schools and we resist in the everywhere. We make clothes or other stuff, and they keep on in the school and they press the teacher to give them lectures. You get what I mean? And we get angry. One day we go inside and we make trouble with them, and then they get the help from outside the school. You get what I mean? And they kick our asses.
المشكلة بديش اطرح موضوع لانه في مواضيع ثانية بس ما يعني مواضيع الاغتصاب اللي بيعملوها حماس في مراكز المساعدات في اشياء بتعرفوهاش الواحد
ما بدنا تخويت يعني كل واحد يلزم حده كل واحد يلزم حده
وانزل وفي واحد
بعدين بني حبيبي انا وياك متفقين we meet me and you بني you know why
بس انت بالك طوال حط جوجفتيز وكله يلا
لا حبيبي خلي بالنا طويل انا هيك اسلوبي ناجح I success in my life this is my style you know I didn't sit beside opposite I don't like to sit opposite you even though we don't agree even though we don't agree I like to sit a little bit beside you and then
that's a good thinking.
You got what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it.
So yeah, there's a lot of traumatic events that happened, and but I mean, the most fundamental in civilized discussions is that you.
Shut the fuck up, Ajrat.
You got me على خربة الغرفة.
يزاوي ولا طالع نظر علينا مش فاهم وين طيزوا من زد.
You know nothing.
Can you guys start a new room? I just feel like it's exhausting.
Before you get sorry to disturb anybody. I love you all. I love you all. I love you, Benny. I love you, everybody.
Someone requested to talk. You want to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, before you guys in the room, Benny, I respect what you have to say as a Palestinian because people on the internet are used to a certain narrative of voices and opinions, and then when someone who you are Palestinian upside and you have a different opinions, I don't respect the fact that Palestinians and not want to cancel you, attack you, and insult you for having an honest opinion about what you experience, the way you feel around the experience about certain leaders and how they have, harmed your community and people around you. And I think it's really good for you to speak up against it.
Wow. Thanks for sharing. I gotta go, guys. I'm closing the room. I think it's exhausted this conversation. Bye, later.
Bye, Buttercup.
Bye. Goodbye.
Hello?
Yeah, boy. Yeah, definitely. It should make sense. Makes perfect sense because pederasty was like a thing. He was obsessed with the Romans.
Where do you get the boy from?
What? Who said that?
The boy is the new angle. Where do you get that from?
What do you mean it's a new angle? It's always been there. It's the yeah. Like if you think about it, like pederasty was a thing back in the Jewish Roman era, right? During the time of Jesus. So pederasty is really the sexual immorality. It's not homosexuality.
Right, but why associate that with Aisha? Like, why does that?
Because
there were also girls, right? I mean,
the reason why I say that Aisha's a boy is because one, she never got pregnant, never produced a child. To me, that would be the ultimate reason to have a young bride, would be to produce children. You get what I mean? She never even produced a child. The Coptic slave produced a child in a shorter amount of time than Aisha was around. So
because all women must produce children. This is your example. All women necessarily produce children because they can. This is completely like taking out the angle where perhaps there are some women who cannot produce children.
Or women that don't get their period, like young boys.
In fact, historically, like
historically, young boys.
Sort of, I don't know.
Yeah, historically, young boys don't get their period.
I mean, you know why this coming across as like really flawed as an argument?
Why?
It's because perhaps you as a Christian, this would be the refutation. You're justifying, I don't know, the priest or whatever, child.
Hey, listen, you want to do whataboutism? That's fine.
This is probably what, like, as a refutation is what you have.
You want to do whataboutism to me? That's perfectly fine. It doesn't cover up the fact that this is historically in their corpus and in their writings. That either Aisha is a young boy or a young girl. So I'm going to think that he wasn't stupid enough, because I think it's more common for older men to like younger boys versus younger girls. So it actually makes more sense, even historically it does. Even with all the botcha bodies and the way that the Ottoman Empire actually had. So these are like deep-rooted secrets within, their culture. It's going on in Afghanistan, it goes on in Pakistan, it goes on in these areas very frequently.
I don't think those boys are respected. At least with the Sunni, she was.
Aisha has freaking. She has. What are you talking about? She has hadiths. She has prayers. She has a whole bunch of.
I know. I'm saying the Bazi boys are not respected, right? Like.
What do you mean they're not respected?
That whole concept is not revealed.
Wouldn't be given the respect that Aisha's given, at least among the Sunnis. Now I understand that
this is after the fact. This is after the fact. After they give her actual womanship. Yeah. It wouldn't. You're right. They wouldn't respect her if she was a boy. But they would if she was a girl.
Have you ran this theory? Have you ran this theory through any academic work, or because there is quite an extensive work that I must have told you this a million times. Joshua Little has done his 361 thesis. I've read most of it, where she's freaking between the ages of 19 and 22, based on based on the work that he's done, right? This was his PhD thesis, The Age of Aisha. So, I mean, you might want to run this through some kind of.
I never put an age. Honestly, I never set an age throughout this whole entire conversation.
I mean, he acknowledges her as a woman, right? So this is what I'm trying to say. So you might want to kind of run this argument through some academic work, or if you have already. I mean, any view is obviously respected within academia, even if it may not be accepted.
Academia, they have there's no academia that gives me a historical Kaaba. You actually think I'm going to get an honest answer out of academia in Islam about Muhammad having a boy as a child bride? No, I'm not. I'm not going to get an honest answer out of the Kaaba, let alone who he married. So, what, are you serious? Give me an academia where the Kaaba was at the Kaaba during the time of the Kaaba was supposed to be at the Kaaba.
Okay, yeah, you can make an argument for that.
Kaaba.
Yeah, you can make an argument for that. You can make an argument for Petra. Like, these are all respected, like, viewpoints within academia, right? That Kaaba was not that's not what the Quran refers to. It refers to the Petra, the temple, etc. Like, these are all views within academics.
Where do they grow olives in Petra? I mean, not in Petra, in the Kaaba. Where are the olive trees?
Yeah, so you can make an argument such as that, but to say that she's a boy, I'm not so sure. Like, that could be a stretch.
What about the Al Zut? What about those? Should I just look at those as like what? As like what? Just lies? The story about the Al Zut, is that like a lie? Because there's a high, like, there's like a really good chain. It's in Bukhari. It's been recorded. How should I take the Zut sort of claim?
Yeah, he's not gonna. Not everyone's gonna grant you that.
Or him kissing young boys.
Yeah, so no one's gonna grant you that simply because it's perhaps not there in the primary source, right? AKA the Quran. So there's no mention of it, etc. Now, if you're reading in Hadith, you might have to do their whole like system of.
There's no mention of Aisha in
there either. Yeah. However, there's reference to.
So then, if there's no mention of Aisha in the Quran, it all holds bar. What are you talking about?
Correct.
Can I add to the Elsa thing?
Yeah, it's not there. Quran, like, I don't know.
With Elsa, the author or the writer of those hadiths, they were seen with the companion of Allah and Abu Bakr during their time on multiple occasions. So from Islamic authors and study guide people, they said that would bring it to a level of Sahih Bukhari.
Let's be fair here. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I really am. I'm trying to be as fair as possible here, saying that, you know what? It wasn't a girl. But we should stop making these accusations. He's, a P, whatever. He just had a bit of a fetish. An older man fetish.
According to Sunnis, whilst it talks about it in Bukhari, as narrators have presented it, like, this is a more honest way to like present something like this than to say like this is what he is.
Okay, so then prove Aisha was a female.
I usually take from like academic sources for all religions.
What academic sources? Because you're telling me that.
I mean, I haven't read anywhere where she's a man. She's a boy, little boy.
So this is the thing, right? If it's not in the, so you were saying if it's not in the Quran, we shouldn't take it serious. But what sources are you going to tell me? Because you know
I told you my metric is the academics. If it's not in the Quran, why even like composite it? If that's going to be like your.
Because they keep bringing it up.
Yeah, that's their problem. Like.
they keep bringing it up. So I'm like, you know what? It's a mystery. I think that they're under conjecture. I mean, they're under conjecture when it comes to a lot of things in religion. So
yeah, you can make that argument. If it's not there,
I mean, the Shias don't even think she's worthy of even having existed.
I mean, she existed.
This was a political move.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you the reasons why I think she was a boy. You want me to give you the reasons?
Yeah.
Supposedly she was at war or leading battle. This would make sense, right? She was left behind, right? She was left behind in a caravan, or that she was just left behind. So everyone knows that, especially in Arabia, with the way they are women, she probably would have never made it home. She was a woman.
She would
have never been left out if that was a woman. Because they usually are never alone. Only boys are alone. Right? Another reason why I think with the thing with the battle is the fact that they tried to emphasize that she was either strong, not a girly girl sort of person. That she was probably like a tomboy. Yeah, probably like a tomboy type, right?
Yeah, we call them like studs now. That's it.
Yeah. So it makes sense from just the way they describe Aisha as not being a very girly girl sort of girl, left behind in battle. I mean, why is it that the Coptic woman, right, and all these other women would prepare food for Muhammad besides Aisha? When was Aisha ever recorded making food for the Prophet?
She's aristocracy.
She what?
She's aristocracy. She doesn't cook.
She doesn't cook.
That's the other wives at the same time, remember?
Makes sense. Sounds like a young boy that's never cooked a meal in his life.
Am I a young boy? I've never entered my kitchen.
I mean, you are kind of
a young boy.
No, you are kind of like
you made rice,
dudes. You're like one of the guys, man.
Yeah, but you made rice.
I made rice. Yeah, I made rice before.
I mean, I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're not girly. I'm just saying.
But I also burnt it.
I've never spoke to you or talked to you like a sexual woman of thing. Or no, I guess you've always been a homie.
Okay, then probably like Aisha was a homie.
Yeah. No. See, you can't compare yourself to Aisha.
Oh my God, absolutely not. I'm not doing it, and I would never.
Let's try to be careful with our words here.
You know my feelings about her.
My thing is that Aisha's a boy. There's no way. There's no way he's not. There's no way Aisha's not a boy. Because then prove that she was a female. When did she get her period? What year? Because guess what? There's stories and narrations of them waiting for her to get her period. They were waiting. There's narrations of this. Now, why would you wait for a malnourished 9-year-old girl that, listen, when you're malnourished, especially at a young age, you'll never, like getting your period sometimes is so temperamental, even with women of today, and they're not malnourished. Like, it just seems a bit, say like, oh yeah, her ass is bleeding, she got her period. No. It's ridiculous.
Even guys' asshole bleed.
Yeah, you have to prove to me that Aisha was a female, first and foremost. you have to prove, you have to give me more than her just playing with dolls. Like, it has to be.
You don't lose credibility on this
something.
argument because you're providing like idiotic points, like, oh, we don't, please, Bart, like, this is.
I'm getting a blame for Islamophobia either way, so I might as well give stupid arguments with it anyway. So I'm going full fledged.
Is she is it safe to say like she's like the most polarizing figure in Islam, given that like she's the reason for the split, Sunni Shia, essentially?
She freaking sat on that. She sat on that camel and went freaking fighting with. I mean, many of her time, and nobody fights the Amir or the Caliph of the time, right? So this is why, like, you can make the argument that in that verse in the Quran, Megatron, which one is it? Where if two Mormons are fighting amongst each other.
Oh, two women, yeah.
Two Mormons are fighting amongst each other. One of them is surely wrong and is a hell dweller, right? Make peace between them, and if not, one of them goes to hell, which is what the Shias make the argument for. It does hamper your religious view if you don't put her in a camp of good or evil. So this is what they would fight for, and that Ali did not kill her in battle whilst she lost it was out of respect for the Prophet, and just let her go.
We can't have the only woman mentioned in the Quran in a negative light, though. We just can't have
She's not mentioned in the Quran, though.
Oh, she's not. Oh, Mary.
I'm thinking about Mary. Mary is. No, we're talking.
Yeah.
Bro.
Okay.
What are you comparing? Who to who?
My bad.
You're comparing.
So wait, you know why I
the
say
mother
that,
of God Mary
I feel as though Aisha is like, it's like for Sunnis, it's like Mary for Catholics.
Basically,
like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
probably.
That was the figure. That was the figure. Yeah, that's what
I mean, they do call her mother and stuff. So
yeah, she's the mother of believers.
I just think that, like, yeah. So, well, we just can't have anything bad happen to her. That's all I'm saying. You know, it's funny. Like my friend growing up, he's Iranian, and man, I was like trying to I remember he would get so angry talking about Aisha. I'd be like, "Why are you so mad?" You know, like this is like a level of anger that makes this
boiling right now as an Iranian.
You know, like, what is going on?
Talking about a filthy person.
I can't understand how. Like, I get the what is that called? The something of embarrassment.
Criterion of embarrassment. Yes. Criterion of embarrassment.
The criteria of embarrassment. I understand the criteria of embarrassment, but
interesting you say that because I think Aisha wanted to be a caliphate like Imam Ali, but then she would have to reveal that she is a guy.
Bro.
Yep.
I'm not going down that road, but I will say this. Yeah. I like the Shia conception of the Mahdi, but I don't like that they don't like Aisha. So I'm torn.
I'm sorry.
I think I'm team Shia or team Sunni.
There's a reason for it.
If you've read if you read Jonathan Little's dissertation, he wrote a dissertation on this topic of Aisha, and there's the conclusion that he came to was that there isn't enough historical evidence to even know her age. Like, there's nothing that they can historically reliably say about this person. It's even possible that this person didn't even exist.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It could be, man.
Yeah, but there are
no children, never getting pregnant.
Okay,
and I understand what you're saying. Like, maybe certain women have difficulty getting pregnant.
That's what they're saying, right?
That would have been shown as a miscarriage.
That's what they're saying.
That would have been shown as something, right?
The whole of Bukhari's freaking Hadith corpus relies on freaking 50% of her. So now what? Now what's going to happen if this person didn't even exist in history? Like, yeah, just as it does make that skeptical analysis of her existence.
I think the only thing that could probably save on this argument and look at the chromosomes, But the likelihood of it.
Go ahead.
But you guys go ahead.
No, I mean, it's really interesting. It's really interesting. I never really thought about her. You know, like, because there's only one talking point for people who are outside of Islam, but actually she's really an important person. Even if there's mystery. Yeah. Well, even within Shia.
Yeah, exactly. So her non-existence would be like absurd as a concept if you take like both corpuses, right? Now, Joshua Little is not obviously setting this in stone, but he's also saying things like her age. Daniel, I don't know if you read the part where he speculates the age being between like 19 and 22, something like that, based on his sister's age, Sarah. He does give an explanation like that.
Well, then, wait a second.
I think some people are going to be a little bit low. So Jonathan Little says that if we want to really look at it, he doesn't commit to any age at all. He just says, look, there's enough evidence for us to make these claims, and he doesn't trust. What he doesn't trust is Bukhari, a testament of 6 marriage and 9 consummation. So, I mean, you could say that he didn't say that she was like 19 then. You know, that's a little.
Yeah, you can't say absolutely.
The other thing I get is Aisha, pretty young, besides, the Mary Jane and all the other stuff. She's pretty younger in her age for the most part. And a lot of people say that she had a lot of periods during that time. There's the Sahih Bukhari verse about the semen being washed off. And then there's also the verse about Muhammad visiting all his wives in one night. He used to put the hammer down, as they say. So there should have been a chance that she should have got pregnant. Unless it is a guy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. There are plenty of opportunities. The guy had children with other women. How successful was he? Because of I don't know. But damn, at least one child out of this girl would have been okay. Or at least a miscarriage or something.
Maybe she just had bad genetics and had infertility.
The dude had that
why don't we hear a story about her infertility?
I don't know. There are those who had OCPD.
Oh, there is stories about her infertility?
Having what are those called, cystic something.
They knew she had cystic fibrosis back then? Or she had endometriosis? Give me a break. We found that out in this century. Oh, give me a fucking break. Endometriosis? You had endometriosis?
But I don't know, man. You have to look into that corpus.
Endometriosis is how you get cystic fibrosis.
The guy used to put the hammer down. He knew what he was doing.
I'm going with cystic fibrosis. This is better. At least now we're proving she was a female.
Correct. So there was a mention of her and Hafsa, right? You'd see the verse that talks about the two of them, the two wives, just fucking giggling and making fun of him for the honey drink. So.
Is this in the Quran?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't mention her name, so it talks about, just look it up. Let me give you the verse now.
66, 1 through 5. My man.
Dude, I'm not a collector, so I don't know.
Verse 66, 1 through 5.
Yeah, so I want to read something just when I have time.
That's off the memory. That's off the memory. I don't even know if I'm right about that.
It's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for us. This is what I call it. Well, this is how little we know about Aisha. And the historical figure, and this is from Jonathan Little in his dissertation. He's an Oxford scholar. The historical figure of Aisha stands at the center of enormous religious and legal authority. Yet the actual evidentiary foundation of her life rests on surprisingly fragile ground. Nearly everything claimed about her derives from literary traditions compiled generations after the lifetime of Muhammad, rather than contemporary documentation or independent corroboration. The bulk of information about Aisha comes from hadith collections such as Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, texts assembled roughly 2 centuries after the events they describe. These collections rely heavily on chains of oral transmission, whose reliability cannot be verified for external records, archaeological evidence, or contemporary written testimony. The figure of Elijah therefore emerges not from direct historical observation, but from a carefully curated narrative tradition shaped by later scholarly communities. I could go on and on. There's more, but the bottom line is that this is the foundation of the Hadithan corpus is. I mean, most of them are narrated by this figure. But what does it mean to say that there is no evidence of her? This is bad. That's bad news. When you rely so heavily on the testimony of Aisha, and yet there's so little evidence. What is the sunnah then? The sunnah becomes completely stripped away. All of the narrations by Aisha can be hand-waved. The tradition rests on nothing but hearsay and scant evidence. And that's what Jonathan or Joshua Little said.
And honestly, like, I'm giving them an out by saying she was a boy, because then that means he never married a young girl.
Exactly.
So, like, I'm not even believing, like, this whole, like, like, pedophilia sort of thing. I'm looking at this, like,
you're working with them.
There's a chance that, the marriage was never consummated in that way. Even though it looks like the women wanted him to consummate the marriage when she was 9. The women that were taking care of Aisha, there's a narration of this, right? Am I correct on this? Somebody could fact check me. But there is a narration saying that they were preparing for her, or preparing that she be for the marriage to be consummated at the age of 9. So
I checked that. They were preparing her.
Yeah, you'll see. Yeah, or the 2 women that were taking care of Aisha and wanted to make sure the marriage was consummated. There's some sort of narration with this. And they were like, oh no, she's ready. I just don't think that this person was a girl. This doesn't make any sense. She was in battle. He's considered a tomboy, left behind. She got punched in the chest. Remember when she was assaulted? That's some like bro stuff. Who punches a girl in the tit? Like come on, man. You slap a woman in the face. You don't punch her in the tit.
The rib would probably break her sometimes.
You punch a man in his chest, though. That I would do. But even that story, like, everything about her just always pointed to me as a young boy. Every little second of every little story about it.
Yeah. Listen to this one. This is Bukhari 3894, or it could be, or it's a 5134 in the common numbering system. But this is a Sahih hadith narrated by Aisha. Allah's messenger married me when I was 6 years old and consummated the marriage with me when I was 9 years old. My mother came to me while I was playing on a swing with some of my girl companions. She called me and I went to her, not knowing what she wanted. She took me by the hand and made me stand at the door of the house. I was breathless. When my breathing became normal, she took some water and rubbed my face and head with it. Then she took me into the house. There was some woman on the Ansar in the house who said, "Best wishes and Allah's blessings and good luck." Then she entrusted me to them, and they prepared me for marriage. And unexpectedly, Allah's messenger came to me in the forenoon, and my mother handed me over to him. Now, there's so much there that we could delve into. Those traditions are for young men. When a young man or a young adopted boy enters another household, that's the tradition. That's what gets. This could be
telling you, Daniel.
It's a boy.
Telling you, bro.
Aisha was a young He married a young boy.
I don't even think it was a marriage. It was just a gift or some sort of obsession. I don't know. He was an older man, I guess.
Yeah.
Happened with older men.
He was taking the boy under his wing.
What?
You know?
I mean, who's the closest successor?
We're losing people.
Who's the closest successor? Aisha. Not
Ali. It's Ali. Because Ali was raised by Muhammad.
Or I think this is too controversial. There's evidence. There's a lot of evidence to suggest this thesis is correct. But it's honestly going to be impossible for us to. How are we ever going to present this? I mean, this is as controversial as you can get. I'm sorry.
Well, we are known for our own original ideas and arguments, and this is just part of, a full thesis that we have here. Not going with the social norms, with the demonic, burning of Qurans. No. We don't go with any of those things. We have our own understanding of this. And if it wasn't surrounded by such a web of lies, then it would be easy to believe. But it just seems like it's the opposite. Every time they say, don't have partners to Allah except Him and His messenger. They contradict themselves, like right after they say things. I just can't. Impossible. Not think the opposite. I mean, they want to believe. They want to believe it's a girl, then believe it's a girl. Prove it. Prove it was a girl. You played with dolls, really? That's all they got. That's it. That means the whole Hadith corpus is garbage. That's ultimately what I'm trying to prove. You hit it right on the head. You can't prove this girl. You can't prove this girl. You can't prove any of it. Let's just try to figure out who Aisha is. Was she a boy or was she a young woman?
And what was the point of females back then? They're respectful to females now, but it was so that way they can bear strong children. Why did he keep her around at that point? Was it out of compassion or was it a different motive?
How old did Aisha live to? How old was she when she died? 60s? Only men lived up to the 60s. Women never lasted that long.
Well, I think that Aisha is a crucial linchpin. You pull that pin and everything comes crumbling down. It's just has to be.
I'm not Muslim, but I think if you're gonna make the argument.
Why are you interrupting me?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If Aisha's credibility and her historicity is in question, and 60% of Bukhari is narrated by Aisha, 40% of Muslim is narrated by Aisha. If the historicity of her is very essential for the legitimacy of traditional Islam, of the Sunnah. The Sunnah itself is in question with the historicity of Aisha. And we know nothing until 200 years after the death of the Prophet about her. I mean, upon what does Sunni Islam rest? Sorry, go ahead, Teresa. That was my only point.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry. But I was going to say, if you're going to make the point, because women didn't live that long, she could have also been an exception because Khadijah was narrated to live a long time too.
I don't know about that. British woman lifespan.
65 years.
Yeah, see what I mean?
65 years old.
But I feel like if you want to make like a better point than, I think that doesn't really work. I think the best bet is just to like to kind of take Islam by its roots and destroy it from there, instead of like the Hadith, kind of destroy it from the Quran.
Look from all angles. We don't just do one direction, but yeah, I mean, you could destroy it from the Quran, but
I mean, a lot of the Hadiths I kind of think are. I mean, I don't even think Islam by itself being bad morals should just be like common sense. Like, if he's a good prophet or whatever, then why does he have such bad morals? You could just make the morality argument.
the bulk of the information, all right, let's frame it. 60% of Bukhari is narrated by Aisha, 40% of Muslim, and that's a large portion of the Sunnah. I mean, what happens to the Sunnah if the historicity of Aisha is in question? The bulk of information about Aisha comes from Hadith collections such as Bukhari, Muslim texts assembled roughly 2 centuries, 200 years after the events they describe. These collections rely heavily on chains of oral transmission whose reliability cannot be verified through external records, archaeological evidence, contemporary written testimony. The figure of Aisha therefore emerges not from direct historical observation, but from a carefully curated narrative tradition shaped by later scholarly views. Modern academic research, including the work of Jonathan J. Little, further highlights how even specific details about Aisha, such as a pivotal aspect of her biology, appear to trace back to limited transmission networks and later historical memory. When the foundational elements of a figure's biography depend on such narrow and retrospective sources, the certainty with which later tradition presents that figure begins to appear disproportionate to the evidentiary base. In historical terms, Aisha occupies a paradoxical position. She is one of the most influential transmitters of religious law and intimate prophetic tradition, yet she remains almost entirely absent from contemporaneous, independently verifiable historical documentation. The result is a figure whose authority looms large within religious history, while resting upon a record that, by the standards applied to many other ancient personalities, would be considered strikingly thin. And I ask the question again: what happens to tradition? What happens to the Sunnah?
It's like
find out that
gone, and it's mostly like
fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked. It's fucked.
What would be the point of inventing it? Danielle, based on what would be the point if you could attribute it to somebody that actually existed?
What are you asking me?
What would be the point of inventing a character when they could just as easily have attributed whatever they want to attribute to somebody that actually existed?
Look, I have no idea. I mean, I don't understand what why would they make it up? The reason they made it up is because they based a lot of the law on her. So people that said that they had a testimony from her, there was a lot of clout. There was a lot of the gravity of her statements. They hold weight, right? So if you say that Aisha said something, that's legally binding. That becomes part of Sharia. So that's why they make this stuff up.
Right, but it only has weight if the person if they already knew the person actually existed, right? I don't understand. Are you saying she didn't exist, or saying like Megatron that she was actually a boy?
I think you're having trouble with following. The whole point is that the historicity of Aisha is in question, and if the hadiths that are based upon her narration are in question as well, given that we don't know much about her. They may be attributed to someone that didn't exist, as far as we know. Now the question you ask is like, well, why would they do such a thing? I don't know. I mean,
No, I'm saying
are you a Muslim?
No. If I'm going to invent something, right? I want to say the hadith or whatever. I want this thing to be attributed with some strength, with some authority. Then I have people that I'm like, there are names like of the whatever they call them, Sahaba. I could have chosen anybody because it's 100 years later. Nobody will know, right? Why invent somebody that raises the questions exactly that you're asking, or that whoever you were reading their work raises? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's something doesn't work. A liar always bases something on a little kernel of truth, right? So I don't know why I would attribute to an entirely made up person.
Well, because she exists in oral tradition. What are you talking about? She exists within tradition. So I'm talking about the historicity of Aisha in contemporaneous documentation, archaeology, and things like that. So she does exist within the tradition. So why did they make up that he had a wife and this other people? I don't understand what your question is.
Well, at some point, this character, assuming the character did not exist, at some point it have to be invented. And the question is, what when you have plenty of people around that you could, attribute whatever you want to. Well, already, why take the chance of being so discovered, so to speak?
Well, because of the tradition of her being and her intimacy with the prophet and her nearness to the prophet, which makes her testimony more poignant, and her nearness to the prophet himself.
Right. So why would tradition existed?
Just stop for a second. You have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think you understand Islam or the argument that I'm trying to make. If you want to marry a 6-year-old girl, let's say that you want to marry a 6-year-old girl and you want to fuck a 9-year-old girl. How are you going to do that? Well, you're going to fucking make up a story about fucking Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old girl and fucking a 9-year-old girl. And that's going to make it kosher, dude. That's why they do it. That's why she's the basis of so much. Like I said, 60% of Bukhari, 40% of Muslim is based upon our narrative by Aisha, a figure with scant historical representation.
All right, well, that's the reason. I understand.
Why don't they just make up instead of just making up a character? Why don't they just pick someone that really did exist with the prophet and that everyone knows about?
Oh my God.
So that they would never, like, what kind of a question? Like, dude. Yeah, this is directly from Jonathan Little's or Joshua Little's, Jay Little's dissertation, Oxford scholar. And even he writes it. They don't even know how old they can't even determine her age using critical assuming. They have no fucking clue.
Who would question the wife, the prophet, right?
Right, which means that I'm saying before the hadith are written down, there had to already have been a tradition that this person existed, whether she did or didn't, or whether it's a boy or whatever. There had to have been a pre-existing tradition, right?
Yeah, I guess there probably was a pre-existing tradition about it. Maybe she did exist. We can always speculate, but what I'm trying to do is, I'm not saying like, look, Aisha didn't exist. It's not the point that I'm trying to make. I'm just explaining to you that the evidence for her existence is very scant. No, there are people that existed. No, there are people that existed, and the evidence for them is very scant. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
There's some guy who wasn't like, he did live a very unremarkable life. He was a farmer. If he existed, there's no evidence that he existed anywhere, but nonetheless he existed.
Why is my face surrounded by candles?
You understand that, at least?
We were just,
That people exist and there's nothing, no documentation to suggest they did.
Why is my 51st not gonna help me today?
Yeah, there you go.
Completely transparent rescue. Shadow Man.
God.
If you're looking for modern design, bright open spaces, and a backyard made for gathering, this 4-bedroom gem is ready for you. Let's schedule a tour. If you're looking for modern design, bright open spaces, and a backyard made for gathering, this 4-bedroom gem is ready for you. Let's schedule a tour.
What's making you think that she didn't exist? Or are you just like listing things that would totally ruin the authenticity of all the hadiths?
It makes you think that she didn't exist.
Yeah, like, are you claiming that you don't think she exists? Like, what makes you think that? Just curious.
لایه‌های مختلفی داره. من یکی از مواردی که شاهزاده دیده شد و گفتم چهرهایی که هم
Because I thought the argument was that like we can't prove that she's a girl or a woman.
گفتار اونا گفتمان اونا رو نسبت
Yeah, that's going to be more difficult to prove about her being a boy.
من خودم پای صحبت یه سری
So I kind of wanted to take a more broad approach to Aisha. But Barth has a theory that Aisha was a boy.
How long do you think you guys... Let me ask you this, like, what does the debate really involve in the stakes? Like, whether or not you're right or wrong, you know, minus the time that you spend thinking about this, debating this, what's the outcome that you're looking for other than content? Is it giving you contentment?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying, I'm questioning, you know, how you spend your time using your brain. You asked for clarification. So I'm just asking you, what's the point? Hello?
You don't understand what we're even saying.
Oh, I speak English. I can actually hear you and listen to what you're saying. And I'm recording it. So if I want to go back and listen to it even more, guess what? I can.
Well, what are we talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
What's the topic?
Aisha, apparently. I mean, look at the name. Aisha. She, the eye of she. Are we sure that Aisha is not just a metaphor and not a little boy or a little girl? Hello? Are you being too literal? Hello?
Share your letter. Like, go and be alone with it. It's depressing. Bro, come on, just go away.
Hello? I'm depressing? Are you projecting onto me your own depression? I feel great. I'm having a Miller High Life over here and just had a wonderful Brazilian chicken dinner. Hello? Are you projecting? Hello?
It's weird.
Oh, now you sound like a Schwartz. That's what the Schwartz always say when they got nothing else to say. They say, that's weird. Weird. That's like no evidence to support what you're saying. So you just say that's weird. You ever notice that? That's kind of weird to me. Hello?
You're mentally ill.
Are you projecting on me? I've seen you, Daniel. You look like you haven't showered in weeks. Your hair is oily. It looks like you're from 1920s. You look dusty. Hello?
I don't know the fact that you started the military from like PTSD or whatever happened to you mentally. I don't want to go there.
Hello?
Just go be mentally ill somewhere else.
Oh, I see.
Legit, please.
Oh, I see. Okay. So it's a me problem. Okay, got it.
You're being a weirdo.
Oh, really? I'm being a weirdo? You guys are on here 7 days a week talking about the same fucking topic, and I'm weird? Oh. Sorry, Daniel. It's not me who's weird. It's you. It's you who's weird. It's Megatron who's weird. You guys keep doing the same fucking thing every day. What the fuck's wrong with you? Hello? Fucking weirdo.
Heretics. Megatron, I only wanted to come up to call you a heretic, bro.
Why?
Because he's an Orthodox sympathizing heretic. And Daniel, you're an atheist sympathizer heretic.
You're a U.S. supper. Are you Catholic?
Oh, yes.
You find heretical about Bart's views?
Some sort of aquatic slug.
Is there anyone in particular?
There is the question of the dowry. You are short the amount we agreed on. That is an installment with more to follow. If it were a thing of beauty, we could overlook such things, but it most certainly is not.
My uncle, His Grace the Pope, is too modest. He is also offering
No, I just wanted to come on Clubhouse for hours.
Albino with his wealth of farmland.
What are you saying?
We happily accept your increase in the dowry.
Congratulations. French match is good, sir. You have to stay in favour long enough to get pregnant. Do you think you can manage that?
Well, shall we go and meet the groom? My second son, Henry, Duke of Orleans.
It's much nicer to look at in real life than your portrait. Did you see that?
Majesty, would you like her? We will marry.
Let's go.
Hello?
You're protected. I've seen this.
China does a good job of replicating and copying us to certain degrees, right? But they're not like true innovators. They're just not.
Have very deep conversations about mental illness, genius, epigenetics, and medication. We had that conversation. I made some tofu. I think I won't die. I think it was edible. I have an idea to make some more. I'd be really healthy about it.
Is all tofu edible?
Well, I mean, if I cook it, it might not be.
Oh.
But I did I think I did an okay job. I put some olive oil down. I threw some spices on it. I swirled it around. It was good. I'm not mad at it. Add some hot sauce. Really good. Next time I'm going to try to add some beans. Garbanzo beans. I think it'll be even better.
What kind of tofu is it? Brown?
I don't know. It was white. Are there different colors of tofu?
No. It's the density of it. I'm a firm.
It was firm. was like a block of tofu.
Okay. Did you do anything special before you cooked it, or?
I took it out of the water and then I used a napkin and I like dried it a little bit and that was about it. I didn't do anything to it. I don't really know how to cook it. That's the first time I ever made it.
The next time.
Where were you when I did this help? I was asking everybody. Go ahead.
Well, for next time, put like a saran wrap over it, and then put a couple of real heavy books over that. And so what it does is that it just squeezes all the water out. And then when you put it in your marinade, it kind of expands and sucks all the marinade back in.
Ooh, I didn't marinate it. I just put it straight into the fryer. And it was okay.
Yeah, you can marinate it with whatever you want. It's kind of like, you know, portable mushroom that gets the flavor of whatever the flavoring is. And so this will do that too. So you can make it really delicious with whatever sauce and marinade.
Okay then. Well, now I've eaten and now I have like a little bit of a
با امنیت زندگیشون رو بکنن، حتی اگه رأی نداشته باشن، حتی اگه رأی بدن، حتی اگه رأی مخالف بدن یا رو موافق بدن. الان ما داریم نابود میشیم از دست همین طیف سلطنت طلبایی که دارن میگن مرگ اینوری مرگ اونوری، هر کی کنار ما نشینه مجاهد، هر کی کنار ما نشینه فلانه، هر کی که نشینه. من دوست ندارم کنار تو بشینم، این دموکراسیه. من دوست ندارم وجود تو باعث مشکله.
یعنی که در داخلن وجود جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر مورد به نظر من جمهوری اسلامی که وجودش باعث مشکل تا حالا یه سری طرفدارای پهلوی، یعنی من خودم اینجور طرف داخل خیلی هم با این طرفدارای دولتی که آقای پهلوی درگیرم، همه جا دوستانم میدونم، ولی به نظر فکر نمی کنید که باید اون نوع که پیکار روی جمهوری اسلامی باشه تا آقای پهلوی و طرفداراش الان؟
مهران جان ایشون رفتن عزیزم. تو افتادم.
یکی نوشتن ایشون طرفدار
این کارش نمیرم چون می‌خواستم به چالش بکشم، چون کلا حرفایی که میزد زد و نقیض داشت. حرفاش خیلی
آقا شمایی که منو انداختی پایین، شما میگی صحبت نکن، ولی شما منو میندازی پایین و ایشون اومده یه فقط تخریب کنه، بعد هیچ راه حلی هم نداره، فقط
Anybody want pepperoni before the
قانون اساسی
Why is my face surrounded by candles?
Master,
Anybody want pepperoni before the cat comes?
آره بهرنگ جان، اول بگم خیلی بد برام صدای من بدیه، صدای شما انتقاد بده نکن.
من دارم رانندگی میکنم، یکی دیگه از
من اتفاقا من این آقای ایلیا رو نمیشناسم، یعنی من شاید بگم اولین بار حرفش رو شنیدم. اینی که افرادم که من از درون ایران هستم نمیدونم، یعنی من میتونم که بگم در درون ایران ولی نیست، ولی صحبتایشون به نظر من بسیار درست بود. منتها همونجور که خودشم با صداقت گفتش که ببین من که تخصصم این نیست که بیام اون جزئیات رو بفهمم و بدونم و بتونم به سوالات شما پاسخ بدم، ولی اون چیزی که من حس میکنم امروز جامعه ما میخواد، من دارم حس خودم رو میدم.
Hello New York, we are bringing you to your doorstep on the 17th and 18th of February. We shall see in Manhattan.
ما به یک مسالمت اجتماعی برسیم بعد از جمهوری اسلامی، به جز این راهی که ایلیا میگه راه دیگه وجود نداره. یعنی اگر قرار باشه بعد از جمهوری اسلامی ما نتونیم شرایطی باشه که گروه‌های مختلف بیان برای قدرت همه با هم مشارکت بکنن. برای چی مشارکت کنن؟ برای اینکه همدیگه رو حذف بکنن؟ خیر، برای اینکه بتونن در پلورالیسم سیاسی با هم دیگه رقابت کنن. منتها این قضیه در لحظه فروپاشی جمهوری اسلامی میسر نخواهد بود، با یه صندوق رأی هم حل نخواهد شد. بنابراین صحبت ایلیای کاملا درسته. این بستره باید قبل از اون به وجود بیاد. قبل از اینکه جمهوری اسلامی به وجود بیاد، بستره باید به وجود بیاد که گروه‌های متنوعی بتونن در اونجا با هم دیگه بستره گفتگو، همکاری، همداری داشته باشن. الان همچین بستره موجود نیست. اگر بخواد این بستره به وجود بیاد، باید یه سازماندهی سیاسی باشه که در اون سازماندهی سیاسی ایلیای به یه سخن خیلی جالبی توجه کرد که حالا تو کانتکست سیاسیش بهش میگن interim charter، یعنی یک منشوری برای دوران گذار، یک منشوری که در برگیرنده همه گروه ها باشه، همه گروه ها. یعنی شما نمیتونید بگید اینو اونو من دوست ندارم، نمیتونید بگید. بعد دیگه آخه مجبورین چیکار کنید؟ حالا با اون گروه ها میکنید چیکار بکنید؟ بعد بکشونشون، اونا که هست نمیشن که، اونا که هستن. پس بنابراین باید همه گروه ها رو بشه. منتها گروه هایی هستن که نمیخواهند دموکراتیک باشن، یعنی گروه های کالتی هستن، مثلا مجاهدین. خب مسلمه در اون اینترون چارت وارد نمیشن که بخواهن مقابل مشارکت داشته باشن، برای خودشون کالتن، خب برن دنبال کار خودشون. ولی بسیاری از گروه ها میتونن در واقع در یک منشوری که در واقع همه شمول باشه قرار بگیرن. حالا صحبت سر که این منشور رو کی بنویسه. خب اول بستره‌ای به وجود بیاد که آدم‌ها با هم صحبت بکنن. یعنی همون صحبت‌های خیلی جالب خانم گنجی برای من خیلی قابل توجه بود. گفتش که ببین بیا سوء تفاهم‌ها رو مطرح بکنن، یه فضایی بیارن که اونا رو دعوت بکنن که بیا ما هم صحبت کنیم. کسی اینجا قدرت وجود نداره که بخوایم سهم به کسی بدیم. قدرت الان دست جمهوری اسلامی. پس بنابراین این سهم کشی قدرت یک خطای شناختی به یک مسئله ذهنیه. این ذهن شماست که داره میگه این اومده سهم ببره. کدوم قدرت که دست جمهوری اسلامی. پس بنابراین موضوع اینه که چجوری ما با همکاری هم دیگه تبدیل به قدرت بشیم که اسمش از آلترناتیو فرد نیست. مسلمه که یک فرد میتونه ریپرزنتیو داشته باشه، یعنی یک مدیر، یک رهبر میگه من رهبر این آلترناتیو هست، ولی آلترناتیو یک سیستم سیاسی. ما فعلا سیستم سیاسی نداریم. پس بنابراین باید به جای اینکه به آقای شاهزاده حمله بکنیم، به جای اینکه به گروه‌های دیگه حمله بکنیم، به جای اینکه به هم بپردازیم، بگیم که این بده اون خوبه، شاهزاده کم زیاده، این بده، فخرآور بده، اون یکی بده، مجاهد رو بگیریم چیکارش بکنیم چیکارش نکنیم. به جای این خطاهای شناختی و فرافکنی ما باید نگاه بکنیم که اون صحبتی که ایلیای کرد در واقع مغز داستانه. چگونه میشه این اینترن چارتی رو به وجود آورد که در برگیرنده تمام نیروهای مخالف جمهوری اسلامی بشه که تبدیل به یک قدرتی بشه، جمهوری اسلامی رو ناکداون کنه و از طریق دیگه اون چیز منشوری که اینها با هم دیگه دست دادن، قرار دادن، نوشتن، اون آینده‌ای باشه برای بعد از جمهوری اسلامی. یعنی این منشوری که الان قبلش دست دادن و دارن در اون مسیر همکاری و همیاری میکنن، جوری باشه که در واقع مکانیزم‌هایش در واقع تولید بشه. یعنی سیستم سیاسی سیستم سیاسی مکانیزم درست میکنه، سیستم سیاسی مکانیزم رو درست بکنه. اون موقع بعد از جمهوری شما میتونید با خیال راحت بگید که ما روش‌ها مجموعه‌های درست کردیم که باعث آرامش و صلح جامعه، ریکانسیلیشن جامعه میشه و همچنین در برگیرنده نیروهای مختلف سیاسی که حالا با هم دیگه بیان بشینیم که یک قانون اساسی یا کانستیتوشن رو از طریق یک مجلس مؤسسان به وجود بیاریم. مجلس مؤسسان چینی نیست که با قشقم بزنیم بگه الان من 4 نفرم میذارم تو یه مجلس مؤسسان درست میکنم. مجلس مؤسسان نشون دهنده نماینده اقشار مختلف مردم. خب شما اگر نتونید بستری اونو به وجود بیارین، یک بستری سرکوب به وجود بیارین، مجلس مؤسسانتون هم مجلس مؤسسان ساختگیه. مجلس مؤسسانی که خودتون و افرادی که دوست دارن رو گذاشتن تو قانون اساسی هم مثل خب مگه مثل جمهوری اسلامی دیگه. جمهوری اسلامی مگه جمهوری اسلامی مجلس مؤسسان تشکیل نداد؟ من به شما میگم در شهریور سال 1358 مجلس مؤسسان تشکیل شد و جمهوری اسلامی هم قانون اساسیش از درون مجلس مؤسسان در اومد. ولی خب چی شد؟ چطوری ولایی و این حرفا؟ بنابراین ما از امروز توجه بکنیم که چگونه این نقاط رو پر بکنیم با همکاری شاهزاده، با همکاری بقیه، تا بتونیم این جریان و اون چیزی که ایلیایی گفتش که بود مردم این دربرگیرنده این شمولگرایی رو طلب میکنن، ما این رو بتونیم فراهم بکنیم. این وظیفه ما که در خارج از کشور این هسته. اونا در درون کشور نمیتونن این کارو بکنن چون سرکوب میشن. از بنابراین در کشور آزاد حقه که این مسئله فراهم بشه. حالا شاهزاده میتونه بکنه نمیتونه بکنه، با بقیه باید کمک. من نمیدونم، من اینجا برای شما یک راه حل جادویی ندارم، ولی اون چیزی که ایلیایی میگه به نظر من برخلاف دوستان که گفتن ضد و نقیض بود، من ضد و نقیض ندیدم که حرفش کامل نبود ولی ضد و نقیض نبود. بنابراین من فکر میکنم که اون صحبت ایشون رو فقط اومدم تعریف بکنم که بسیار صحبت
از دیدگاه من ضد و نقیض بود حرفش. حالا من از شما سوال دارم. ماشاءالله خیلی زیبا سخن میگید، معلوم هم هست که معلوماتتون خیلی بالاست آقای کوچ و از من خیلی بیشتره. حالا من در پی صحبتاتون از اون سوال دارم. خب از اون جایی که ما میدونیم، حالا من یه چند تا نکته از حرفاتون گرفتم، خیلی دوست دارم جواب سوال منم بدید. از اون جایی که همه ما میدونیم آقای پهلوی میگه آقا من اصلا کاری به سلطنت ندارم، باشم چند باشم راست آنها گفته. حالا اینو داشته باشیم. شما مثلا میگید که ما خیلی بخوایم با زمان آبیانه و بخوام منظور شما رو متوجه شدم بگم اینه که شما به دور میز بشینیم هممون به در مورد آینده و یا قانون یا چه اتفاقی بخواد بیفته و اینا صحبت بکنیم. سوال من از شما اینه، رضا پهلوی با کی میخواد بشینه دور میز؟ با خانم مسیح علیرضا؟
You said retard bitch, man. You said perform a risk analysis. Is that what you said?
Benny,
Let him answer. He said minimum.
Just a second. You're defending. Just a second. Just a second. You guys are defending Hamas. How do you say Hamas?
No, forget about that. You said, no. Can we get back on track here?
No, we can't.
No, we can't get back on track. You said the minimum, meaning what they have to plan for. So why don't you talk about this? What they should have planned for? You said they were wrong.
Listen,
right?
Listen. You defend Hamas.
No, I'm not defending Hamas. I'm saying to you,
you're defending their action.
No, I'm not defending their action. What I'm saying to you,
questions. You don't know shit.
No. I'm trying to ask questions based on what you're saying. So to get back to what we were talking about. You said
my turn.
Yeah, of course. But listen,
my turn. Did Hamas say what we did? We fucked up? Yes or no?
Not in those terms, but yes.
No. Hold on. Did Hamas said it? Yes or no?
Yes, I said not in those terms. You're paraphrasing.
There's no discussion.
No. So can we? So if there's no discussion, why say here?
If Hamas said it, that's it. We're done.
Are you willing to discuss? Or are you not willing to discuss? What are you willing to do?
I will tell you. I'm not willing to defend Hamas.
Okay.
Wrong.
So if you're not willing to discuss, then why say here?
Edward, you defend what.
Do you want to discuss, or do you not want to discuss, or do you just want to talk?
You want to defend Hamas?
No, don't tell me what I want to do. Let's discuss it, and you figure out what I want to do. What I'm about.
You want to defend what Hamas already admitted is wrong?
How do you know? How do you know I'm going to defend it? We haven't discussed it yet. You're going to tell somebody when you're debating, you're going to say, we're not going to debate anymore because I know this is what you're going to say.
No.
And then here I'm right because this is what you're going to say.
No.
Okay then. Edward, this is the guy. This is the problem with this guy, right? I gave him a scenario. If I am resisting against a criminal, this guy is
it's wrong.
I want to go back to the second. Edward, this is the guy. Bro, you the fuck up. You the fuck. It's not your fucking rule.
مش عربي هذا مش عربي
It's not every group, man. Calm down.
حسام عبد الحميد جدك لطول بالقمر شخ عليه جدك لشخ عليه. Why are you cussing my لشخ عليه?
Thank you. He's cursing me out, little bitch.
عبد الحميد لشخ عليه.
Okay, there you go. So, by the way, this is the same idiot.
These are the fake people, right? He talks about, like, okay, fuck Hamas, sure. And then he wants to talk about my grandfather who dedicated his life from the age of 14 to serve the Palestinian people.
And who sit in the audience, you have to come off the fucking mic every 2 seconds, and you have to speak and suck his dick, right? Sit in the audience like a little cunt you are, fucking old fart, fucking bitch. So like every booty claps for the fucking Zionist scumbag.
So here's the minimum. Here's what he said: the minimum risk that Hamas should have accounted for, and this is an argument I've heard before. The minimum risk they did account for, and what they're talking about is the risk that they did not account for, which is what? It's genocide, which is a risk. When you're doing a risk analysis, is something outside the scope of the operation. It's not something you would account for. No one accounts for genocide when they're planning an operation. This is a fallacy. And so you cannot blame this on So Hamas saying we don't, there are things that we did wrong, or we should have done differently. That's hindsight. That's not them saying we failed.
I agree.
Because they did not fail. It was Israel that failed.
The example that I gave, if I'm attacking a Zionist entity, right, I should know prior to resisting that this entity is going to genocide my family, right? I should know that. And let's say if they do end up genociding my family, and I come out all of a sudden, I'm crying that I fucked up this and that. You're going to use that against me?
Seriously, that's the thing. How would you know genocide is even on the table? You wouldn't know that the genocide was not on the table.
Genocidal regime?
No, have they done this before? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, have they done this before? Have they genocided?
Israel has responded disproportionately every single time, and the number of deaths in Gaza have increased year after year. Operation after operation.
That tells you
there's
that
never been an attack as big as October 7th. So one could reasonably deduce that our attack is genocide. Then yes, they're going to respond in a genocide manner.
It was getting worse. That's what you're saying. The reaction was
yes,
exactly. So they had
So you can
Hello? Hello?
reasonably deduce that if we on this
Hello?
that the response will be akin to genocide.
you can only deduce what is reasonable.
That is reasonable from a genocidal regime.
No, because it hasn't happened before.
From a genocidal regime.
In insurance terminology, that's called a black swan. It's something that you did not predict.
Israel, it was Martian.
No, we're not talking about Israel and Egypt. We're talking about Hamas.
Edward, hold on. Benny Adams' rhetoric is one shy step away from science.
Yes, of course.
Sure, okay, you're dealing with a murderous regime, but the fact it gives the justification to mass slaughter people.
I didn't say it was justified.
Yes, you did. Yes, it is.
No, I didn't. When did I justify it?
Your narrative justifies the actions of the Israelis.
No, it's not. I'm justifying it. I'm saying
If you broke the barrier, you're gonna get genocided. In what fucking world? In what? You are giving
I'm just convinced that these guys are misogynist at this point.
So, Benny, have you taken risk analysis at all?
I actually have a real long time ago.
Okay, so you know what a black swan is. You know how to do like a risk assessment. I mean, you may not remember exactly, and I don't either, but we know the basic idea, and you account for as many variables
possible repercussions. Yes.
Now, and then you're trying to wait.
It's possible for Israel to commit genocide.
Wait a minute. In your risk analysis, okay, you cannot, and you know this from taking the course, you cannot account for all risks.
You try to account for as many risks as you possibly can. Yes.
Absolutely.
Now, do you think prior to October 7th, do you think that it would be reasonable to assume that Israel would commit a genocide?
No, because genocide is so horrific, you would not assume that Israel put itself in a position that it would literally change the entire narrative of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You wouldn't assume this. You wouldn't assume that Israel would come in. You would assume that Israel would
I myself used to talk.
That nobody why we make that assumption for a United
What are you talking about? What does the United Nations have to do with this? Israel has been ignoring the United Nations. Israel has been ignoring the United Nations since it's been formed.
I know, but as a member of the United Nations, you do not
as a member of the United Nations, they have been ignoring UN resolution rules and the Geneva Convention and all kinds of resolutions.
So here's how, Benny.
So it's reasonable to assume that Israel will give a fuck about international law.
Okay,
that's
let's
say
it's not.
You're talking about.
Oh, really? Hold on. It's not a reasonable assumption to assume that Israel doesn't give a shit about international law.
Let's go with that, and let's go with what you said, Benny, about Israel's responses keep getting worse, right? So you would graph that out. Israel's responses keep getting worse. So you would go with, okay, if we do an operation, we expect the response to be worse than what we've had before. Correct? We can agree on this?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Okay.
So risk analysis. Okay. You said that Israel has responded disproportionately every time.
As a number of deaths have been increased.
Yeah. This is correct, right? I agree with you. They have. And then at the same time, they have continued even during, times when Palestinians have not been fighting or peacefully protesting or, things have been calm. They've continued to kill. Right?
But on a much smaller scale.
Smaller scale, right? So we can logically say that Israel will break international law because they have done so. Correct? We can reasonably say that doing an operation on October 7th, what Hamas did, would bring about a stronger reaction from Israel. We can reasonably say this, right?
Actually, not only that, I remember looking into this once. If you look at the proportion of how many, after every time like Hamas attacks or kills anybody or whatever, the way that they respond, the number of people that I'm cooking right now. I wrote you the numbers like 15 minutes ago. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I think they are proportional in terms of how many people they've killed. So the 70,000 number is probably equal to the proportion historically.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Let's see if it was. Is this measured linearly? Which you are measuring linearly, right? And is when you increase the number of people that you kill, is that risk linear? Because it's not linear, right?
If you graphed it in a linear manner, you would probably get to the number. Yeah. If you graphed it in a linear manner, you would probably get to the numbers.
Yes. Okay. I'll go with that. And
in addition to that, whether it's a genocide or not, is not the point. The point is the mass atrocities and the mass number of deaths.
Okay, if you did the same thing, and let's say instead of 1,200, the Palestinians killed 12,000, then linearly, then they would have killed pretty much everybody, all 2 million people, right?
Okay.
I mean, that's how you're graphing it, right? So what I'm saying is, okay, but you can't graph linear because as you're going up in numbers of how many, like for Israel, how many people that they're killing, the risk to Israel, politically and diplomatically, and other risks also go up. So it can't be graphed linearly. And Hamas would not have graphed it linearly. They would not have graphed over 70,000 plus killed.
Yes, it is safe to assume that we've never killed this many Israelis before, that this operation is going to be so massive and so groundbreaking that the response from Israel will be equally as massive and groundbreaking.
Yes, but what they've done is
so it will be larger. Yes, this is something you have to take into account.
But not genocide. Not to the point of genocide.
Good. Whether it is genocide or not, it's still a mass atrocity and a huge number of deaths.
You understand, the larger the number that Israel kills, the more the harder it is for them to justify. So it's not linear for Israel as a military force. It's not linear for any military on the planet. They don't make a linear decision when they go to war.
It's still disproportionate.
Of course, it's really different. I agree.
Yes. Okay. So if you're gonna go in and kill and abduct over 1,000 people, right? And you know also that whatever you do, there is a Hannibal directive, and whatever the Israeli government does will also be blamed on you. This is something to take into account in your risk analysis. That even if you don't kill those people, the Israelis do, you're still gonna get blamed for it. So in the eyes of the Israeli government and the Israeli public, they will want a response proportionate to that.
And what would be Israel's risk analysis? What would be Israel's risk analysis?
Israel's not the one that committed the...
No.
Yeah.
They definitely did a risk analysis as they're going in, in response to this. They did a risk analysis for everything.
Ongoing. Yes, they were risk analysis was ongoing. If they could have killed more people, they probably would have.
Well, so the thing is, though, would that be attributed, or I should say, would Hamas understand that Israel would go and kill 70,000 people? Because you can't say 70,000 is equivalent proportionally to 7,000 people.
You can expect there to be tens of thousands of deaths. Yes.
By the
way, and it's not only from October 7th. Right? Before October 7th, right, I used to talk about how Israel is trying to instigate a global war because in a world war, they are able to, under the cover of everybody being distracted, kill a lot of people and take a lot of land.
That's true.
That's what I used to talk about before October 7th. So I was already working under the assumption that Israel is willing to and capable of killing a lot of people and taking a lot of land. And that's when the population of Palestinians, I was taking into account the West Bank and Gaza. So the number was in the millions in my mind.
So
if I could account for that, I'm sure Hamas can.
So you're telling me that every military operation that the resistance does with Israel, we should have accounted for genocide.
Wait, I want to know what that means, Benny. Are you accusing Hamas of wanting to genocide its people? What does that mean?
No. I'm not saying that.
Then what are you saying?
I'm not saying that they want to do it. I'm saying that they should have recognized. Now listen, I'm not making a value judgment or a judgment call on whether or not it should have been done.
It doesn't dare to say that.
Shut the fuck up. Don't fucking insult me like that. Listen, you cussed my mom in the other fucking room, and I'm not gonna fucking stand for that shit.
Come on now,
don't fucking cuss my mom like that. Don't fucking call me a bitch like that. We're having a normal fucking conversation. You can't have a fucking conversation and get the flying fuck out. Let's have a conversation. Okay. Prince, let's keep it civilized. Prince. Oh my Prince. Let's keep it civilized. Come on. Oh my God.
Okay, hold on. Let's keep it civilized. We're having a good conversation. It's okay. We can have that shouting match, but don't follow that idiot that was in here. What was his name? Benny Olive. What was? Yeah. Benny. Just don't follow his path.
Hold on, Jeff.
People here. No. We know Benny Olive for a while. It's okay.
He's
he's questioning the narrative.
No, here's Prince. Here's what you tell me about this. So, when you're doing a risk analysis and you're going to assume that the other side is going to kill more people.
Please check your messages, please.
Now, as the you're doing your analysis, you're going to come to a point when you're going to say, okay, they will not go past this line, or we're not going to we're not thinking of genocide. We're not thinking of going to starve and say to the world, we're going to starve the Palestinians, take away their water, medicine, everything. Do the kinds of things that they have done in the videos that have come out from Gaza of the IDF. I highly doubt that this was in Hamas's risk analysis. These are things that are outside of the scope of the risk analysis.
Predicted a brutal response.
Brutal, right?
But nothing like we've seen. So anybody saying they saw this, I've known Benny Adam before October 7th, and he did not even foresee this. So he's full of shit, and he's not.
Wasn't I the one talking about how Israel wants to instigate a world war in order to, under that guise, go in, slaughter Palestinians? Millions. I used to say millions. And take the land, the West Bank and Gaza. I used to say that.
No.
Shut the fuck up. I did say that. Yes, I did say that.
No,
I said that several times. Yes, I have said that several times. Okay, I'll bring other ask I don't know, the baptized. Guys say this thing all the time, and he used to agree with me. Go to him, ask him. I've been saying this for years. And this is not even like a difficult analysis to come to. You listen to them. You listen to Kahanists. What they say is we fucked up in 48. We left 20% of the population. We didn't take all the land. That's what they say.
Yeah, we know all that.
Okay, so you know that that's what they say. How are they going to rectify that mistake?
No one predicted that the Israelis would defy international law the way they did, defy the world in the way they did, not care about the poverty.
Oh, no one predicted that Israel would defy international law? Really?
No one did. No one predicted that they will.
No one predicted that the most extreme government in Israeli history, would follow in the trajectory of not following international law, not allowing the right of return, occupying land, taking land, right, colonizing land, killing people disproportionately, right, blockading Gaza, starving people, putting them on a caloric diet. No one predicted? Really? Why are you lying to yourself?
I'm not.
It wasn't predicted. It was
I just said the thing you said. Stop.
Yes, actually, I agree with you on that one.
Everybody was surprised with what the Israelis in October 7th. Stop it.
Honestly, I wasn't that surprised.
Yeah, okay, you're the smartest.
I know I'm not. I'm just an observer.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Like, if you can't understand what you're dealing with, then you shouldn't be in the resistance game. I'm sorry. If you don't know the Israelis until now, they've occupied you for 75 years. If you don't know what they're capable of until now, then you don't know what the fuck you're doing with your life. You're definitely lost.
Because
You don't know that these guys are willing to slaughter on a mass scale. You don't know that these guys don't give a flying fuck about international law. Really?
even if they did know, it's not their fault.
I'm not attributing fault.
You are.
Right? That's you jumping to conclusions.
No.
You're jumping to a logical conclusion. I don't deny that. However, that isn't even my argument. That's not what we're arguing about. Right? What we're arguing about is whether or not they could have predicted this within their risk analysis, or assumed this to be a possibility at the very least. And yes, you should have predicted this at the very least as a possibility within your risk analysis.
And so, Benjamin, this is the question for you. If this is true, if what you are saying is true, and
and they are such a like devil people. Was there any way to prove it to the international community, to everybody, that these are such a devil people?
Yes, just look at that.
Are you serious? When did I say Jeremy?
You are seeing that in this room, many Palestinians and many other nationalities are saying we were surprised that they did the genocide. So your claim, Jonah and Benny Adam, is that no, it was obvious from before. To us, it was not. So
That's because media has brainwashed people.
No, it's not
It's
about
propaganda.
brainwashing.
They just normalize dehumanizing Muslims and Arabs in general, which included Palestinians. It's as simple as that. It's propaganda from day one, from before any of us here were born.
Dehumanization is a political act every country does. Actually, you do genocide. That's an act only Nazis do. Happens like once in a. That's a very random event that like some politicians do not consider possibility. Like for example, if I walk outside of my house, I do not expect sun come down on me and I melt. That's a very random event. You know what I mean?
You think dehumanization, that's planned, projected, and has been executed for many, many decades now. It's not something that randomly happens. And there are very few powers. There are very few powers over mainstream media, which is why so many of Israel would be doing this. No, it was, but just people didn't know how bad it can be.
Again, you're not getting my hope. Dehumanization, yes, that everybody does it. Like most of this colonial system dehumanize. That's how they operate. But genocide is something that normal human beings are not capable of.
Anyone claiming that anybody can predict the genocide in 2023 is full of shit and a liar. Unless the entire globe is in chaos, then yeah, genocide can happen. But at times of global peace,
2023, did you say?
Doing a genocide on live television, on Facebook and Instagram is not predictable. And I don't believe anybody who claims they predicted it.
Whether it's called, okay, if you were put yourself in the position of Hamas, right, or an analyst in Hamas, a risk analysis, right? Analyst.
What have you done?
What do you think? Let's assume that you're going to kill and abduct 1,500 people. Under that assumption, what would you predict Israel's response to be? And the casualties of their response.
It wouldn't be linear. It wouldn't be linear.
Well, okay. Based on historical data, based on the fact that Israel is more right-wing today than ever before, based on the fact that the communists are in power, based on the fact that you know Hebrew and kids speak it and all that stuff, and you can read their media and you can see what Ben Gavir is doing, and you can see what Smoking is doing, and you can do all of these things. Based on the fact that you have a lot of information at your disposal. Based on all of these facts, and the ideological trajectory of Israel, what would you assume, conservatively and liberally, because that's what an assumption. Hold on, Prince, I know I'm putting you in a corner here, but I want you to assume, give me a conservative estimate and give me a liberal estimate of the number of casualties, right? The number of deaths, the number of displacements, and the loss of infrastructure.
I will give you that.
It wouldn't be linear, Benny Adam.
Okay, what would it be, Edward?
I'm saying it wouldn't be like
No, wait, I'm just getting out of this.
Okay.
Edward, so do it however you want. Do it. However you want to do it. However you want to do your analysis.
I agree with you.
Conservative estimates.
Listen, I agree with you. The number would be large.
Okay. And
what does that mean?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
Hold on. What I'm saying to you, though, where I disagree is, okay, if Israel killed 100 people to one Palestinian, one Israeli to 100 Palestinians, right? And if that has been the norm, let's say, then if we, October 7th, if we kill 1,000 of them, there'll be 100,000 people, right?
Yes.
However, though, it is not a proportional or linear graphing. It's not one to one because let me just finish. You can answer. I'll be quick. As Israel plans their response out, as more Palestinians would be killed, there would be more resistance to such a thing in Israel, and more resistance from the outside community, from the international community. There'll be more resources taken up by Israel, more money spent. So this is what I'm saying. It's not like you can sit and say, okay, they would have killed 100,000 people. It's not that simple.
Correct. Okay. So again, I'll ask you the question one more time. If
you don't have to ask it because it's not linear.
I didn't say it has to be linear.
Oh, then if it's not linear,
I didn't say it has to be linear. I'm saying, put yourself in the position of someone in Hamas, right?
All the time.
Doing.
You want to win so badly.
Dude. You're unwilling to acknowledge. You know what? I understand the facts are hard. I understand that the facts are hard. And by the way, I'm not even making a value judgment. I'm not saying that this was a bad call. Not necessarily. Oh yes, I have no honor, no pride, no lineage. You're not a real Arab. You're really a Turk. You don't belong here. You're fucking Canadian. All that shit, dude. Shut the fuck up. Dude, I know.
Not one of us.
Yes, I'm not one of you. Let's keep it calm. Come on. Let's not trigger Benyamin. We know he starts shouting. He doesn't hurt, but he starts shouting.
Wait, I want to understand. What do you mean he's talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. This guy's stupid.
No, come on.
No, I'm Syrian. It's a trolling. I'm Syrian, but he said I'm not Arab. Why? Because I'm Canadian.
Not as Syrian.
Okay, guys.
I'm not Syrian? I'm not Syrian.
I have a question. Guys, I don't think
I'm going to Syria next month.
Stop it.
Well, let's attack the point. We're attacking his person. Come on, man.
Yeah, let's not make him crash out.
Prince doesn't know how to attack the point. Prince doesn't do that.
How would you come to the number?
No, my problem with you is you think you are right. You think you are intelligent. You think you know it all. You don't know shit, dude.
Okay, I don't know shit. Fantastic. I don't know shit. But you know what?
You know what it is?
It's not to know shit.
I think I know what the issue is. I think you don't know it.
Nobody knows it.
Getting annoyed because they're reducing a genocide to statistics of numbers. Like, who the fuck cares about the numbers? Whether it's linear, whether it's, who cares? It's a genocide, period, and that's it.
Karnak, sorry, I'm using your old name, Davis. The argument really started where it was the claim was made that, not by Benny Goy here, but by someone else, that Hamas should have predicted the genocide in their risk analysis. And I'm making the claim that would be what's considered what's called a black swan, something that you would not
predict. I understand the black swan, but I mean, do you think someone like Hamas is going to be sitting down on a drafted table calculating the risk assessment?
Of course, yes, they would.
Yes, they would do yes, they would, absolutely.
Yes, but they would not count on a genocide because that would be outside the scope of the risk profile.
Whether it would be labeled a genocide or not is not the point.
They would count on going after it.
That's the point. Genocides are deemed genocides like decades later. The point is, how many casualties are we expecting? How many deaths are we expecting? How much infrastructure destroyed are we expecting? How many refugees are we expecting? These are the characteristics. There's other factors as well, right? However, these would be the four basic factors.
Okay, what's Israel's risk tolerance? Benny Adam, what's Israel's risk tolerance for bad publicity? Not now,
when Trump wasn't around, Trump came, nothing was hidden. Things were
I love this.
Even then,
You remember shit in 2023 were killed.
So what Benny's basically saying, that using risk analysis, surely one could predict that Israel, especially with like the history and the freaking coming of Trump, who was this figure of flamboyance, this extreme openness with whatever the fuck he was doing, that they would surely they can predict such an event, such as like a mass killing of people of Palestine. However, I think that I think it was not expected. I think we as a human community didn't think.
And not just Biden in power. It wasn't Trump.
Right. Prior to him.
Yeah, but this happened in 2023.
Right. So I think Trump did put the stepping stone off. I can do whatever the fuck I want, and this kind of became this rolling stone that started to collect mass, such that at some point one could predict that a mass killing of a people is very much possible. Right? I'm not saying Hamas or any other body should have predicted this, but prediction of such a thing is very much possible. We did not expect to go through with it.
Then you're contradicting. If you didn't expect it, then you wouldn't predict it.
You can predict it.
No.
You cannot expect its reality.
No. What you would expect and what a Hamas member would expect are not going to be the same thing.
That would be.
They're the ones living through it. You're on your side.
But also we know
they are living in the shit.
We know how the control that they had. They go to great lengths to have control over the media. They go to great lengths to spin things so that they don't seem as bad. Settlements are neighborhoods, not settlements.
Yeah,
they hide things. They
commit atrocities in the process.
They never committed atrocities, right?
But then they do a 180 after October 7th. They do a 180, and now they're not hiding anything at all.
They're still hiding a lot. No. If they weren't hiding anything at all, they would have allowed.
I'll take that statement back. I'll take it back. I'll say
we don't know the level of atrocities yet, buddy.
No, true. But we also would not have expected that Israel would show us so much after October 7th.
Yeah.
So I don't believe, and I'm not trying to defend Hamas. I'm just simply saying that I cannot imagine Hamas or anyone in the world putting in the risk analysis if something like this were to happen, that Israel would commit a genocide. Would talk about how they are going to starve Palestinians and do it on purpose and go after and kill fucking reporters and hospital workers and destroy most of the hospitals.
They've done all of these things before.
No, at a very small scale.
Okay, I understand. But
the larger the scale, the more dangerous it becomes for Israel.
Yes, but because of October 7th and the scale of that, they then justify that they can do all the things that they have been doing before, but on a bigger scale.
It's just like a game of poker. He's been bluffing. In the end, he's going to go all in eventually. So they just played it like that, like a game.
Like Israel did not do a single thing, by the way, in the last 3 years. They did not do a single thing that they haven't done before. They just do it on a bigger scale.
And the scary thing is that they're just getting started, by the way. This is just
I mean, like in a game of poker, you are not allowed to kill the dealer. That's not
They don't care about international law, man. You're not allowed to do what they're God's chosen.
But I mean,
they are the dealer, they are the game, they are the cards. They've been just playing it all on their own.
I like what you said though. Well, you're not allowed to kill the dealer. I mean, I know what Benny's trying to say. I understand this. I just don't think that it would be reasonable for anybody to predict Israel's response to this extent. We would predict a response, a heavy one.
No one addressed my comment on Trump, who started the freaking snowball and started collecting mass of the vendor.
No,
he set the freaking for shameless, flamboyant.
He definitely contributed to it. That's true.
Yeah.
But listen, man, I've said it before. I'll say it again. When I found out about what happened on October 7th, my first reaction was, "What the fuck is Israel going to do now?" Because that's it. Cards have been lifted. Rules are off the table. They're going to do whatever.
I think that October 7th was premeditated. I mean, they knew about it beforehand.
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so too, very much. Yeah.
I have a quick question. So, do you think Iran is the last stand between
Turkey
and Greater Israel?
No, Turkey.
Turkey's next, but that's, you know.
Turkey is much harder than Iran.
Iran is a middle path.
Much harder.
If they could even get through with it.
Turkey and Iran in order to accomplish their Greater Israel. Is that a first statement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Turkey would be the grand finale of them all.
And then if you got done with Turkey and Iran, then Egypt and Saudi Arabia will be fine.
I mean, those are follow-ups. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They haven't even been able to handle I don't know. They haven't been able to even handle Lebanon yet. Forget about
Lebanon. What do you mean?
Where they handle? They've been involved in
Lebanon is destroyed, dude.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Hezbollah is still
effectively
yeah, sure.
not giving up on their mountains, I'm sure.
Iran is not giving up on the Hezbollah, bro. Look at him.
Guys, you are really
Hezbollah's been destroyed, bro. Come on.
No, I think Hezbollah is going to surprise us, to be honest with you. I have a feeling.
Guys, you really are in La La Land.
This is Edward's risk assessment right now, talking.
Well,
actually, why not?
Well, here's the thing, Davis. White guy Davis. Let me tell you.
Wait. I said something about David. I changed my name. I wanted David.
Change it in the.
Fingers. That's my name is David.
You told us already. You told us.
Change it back to David. Or
change it in the alias.
Yeah, people told him that.
I can't. It won't allow me.
So Hezbollah. The problem with Hezbollah is they have weapons that they have shown. They have huge caverns underground filled with missiles that are way more advanced than what.
This is only coming from me. I know it. That's how some of the Iranians speak. Only they know what's happening.
Well, factually, no.
There was an Iranian that came in here a couple of days ago.
Factually, I mean, everybody knows that that Hezbollah has these weapons. I mean, we've seen videos of that, them driving trucks.
Oh, what are you talking about?
They have hundreds of thousands of missiles.
Hey, Judy, how you doing today? Let's talk to Judy. Please no cursing. Judy, please. Prince and other people, please no cursing. Judy, welcome to come up. I do have some questions.
I did not curse.
Yeah, I do not. I do have some questions for you if you come up, and I'll make sure nobody attacks you or nothing. We're just gonna have this conversation back and forth.
Don't worry, I will spread some love in the room.
Yeah, hope you're doing good, Judy, and that's a weekend. And I think Buttercup is going to follow you. She's going to come right in. As soon as you come up, Buttercup probably wants to come up as well. But I think I have to keep the Buttercup down in the audience because she keeps coming and, she wants to come in the middle and try to derail the topic.
So, Edward, do you really think, Hezbollah would have, some sort of...
So, Hezbollah?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just have a feeling. I don't have any facts. What happened to all these weapons in these underground cities?
Oh, hold on. Let's analyze it.
We don't know. That's the thing. And Hezbollah has gone along with this narrative a little too easily. In my opinion.
To react to it. Would you like not?
We're not defeated. We're weakened. We're severely weakened, and I don't know. I don't feel like Arabs.
Right, but do you not associate it with coming down on Nasrallah though?
No, Nasrallah was just a figurehead. That's all he was at this point.
No.
He wasn't anything more than that.
Nasrallah was the leader for over.
I know, but he took over, from his previous predecessor that was assassinated. Nasrallah at this point
lasted very long. I thought Nasrallah, dude, Hezbollah became a cultural personality around.
Yes.
Yeah, no. Okay. When you talk about the brand, the image, that's a different story. I'm only talking about the military. I'm saying the military itself, all these weapons are still there. So that gives me pause. I'm not going to.
I don't know where.
No, underground. You're underground. So I wouldn't say.
Last time they killed the Hezbollah leader before Nasrallah, that was much more logical leader. So next leader, this leader of Hezbollah for sure is much more leader. Before Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah was much more rational and reasonable than Nasrallah. So when they killed that one,
the old leader, how long did he stick around? Like a year?
Yeah.
2 years max.
Yeah. No, Nasrallah did do a lot.
I do guys want to give you guys a heads up. Hey man in the audience, he's an Iranian. He's a Reza Pahlavi supporter. He records my rooms. So if you guys need some sort of a clip, you can approach him. He has a whole bunch of clips of my rooms. I live rent free in his fucking head. He got moved down one time and he's so sensitive. Some of the Iranians are very fucking sensitive. They get triggered, they don't want to come back up. Hey man, come up. Otherwise, you're welcome to get lost out of the room.
And Judy, if you want to come up, is Judy still here?
Judy, you're welcome to come up. Let's have that conversation.
No one wants to ask you. Everybody was quiet.
She's not in the room.
She's not. She leave.
No, she left. Okay. Buttercup is sitting in the audience with the anonymous account. Is that you, Buttercup? Probably is.
So what are you what's your prediction though? Your risk analysis
on Hezbollah? I don't know. I just feel like they're laying a fence, like there's something going on there that because they're in coordination with the other resistance groups. So I don't know, and they take orders from Iran too. So I don't know. I just know that all these very sophisticated weapons and drones have not been used, but they are, and they were underground. We know Israel cannot reach them that far deep underground. We know this from Gaza. So that's the big question. They have all these weapons, and what happened to all the people? How many people did Hezbollah have in Lebanon? Over 50,000, right?
How come they're muted now, though? There's no response.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
But do you think the Hezbollah might have experienced a kind of turning back on them from Iran in some sense? Because Nasrallah's end didn't seem to be that much of a dramatic event, or even or they didn't achieve any responsiveness from Iran. Or do you think they're working behind the curtains with each other?
I still think they're working together. I think Iran is working with all these proxies.
There was a recent shipment of weapons. I don't know if you guys heard about it. I think Ghost told me about it about a month ago. 4,000 weapons came through Syria into the hands of Hezbollah, whatever. I don't know. The Syrians, they're easy to bribe. Betty Goy, it's easy to bribe, right?
Well, Syria is a large territory.
Yeah, there's a lot of corruption in the Levant.
Well, I mean, it's a large territory, and you can get from Iran to Lebanon fairly easily. Because of the terrain, because of the government doesn't have full control over the entirety of the country from would it be north to south or east to west, from top to bottom. When it comes to the top of the Iranian border or Turkish border down. I don't know. It's not a I shouldn't say well. The Syrian government doesn't have the resources to control its borders completely.
Why must?
Sorry, what was the question earlier?
Why do you honestly think Hezbollah still,
So Naga, see, the logic is this: that we know that there are hundreds of thousands of missiles. So, I mean, these are Israeli facts. Second, we know that they are not giving them up. Third, I think we can assume they are not gonna sign a deal with Israel without Iranian permission. So put these three things together, and you know that they are as dangerous as ever. It's just that they are right now, for some reason, laying low.
Because the entire storyline will change with this.
But they also deal with the Lebanese politics. They also have to consider Lebanon too.
That doesn't matter if you're powerful and if they'll handle that. They've done it for like whatever years. Why I'm asking you this is because the entire storyline is going to change. Because you actually have a freaking very powerful, strong, hidden enemy who's going to combat if you're giving Hezbollah that kind of leverage.
Yeah,
it seems like
that's the whole point.
I don't have answers to these questions.
None of these proxies have gone anywhere. They're just laying low.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Nothing.
But the Iraqi one has what are they called? I forgot what they're called.
Houthis are full control. Iraq.
I always told you guys don't underestimate the Houthis.
Well, the Houthis is one, but the Iraqi resistance has been building up forces and training and weaponry, and that's going straight across from the Iranian border to Iraq.
So if you really want to understand from a poker standpoint, Iran is just playing blind now. Just folding all the hands. I mean, I don't know why, but they're not playing. So they're just like, imagine.
They have internal issues with Iran, that's why. When you have internal issues and you've forced enough,
they're waiting for something else.
They're waiting for a savior.
No, I mean, if you have.
But they've always done this, Iran. They've always been methodical.
No, think about poker.
It's not methodical anymore. It's blind hand.
You let everybody like kill each other, and then one opponent left, then you start playing. That's also
they've resigned.
If you have enough cash in hand, you just play blind. You know, like every time is you just fold all of.
They're like whatever.
I think an attack from Israel, Iran would see it as that would be the best thing for Iran and the government.
Yeah, Israel's not going to do that.
Israel, they're good. There was some leaks or some talk about Israel.
Iran is waiting for this October 7.
Yeah, they're not going to finish.
So once Israel goes out of paper, it's only Iran and US. Then they will play.
So either
China, don't forget China supporting Iran. They sent 16 cargo planes. Military support.
No, everything is on hold for this drama in Middle East to just shut down. So when Israel accept that it's over, they have lost the war, they have achieved nothing, and they become quiet. Whenever you hear nothing from this Bibi Netanyahu, you can see Bibi Netanyahu was not part of that, so he's going to prison. So once he's in prison and everything is calmed down, that part of it, then Iran will start praying. Up to that time, I don't know when that will be, but it's probably close because Netanyahu is going to prison. You saw that.
He's not going to prison. He's not going to prison.
He was not part of that. So
no, but you're not getting. So in the Knesset, they're in the process of passing a law where he can get away with it and still resign or leave. So they're in the first stage. So there's I think it goes through 3 different stages. It has to be approved 3 times or something. That's some stupid bullshit policy they have. Once it gets approved, by these 2 other parties or whatever, they will have the bill where he can resign and he doesn't have to accept the guilt. But with Herzog, the president of Israel, he says he's going to have to accept the guilt. Then I can pardon it. So he did promise to pardon. So if he pardons by him accepting the guilt, all that's going to do is he's just no longer going to be able to be a prime minister. That's about it.
He will be neutralized.
Yeah, but he's not going to go to jail. But they're all psychopaths. They're all going to be genocide.
He only still one watch, right? The bright that he got. So if you go to prison, it's probably for one day. Nobody cares about that. The point is that you'll be neutralized. You will be out of Israel politics. He's the actual picture of Faisal Devil. He's the only person who can unite all these crazy maniac into one force. When he's out, then Israel will turn left because nobody can unite these crazy people.
That's not true, man. They're all psychopaths. Even the leftists are psychopaths.
I know, but somebody should unite psychopaths. And that's
they will unite because there's a coalition. I think they're working together. It's just a matter of time. If Netanyahu was to go out, I think then who was it? Was it Yaakov that was telling me it's up to the coalition or somebody to pick out the leader, and they're going to pick up people like Ben Gvir or Smotrich or something. Some pieces of shit. If that happens, yeah, the West Bank is gone. West Bank is fully gone.
So that's again an analysis, but I don't think, because whenever Netanyahu is not there, they cannot create coalition. He is really literally the asshole of the party. He doesn't have any moral value. The other ones have moral value. People who have moral value, they cannot really unite with each other.
That's why in the military you have to be extreme.
I shouldn't say moral value, because like those Ben Gvir, I don't consider their values as moral, but they do have some value. People who believe in something, normally they cannot, get united with other people who believe in something. So you need somebody which doesn't believe in anything to unite these people. And that is the role that this Netanyahu plays. And once he's out, once he's neutralized, so basically you will have Israel as a country which cannot form government. It goes to a cycle of like three prime ministers per year. Something that we are seeing in England. Right now England is in that crisis. They cannot have any government which lasts more than a year. And that is when your country is neutral.
You don't have to neutralize the country. You can even neutralize the lead.
The Jedi are no longer what they once were.
Just because you neutralize the leader doesn't mean you neutralize the country. Some other puppet is placed in his place. So, is he going to prison? I don't think so, like Emerson. But will he be quiet and
Longer still have I waited for change. My place here I seek only to serve the galaxy.
Like a crazy people like Hitler.
Russia gets a reality now. This is what I'm saying.
No, they cannot. That's
they can. Why?
They cannot.
Why?
You don't see how these things work. There is a talent that he has that he can unite. Like the right wing of Israel, they don't have anybody else. This is why he has been there, and this is why this is happening. You are assuming there is a conspiracy theory that there are like these dark room people and all these figureheads. They are just puppets. No, they are not. He has a talent.
He's very influential. I'm not even reducing them. I'm saying necessarily he gets neutralized because of the war crimes, or what they're calling war crimes.
No, those are international. It has to be internal. The only way that it can get neutralized is from inside Israel, inside politics. If they find something that you are a criminal now, you cannot be prime minister. If you promise that you don't become prime minister and get that fuck out of politics,
I'm saying that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that seems that that's what's happening. And once that happens, then this Israel thing will calm down, right? And nobody talks about Israel. And at that moment, then you will see Iran start playing. That was right now everybody in the area is laying low for that to happen.
Iran has internal issues to deal with. I think you're discounting that fully.
No, Iran really doesn't have any internal issue like that.
Yeah,
that's the hype. No.
I don't Marcus job.
If Iran had an internal issue, they would not at this moment lift subsidies. So they have been waiting for 47 years to lift these subsidies. They not there. If they had internal issue, they would not. They knew exactly this would happen. The timing is completely sure. They're confident nothing happens. Otherwise, are they crazy? Like at this moment, they lift the subsidies to people. You know why this whole thing started, right?
I think the bazaar. It was the whole.
No, the Iranian government passed a law that the dollars from now on is one price. Before that, dollar had different prices. For example, if you wanted to go buy food,
Yeah, I know that.
the dollar was one price. If you wanted to go travel, dollar. So Iranian government said, fuck you, dollar from now on is one price. And that is the market price. That was the cause of all these things. What it means is literally a bunch of corrupt people in Iran. They were getting rich by dollar, different value. Because if dollar have different price, that means corruption. Right? Jedi cannot learn of this art. For 47 years they have been trying to make this happen. They didn't dare. Why should we do it now? Completely shows they're very confident they don't have any internal problem. They can handle it.
Yeah, but she's too dumb after singing. This is the problem. This is why I find that to be evil.
What did we choose on that?
They did manipulate them before they subsidized.
Continued existence risks exposing the manipulate what?
Manipulated the currency before subsidizing it for him.
I understand. See, this is how it used to work. So they, like the central bank, the central bank of Iran gets some dollars. Then that dollars, it will give it to some other people, certain things in the country. Central bank and government doesn't manipulate. Those people see to it that. So now those people are out of picture. There is no middleman. Dollar directly goes from the central bank to the people of Iran. They are like cards. They
couldn't do this earlier, Rayfan?
No, they couldn't. They're scared because this means prices will go to the sky. And the prices are going to the sky in Iran right now. Like the gas goes from 5 cents per gallon to $3 per gallon. You know what that's?
I remember like my uncle would just fill up gas and just drive away.
I mean, there is an activity in Iran called Dordori. I haven't seen it anywhere in the world. That this is a fun activity. Let's go Dordori. Like you just go drive around. Gas is literally free.
Yeah.
Dordori, you know, they go to Jordan with Dordori. Like for example, from 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's why Tehran is locked. People after work, this is their hobby. They go drive in the street. What the fuck?
My grandmother goes in at that.
I have seen that.
Yeah, because of gas. Like I remember he would just fill gas and just drive away. It was like the norm.
It's free.
No one was fake shit. It was free.
Yes,
yeah, so petrol was free. Gas in all homes and stuff.
Water is free.
Water is free. Electricity is free. Phones are free. Yeah, everything was free. I remember the water was so crystal clear. Even the water in the Jews, so clean. Have you been there lately?
I mean, my uncle's wife, literally, I saw it with my own eye. To save the dishwasher liquid, she would put hot water, just run on the dishes for 1 hour. So she saves money on the dishwasher. This is what she did. I saw it with my own eye. This is,
Anyway, it's 4G, so that's normal for you.
No, this one's Kermasha.
We got Mark here. What's up, Mark? Mark, what do you think the plan is? You think Israel is going to attack? Iran, because now Trump gave him the green light that the deal doesn't happen with Iran. What do you think about that, Mark?
Sorry, can you ask that one more time? I missed it.
I said Trump gave him a green light to Netanyahu. If the deal doesn't happen between Iran or America, that Israel can do the attack on Iran. Do you think it will actually do it?
Yeah, I do.
So he just wants to attack. That's about it. Okay. He just needs a new front to keep the people busy.
No, I'm saying that I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that if he gives them the right to do it, and then Trump. I'm sorry. Let me start again. I got distracted. Trump has been consistent, rightly or wrongly, that he doesn't like to be shown up or proven a liar when it comes to international diplomacy. So if he's given someone the right to do it, if a deal isn't made and the deal isn't made, then yeah, I expect that it will happen. And it might even be, orchestrated by Trump, to be honest, because Trump doesn't like to be shown up. So if he kind of gives an ultimatum and the ultimatum doesn't meet, then he does it. I mean, that's what happened with Maduro, right? That seemed like a pretty drastic maneuver by all accounts, but Trump sucks so as well. We gave him an ultimatum, so he should have seen it coming. So I don't know why I'd be any different in this situation.
Do you believe in the genocide? I don't think you believe in genocide, right? So do you believe in the genocide of Hamas?
Really, I do. And I know it's not a very popular position in this room, but I think if you look at, pictures of what was considered an open-air prison, year that referred to a lot, Palestine pre-October 7th, and you look at Palestine now and Gaza now, I would still argue the open-air prison was better than the situation where Gaza finds itself in now, and I would imagine that the difference there can be attributed directly to the Hamas attacks, so.
Hold on, though. Are you saying there is a genocide or there is not a genocide?
I'm not even commenting on it. I'm just looking at the photos. Look at the photos of Gaza on October 5th. Gaza on October 8th.
Yeah. Is there a genocide in your opinion or not?
No, I don't think there is. But that's not even neither here or there. It's just a question of photographic evidence.
It is here nor there. Like, we can't just be kind of numb to genocide. It's the year 2026. It's not the 1500s.
I understand, but I think, let's put it this way, if you take the position that Israel took, which obviously you're more than free and willing to disagree with, but they made it pretty clear that they targeted Hamas and the Gaza people in the aftermath, they would probably still argue that that is what has happened. Now, you are free to disagree with that, of course, but I think that going back to an earlier discussion about, no one could have calculated for genocide, which was a long conversation that happened about an hour ago. I don't think that was in Israel's mindset either. I don't think Israel's mindset was genocide. Israel's mindset was self-defense. So when you're doing your risk analysis, self-defense, I think, is something you can anticipate. Whether it stretches into something like genocide, which I know is a Palestinian approach. I mean, obviously, if Israel thought it was genocide, then yeah, maybe it's a difficult thing to analyze, but they don't. So because they don't think it's genocide, then it should have been factored into the risk analysis that a targeted attack on Gaza would take place. And
you said something earlier in your sentence, which I'm going to challenge you on. You said, Israel made it clear that it was an attack on Hamas. Why am I able to pull up so many quotes from senior Israeli officials, including the president, that actually imply there's things like no uninvolved civilians, like the general population is guilty, like they're comfortable with denying food, electricity, and water. Why are there various reports directly from Israeli officials saying that one of the ideas is to make Gaza uninhabitable so that the Palestinians don't return?
why was there public support by Netanyahu at one point to actually remove and relocate 2 million Gazans? So that's really unclear, actually, that it's about Hamas. It seems like it's, by Israel's own admission, it's about more than Hamas. How do I reconcile all of this in my head, and how do you reconcile that in your head?
I reconcile it pretty easily. I think that were they moving those people prior to October 7th? No. Were they moving it after October 7th? Yes. What happened on that day? Hamas came in and frankly did a lot of it. The Palestinians, a lot of them didn't know about this. So I don't understand why I've mentioned this in this room before, I don't understand why there's not a gigantic swathe of people within Palestine who are irate and pissed because frankly, if this hadn't happened unilaterally by Hamas, their lives would be a lot better. So that's something that's confused me, but to reconcile it is pretty simple. If those things were happening on October 5th, and they were not mentioned as a direct response to what happened on October 7th.
Najes. Better be careful, Najes. You're going to get picked up by the FBI, Najes. You're going to get arrested. Got to be on the right side of history, Najes. Got to be on the side of good. Dr. Good now. Got to fight Dr. Bad. Dr. Good's got to win against Dr. Bad. We can't let Dr. Bad get away with this shit. What do you mean, why am I streaming? I'm sending it to Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, of course. Because they really care about this shit, obviously. Bull Rush.
It's interesting, like, how rooms have completely different political views. Like, this, and different loyalties, I guess.
Well, listen, if Power Rush, Bull Rush.
Did you see that? Am I the only one who's seeing that?
What?
Like the loyalties is complete. Like rooms will differ politically, and it's interesting you're streaming this one because you'll find another room just bang opposite this that holds a completely different view to this, although the events are the same.
Well, have you seen the videos from October 7th and all the innocent people who were killed and all the injured people?
Yeah.
It's so bad that I saw a video of a girl who had like shrapnel all through her legs and she was like holed up in like a building and they were just all in shock and they knew that like at any moment holy shit. You just can't believe when you see all these dead bodies all around the place, you're like, I just can't believe this is real. Like, what are we doing? But the thing is, like these are pirates. The people that did October 7th are nothing more than pirates. And, governments have been waging wars against pirates forever. It's like cops and robbers. But, I would fight an Islamic jihadist, to the death to stay alive. If they're coming to kill me for political reasons, like they did on October 7th at Supernova, like those innocent people were partying to try to get peace. And then they were all slaughtered by the people that they were trying to get peace with. How fucked up is that?
That's what I'm saying. And then you'll have a view that will not support yours and another that will not support either or. Like, trying to see how subjective politics is.
Well, I think the good thing about being an American is like, we are like the big third party. We're the huge elephant. Yeah. And these are just like parasites fighting each other and sucking off of us. And the truth is, like, we kind of get to say what happens. And because it doesn't matter which side of the fences you are over there, like they're extremely aggressive. Everybody is. Like they're polarized. And it's just crazy. Regal, welcome to Call the FBI in Los Angeles and Report Amir the Terrorist. How are you doing? And Nora, welcome to the room. Nora wants to run away quickly.
Yeah, thanks. Nothing but gumdrops and ice cream here. How are you?
Gumdrops.
Point of moderation, moderator, point of order, moderator.
Yeah, moderator, point of order, moderator. I'm good. I'm about to hop in a hot bath. I was wanted to read some poetry, because most people like Narcissus, do you think you have mental health problems?
Oh, yeah, I think sometimes I spiral down, but I come up quick.
Well, it's not.
I have no choice.
Meaning,
I spiral down every now and then, like just analyzing life and shit like that, and then I bounce back quick. I have no choice. I have to bounce back up.
Well, I mean, I was outside in nature today in the sun and jogging and
exactly.
grounding myself and
I go for long walks and I just meet my friends. I go out. I bounce back pretty quickly. I don't like the feeling of feeling down at all.
Yeah, I haven't felt depressed in quite a while. I mean, it's liberating to say what you think and feel what you say. And when I just hear people wasting all their time, especially the crash outs, like if you listen to Amir screaming, like to me, that's like crazy. That's like actually what crazy people do is they scream and scream and scream and scream and get angry and angry and angrier and angrier. And it's like, to what end? Like, do you have any idea how, like, why are you treating your body like that? To me, that's like, unless you're doing it for performative reasons.
I think it's performative. I think a lot of stuff on Clubhouse is just performative. And it does come from like that too is mental health issue that people have. I think the need to perform in order to be heard, or just theatrics. It's pageantry.
Yeah, but you've heard me read from books like that's performative. But when people are sitting here under fake identities in unrecorded rooms, creating essentially like Jew hate content to like hate the Jews and not be specific, but do generalizations and bigotry stereotypes and not be a part of an actual peace movement, like play some drums and like let's sing a song or meditate or read something, but stop creating hornets' nests that get kicked over. Like that's what they're doing. They're not building anything beautiful or peaceful. So, that's why I say like call the FBI and report Amir, the terrorist in Los Angeles who runs his car rental business, and have him just, arrested and locked up and put into jail for maybe 10 years to chill out.
He doesn't have the right to
just relax.
His views. I'm just saying, like, he doesn't have the right to express his views or to, like, pick a political side.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Sure,
No.
but I've got the right to report him to the FBI. It's my right as an American. No, it is. That's my freedom of speech. If I think
anything, right? Like,
see, this is political. This is political. He wants to play politics, and I'll play politics the way I want to play politics. He can't police me listen, he has kicked me from so many rooms. He won't give me freedom of speech. So I'll just record him and report him to the FBI, and I'll be done with it. Like, it's not going to stress me out. It should stress him out. And look at Judy here. Surely
you know that like Buttercup's rooms are not Jew hating, right? Like I don't know.
Oh really?
I don't think so. No.
Well, see, Darja's. Well, it doesn't matter what I think because all I want to do is record, set it, and forget it, and let other people decide. I don't want to see. This is the problem, Narcissus. I don't even want to entertain questions. Do you know that? Like, I don't want to be a part of this social network. I just want to record it and let the world decide and let lawyers decide and let FBI analysts decide. I can't make any decisions. I'm just a citizen recording what I consider to be extremely problematic conversations because you are witnessing in real time people create nonstop hate speech. This is not nonstop peace speech and nonstop meditation or music. It's just nonstop political hate speech. That's what it is. So I've reported Amir to the Los Angeles FBI field department, and they're going to go investigate him and check out all his cars and run his taxes and see if he's been paying his taxes and check out his immigration. And if there's any problems, Kash Patel, our Dindu FBI director, is going to fly to Los Angeles and just arrest Amir. And then he's going to be on Clubhouse and he's like, hold on a minute, guys. I got a fucking door. Knock at my fucking door. He's going to go to the front door and they're going to be like, FBI, open up. Hands in the air where we can see him. You know, and Amir's gonna be like, oh my God, that fucking John Kitover, he fucking called the FBI on me and they're at my fucking door. Clubhouse, save me. That's what that will be Amir's last words on Clubhouse will be Clubhouse members, you know, save me. If you're part of the World Affairs Forum, you know, and you're interested in modern day political conversations and debates. Anyways, you know, this is my comedy and my response, Narj. See, the thing is, you think I'm over the top, but I'm not. I'm literally mirroring. I'm a mirror. You know me well. Like, if people want to be aggressive and psychotic with me, well, I'll be aggressive and psychotic with you, and we'll see how far it goes in the ether. Like, you can't push me around on my cell phones, but I can record you. And if you're willing to come in a public space and be recorded, because you know they're in the audience in the Anon recording you and reporting you. It's not a John Kitover problem. That's a you problem. Hello?
So, like, today it was interesting, like, in her room, you see, like, someone pointed out something, like, in great hyperbole, right? That this genocide is far more intense than some other genocide, for example. And then, like, he created that shock value. And then someone who opposed him said, well, this is not good for the benefit of, like, the collective. What you're doing here is, like, you're promoting some kind of hate that keeps, like, assigning or making a dam in front of, like, success. Like, there's no progress here, another said. So, and both these people hold the same political view, but their approaches towards, like, success were different. One wanted to continue with the hate, the other wanted to sort of see progress from here. So you'll also find that in, like, political room setups, I think. So it's so varied. It's so varied. It's so expansive. The spectrum is so wide. How, like, politics can be perceived, like, on this app at least.
I don't know. Narj, when these people start reading books to me, then I'll know everything is okay. Until then, I hate to tell you, like, you know, that's what's up. You are hearing people project their homicidal and psychotic ideation on this app all the time. They're not reading books. Read me a book about intelligence, love, and peace, and then we'll have something to talk about. Otherwise, I'm going to arm myself. I'm going to record you. I'm going to report you. And I'm going to fight you because I don't think you have my best interests in heart because you don't even read to make peace. All you do, not you in particular, people on this app, like, this is a political game and, you know, this is how I play it. Hello? So Narja's, when do you think, you know, a baby, you know, do you, like, for pro-life, like, when a baby is born, is it when the baby takes its first breath? Is it like 6 months into the pregnancy, 3 months into the pregnancy? When is a baby alive and a human? And when you kill it in an abortion, when is it, like, murder versus when is it, you know, medical?
I think it's through the fourth month, third, end of third, beginning of fourth. John, it pretty much communicates with you, seeing this as a mother. So it's an aliveness within you. Now, is it my freaking placebo mind that is perceiving it as such, or does the child have, is that a real child with a life growing, etc.? I think it could be both. But for me, personally, subjectively, I'd say like 3 to 4 months. It's basically commencing.
Yeah.
It's life on Earth. Yeah.
Well, that's, a reasonable answer. But I mean, see, the thing about specifics is 3 to 4 months, what about when this is like the difference between a C plus and a B minus. If you're at 2 months and 25 days and you're almost 5 days to that 3 months, well, you're so close in RJs. So that's my point is, it's really all or nothing when it comes to deciding to decapitate, whether it's 2 months or 4 months or 6 months. There's no significant difference. So my complaint about Palestine and the war is, if you're going to scream about babies and genocide and occupation nonstop, but you're a pro-abortionist, well, then you already endorse murder and killing. But you endorse it medically. You don't endorse it politically. So my point is, Narja, is there's just a lot of stupid people on here that haven't figured out poetry and music and depoliticization by being political, by being poetic. So there's just a lot of fucking people here who are trying to make it into a career. And, that's what it is. But it's not really artistic enough, in my opinion. And therefore, they will never succeed in what they're doing. And it's more of a mental health crisis and a lack of creativity, which is what people are suffering from here. You can call it boredom.
You're forgetting the variables. You're forgetting the particulars variables. I think those grays too must be considered, like nuances within it.
People like to use the word nuance all the time.
Raped, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, John, someone who gets raped, for example, or an oops baby, right? Where like a couple has just not taken care enough. After a drunken party, you get jiggy with it, blah blah. I mean, that is harmful to the child in some ways. So I can see why, like, a woman would find that to be the most rational decision of her life, so as to protect not just herself but the child too from bringing it to the world. So these are the freaking variables that I also consider and I'm empathetic about, which like probably pro-life people would like find horrendous.
Well, my point is if you are pro-abortion and you're an atheist and you're a liberal Democrat socialist and you're a scientist, that's the problem, because it's deicide. If it takes a whole universe to make a baby, that means every baby you kill in utero is like executing Jesus over again on the cross. So if we were to tackle the problem of human conflict at the root, it would be, the fact that we have industrialized abortion and we have industrialized the military industrial complex. So it's just an overall killing field. And, that's what it is today, whether you get vaccinated or decapitated. A vaccine death is actually just a late-term abortion. And war is just a late-term abortion. So, welcome to the abortion industrial complex. From uterus to battlefield to urban warfare. It's all just a late-term abortion. And then you have all these people on here who can't shut up and just want to talk over each other and get their little dopamine rushes in their pathetic little apartments and scream genocide, occupation. But they're not screaming, obey the law, come into compliance, obey the law, study the law, know the law, be smart about the law. Sometimes you'll hear them say that, but not often. Mostly it's just like political jingoisms and propaganda. And, that's cool. But I hope people don't get angry at me when I record them and send it to the FBI for some FBI analyst,
It happens on both sides if you want to be objective about it and fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, there are amongst us humans those who are humanitarian who will call out for just the act of it being wrong in humanity, like adding moral value to episodes that happen, the events that are taking place. So I would say it is as wrong as to kill like one human, innocent human, unjustly, no matter what the criteria, right? Or whatever, a 1 million population. So do you not see where these people are coming from?
Well, I look at it from the perspective of me and my survival. If you're going to kill me, I hope to kill you first. And every soldier that, you listened to me read a lot yesterday about a martyr's death. Do you remember that part? You were sending me the cry emojis.
Yeah, that was really nice. Very well.
So I see the truth on both sides. I mean, I can actually, if I use my imagination enough, I can view myself, on the other side of the fence, fighting for survival over there. They encountered a Leviathan, and they're sitting here on Clownhouse talking about risk analysis, and they're like, you don't think that the Hamas leadership ran on a risk analysis prior to October? It's like, no, I don't think they did. And they're like, of course they did. And there are professional soldiers, that work in the Russian government, the American government, the Iranian government, who have been studying warfare and trying to gather as much information as possible about how to run a war and how to fight, with intelligence. And I've got countless books, field manuals that soldiers from every war have spent their time writing after they engaged in a war. And guess what? Young officers study these field manuals so they know how to survive the war and, get the political outcome and the victory that they want to achieve. So I'm just saying that these rooms are pointless, and the Free Palestine rooms are nothing more than Barth and Daniel running the same script every single time. And I called him out on it today. And Daniel's like, "You're a fucking loser. You're like a disabled fucking veteran. Fuck you." I've seen Daniel Nero's photo. He's disgusting. He looks like he just came out of a catacomb tomb. Like he's like his liver and his skin is yellow and he's all dusty and nasty and he's like hugging that older guy. And I'm like, bro, go to the gym, take a shower. Don't criticize me. You and Barth are crazy. Barth is sitting there working, putting nails in 2x4s, and Daniel is sitting in his apartment, and they're sitting there just having being cats with these Muslim balls, and they're just sitting there playing with these Muslim balls all day long. And I'm like, to what end, guys? Try to create something that lasts a little bit, at least for more than a few hours, and then disappears. Do some,
you're a guy that talks about poetry. I mean, you don't think it's poetic in some way that people can find solidarity and something like that? These people are my playthings. I jump on here for a day. Here's my buddy Danielle on Megatron. And this is what we're doing, and we find solidarity in doing that. And it passes the time. I mean, I don't know them personally. I don't know. You don't think that's poetic in a way?
It's a need for human communication, and that there is poetry.
Right, exactly. And I mean, is there something inherently wrong with that?
No, there's not. But you got to understand, my point is that it's still within my opportunity, right, or decision to criticize it and critique it, to film it and record it. But if somebody wants to attack me in the brief moment that they have to talk to me,
I would ask you, why are you doing that?
Because it's artwork.
Are you making money doing it?
Do artists do all artwork to make money, or do some artists do art to make art? Isn't that the point? We just have
so you're an artist. I mean, what is this, performance art or something?
It's video art. I'm a video artist. I have hundreds of thousands of videos up on the internet. Okay, it's conditioning. It's conditioning and suggestion. If you just Google John Kitover,
are you planning on taking this and chopping it up and making an Aqua Teen Hunger Force type of cheap illustrated cartoon to throw some adult humor in there or something? Is it like that, or is it just I just record you and then just put it on the internet?
That would be considered art. Yeah, I would love that art. That would be great for me.
Well, hang on, John. Hang on.
Go ahead, Dennis.
The thing is, all communications through ghosts is legal. the sooner that you realize that, the better off you'll be.
Wow. How has that statement changed your life in the few years that you've known me, Dennis?
It has profoundly made a positive impact in the way that I view the world and communicate with others, not only in my personal life, but my professional life. Coach John, through thick and thin, has been an excellent source of guidance and wisdom. And
who's Coach John?
Me. He calls me Coach John. But look at his PTR. I was laughing that I was looking at that PTR. That's so fucking funny. That would be cool. That would be a lot of fun to try. Anyways, Regal, back to the artwork. The point is, you're just a critic. You know, until you can tell me your legal name and say, hey, check out my artwork, you know, then we could talk. But you're just not on my level, Regal. And I hope you know that I'm just a fisherman and I'm a spider. And you're just my fly or my fish.
I mean, I don't typically come on here and tell people that like I know how to paint. I actually have paintings in my phone. I can put them up as my PTR. I also play music, but I don't feel the need to sit there and say, well, I'm extremely distinguished between the average person here on Clubhouse because, you know, I feel the need to compare myself to other people.
The Regal, that's part of the joke. That's part of the joke that people see. Didn't you just hear what Dennis said, that all communication is hypnosis? So if I'm insulting to people,
saying that all communication is like spell casting and I can cast a spell on you with my words and control you. That's not true.
No, that is true. If I were to insult you right now, or if you were to go into a room and you were to hear other people insulting each other, some people's feelings get hurt.
Do you know what begging the question is?
Yeah.
Okay, that's just begging the question.
Okay. Well, all communication is conditioning and all communication is projection. And so when you say, do you know what begging the question is? That's literally saying that's begging the question.
Before you further along yourself here, right, I'm just going to ask you, how do you know that?
Well, let me ask you this. You're not a moderator.
So now
go ahead.
A tu quoque, right? So that's a tu quoque.
A tu quoque.
Now that's part of the other reason why I do get on here on occasion. It's not to distinguish myself or to be better than other people or to prove how much of a musician I am or am not. On occasion, I like to test my knowledge. I like to compare ideas, and I like to listen to people.
I'm gonna give you 60 seconds, Regal. Go ahead.
I'm back to you.
Okay, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. I hope we can go in 60-second intervals here. Narjis, Dennis, is there anything else you'd like to contribute to call the FBI in Los Angeles report Amir the terrorist?
I think he has a freedom of expression. That's what he's going to come back with. Like, I can criticize things that are happening around the world because I'm allowed to. I'm an American, and therefore I can. So that would be his comeback.
So I would just like to maybe prove a point. You know, Regal, do you suffer from any mental health issues? Is there anything behind the phone that we're dealing with that we're unaware of?
I mean, if I answer your question with a question and ask you if you have any mental health issues, what are you going to say?
Well, I asked you first. And so if you don't want to answer the question and you want to answer it with a question, that's entirely up to you. But again, the subject of this room.
But did you notice you did that earlier? And that was very disrespectful of you. And I asked you, how do you know that? And you never explained it. So before you, again,
okay, I'm going to give you 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Then I would like you to explain how it is that you know what you know.
So you want me to explain to you what I know. And, you know, I would just ask you, you know, do you believe that those who say they know do not know, and those who know do not say, as it says in Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching, the Book of Changes? Well, we're getting to the transition point of my room creation here, and I want to thank all the participants.
Honestly, man, I think that you're a very likable person. You seem like you have a personality, and you're actually quite funny at times. I do respect your opinion. I mean, I kind of see some of what you're saying in Clubhouse, and at the same time, it's not so much what you're making it out to be, you know? And I mean, I don't see what these cope rooms are about. Like, I notice people do that on here a lot. Like, they'll interact with somebody else on here or get into a discussion with another interlocutor, and then they open up a room, and this is like their cope session after wasting their time. And then, you know, it's like, well, you're sitting here criticizing everyone else on here and you're doing the same thing, but as you're sitting here doing the same thing, you're kind of like distinguishing yourself as like some sort of an artist. So you get to put yourself in the judge's seat and make judgments about everybody else. I mean, does that all apply to you?
Okay, I'm past the question and answer stage of my room creation here. I apologize. But if there's anything else you'd like to say prior to the poem that I'm about to read, go ahead and say it now. Thank you very little.
He's evading. He's evading. Don't get over.
It's okay.
Doctor is evading.
It's not evading. There are times, Narjas.
How did you even get like?
There are times when I just will not entertain questions because, you know, the truth is I don't have to entertain every question that comes my way, and I just feel like
these are
it's very compulsive.
That he's asking you.
It doesn't. Well, go ahead. You can answer it if you want, but you know, I would.
The subject to you.
Okay, well, let me just ask. Go ahead and just summarize the question. I will quickly answer for you, and then I will give you 60-second follow-up. But then I'm going to read a poem. Go ahead.
All right, let's start off with something really easy. How the heck did you get a picture of Daniel, and how did he get a picture of you? Like, you guys must have been close at some point. Like, how did you guys get into?
He posted a picture of himself with some guy that he was talking about, and I took a screenshot of it. What do you mean?
Why would you do that?
Why would I take a screenshot of him looking like a stinky fart? So I can always remember that he's a stinky fart. What do you mean? He's disgusting.
Why would you need to take a photograph of that in order to like remember that? I don't get it.
Because on my phone, I screenshot everything. I'm very compulsive about screenshots. Does that answer your question?
And how is that art? Are you planning on making a collage with it or something? Maybe. Okay, last question. Then I'll give you a 60-second follow-up.
Can I ask you a question? So you have like asked me included like in your PTR, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't there for half the room because I forgot it was about the phone, and I wasn't even listening to it. So how do you see those who are like mods, whatever, and are not like true participants because they're just not around? Like, would you attribute the entire freaking? How does a human psyche work? Like, in your head, are you thinking, okay, this person is also participating in the conversation or is listening in?
No, I don't carry anything with me that far. That's crazy. This is one of the reasons why it's easier just to record these rooms, because a lot of people will carry people to 3 rooms from now, 10 rooms from now. I just want to refresh every morning when I wake up, you know, and so it's very easy to just record these rooms, call it art, which technically it is, because there's a lot of art involved in this. The art of even setting all this up, like even coming to this, to like, because most people are only operating with one phone and that's all they got. And, you know, anyways, the thing is consistency on these rooms. I want to record consistent rooms and consistent speakers because technically the people who speak the most are like the most sociopathic amongst us. And this app is a perfect place to do observation of the human personality and psychological and character, you know. So it's fucking awesome in my opinion. X isn't even close to as good as this because this is a much like closer community and the platform itself is better than X. So to me, most organizations are missing out on this opportunity to test communication here. It's instantaneous feedback on whatever concept your organization is considering putting out. So it's really an awesome, powerful tool. And, you know, look at the room we're in right now. I got in another room in my house. I got 6 phones pointed at Amir's room, recording it and live streaming it onto YouTube and people all around the world are commenting on it. And I hope they never stop, you know? And what's crazy to me is, like,
not many people watch your videos, to be honest.
that's okay. It doesn't matter. The thing is, it's all practice leading up to a big breakthrough. But the cool thing is, and which is unbelievable to me, is, like, you know, I get notifications from YouTube saying, hey, your video has been removed because it violates our hate speech policy. And then I go and I look to see what the violation is, and then I play it, and then I appeal it. And then somebody in the Philippines watches it, and they go, yep, this was not hate speech violation. I will make the video public again, and you do not have community guidelines strike. And so how in the world can their algorithm, you know, because it's totally subjective. Like, to me, if I hear somebody saying stuff, I'd be like, yeah, that could be like, that's possible terrorist and hate speech. But like, how does that YouTube algorithm not think that all the shit it's hearing is not hate speech? I mean, you see my point? Like, how the fuck is it not calling it all hate speech? It's because the algorithm is biased for preference and race and ethnicity and geographic. Like, how the fuck can the algorithm know that? It's unbelievable. So it's totally biased. And as a white, heterosexual, Christian American male, I'm just wondering, how does it know what I'm saying, you know, is considered hate speech or not hate speech? Because clearly, almost like 99.9% of everything I say is not hate speech. But how in the world, like, what are the words? What are the phrases? What's the intonations? Like, what kind of voodoo do I do, you know, to trigger it? But like, if I can record Amir's room and it's a complainium of people hating on the Israelis and the Zionists and the Jews and the Ashkenazi causers and all this shit, like, how the fuck does it not label that? So, you know, censorship is real, because the problem with the radical, you know, mind is that it just knows no limits, and we have to focus our minds. And those types of rooms, in my opinion, are indicative of people who don't know how to meditate, don't know how to control their bubble, and they are a victim of chance and fortune, as opposed to, you know, getting ahead of it and being a little quicker and being able to modify their destiny.
That's why I asked you, like, how do you know that? Because a lot of these people sit here and they'll either get into rhetoric, or they'll read up something, or they'll try to find an article, or they'll ask you to cite a source. I mean, even though their mind's not clear, constantly meditating on this proposition you want to prove to be true, and then present your case and evidence for it. I mean, it's actually thrilling to get the chance and opportunity to test your intellect against other people. I think a lot of Democrats and Republicans, for an example, want to be able to debate themselves in spaces like this to test their knowledge and see what works and what doesn't. I just think perhaps people get a little too ahead of themselves and they buckle down a little too hard. And they have a bias, you know, and some people get tunnel vision and they get kind of stuck in bad habits. You know, I'll watch philosophers do this all the time. The good philosophers, there's better philosophers than me, but I can point out flaws in their logic or issues, and they'll just be perplexed, and it just boils down to personal incredulity. You know, I don't want to believe that. Because my feelings won't allow me to.
Yeah, I have seen that. But you can reach a state of mind where you can totally drop that sort of personal, I mean, not totally, but to a large extent. And I think that's what I do in these rooms. Like, I can truly look at it from, if I get into the mode, I can see the whole thing quite unbiased. However, if I go into like the Iranian rooms, something in me like brings up memories of, I don't know, childhood. Like there's some connection there where I know I am not being completely unbiased. That's why I don't speak in those rooms. But when I know that I'm ready to be unbiased or objective, then yeah, no matter what the room title is or no matter how heated the conversation is, I think I try to insert objectivity into spaces so that truth can be, I don't know, found, no matter what the conversation is. It's almost like a reflex, knee-jerk reaction for me. It's like, look at the other side too. And then in some spaces, I'll get like confrontation, like, "Oh wow, you're not on our side," and that's fine. I don't have to be on your side.
Well, I thought the whole point of like religion, or let's say politics, or anything that's like dealing with some, human, like whatever the case may be, it's like people are trying to come together and figure these things out, and that's kind of the point of it, to suspend.
They're not, Rigo. They're not. They're coming to be embarrassed. They're assholes. Like, it's really sick. They just hold one opinion. Very few of us, I think, on this app actually want to philosophize or be objective about the world, no matter what the topic is.
Well, it's not just about being objective.
I can agree. I can agree to that. I mean, a lot of times, like, that's why I often don't start with. That's why that's why I'll just grant somebody their presuppositions and say, well, I'll grant it. Fuck it, and now let's see how it aligns up with my worldview and how you account from there. And it's just okay. I have no realistic reason to take what you believe seriously, and I debate more atheists on here than anything else, and they don't believe in anything. So it's like, I want a right to do this. I want rights, and then I ask them,
God, not doing this.
Where do your rights come from?
Human God.
Okay, fine. You don't believe in anything, so why should I believe you? And you literally interdepend on the benevolence, and let's be real here, of religious people who actually have metaphysics. I mean, they could sit there and scrutinize.
You don't indulge in metaphysics. This is why I indulge in physics with you, because they won't even like take the time to.
Wait, you know physics? You know physics? Give me the equation for velocity.
Not physics, metaphysics.
Oh, well, physics is like metaphysics, and metaphysics is like physics.
No, there are things that undergird like metaphysics that are like purely conceptual that we can't even let's say test for.
Well,
it's just something that's assumed.
Well, is it the theory of gravity or is it the law of gravity?
Well, you can get to the theory or the law if you're not even going to talk about what logic is first, and the law of non-contradiction and identity and excluded middle.
Oh, okay.
Because you have to have that first.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well,
ground yourself in it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming to this room. This is Call the FBI in Los Angeles and report Amir the car rental, a piece of shit terrorist, to the FBI. We're going to now transition to the musical component of this room. Feel free to leave if it becomes too annoying. And I also, do believe that a lot of people have attention deficit disorder on this app, and they really want their dopamine bad. But you've got two ears and one mouth, and that's really because you should probably listen twice as much as you speak. If you actually do that, you'll realize the truth of the earth. And the truth of the word earth is the first three letters are ear. And you've got two of those. So it doesn't mean you got two earths. It means you got two ears to listen. And people on this app really love that dopamine. And it turns out that the more you love creating dopamine by talking endlessly, there's a very high correlation chance that you might actually be a dope. Not necessarily a dope head, but a dope. Not stupid, but a fool. Because I know nobody is stupid if you can read. And somebody on YouTube just wrote, Woke Suwajsiki, your CEO is the mother of YouTube algorithms. Not sure what that means. Anyways, let's get to the musical portion. We're going to play the Chinese flute. And then I'm going to read a quick little poem and go hop in the hot tub with Pamela Anderson. And she's only when she was 26. Here we go. Never had one lesson. We cleared the room. We cleaned the house. Oy vey, Rabbono Shalom. Another Shabbos miracle. Oy vey.
Are you prepared to say that anyone who is still pro-Hamas within Palestine is therefore in the same boat as me and a genocide supporter? And if not, why not? Because it's the exact same situation.
Okay, I'm potentially prepared to say that, provided you say the same.
Okay, I'll say the same.
Okay, then we agree. So you
okay. So then, what do you say to the people who are pro-Hamas in Palestine in order to convince them to not have these views anymore?
It's a loaded question.
Well, they're clearly the wrong views.
You deserve better leadership. That's number one.
I agree.
Number two. I wish that Netanyahu didn't allow the flow of $1 billion+ to this leadership. Number three. Unfortunately, let's look within your own societies. Band together. Netanyahu and the Likud party's plan has always been, as stated in their charter, to prevent the formation of a Palestinian state. They do not support Palestinian state. So the Palestinians are responsible to a degree, of course, for the things that exist within their society. And Israel, the so-called beacon of democracy in the Middle East, is also responsible. And maybe if you live in a world where you hold the people with more power responsible, I just don't understand why Israel knowingly sent $1 billion to a terrorist group and a genocidal group.
That is a breakthrough. And let me ask you this: if that is a breakthrough, and I've said this in this room before, yes, that is a breakthrough. I don't know if 40% is right. I don't know if 70% is right. I don't know if 10% is right. So there's someone saying that hasn't been validated. I agree. But what I don't see and what I don't understand is if Shape's viewpoint is shared by others, and maybe it isn't. I like Shape's viewpoint, by the way. Where is the protest against Hamas? It doesn't exist from the Palestinian groups. It should exist.
Actually, there have been protests against
I'm not even against the protests against Israel. I'm fine with the protests against Israel, but there needs to be a sister movement saying, by the way, these guys have made our lives complete shit as well. Let's get these guys the fuck out.
Yeah,
it's nowhere.
It's a good point. There have been, by the way, protests against Hamas.
Like no countries. Nowhere.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, you're making a statement without doing the research. So there have been protests against Hamas in Gaza. By the way, in a place where you get potentially killed for disagreeing with Hamas. So that's one. Second is the Arabs aren't stupid, right? They know that Hamas was basically indirectly, and to some degree directly funded by Netanyahu, right? They know that what Netanyahu is doing by policy, intentional, calculated, discerning policy, is to divide the Palestinians. And so when you're sitting there picking up the ashes of your burnt little girl and burnt little boy, when you're sitting there picking up 1 foot of your mother and 1 arm of your father, high on your list is not, protesting Hamas. High on your list is not reading the last paragraph of the leaflet. High on your list is figuring out how you're going to bury your family, how you're going to live to the next day, where you can get food, water, and electricity. Those are the things you worry about. You probably have never lived in a war. I have. Not to the degree that we see in Gaza, but I have. When you're in a war, and you're innocent, like the overwhelming majority of the good Gazans, you're not figuring out what to put on your poster.
Yeah, I get it. And I think similarly, when you hear, stats sort of about how, a lot of people in Israel are against Palestinians or whatever the case may be, and that gets thrown around a lot by me, or, it's not just Hamas, it's Palestinians. If you're the uncle or daughter or son of somebody who was just kidnapped, you're not that concerned about, making a big distinction between, by the way, I disagree with this, but you're probably not too concerned about making a big distinction between Hamas and the people that voted for them. Now, they should make that distinction, but emotions run high, right? Just like you said, emotions run high when you're dealing with someone who's lost their leg. Emotions run high when your 90-year-old grandfather just got dragged, 50 miles down the road and stuck in a bunker. So these emotions tend to lead to pretty outlandish positions sometimes. But that's why you need people who have sort of the grounding to hopefully make more conscious decisions. And I think if you look at it dispassionately, which is very, very hard to do, then you can see that Israel is a culprit, but so the hell is Hamas, and Palestine should want to get both of them gone. Right. And I just don't see enough of the protest. It's just a one-way protest for the vast majority of the people.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But here's what I'll say, right? Like, the uncomfortable truth for all radical Zionists and for all supporters of the current regime in Israel is you have lots of Arabs like me acknowledging that, Hamas is a terrorist group and Hamas has genocidal intentions. But you can't bring yourself to acknowledge that Israel's leadership is basically doing the same. And it's a really, really troubling world we live in when the benchmark is a state comparing itself to a terroristic group. Like, that's like, what? Aim high, man. Like, don't try and clear the, well, they did it too, and where they is a terrorist group. Aim higher, man. Like, you could do better. Or if you don't want to aim high, then just don't say that you're the leader, beacon of democracy in the Middle East, which is the thing I keep hearing from Israelis and from Israeli leadership.
I get that. By the way, I need to go in a second because my wife has called me 10 times, and I need to make sure an emergency.
Yesterday was Valentine's Day. It's don't ruin the momentum.
But I go back to aim higher as well. I get what you're saying, and frankly, I did acknowledge something a second ago. That's why you called it a breakthrough, and you did too. But the key thing is that I still go back to the point. You have hostages. So whether it's a country or a terrorist group or your grandmother up the road, it is your responsibility to do everything in your power to bring them home. And we can talk about scenarios. Can you imagine a scenario? Pick a country, any country in the world, doesn't have to be Israel, where something happened similar to October 7th, and the government's response was nothing. Or we're not going to try and get them back, or we'll pay off these guys, which, by the way, you can argue whether that was a legitimate option. I will say in the United States, which is where I'm based, it is an absolute fundamental rule of law that you do not negotiate or pay off terrorists. I don't know if that exists in other countries or not, but at least in the U.S., that was not a viable option.
But the U.S. does do that, though.
Maybe it does, but it's stated goal. It's stated goal. Do not negotiate with terrorists. Nobody directly talk to Hamas. Right, and that is true because that's a back channel. But the point is that from a political position, you do not want to be the guys that said they stole a shitload of our people and we let them do it. And I don't think that's unique to Israel.
No, it's not.
Any other
I'll make this easy for you.
Happened to them.
I'll make this easy for you. Yeah. I wasn't one of those ones that was surprised how Israel responded. I was like you. I'm like, they are what they say they are, right? When it comes to military use, right? So, and it was, they were forced to, they were definitely forced to respond militarily, right? There's no debate there. Like, it'd be completely irrational to say, well, maybe they'll just hold peace talks. No. They're going to respond. They're going to respond with force. And they were baited into it. Now, what I was a little surprised at was how fast and loose Israeli officials were with genocidal statements. I mean, that was shocking to me, actually. What I was a little surprised at was the insistent intentional starvation policy. I mean, they literally waited till people looked like skin and bones. I mean, that's just crazy to me. And it's a good reminder that even in 2026, we can go back to our savage ways, you know? That just shocked. And I was equally shocked at the savagery that Hamas conducted. I was disgusted by it. I was shocked.
Hamas are a resistance group. I don't give a shit what Zionists have to say. Everybody is entitled to their own fucking opinion. Hamas are a resistant organization. If Hamas did not exist, you would have filth like Mark, who love fucking team.
My name is Amos, and I read Stargate.
I wanna doggy fuck your wife, bitch.
I gotta go call my wife. Shane, for what it's worth, I think it's really constructive conversation.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It's been constructive because you heard what you wanted.
Doggy fuck your wife.
I'll see you later, guys.
Fair, Mark. Take care.
I'll doggy bitch.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Uh-oh.
And is it a thing or two things? Many things.
Multiple things.
Thousands of things. Okay, you guys want to get cussed out?
No. Go ahead.
It's okay. A little bit cursing is okay.
Edward,
I'll use Edward as the seal.
Not tickling. That's all.
No, I'm with Prince here. Go ahead, Prince.
Okay, go ahead. Carry on. Every asshole on the block wants to assess the situation from their own biases, paradigms, and flaws. Number one, and I've said this in the past, it is yet to be determined why October 7th happened. What was the thinking and what were the information obtained by Hamas to take such a decision? Number two, whether or not October 7th is a good or a bad thing for the Palestinian people. Things are measured by their outcomes, and these outcomes are yet to be determined. Pragmatically speaking, aside from emotions and everything that has occurred, it is not the case. We don't know if they knew what they were getting into. We don't know if they had to do despite what they're getting. But all of this will be uncovered with time. And nobody ever tells a person who is defending himself, why did you do it? You escalated the situation. It's called self-defense for a reason, and October 7th was an act of self-defense, not an act of aggression. Because there is an occupation, and there is a siege. But everybody is so clear, No, I'm just saying your mic is so clear, like loud and crispy clear. Go on. I'm done.
If and I think Edward would probably agree with this question, but if Mark is using that argument about wouldn't any country respond to having hostages with whatever kind of actions, same argument the other way around, because weren't there Palestinian? What's the difference between the October 7th hostages and the Palestinian hostages that were
he's not here.
before October 7th, right?
He's not here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
Wait, Sheik left?
Why wouldn't you respond that way?
I'm here.
I think she was
supposed to shape. But Prince, to finish, we were maniacking with you. Sorry. I'll respond to that.
In 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon and remains in Lebanon because a dumb bitch ambassador was assassinated in London. Does anybody believe that the assassination of a single individual or intimidation of the entire country and the slaughter of over people in the year 1982 alone.
So this dumb person, she was Israeli ambassador, right, Prince?
Yeah. If I want to count the casualties post 1982, pretty sure would go up to the 70 and 80,000 Lebanese Palestinians and Syrians who were killed in Lebanon. Does the assassination of an individual warrant an invasion of an entire country? It doesn't. Which means one thing. Based on that scenario, we run a comparative analysis of the behavior of Israel. We know that on October 7th, even though it was minimal, it would have exacted the same odds. Because these responses, the way Israel reacted on October 7th and the way Israel reacted in 1982 was not by sheer coincidence. It was premeditated. It was pre-planned. They didn't wake up on October 7th, saw the footages, and then decided to put up ramp up a bunch of plans. No, they have a bank of targets. They know what they're going to target. They have plans of invasion. They have all this prep. And between 1980 and 1982, there weren't major clashes between the Palestinian and Lebanese resistance against the Israelis, aside from that assassination that happened in London. But Yasser Arafat back then said it when the Israelis signed a ceasefire for the first time, recognizing the PLO as a legitimate organization after what was called then the Cannon War, Harb al-Madfa'iyya. He said the Israelis are going to invade Lebanon 2 years before the assassination of the ambassador, which they used as an excuse. But is that really an excuse that anybody would reasonably grasp? Killing one individual warrants an invasion of an entire country? No. And even if the ambassador was not killed, is it really difficult for them to cause a false flag attack? And if October 7th didn't happen, but we know that what we're seeing is what they wanted to happen, is it difficult for them to cause a false flag attack on Gaza and do it?
No, very easy.
Then everybody needs to shut the fuck up. And
especially after they gave them $1 billion.
About the brave men sacrificing not only themselves, but also their families in the process for honor when you have no honor.
Look, I agree the time will tell, right? I agree. Sorry, what was your question?
Instead of sort of coming to that kind of agreeing that Hamas did something wrong, why wouldn't you use the argument that there were Palestinian hostages before October 7th? So to say that, wouldn't any country respond this way if they had hostages? Like, couldn't you use the same argument about the Palestinians?
No. Because I like to draw red lines. You know, there's certain lines that they cannot be crossed, and some of it has to do with my background. Like, for example, when Palestinian militia came up to my village in Lebanon and murdered my cousins and killed their parents, and made the kids watch, and then killed the kids, and then burned the house on top of them. I wouldn't in any way, shape, or form want any Christian militia to extract the same kind of thing. There are red lines, okay? And the red line was crossed. And I'm not saying it was crossed by all members of Hamas. I mean, there were 1,200, 1,400 people that crossed that border, whatever the number was. But certainly, many red lines were crossed. If they conducted a strictly military operation, I would have still said it was a mistake.
But unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, I believe in drawing red lines on certain things because it's a very, very dark place you go when you kind of let everything be in a relative moral framing. It's very dark.
About you mentioned genocidal. How is Hamas October 7th genocidal, or was that where you're referring to say that Hamas was genocidal or had genocidal intent?
Yeah, I mean they've cleared their officials. Like you know, I need to be consistent in my position, so. You know, I don't want to take a weak position that says that, a group that's made genocidal statements hasn't. And the main reason I do that, number one, it's the honest truth that if you want to counter and say that there are no genocidal statements made by Hamas, we can dig into that. But that's the main reason. But the second reason is, I want the focus to be on the so-called nation that has so-called democracy and so-called rule of law and so-called most moral army in the world. I don't want the focus to be on Hamas. I want the focus to be on them. Because Hamas isn't walking around saying they're the most moral militia in the world. They admit they're terrorist groups. In a sense, you actually appreciate, I have to be very careful here, but in a sense, that particular sentiment is actually more honest, to be honest. Doesn't make it right, but it's more honest.
But they don't.
Sorry, Prince. Sheikh, with all due respect, this narrative that Israel has been put forward through the Western mass media last 70 years or so, it's just pure and utter fake. It's false. And even acknowledging it is incorrect in my opinion. And that's just my opinion.
Which narrative?
This narrative that they claim that they are the only democracy in the Middle East, they are the most moral army in the...
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I'm not acknowledging it.
No, my point is, and I'll say this again with all due respect, to acknowledge it is to give them an advantage. I don't think we should ever...
I didn't acknowledge it, Hassan. I'm not here.
No, I'm saying to actually base your debate and argument based on their narrative is wrong. That's just what I'm saying.
Why?
Again,
Why?
with all due respect, I understand what you're saying.
I think you misunderstood me, and I don't know if we have time to dive into the misunderstanding. I mean, we can.
شيخ عم تصوم؟
ليه بدي صوم؟
الله
ولا من يكي ليك
لا طلعت
I want to
هلا الاسبوع الجاي بكره حتبلش
طيب نلحق حالنا الليله
نلحق حالك اليوم كل اللحمه بالبراد انا خلاص
خيي مدنيك اختر براد خيي مدنيك اختر براد
يلا نيجي نفطر انا 7 ساعات
بعد ما انا بخلص بالبراد ما بعرفش رح يكون براد خيي رح يكون والله شو
I want to know what are the genocidal statements made by Hamas.
I don't want to look them up, bro. Then you got the browser history. Next thing you know, I'm getting a knock on my door. don't do that to me.
No, but by the way, they don't call themselves
incognito mode.
Can the same
I don't have NordVPN, bro.
Can the same be said about the rhetoric coming out of the PFLP during its height? At its height, can the same be said that they were genocidal?
I'd have to study what they said.
Look, if you're gonna look into the sentiments of these factions back then,
yeah, it's probably the case. Yeah,
more extreme.
Yeah, it's probably the case.
And they were. I wouldn't categorize them as being genocidal, either one of those groups, because the rhetoric is geared towards the state as a structure and its compliances, such such as the IDF.
I believe Hamas.
No. Hold on. No. The FLP targeted Jews in Europe, Zionist Jews in Europe that were not Israeli.
But you're kind of making the same.
But that doesn't mean they were
genocide. But Prince, خلينا نبلش في البنية a little bit, okay?
No.
No, but I تفهم how I was debating Mark. You have to pay attention.
No, I wasn't here for that.
Okay. So I knew he was going to try and take the position once I cornered him, that he was going to try and find quotes that suggest that the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, was just targeting Hamas.
Okay.
So I had to form my position that shows that one genocidal statement makes you a genocidal maniac. Right.
Okay.
So I wanted to neutralize the nuance and then call him out for being nuanced about something as murderous as a genocide. So anyway, that's why I did. There's a little prince in me in that moment, you know. I see you. What you do? You set the traps and you wait for them.
The problem, and not with you
lurking in the bushes.
I feel like, and this is not directed to you, Sheikh, at all, that the word genocide or genocidal as a adjective, it's being used in society now as a matter of fact term to describe a lot of things. It's, you know, I don't know. It's losing its potency a little bit because I'm even reading. I read science fiction, and you know, the current science fiction has been written in late 2024 and in 2025. You know, characters are making comments like, you know, or something that doesn't taste very good, or this is a genocide, or this is a war crime, and things like this, and it's becoming a part of our vocabulary to say it. It's, you know, so now people are confused. What is a genocide?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you have Mark like using these random definitions. That's why, you know, to be honest, in the beginning, I was very, very ignorant on what a genocide actually was. Like I was in the early days was like, well, no, there's not a genocide, because I was using this kind of, to your point, this ignorant colloquial definition. And then when I read the article too, I was like, well, fuck, man, got a problem here. Obviously, there was a problem. The 70,000 dead innocent civilians was the problem. But like I was no longer conflicted about whether there was a genocide. All you have to do is read the Article 2 definition. By the way, like when are these guys gonna fucking rule on the? Is that case still open?
Yeah, every couple of years.
Well, what's taking so long?
Because they have to gather a massive amount of evidence, because it's not just evidence in Gaza. They have to gather evidence of policies and systems.
It's probably gonna turn into like the Armenian genocide, where fucking 100 years goes by and we're still not fully acknowledging.
Why? I don't know. I should look that up. Why they haven't acknowledged that as a genocide? I think I remember looking that up, and there's a technicality or something.
I'm not sure. I think I heard that Israel was like also low key at trying to subdue the acknowledgement, which is crazy to me.
No, they acknowledge it whenever they get mad at Turkey. You know, if they're mad at Turkey.
It's important because these people are, you know, sort of past masters at debasing actual wars, and fortunately, genocide has a legal definition. That's, you know, when you with intent try to annihilate a group that shares a common, you know, denominator, essentially. So each and every time, you know, if somebody misunderstands or tries to debase the word itself, I think it's important for people who know to give the legal definition as quickly as possible, so that it is registered with them that it's not an ordinary word. It's a legal expression essentially. And also, I believe when we are debating an issue with these people, we should call them out every time they try to debase certain expressions, certain words, and so on and so forth. Try to normalize, a horror behind debasing a word. You see, that's quite.
I agree.
I think that's quite important.
By the way, according to ChatGPT, Israel still has not acknowledged the Armenian genocide, which is fucking crazy to me.
Okay, I have the answer to the Armenian genocide.
What's that?
It happened before 1948, before the UN even.
Oh, before the definition.
No, yes, but you can go back. Yes, it happened in 1915 to 1917, and the Geneva Convention was 1948, and of course the UN was 1945. You can still go back, but you have to have another nation. You have to have a nation that was a part of the League of Nations sue in order to go back to sue.
Well, the U.S. took a while, but apparently in 2021 they acknowledged it.
A lot of countries acknowledge it, but
no, but the U.S. was like a late bloomer. Sadly, wasn't until 2021. Apparently.
But acknowledgement without enforcement is basically just words on paper.
I mean, they're not genociding the Armenians now.
No, in the sense of even with Palestine, if they acknowledge it without reparations, what good is the acknowledgement?
Right.
Wouldn't you want some sort of substantive, aid or
fair.
The Geneva Convention does have mechanisms for nations that have ratified. A lot of nations have ratified the Geneva Convention, and if a country is convicted of genocide, then they would have to, limit their, interaction with that nation to the most minimal amount possible.
But you see what's sinister with Israel's position on the Armenian genocide? It's like you would think of all nations that would be quick to say.
They didn't acknowledge, by the way.
They did not, no. And they have this kind of low-key alliance with Azerbaijan.
They spoke about acknowledging it.
But they didn't, yeah.
Last year, yeah. Well, they get 80% of their gas from Azerbaijan and Turkey.
For all this talk about never again and these guys stay neutral, what was it, 1 million Armenians were killed? Wasn't it 1 million? Something like that?
The difference. I think it goes into the Knesset as they put it in as a bill, but it has to pass 3 times. It doesn't pass, so it doesn't become something that they would recognize officially. But they always do it when they're angry at Turkey. When Turkey does something they don't like, they use it for political gain.
That's so disgusting, man. Why is it hard? That shouldn't be something hard to do.
It's realpolitik, right? It's them trying to get gas, oil, and all that. So yeah, all the ethics and morals doesn't mean anything.
By the way, how the Turks did some of the most cruel things ever.
Turks are very militant. They're very.
I read something where they took families and tied weights to them, just enough to keep them kind of slowly drowning. I just let them kind of slowly drown. Just disgusting things like this. Disgusting.
Can you eat on mute, Prince? We don't want to hear that shit.
You kept complimenting his high definition audio, and now he's.
I'm sorry. Just I wanted to ask you something, Shape. Do you remember the February 14 room, right? What is it? Yesterday's room? You were in the Buttercup room?
Yes. Yes. I was giving marriage advice, including marriage advice is not to be on Clubhouse on Valentine's Day.
John Kitover got the clip of that room.
Okay.
All right. And all of a sudden, Bart comes on the stage and he's asking, "Are you a Muslim? Are you this?" To him. Are you Muslim Israeli? Are you Mizrahi Muslim?
A Mizrahi Muslim?
Yeah, like such an idiot.
A Mizrahi Muslim.
Bart is such a fucking piece of shit. Oh my God.
You know, first I found myself modded. I hate when I get modded, but I found myself modded. And you know what? I started having so much fun with it. You know how much fun it is to keep muting someone every time they talk?
Well, Faye knows. Talk to Faye about that. He loves it.
I kept muting the guy every single time. It was so... It's like you ever had an itch on your back?
Daniel?
Bart.
Oh my gosh.
You ever have an itch on your back and you finally scratch it? You know, like that just sensation you get. That's what I was getting when he kept talking. I muted him over and over. Because you can't kind of hit it. Well, you got to like go 2 menus in. And I just kept doing it. It was just so satisfying.
I've never done it. What 2 menus? What's the menus?
To mute someone individually?
Yeah.
Oh, you just click on them and then you click on the dots, the 3 dots, and then you mute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a targeted attack. It's like you have a laser pointer on their mouth, and you just shoot a laser pointer, and out comes like a jag, and you just. But the thing that makes it fun is you get to keep doing it. It's not just once.
Talk to Faye. Tell her exactly what you said. She figured out the mute button too a couple of weeks ago on Brett, and she was having the time of her life. It was really
the targeted muting. I don't like the muting the whole room, like that disrupts things. But you just keep muting one person over and over and over again. It's so good.
Amir does it to Norm.
Shape, they made it easy. By the way, Shape, Norm, the video is uploaded on my YouTube. FC. Yep, I'll put the link in the chat. See, this is the red line is my religion. So you come for that. That's it. That's the red line. I'll put the link in the chat. This is already got 11 or 12 views. You're welcome to watch it.
Oh no, Amir. He must have really pissed you off.
I hear you.
I mean, to be fair, you warned him 3 times. You said
watch, like, and comment, and subscribe to the channel.
Shape. The problem was the first time you did it, okay. Second time you did it, third time you did it, and we're talking about Epstein. Nothing to do with religion. When I'm coming, I'm not my religion. I had nothing to do with Epstein. I did not talk about Judaism, right? And that's the red line. And I said, okay, let's play this, right? Last time I did him dirty as well with the clip that is asking Danny for nude photos and videos. I fucked him over.
Amir, I just clicked on it. You have a fucking production now. You have a fucking.
Yeah, you said you like it.
That's professional. That's so professional.
Very professional. So, guys, I put the link in the chat. This is Norman Green on this app. This is a fresh view room. He's welcome to come in and defend, and he can watch the show as well. I worked on it for a little bit, and you know how it is. We got to do it professional, man.
No, I didn't realize that almost when I went to his room on Friday that he made me mod, and everybody was yelling at me, and I'm, doing my own thing.
And Daniel wanted you to move that person down, but you didn't move the person down.
Yeah, I'm like, and I know he didn't say, like, he said, Edward, you gonna do something about this? What the fuck am I gonna do? Like, it's none of my business, I didn't know that was, he almost made me mod and then just went to bed. And so I moved them down. No, almost kept moving them up, almost like the content. So finally I threw him out the room. Whoever that person was.
I don't know, bro. It's just almost rooms, it gets really crazy.
Yeah, but I cooked Daniel and Sergio really good.
I put the link in the chat, Edward. Check it out. And this is what I did with Norm. And there's another clip that's supposed to come out probably today or tomorrow. I actually used the AI technology, like in our life. Norm
That's funny.
Actual norm.
That's funny.
So I got the access to the AI, proper AI now channel. I'm gonna be fucking, doing some things on Norm. I'm coming for Norm. Because, you don't come and fuck with me, right? Especially with my religion, that's a red line for me. That's it.
So there was a link I dropped earlier when Benny Olive was in the room that you should put in your link tree, Amir. It's a timeline of U.S. positions.
In other words, I looked into it. I think he was right on this. So let me read it out to you.
What I'm asking you is if you could take a look at this and put it in because it goes through from the 1980s, early 80s, all the way up to I believe current of executive orders and things like this that the U.S. has done against Palestinians.
So when I looked into it, look, this is what my perplexity gave me, right? Because I like to fact check shit. Even today, this morning, we had that brother Yada. He made a claim that F-35 or something, America, did not want to sell it because of Israel, or didn't sell it to Saudi Arabia because of Israel. I looked it up. It did sell to Saudi Arabia.
When did it sell? Must have been recent.
So he said that. So Yada's claim was. Yada's claim was that America blocked the sale of F-35 to Saudi Arabia, this and that, because of Israel. And I looked it up, it did not.
When did they? Because it must have been after MBS's visit here to the U.S.
So it says, no, the U.S. did not block Saudi Arabia from buying F-35 jets under President Trump. It approved sales as part of a major 2025 defense deal despite past hurdles and Israeli objections. So he did approve it. No, it's just because, look, in this room, I hate the propaganda. You know what I'm saying? We have people, bro, I don't know, even yesterday, I respect the Yada, right? But yesterday he made some claims and I had to freaking fact check it, bro. And
maybe he was talking about
that brother is but that brother is a pro China taking over Taiwan. Okay.
I don't know if I'm 100% against China taking over Taiwan.
No, I believe in the people, Edward. So the people, their survey is done. There's the things back and forth. The surveys are done. The surveys, a lot of people that live on that land, whether they're Chinese, Taiwanese, whatever you want to call them, they do not want to be part of China. So now, if they don't want to be part of China, then we go with the people, right? What the people want.
But if China owns that land,
it's disputed. That's what the online is saying.
Yeah. So Taiwan is not in the UN. The UN doesn't consider Taiwan a nation.
I know, but the U.S. I think U.S. is just like Golden Knights was recommended to the U.S. I think U.S. is sort of like trying to get in the way over there. U.S. should stay the fuck out of it, right? Let them deal with their own problems and let the people decide.
So you were going to say that this Olive character was right about the U.S. not.
I'll read it out to you. What perplexity gave me? Okay, I'll read it out to you. When this bitch was here, a fucking cunt. And Prince, I got your back on this. You know what I said to him? I said, have you worked in the IDF before? He got triggered and he started cursing me out.
I would cry.
No, I don't think he's a.
I think he's a drug dealer.
No, I said, yeah.
He is a drug dealer. He said it to us in a room with a bunch of. So he came to me, he apologized for cussing my family out. I introduced him to a bunch of 40 leaders.
Excuse me, Prince, brother.
والله ما يخليك والله ما يخليك.
اسمع هو من الرملة
English bro, English.
ما سألتك
English.
Very sorry.
He apologized. We were talking about situation of 48, and we were talking about the crimes. And then he said that he used to be a criminal belonging to a gang, selling drugs, and he got jailed for it. I don't know how long he was jailed. And then a crazy psychotic brother, he's doxing.
How the fuck did I not?
Well, I mean, you could tell by the way he talks.
Prince, be careful, almost those people who got educated from our brothers in 1948, the Palestinian who have the Israeli passport, always they are, I don't know, what to call this in the line.
I don't know.
Spoiled.
That's why I told them.
No, their thing is dirty. They think themselves, above the others. They know more than the others. This is their weakness. I know them.
Now, Amir, what you said.
Let me read it out to you. I said, did America knew about Oslo? It says, no, the U.S. government was not aware of the secret Oslo Accords negotiations until shortly before their public reveal in late August 1993. Negotiation secrecy. The Oslo I Accords stemmed from clandestine talks between Israel and the PLO in Norway starting January 1993. Brokered by Norwegian diplomats without U.S. involvement to bypass stalled public channels like Madrid, U.S. officials, including the Clinton administration, learned of the draft only after it was finalized in mid-August 1993, when Israeli and Palestinian reps flew to Washington seeking endorsement.
So here's where I would say I would disagree. The U.S. Absolutely. The reason that the U.S. would deny it until it was signed is because Clinton was a brand new president in his first term in '92. So he couldn't risk
not because of that.
It is because of that. That's how politics work. That's how politics work here in England.
Listen, please, Edward, please. It was, a preparation after Madrid meeting. It was, the first thing they start talking after Intifada, the first Intifada. They start appearing in the West Bank some leaders. Al-Husseini, many leaders.
He's not talking about.
Listen, please.
We're not. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was talking about.
This is a real story.
But it's a story. It's a story that
Chairman Arafat, when the things get serious, first of all, the beginning, he gave them, a green light to talk.
That's not what we were discussing.
This is a real story, brother.
That's not the story that we were. It's a real story, but it's not a story.
He's not involved. We're not involved direct with the negotiation.
We understand. It's understood. But the U.S. not knowing is impossible, especially Norway being a Western nation. It's of course they knew, and the U.S. had a stranglehold on U.S. Israeli Palestinians.
Excuse me, I speak in Arabic. القيادة البديلة لما بلشت تتشكل فيصل الحسيني والشباب لما بلشت تتشكل القيادة الحسيني
Keep it in English, bro. This is English room. Come on, man.
سمعت يا برنس والله أنا بعرف التاريخ.
English room.
He doesn't know how to express himself.
Yeah, it's okay. Just leave it and go to the Arabic room. Go mood. I don't like your fucking energy anyways. You like the booty clap for the Zionist comebacks. You were better booty clapping for Benny Oliver here. Fucking giving a thumbs up, heart symbol, and this and that. I'm like, what in the fucking world is this guy here?
From Rome, very beautiful.
Okay, scumbag.
Do you know what he told me within earlier? He told me I have people where he lives, where Benny Oliver lives.
Yeah,
and bro, I wouldn't take anything that comes out of movies. Just a bullshitter. One night he wants to sleep with Amos in his bed, and one night he wants me to come over there sleep in his bed. Fucking disgusting.
You still have the opportunity, Amir.
I don't want that. I don't want it that way.
Come on.
I'm not gay.
I give you a last. You have 24 hours only.
I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
24 hours.
Oh yes, yeah.
Stupid. Amir, you don't know. Like we Arab, we men like each other. We like each don't understood. We always understood. We always understood.
يا بود روح جيب لك غصن نعناع حفوا عليه ويروح شوي.
Prince, you love men. What's he? Is I don't. I don't think he's
Which is why I went to listen to the video. I come back to this. What is?
Did you like the video? Did you like it?
I mean, it's very.
Did you like the introduction? It was good with the disclaimer. Did you watch Nora's video?
I watched.
No. It's in the chat. Check it out. It's he's defending Epstein.
Listen. I just kicked out Eleanor. You know Eleanor?
Who?
Eleanor.
Who's Eleanor?
Amir. You know him. The Jew, the Zionist.
He's like Eleanor.
He have pictures with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, Norm.
I kick him out from my room now.
Norm sorry, Eleanor.
I make him silly, you know.
I don't know, bro. This guy is something else. Anyways, so Shane, you like the introduction? I think I should add some more to it, huh?
It was high quality production.
I need to go up on the P, the 480p to 76720.
I mean,
brother, I just introduced myself. I'm a Palestinian from Naples.
But like you took it to a different level now. It looks like
I took it to a different level? More professional, right?
Yeah, more professional. Yeah.
I think I should add some of those the emotions as well. Like every time they make a stupid claim or whatever, like a laughing.
You know what you could do? There are apps where you could do like a podcast.
Yeah.
And have like a fake news reporter.
So I have a question for you guys. Amir, I have a question for you, bro. You seem pretty knowledgeable.
Just cut somebody off.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, your question's going to be good. I know. Go on.
I hope so. No, it's not going to be good. It's just going to be a very simple question.
Go ahead.
It's a simple question because I don't know what's going on, but like, is there really a genocide going on in Iran?
No, there's no genocide, but it's a massacre, you could say, but not genocide.
So like, I don't know because like, I don't know what to believe because I don't believe Trump or Netanyahu. But then people also told me not to believe the pro-Iran news channels too. So like, I'm just confused.
The problem is, it's this matter in Iran. It's very complex. A lot of the things we can't freaking rely on, but certain things. And we've seen some videos. We could say that yes, they did torch some of the mosques over there, and there are people that are protesting. They're really, truly protesters versus rioters. People that are like you have influence coming in from Mossad, you have influence coming in from CIA, you have influence coming from the Pahlavi supporters. So they, some of these people, they want this son of Shah to come back. Son of Shah lives here in America, and a couple of days ago, he asked Trump, he was begging Trump that this is the last chance to, bury the IRGC, right? And a lot of these people, you'll see them, they support Israel and they support Iran. They support Reza Pahlavi to come back. And this guy, the son of Shah, hasn't been to Iran in about 40 years, right? Doesn't have the credential, doesn't know how to fucking run the system. And he wrote a book on this recently, not too long ago. He wants to, he's going to be the transitioning body. He'll go in and he'll transition. So he's selling this fucking narrative to everybody that I'm just going to be the transition body. Look, I don't support IRGC or Reza Pahlavi. But I do not want to go from one dictator to another, especially American puppet. Pahlavi is an Israeli and American puppet.
Obviously, I'm not for Israel. Fuck Israel for life. But like, what I've heard was that once the Islamic regime drops, there's gonna be a lot of U.S. sanctions going to be removed. It's going to be better ties with the Middle East or something like that. Do you think, or it's going to be like Iran?
It's going to open up a
a can of worms, like a different type of can of worms. They're going to set up military base like what they're doing in Iraq. Iraq is still under occupation, and they're going to chop that Iranian land into like 5-10 parts. Israel might take over some of the part, and they might even bomb the shit out of all the military bases, like what happened in Syria after they toppled Bashar al-Assad, which was a fucking genocide leader. Relate to the Reza Pahlavi will come around, and he will be told to freaking put down everything. The hypersonic missile program, the nuclear program, the fucking the proxies, everything. All the defense. You got to put it down. So you can't attack back. You can't fight back. You pretty much bend over and get fucked and raped in the ass. Which I'm against it.
But what if they want to be fucked in the back? Why won't you let them? If that's what the people want.
That's true. But the thing is, Tiger, my position is very strong, and I hate these people. So forget about that. The other thing that that bothers me is Islamophobia coming out of these disgusting people's mouth. You know what I'm saying? So much Islamophobia all over the internet. Just like you had that guy from your side, he was spewing a whole bunch of bullshit about Islam. I had to remove him out of the room. Lion, do you want to say something? I mean, he's from China. Go on, Lion. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, it's not from China.
Yeah, Lion wanted to say something. Go on.
A lot of the Iranian taxpayers' money is being used to attack Sunnis. The government of Iran, please let me finish. The government of Iran spends the Iranian people's money by giving it to the Houthis to attack Sunnis. So a new government in Iran will stop spending any taxpayer dollars on war on the Sunni. That means more money in the pocket of the Iranian people.
Does anyone know Does anyone know where the Sunnis are?
Yeah, so Lion, by the way, I think your information is incorrect. Respectfully, I think you need to get your facts straight. I don't know where do you get your facts. I know you buy into mainstream media bullshit, right? A lot of Americans have been indoctrinated. Some of the Americans, they're dumb retards. They're fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Don't have a clue what's happening in the Middle East. They just buy into mainstream media bullshit. They don't know the facts. When you actually look up the facts or you cross-check it with mainstream media and fucking even ChatGPT will tell you that what they're sporting on fucking TV is all bullshit. Even Trump said it. It's fake news, fake news. At least get your facts straight, man, instead of making up bullshit. You come up on the stage, and this is why I hate fucking bullshitters. And some of the Americans I came across, dumb retards, man. Fucking dumbass motherfuckers. Don't know shit about the Middle East.
Confused. That's why I asked the question, because I'm so confused, right? Because I have Persian friends. They told me not to look at the pro-Iran news, but then they also told me not to listen to Trump. Then who are you listening to when it comes to the media? Then where are you getting your information from?
Nowadays, MJ, you gotta look at the Twitter, but the Twitter thing is you have to make sure be careful because there's a lot of AI shit as well, and verified with the news sources. The way I look at, I'll give you one example. So when I'm talking about Israel or Palestine, so I look at Times of Israel, I look at Haaretz, and I even look at Jerusalem Post, and then I look at the Palestinian sources as well. So I'll give you one example. This happened to me, a few months ago. There was one kid, they got arrested for throwing a rock at an IBM truck. Now, Times of Israel reports said that, yes, he threw a rock at the truck. That's why he got arrested. But coming from Palestinian sources, like his dad testimony, he said, no, that's not true. They're claiming this and that. Nothing happened, blah, 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 and whatever. So then you got to find a common ground. The truth is hidden somewhere in the middle. Right? So put this and this together, and then you can probably say that, yeah, maybe there was something happened. That's why they arrested the kid.
So my Persian friends told me not to trust this girl named Bushra Sheikh, which is probably, if they're talking so much shit about her, they're saying that she's a terrorist, sympathizer. Who is she? She's a broadcaster, right? Like a podcaster, and she went to Iran to report on it, and then...
Where is she on this app?
She's on Twitter. She's very known she's very outspoken.
Is she Iranian?
She's Pakistani, but she's a very big reporter.
Let let me pull up.
From the UK.
Hold on.
Bushra Sheikh.
She's from the UK. Is she Shia or Sunni?
I have no idea, but she is Muslim.
Bushra Sheikh. I'm just trying to find her profile.
Send it. Oh, by the way, Amir, be careful. What you're doing is God's work. Amazing. I applaud you for that. But like, be careful because like, I read an article or something. There's some Mossad agents or some shit in your room.
Oh, that was made up. Bibi made it up. Did you see that post? Did you see it?
What the fuck? Yeah, bro. I got sent that in my DM saying, "Be careful." I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, did you see the article?
Are you trolling? Are you trolling?
Did you see it?
No,
I'm not trolling. You must be trolling.
I got sent the article.
He's trolling, bro. He's trolling.
I actually got sent the article though.
Babe, I'm gonna back check you the picture.
Can you, actually, I've seen it. Can you imagine that the Mossad is fucking wasting their resources listening to our stupid banter, bro?
Honestly,
it'd actually be a good distraction. Like, it's a good technique to have them.
I'm not gonna lie, like, maybe I'm paranoid, maybe I'm doing this, but I feel like Ambrose, you're a good person. You spoke well as well, but I feel like it's giving Mossad agent for some reason. I don't know why. Because like, how you live in Israel, but you still standing up for being anti-Zionist?
You're getting Mossad vibes now.
It's Mossad agent vibes, bro.
The term we use in this room is that's a little Mossadi.
That's a little Mossadi, you know what I mean? Because like, how you gonna like? I don't understand because if you're anti-Zionist, bro, the first step you should do is get the hell out of Israel.
And she was born and raised over there, so look at it. Prior to 48, there were Jews that lived that coexisted with Muslims and Christians on that land.
Okay.
And so they were Jews that there were certain Jews that were against establishment of this state called Israel. Okay.
Yeah.
And some people they went along with the Zionist narrative, and at one point, slowly, there's a small movement inside Israel that has become anti-Zionist. They want to coexist with Palestinians. You see what I'm saying? Like they did prior to 1948. So she wants to coexist with the Palestinian, but she's half Arab and she's half I don't know. I think maybe Mizrahi.
She's half Arab.
Yeah, she's half Arab. You know what Mizrahis are, right?
Yeah, Mizrahis are half Arab.
They're Arab. Yeah, Mizrahis are Arabs.
I mean, what's your background, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't share this because there's somebody that's streaming my room right now. You see that red flower at the bottom? You see he's just streaming it directly on YouTube. I live rent-free in a Zionist head. See the Zionist comeback?
You know Mr. Jeff?
He was investigated by for the campaign fraud in one of the states. He was running for some mayor bullshit.
Yo, I'm blocked by Al Normal and Mr. Jeff from Clubhouse.
How did you get so lucky?
It's a badge of honor, I know. Because I posted this exact picture and they got offended.
Okay, but here, if you see a Norm in any of the rooms, just save this link and give it to him. Tell him, why were you defending it?
Someone told me that his wife is in the Epstein files. Al Normal's wife is in the Epstein files.
I don't know about that, but I put the link in the chat. You can save it and give it to Norm whenever you see it.
Honestly, Amir, my honest intention was to have him clarify and obviously state.
My evil intention was to expose him.
No, dude, I didn't.
Amir, this is fire. This is amazing.
My honest intention, I literally, when you told me what he was doing, like basically defending directly and indirectly Epstein, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, no. I mean, he's not that kind of guy. And man, I was wrong, bro.
Yeah, but
I gave him so many chances to just simply clear the record.
I told you.
He refused.
Yeah.
I wasn't even trying to trap him. I was just trying to have an honest discussion where I'm like, of course, come on, let's move on. You're a father. Like, we all know this is bad. Like, let's not tarnish his name. And he refused. He started saying, well, she was one day before her 18th birthday. My God.
That was a lie. Anyways, Jindip is here. What's up, Jindip? Jindip, the shape is trying to protect the sewer rat, called Norman Green. I put the video in the chat, Jindib. I would like you to check it out. I don't think you were in the room. He was defending Epstein, and it's coming from World Affairs Forum production team.
I wouldn't say protect.
Oh, no, he was defending that shit with his life.
Did you expect anything less from
Steve was protecting or defending?
Maybe I'm an optimist, but I couldn't believe that there would be any man on this planet other than Epstein's lawyer.
No, there was another guy on Clubhouse in Mr. Jeff's room. Do you know who Mr. Jeff is? He's in the Jeff Epstein on Clubhouse.
We know Mr. Jeff is in Algeria. He's actually an Israeli Jew. We know him. He's a Zionist scumbag, and he's a Islamophobe. He ran out of content. He likes to mock religion. It's a normal thing. He has been here multiple times, and he thinks that I'm beneath him. He only wants to talk to somebody with the American accent. So, that's what it is. He's a disgusting animal. By the way, John Kitover, you could forward it to Jeff. All right, I know you're son of a whore that likes to sleep. Anyways, Jim, what's up with you?
How do you know this? How do you know the report?
We know. We have intelligence. If you can kind of mute us, I want to talk to Jim for a second. Yeah, we have a team, a whole full team behind the scene.
Are you hiding?
Not right now.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
How you doing, Jim? You okay?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing all right. What you been up to?
Not a whole lot. Why? Sounds something important. You gonna tell me something important? What's up?
Something important was about the Norm defending Epstein, and then we have.
Man, he's given you so much content with that. Like it's been at least 11 days you've been talking about that.
I think I watched Ellen Dershowitz talking about the same subject, and Ellen Dershowitz were making the same points, that he was not convicted of being a pedophile, but he was, basically having sexual affairs with a woman who was underage, a day shy of her 17th or 18th birthday, something to that effect. The twisted logic of lawyery conversation. So, but I don't expect anything less from the sewer rat from New York, the so-called El Normo. He's a sewer rat. He's the only person I blocked on this app. He's a sewer rat. He's disliked. He's despised. He's the kind of character.
I got blocked by him, so I got blocked by him, and it's a badge of honor, It's a badge of honor because he got so triggered with his photo that he actually blocked me.
He has no dog in the game. He's just he's just what he is. He's just a filthy piece of shit.
Jindib, who do you find more pervertedly problematic? Normal or Amos?
No, Amos is crazy. He's an old man, but he's a decent guy.
You don't get perv vibes from Amos?
Oh, he's a preview. He tells you up front that I'm a sick person. He tells you up front. Okay. He's always talking about that issue. But overall, I think he's a decent guy.
He's a simple guy. Other than the pervert part.
Yeah, he's a pervert. Yes. Other than he's okay. He's a decent person. He can get emotional.
He's a decent pervert.
He's okay.
Why do you have a problem with perverts? I mean, oh my God.
I mean, do have a problem with people like.
We're not talking about Epstein level perversion here. We're talking about normal perversion.
This garden variety old man perversion.
Yeah, you'll be there soon.
Hey, no way. No. Some of us have daughters. No way.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you had only sons. I don't know why I would have thought you had only sons.
Because I'm so manly.
No, that's not it at all. I'm trying to think of it. But Amos is not really the worst, the enemy, I think.
Okay, I want to ask you this question in a while. Who are your top 3 Zionists on Clubhouse?
To me, Zionism is the enemy, so I don't know if I have a top 3 unless you...
Okay, let me widen it. Top 3 Jewish people on Clubhouse.
Buttercup, Ambrose,
Wait, Ambrose is an anti-Zionist. Why are you saying?
I widened the criteria.
He said Jews.
Your least favorite?
Top three.
No,
top three.
Yeah.
Top three. Okay.
And then we'll do Iranians. Although I don't think I know more than you, Taco.
Taco is my number 3 Jew.
I'm going to put Wayfan up there. Taco, Wayfan, and maybe another honorable mention.
Oh yeah, Taco, Wayfan, and
is Soren Iranian?
Nargis. Soren.
Nargis. Yeah, Nargis is up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please don't. Please don't group me with those two guys.
The Soren he's got a personality on him. I like his personality.
I'm glad he's back.
Was it Mozzie? Forget
Mozzie, of course.
Because Nargis is a shapeshifter, people pleaser. So I would say Mozzie, Taco, and the top 3 on which is the other one? I think Ray Fan is okay. He's very controversial. But yesterday he tried to trigger, I think, Tiger and other people because he lives in Taiwan. He came for the China.
Well, Wei Fang is also, I think, a scientist. So his thinking is, a little bit different. It's, how some of those people are. He's very, involved in computer science and things like this. I think it was computer science, so it might have been chemistry. So he's different.
Okay.
But I know.
So your top 3 is Buttercup, Ambrose, and Yigal, Yaakov.
See, but they're Zionists. I don't.
You can't do a Zionist.
No, I used to, but now my rule is, we're at war with Zionism. We were at war with Israelis or Israel, Palestinians. But now I believe that we are at war with Zionism, and if we can destroy Zionism, then that would bring us to a peaceful solution for Palestinians.
You don't like my extreme radical Zionism narrative?
What narrative?
I'm trying to make the case to create a term called radical Zionism.
Oh, I see. And separate the two?
Yeah.
My problem is the Zionism has already changed. The definition of it has changed to most people around the world. So Zionism is already radical, and people perceive it as a radical ideology. So
there's something very kind of nuanced and tricky about adding radical X. Obviously it's happened with people in Islam, but you create a word association, right? If you repeat it enough, you kind of say it's an emerging property of the X.
We could make it an ism, but it's already Zionism. It's already an ism.
No, but you see, when you say radical whatever, it kind of infers that the whatever's created it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like fighting fire with fire,
True, but I think that only works really with religion, and I don't know if it would work with ideology, because ideology is either radical or it's not. I could be wrong about that, though.
But the problem that you have when you kind of take the position against Zionism is you have to really go deep, because someone else will say, well, no, it's just a wish for a Jewish homeland.
Yeah, so that project has been completed, so there's no need for Zionism. That's why I changed my position on this.
Oh, so you create a you mean it's an implied neo-Zionism.
That's a good one.
It's a new kind of Zionism.
Yeah, neo-Zionists. That's good. I like that.
You like that?
I like that.
It's more technically accurate.
It is, and it's also
really get around.
Good evening, guys.
Only if you join us.
Zionism has not come to the idea, or the project of Zionism has not come to fruition yet, as of yet.
But the Jews, or the Messiah has.
definition of a Jewish homeland, then I would argue back, so the Zionism project is complete. So therefore, there's no need for a Zionist ideology. That's where, that's why I say it that way. You see what I'm saying as a talking point? But I understand what you're saying. It hasn't, because their objective is not just Israel.
No, it's not that. Even within the boundaries of Palestine, Zionism is based. The idea of Zionism, and for it, Zionism is a project of settler colonialism. That's you can. And you can say the objective, it is a project of settler colonialism. Zionism is being used as a tool, as a justification, creating a story that justifies the project. The story is that this land is for the Jewish people, and we know that, right? Now, why do I say that it hasn't come to fruition yet? Because in order for Zionism to prevail, three things have to happen. Number one, they have to usurp the overwhelming majority of Palestine, and they have done that. They have managed successfully now to take de facto, officially and unofficially, 90% of historic Palestine physically. This has succeeded, number one. Number two, declaring or changing the status quo for Jerusalem so it becomes the eternal capital of the Jews. And they have semi-succeeded in that. Number three is for Jews to be the overwhelming majority in the land between the river and the sea. And this has not taken place yet. And because of this, it has not come to fruition. Before October 7th, they were actually in a dilemma. That they were, and why do I say that? Because the idea of Zionism, this whole project is a criminal, genocidal project, and it was going to be a matter of time until the world will stop supporting them. Even Jews themselves will not want this idea of settler colonialism. So they were racing against time. They wanted to kick as many Palestinians as possible so they can complete the project, basically. And then you have Gaza. Until now, still, Palestinians are still in Gaza. Yes, a lot of them have been killed. Many are wanting to leave, but still it has not. We are teetering, the end of it. We don't know what will happen to the West Bank. Things now, they have the winning card in a way, but it's not over yet. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
So in this sense, it has not come to fruition.
So when I'm talking to Zionists, though, you're right. And when I'm talking to Zionists, I would argue, if they tell me that, what Zionism is, they're not going to use what you're saying. They're going to say that it's the Jewish people.
I'm exposing Zionists.
No, I know, but I'm saying, for me, when I talk to Zionists, I'd rather say, and it depends on the audience. If it's a homeland for the Jewish people, which is what they claim, and I'll say, well, the project is complete. You have a homeland for the Jewish people. So, Zionism, is not needed anymore. And then they have to get into, with me, why Zionism is still needed. And that gets into the nuances of what the real Zionist project is all about. But I use it as a strategy.
Yeah.
Zionism itself is to me, a radical ideology, but using the word neo-Zionist.
But not radical, it is a criminal ideology. You know, not only, because radical is good, actually. A radical can be either way.
True, but an average person would say radical.
Genocidal ideology. You know? The very idea of settler colonialism is genocidal. It's predicated on removing natives to make room for the settlers. It worked in the past, you know, but now the world will frown upon this, even a lot of young Jews now will not accept that. I guarantee it, if there is peace inside Israel, give it a year or two, you will find a lot of Israelis standing against that. A lot of humans will not accept something like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, separating the camps, Zionists and neo-Zionists, which I like that term because it's very negative here in the U.S. It's a very negative term. Also in Europe, like neo-Nazis, you know. I think if that narrative becomes prevalent, it would force Zionists to separate in terms of, okay, I'm not this kind of Zionist. I'm not a neo-Zionist. I'm, you know, only a peaceful Zionist. I'm only, you know, I believe in peaceful coexistence. It forces them into a box because they don't want to admit everything you just said. That's not something the Zionists are going to admit.
Of course they're not. Of course they will not. I mean, at the end of the day.
So then give them choices: peaceful or radical or like neo-Zionists.
In my opinion, and this is now, the best way inside Palestine, you know, the whole land between the river and the sea, Palestinians should not use armed like in a organized manner, because if they do it, they will give a pretext to the Israelis to continue doing what they're doing. But if they stop doing that, you see, I mean, the whole idea of Israel is a big lie, but the world is unable to see it because the water is not clear.
Yeah, you know, because of all of these, the noise.
We have to clean up our, some of the traitors first as well. Some of them are fucking traitors. Like today, that guy was here, and there's other ones out there as well. They really, really use Zionist talking points, claim to be Palestinian, and those I look at them as traitors.
Yeah, I mean, you have to separate between there are. I am talking about I see what you're saying. I agree with you. I mean, I've met people like this. I focus on strategy, you know.
Yeah, there's a time
I say that because we have, for us as a Palestinian people, we have the right to defend our land in any way possible, and this is only a matter of a strategy. In the 70s, when Palestinians had an organized army, now the people who you are talking about maybe will be against it, but in the 70s it was a good strategy for Palestinians to fight using weapons, because it was more feasible. We had a sanctuary, a land, Lebanon, and we had the people of Lebanon. Majority of them supported, and not just supported, also were involved. You know, yeah. I mean, that's so. Now, I mean, I say that as a strategy, Zionism, to defeat the idea of Israel. I think Israel now is hiding behind this noise that is concocting, that there's terror, there's violence, all of that, and they're able to hide behind it. And therefore the world is unable to actually see Israel the way, the real Israel,
Yeah, I mean, there's a time for armed resistance. I think we needed armed resistance. And there's a time for allowing Israel to show, really show its true colors and making sure that the Palestinian narrative is one of a peaceful, what would be the word?
Yeah. So I'm not about peace. It's a matter of a strategy,
No, I'm saying the narrative needs to, Palestinians need to be seen as ones that want to have a peaceful resolution. So there is a time for armed resistance. There's also a time for diplomatic resistance and geopolitical resistance. And I think
basically, it is not. We are unable to use arms because we don't have the means. This is the only reason. If the minute we have the means, we have the right, the legal right, the human right. It's a right. Any oppressed people have the right to fight. To use weapons. I mean, it's not. This is a right. It's not like the minute it happened. Like, let's say, I don't know. Like you have Jordan, for instance. I mean, just the minute that these means become available, then of course this option should be exercised, right?
But like now in Gaza, Israel is taking more of Gaza. What if they restart the genocide? I mean, when you agree that Hamas should fight back, the resistance should fight back.
They cannot fight back. I mean, how can they?
They fought back for 3 years.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you don't. I was just. I mean, the whole time I talk to people in Gaza, I mean, you cannot imagine the depth of the agony, the destruction.
Well, yeah,
you can't. I mean,
so because
it is so disproportionate. It's just unbelievable. It's almost like. I mean,
what doesn't answer the question? Yeah. Shouldn't we as Palestinians defend ourselves against violence from Israel?
Yes, of course.
So Hamas should fight back if Israel starts the genocide.
If Israel anytime starts go in and attacks, people have the right to defend themselves. Yes, of course. If I was there with my family, I will try to defend my family with all means because I'm going to be dead anyway. And it's a natural thing, of course. Yes. Yeah.
So I think what's keeping Hamas from not attacking back per se. I think they've been conducting very clandestine operations in Gaza against Israeli soldiers who have been firing back. So it's low level escalation, but it's a very fine line or rope that you're walking at this stage. When is armed resistance over? When is diplomatic resistance start? And they kind of both overlap sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, we have to be smart.
Yes,
PR matters a lot. How any story is perceived is very, very important. Perception is manufactured, it's not reality. There's a difference between perception and reality. Yeah. Perception is something that is concocted. Let me give you an example. Back in 1982, when Israel was going to invade Lebanon,
yeah.
At the time, Ehud Barak was an army General, and Sharon was the Minister of Defense.
What is he? I thought he was a colonel.
No, Sharon was the Minister of Defense, and that's why they blamed him for the Sabra and Shatila, if you remember, right? This is why he was implicated, because he was the Minister of Defense.
I thought he was on the ground, wasn't he?
He visited. No, he wasn't on the ground. He was the Minister of Defense, but he would go, and he would visit after different times he would go and visit. And when Beirut, when the Israelis entered Beirut, he went there a day before the massacre of Sabra and Shatila, for instance. He was there on the ground, for instance. So what Ehud Barak does, he writes a letter to Sharon, encouraging him and is encouraged to attack Syria, to invade, to attack Syria. And in the letter, he is telling him, this is an opportune time for us now to attack Syria. But of course, how are we going to do it? Okay, now they have to manufacture, a perception. They say, well, we can engage in small shelling, missiles here and there, and then something happens, and then we show the world, or the United States, Israel has attacked us, and then this will, we will build excuses that will help us attack Syria. We should take that advantage of it. The point here is that they will not go into any war without creating a pretext, without setting up the perception. They will not do it. You see. And by the way, this letter was published in the Hamas newspaper. And it's a well-known document. Basically, a letter was written for real by Ehud Barak to Sharon, and it shows you basically. The point again. Sorry for reiterating that Israel will always try, and not just Israel, any country will always look for a pretext before it commits a crime. What I'm saying, in reality, before engaging in any war, you want to see how are you going to stand up to this monster, because the world is not going to look at you as weak. The world is going to look at you as the same, like Israel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you better be prepared, basically, if you are going to go into war. Or otherwise, there will be consequences, deadly consequences. Almost like, yeah.
What do you think of this Board of Peace meeting in D.C.? What do you think will come out of it? Anything?
To be honest with you, I don't watch daily news myself.
It's supposed to be on the 19th.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, you can tell me. I'm not aware of it.
No, all I know is the Board of Peace is supposed to have the first meeting on the 19th.
Is this the technocratic?
The Board of Peace.
Oh, yeah. The one that Israel now became a member.
Yes.
Yeah. So, meeting? Yeah.
We're supposed to have more information about how things are going to be done, and just more details.
I know. If you look at it on the ground, I was talking to some guys now from Gaza. Israel until now is not allowing anything to enter. And they're only allowing up to 60 people to enter Gaza. Only 60 people.
I have a question for you, Brother Samud. Do you believe the America knew about the Oslo Accord one?
What is it again?
Did America know about the Oslo Accord, the first one?
When they first started.
None of it. Did Bill Clinton find out later on?
About what? About Oslo? The whole Oslo Accord?
Yeah.
Well, the idea of the Oslo Accord, the idea of a two-state solution, they started, different parties started preparing for it from the early 80s. The ones who actually set it up and everything are Palestinians here in America, like Edward Said, Hisham Sharabi, Rashid Khalid, a lot of Palestinian intellectuals in America, and also many members from the PLO. This started actually in the late 70s, but in an overt, in secrecy. But then in the early 80s, it became almost known that they are preparing for it. Late 80s, and So no, I doubt that. Of course, Americans knew about that. There is going to be a peaceful negotiation. I mean, Israel, right after 1967, it opened the ground, you can say, for a quote-unquote peaceful negotiation over the areas that occupied in 1967. And it did one part of it with Egypt, and now you have Syria and Palestinians, right? I don't know, did I answer your question? I mean, I would be surprised that Bill Clinton wasn't aware of it. I'm here. And I wasn't, and also I didn't know that.
But according to the idiot we had in here earlier, that idiot, he's a 48er. He claimed that Bill Clinton found out later, like down the path. America wasn't aware of it. It was a secret. And then I looked up on the AI. The AI agrees with his narrative.
No, I mean, you see, I mean, maybe part of it, okay. Like the actual, how the Oslo Accord, like how it was written, like the ones who actually sat down for the Oslo Accord, how it is going to be written, yes, could be, it did take place behind closed doors. Even members from the PLO, a lot of members were not aware of it, and this is why some of them resigned, and some others became very angry at Yasser Arafat, like Edward Said and Rashid Khalid in America. It's like, we were working on this, and then behind our backs, like Edward Said was like behind our backs, you were actually working with some Israelis and finalizing the whole thing without even taking our advice. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it could be like maybe like how, like the actual shape, how it was shaped. But the idea of a two-state solution, the idea of negotiating, peaceful negotiation, no, I'm sure 100%. I mean, come on, George Shultz, for instance, in the late 80s. You remember George Shultz? Edward, with George Bush the first, the father. Yeah. He did a lot of work with the Palestinians and the Israelis. He was like the mediator, right, between them in the late 80s.
Yeah. What was
his role?
Yeah. What was his title?
I don't know, something in the White House, or I don't know, something in the White House.
That was something with the State Department.
The state, yeah. Something headed, the head of the State Department or something like that. By the way, at that time, the White House chief of staff was a Palestinian guy. You know that? John Sununu?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know John Sununu?
No.
You've heard of him, right?
No. I was a teenager in the early 90s.
Yeah, so the White House chief of staff, John Sununu. But then they kicked him out. Yeah. They came out, yeah.
Then they kicked him out?
Yeah, something happened like right before the United States Division, right? Yeah.
His father was the governor, right?
We're talking about the father, the White House chief of staff. The son became the senator.
Yeah.
A senator of some New England, one of the states, Massachusetts. New Hampshire, maybe?
Yeah, New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Those are Palestinian stock too, right?
Who was that?
The Sununu family is of Palestinian origin. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. I'm saying a Palestinian guy, of course. He's from Jerusalem. Yeah. Sununu, yeah, from Jerusalem, yeah.
Yeah, Palestinians creep up everywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah. But I mean, can you imagine, like, in Gaza, Israel only allows 60 people, at the most up to 60 people to enter a day. And there are about 25,000 people registered to return. So how long do you think it's going to take them? And it doesn't even, like, in actual numbers, about 40, sometimes 45 people enter Gaza every day. So how long is it going to take people to enter? 25,000 people, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that has to change. That's something that we'll see after the 19th, if there's any change there. If they can't do that, then they can't do anything. The border peace.
Yeah.
I should call it the board of politicians. Indonesia is set to bring some troops in, about 8,000 to Gaza. And we're supposed to find out soon the makeup of the International Stabilization Force, the ISF, that's supposed to be going into Gaza and taking charge.
The question is that who is going to force Israel from retreating back to the areas before October 7th? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Who is going to force Israel to do that? You know, that's the question.
Yeah, and they're supposed to. I mean, if the ISF is there, you know, Israel's supposed to be leaving Gaza altogether. So
they're gonna do that?
Well, that's the thing. We're going to see. We'll see how you know, how influential or how much authority this board of peace actually has on the ground.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
You know, Mark was talking today. Who is Mark? I mean, he got on my nerves. I wanted to engage him, but
he's been in here. He comes in every now and then. He's a history teacher, I believe.
Is he an Israeli?
No.
Mark, what are you talking about?
Mark.
Mark, yeah. He's a historian. King Raza Pahlavi is. You're the idiot that only speak English. Okay, sit in the audience. Thank you. Anyways, what do you think about Benny Olive, Brother Samuka? Do you think it's problematic?
I heard him once only. I met him once, about, I don't know, a few months ago.
Former drug dealer and criminal.
Who is it? Okay, I'm not sure. Is he the guy from who lives in Israel in the 48? Yeah, I heard him one time talking here in this room. So I cannot really form.
He was in here today talking.
Yeah.
Hey folks, how's it going?
Hi, Benny Goy.
Hello, Samu. Hey, Benny Goy. Naftali. What did you call me? Naftali. Hey. Is that your name? Yes, it is my name. On here. Were you confused? A little bit, yeah.
So Naftali, did you just enter the room, Naftali?
Yes, I was caught by the prompt.
Yeah. So you are in support of Israel? Yes, I support the great state of Israel. And you're an American citizen? I'm Canadian. You are Canadian. Are you, with all due respect, usually don't ask these questions. It's up to you, but I mean, are you of Jewish background or Christian? Well, it's complicated. No, it shouldn't be. I mean, what do you believe? It's not, I'm not asking about
Actually, Brother Samud, he changed his position after he got beat up by transgender.
Whoa, hey, Amir, let's not bring transgender. What are you talking about? Stop bringing that. I just wanted to know what you believe. Are you, you know? I was trying to see, I was trying to know, like, are you a Christian Zionist or not you? I mean, I'm not trying to...
He's Jewish, he's from Israel, Brother Samud.
Oh, so okay. Well, so my father, basically you are Jewish. My father is Jewish. Okay, so you are a Zionist. So by the halakha, I'm not considered a Jew.
You are a Jew.
But you have the right to go and live in my grandfather's house, right? Well, I wouldn't say I'd be living in your house. More like a tower in Tel Aviv, or maybe. No. Zionist Jews have physically taken over 60% of the West Bank. But they're not. I mean, I'm going to tell you like what Jacob said. I mean, if you don't, you can do it, Naftali. If you don't steal it, other people will go and steal it. You can do it, actually. Oh, but it's not my responsibility. I don't think they're stealing it necessarily. No, it is. You are responsible because I don't think they should simplify the process that is being undergone. Naftali, you support the state of Israel, therefore you are responsible. Don't tell me it's not my responsibility. Ultimately, I do believe that no matter your religion, you should be able to buy property in the territories.
What? Check Fires picture. That's Jacob. That's the guy that was that said that if I don't steal it, somebody else will.
So maybe Naftali, can I assume, because you are hesitating in answering, can I assume that you are perhaps confused on the whole issue, and then you're just having to support Israel because your father is Jewish? Maybe your father is a Zionist? Is that what you said? What I said is I support people, no matter their religion, being able to buy property in the territories. What territories? What do you mean territories? The territories. Territories? What territories? So, Samaria. Most Israelis call it the territories, or a word that translates to the territories. They don't call it Judea Samaria. They don't call it the West Bank. They just call it the territories. So you support, in this case, you support a Palestinian family that is languishing in a camp in the city of in Beirut for them to go and claim their house in Haifa, right? No. Why not? No, not at all. No going back, only forward. And it's hopefully. Why no going back? You were able to go back, claim something. You might have created a story that you owned a stone somewhere in Palestine over 2,000 years ago. You were able to go back and claim it. We're talking about 76 years ago. Their houses still stand. Why? Based on what? I mean, are you a man of principles, or you just arbitrary decisions that you are making? Well, if they want to live in Haifa, the first step would be having to get Israeli citizenship. And I think the people that left are the people that decided not to take Israeli citizenship. And the Arabs of 1948 are the ones who stayed. Okay. So that's why I said my assumption is correct, that you are confused on the issue. You don't know what happened in 1948? Oh, I mean, have you ever read a book on what happened in 1948?
If you, sorry, brother, so just 1 second. If you were to come across a pro-Pali transgender and treats you pretty good, would you change your position to pro-Pali?
No. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but
it has. You told us about it. You changed your position because you got your ass whooped by a transgender. So continue.
No, it's first of all, it has nothing to do with her being trans. That her and her brother beat the shit out of me because I was a Jew. So you don't have to bring up that every time.
No, because you change your position because of that experience. Napali, you change your position because of that particular thing. That's what you told us.
Well, suffering a hate crime does help in shifting away from supporting a group that doesn't have your best.
Yeah, if you find another transgender that loves you a lot as a co-pally, would you change your position?
No. I don't know why you're getting all personal here, Amir. You're always getting personal with me, and I don't think it's very intellectually honest.
Sir, he told us he changed his position because of what happened, the experience.
There are a lot of people in Toronto. Are you in Toronto, Naftali?
Yeah, Benny Gay can hook you up. Benny Gay can hook you up.
I'm Benny Gay. I have a lot of hookups on Church Street.
Benny Gay can hook you up.
Are you in Toronto, Naftali?
Where do you stand? Where's your stand like a bus stop? Benny Gay. I can't believe I'm asking.
I'm not going to dox myself, Benny Goy.
No, I mean, just tell me like the general. I'm not telling you to give me your address, right? Like Toronto, the big city, but 7 million people. Like GTA.
I live in Hamilton, Alberta.
There's no Hamilton, Alberta.
Hamilton, Alberta.
Okay, all right.
I'm not a house in Hamilton, Ontario.
By the way, Naftali, I went to a school closer to Hamilton, by the way.
North York.
The first apartment when we first migrated to Canada, we lived in North York, by the way.
Oh, North York?
Yeah, and then we moved over to a different place. What you just said, Hamilton, I'm not too far away. My brother actually lives in Mississauga.
So, what do you think of
we're poor, Benny Gay, we're poor, you're rich. You're the only rich person here,
Yeah, but I only became rich.
How many bills did you have to sell to pay your fucking rent, bitch?
I was poor as well, but then I became gay, and the Canadian government gave me a lot of money.
What do you think of the attempts to bring Palestinians here to Canada?
Aren't they terrorists, according to you?
Well, I'm all for the vetting process that the Canadian government proposed. I don't think all Gazans are terrorists. Far from it, actually.
So actually, Naftali, your story is interesting. Are your ancestors, some of the were included or contributed to the ethnic cleansing of the Indian native people of Canada?
What's that?
Your ancestors, you are Canadian, right?
Yes.
Are your ancestors, did they happen to be one of those who contributed to the ethnic cleansing of the native people of Canada?
No, actually, my family has worked very closely with Indigenous people in this country. I'm proud to say, and continues to do so.
When you say your family, I'm talking about like your 8th great grandfather. I'm not talking about your father now.
Man, my 7th, 8th great grandfather, my generations have been kicked out of so many places and moved to so many places. They've been running from place to place for like the last 7 generations. So my family doesn't have the privilege.
Can you give us what happened to your 7th great grandfather?
Oh, I don't know.
Or 9th?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't have that privilege. Unfortunately.
No, because if you don't know, then how do you say that? You give me a story, right? For 7 generations.
Because my grandfather escaped from Ukraine.
Yeah,
My father left the United States.
my grandfather's father, my grandfather's grandfather might have come from a different place, since he certainly looks very Middle Eastern or very Persian. So I assume that he was in the Ottoman Empire at some point, his family lineage. My family goes back to having, I guess, as far as you can trace back from DNA, Spanish roots.
Only speculations, though, right?
What do you mean speculation?
Speculations.
Yeah, because Jews don't have the privilege that a lot of ethnic groups and cultures have of being able to live somewhere and grow and advance because of the way Jews have been treated in so many different places. And what's great is now we do. And I'm sorry that it came at the expense of you, but that's not changing.
I see. What you just said about Jews never had the privilege to live in peace. It's not true. Arab Jews lived in peace for thousands of years.
First of all, being a dhimmi isn't peace. And the fact that at any point with any certain leader, they would undergo a pogrom, and pogroms were very common in the Middle East.
No, it's not.
Peace. No. When that's what Jews are put through.
What you are saying has no.
It's no going back to that, Samud.
No, we are going to go back to it.
Get it through your head.
Listen,
it'll be a better conversation if you can get that through your head.
I have to say that.
There's no moving back, only forward.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk, and you have to be quiet. Okay. Do not interrupt me.
Because you're going to say some rhetoric that I've heard 1,000 times.
Stop it. Okay? Do not interrupt me. The reason why I mentioned that, because you claimed that Jews all over the world have been continuously persecuted. And I wanted to show that you are actually wrong. Because the Arab Jews were not persecuted, were not treated in the same manner non-Christians were treated in Europe, because non-Christians, also Muslims, were also genocided in Europe and were not allowed a space in Europe, not only Jews and Muslims together. This is just Europe. It happened to be Europe.
Yes,
listen, stop it.
Yes, in Europe and the Middle East. It happened in both places. I agree with you. I agree with you that it happened in both places.
Stop it. Okay, in this room, I think, you have to be a little more civilized, right? I know you came and you took my land, but you cannot do this here in this room.
I haven't taken
anything. You have to be quiet. Okay, when I finish, you talk, okay? And when
I haven't taken anything, and my ancestors...
Listen, stop it.
3 generations ago bought property in Israel. They bought land in Israel.
Okay.
In the 1930s.
You are going to have to stop now, okay? Because I'm going to tell you things that you probably either someone lied to you, or you probably were not exposed to the truth. Or, so I'm going to have to tell you, I'm going to tell you something new to you, and you can go and read about it, okay? The Jews in the Arab world were not treated at all like the Jews of Europe. As a matter of fact, just to give you an example,
except for the Hebron massacre and the Farhoud.
Okay, I'm sorry, Amir. What is this guy? What is that?
Matali, you gotta calm down. Let the conversation happens by him. Let him speak, and then he comes up with his
thing. It's dishonest rhetoric that I've heard 1,000 times.
Hebron massacre, me too. I have educated you on this. It happened on both sides. It was thanks to your rabbi. Your rabbi was spreading propaganda.
Sure. Go on. Yeah. Okay.
The Farhoud, Amir?
I'll give you the name of the rabbi. Just give me. I'll give you the name of the rabbi.
Every once in a while,
what is
in the Ottoman Empire that would make things bad?
That's he thinks he's in Palestine, that he has the privilege.
Let him finish, and then he can respond. Just mute up. Thank you.
Do you know how you are being restricted in this room, right? You know that you can't freely go and steal someone's voice or land or anything like this. You know that, right?
That's such a silly thing to say to someone online in a room like this.
Okay. No, I mean what I mean what I say.
Such a dumb thing to say.
Okay. You are a dumb ass. Okay, and not. Let me just contain myself and just finish. Okay. So the Jews of the Arab world were never persecuted in the same manner that happened to them in Europe. As a matter of fact, the Jews, for instance, of Baghdad, and this predates 1929 of Hebron, and we will talk about Hebron when we get to it, and we will talk about the Farhud when we get to it. Okay, I am talking about hundreds of years before that. I'm talking about the Jews of Baghdad, the Jews of Damascus, the Jews of Alexandria, the Jews of Beirut, of Yemen. All of these communities, Jewish communities, were part and parcel of their localities, of the people who lived there. They enjoyed a lavish bourgeois lifestyle. They lived like about 1/5 of Baghdad used to be constituted of Iraqi Jews. They were welcome. They didn't live in ghettos. They lived right in the heart of cities.
Did you know that
listen, stop it, just a second. So apparently you are not aware of that. You are just not
aware of that.
No, you're not aware of that. You are not aware. You weren't aware of that. I just told you something new. Okay?
No, you didn't. I've spent many years on this app. I've had these conversations many times.
This is how you learn from this app?
Yes.
Your source of education is from this app, yeah?
Well, I've been on this app for on and off about 4 or 5 years, and yes, I've had a lot of different conversations.
I mean, maybe you spoke to him before?
I spoke to him, but he claimed to be anti-Zionist before he got his ass whooped by a transgender.
Yeah, he's a confused person, so...
Yeah, he's very confused, and I want to help. I want to ask Benny Gay to find you another transgender, and maybe he or she can appreciate you, whatever you are at the time.
First of all, I don't think we should...
And then become pro-Pali again.
I don't think you should call them a transgender. That's a very bigoted way to refer to them. And listen, I believe that trans women are women, and I'm attracted to women. So what point are you trying to prove? That I'm more progressive than you? Because if so, point proven, Amir.
You told us you were pro-Pali before, and
I wasn't very educated in it all, to be honest.
Yeah, but you found somebody on Tinder or something, and you found out that there was a transgender. You went with it. You did whatever you did, and then you got your ass whooped by that person. And that person apparently was a pro-Pali or whatever. You told him that you were a Jew, and you got your ass whooped by the brother. I'm saying if you found another one that's pro-Pali, but they don't whoop your ass, they do respect you as a Jew, would you change your position?
Well, that's a really odd question, but I don't think so, no, because my position went to where it was because I also did the birthright program and really saw the reality of the country. I went to Jerusalem and I saw Muslims and Jews holding hands, singing peace songs and dancing in the streets.
That's not true.
So you saw it's an isolated incident, right? You saw 50 Muslims, 20 Muslims.
I don't know. One picked a fig for me and gave me a fig. It was a really nice moment.
What?
There was a Muslim woman walking with her child on, I don't know if it was Shabbat or what, but she picked a fig for me off a tree and gave me this fig.
Okay, so she did it out of respect.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But it has nothing to do. Look, from the Muslim perspective, we don't have a problem with the Jews. They did coexist prior to 1948. The problem came around when you had the Zionist scumbags coming around. They wanted to establish a state by ethnically cleansing Palestinians. That was the problem. Now, that problem, it needs to go away. People can coexist all day long. But the state, down the road, it's going to have to dismantle. I mean, the state cannot run like this. And right now, Netanyahu wants to attack Iran.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think ultimately they're going to try to use economic means first. They're trying to avoid another war, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm sure Netanyahu does want to attack Iran.
So, you did your birthright. You saw people holding hands. Just because people were holding hands, you decided to pick the other side.
Well, it wasn't pick the other side. It's more that I decided to take the time to learn.
Did you go to the West Bank? Did you ask Palestinians how they're getting treated? Did you see the 920 checkpoints on the West Bank? Did you see how they cannot collect the rainwater in the West Bank? Did you see any of this?
No, we're not allowed.
Mm-hmm. You can go in the West Bank.
I mean, I wouldn't feel safe in parts of the West Bank. I went to Area C where I do feel safe.
Area C is occupied by Israel. Area B is occupied by Israel, and got some control. The PA controls it. That area is controlled by the PA. But if you want to go into those areas,
although hold on, when I was in Jerusalem in 2022, I did dab up a Lion's Den member.
That's fine. What I'm saying to you should go into.
I was in Jerusalem and I was all like, "What's up? Nice shirt." And
so you're flirting with the guy.
What's that?
You were flirting with the guy.
Oh, I wasn't flirting with him. I was complimenting his shirt. He was a Lion's Den member.
And then there's IDF members all around the world. IDF are fucking terrorists.
No, but like the Lion's Den is actually a terrorist.
IDF is literally a terrorist. It was established out of three Jewish Zionist terrorist gangs.
No, I mean,
Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi. You didn't know that?
I mean, they're military. You can see
that's
them
fine. You can be militarized and be a terrorist. It's a terrorist entity.
You can see them as having like fascist leanings or whatever you want to paint it as.
I'm telling you that
they're military. They don't meet the definition of a terrorist because
IDF was formed out of Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi, three Jewish militia gangs. These were terrorist gangs according to the British and the US.
Well, no, the Haganah wasn't viewed in the same way that Irgun and the Lehi were.
Okay, so Haganah in 1940, after the white papers were issued, they planted a bomb on a ship full of 600 Jews or something, 700 Jews. Actually, it was 1,800 Jews. Sorry.
Listen, I don't fuck with the Lehi.
Guess what? Bomb went off. Yeah, the Lehi Jewish military approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. Who fucking Hitler?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't fuck with the Lehi because of that history. But
atrocities.
You gotta respect the Irgun, and it's debated whether or not the Irgun.
They're all terrorists, bro. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
If you listen to the telling from their perspective of the King David bombing,
what was their perspective? Do you believe they were terrorists?
Well, their intention was to get all the civilians out, like evacuate it. They were just going after the property, but then something moved up, like the timeline, so to speak. But someone still did make a call to try to get people to evacuate the building. More people would have died if he didn't like go through very risky circumstances, risking getting caught in the act to warn people to get out of the hotel.
So it's not a terrorist attack. So if
so I don't know what to say.
Yeah, well, it's your room. You should moderate your room. Look, I don't give two fucks about your room.
That's Fiona that's raising babies.
And he's making room titles too.
Okay, well, you talk to Fiona about that because that's Fiona's bestie, not mine.
Yeah. He's such
I had Gigi blocked for legit like an entire year. So don't come at me acting like I'm Gigi's best friend.
No, okay. I understand your side. That's fine. If that's
warned against intellectuals, and yet no one fucking listened. No one listened.
Defeated or won out against their own. So that's how the narrative spins out.
Narrative can be whatever. It doesn't matter, Naftali. But if you look into the history, how was IDF formed? It was formed out of 3 Jewish Zionist terrorist militia gangs.
Listen, the point is that you are sharing the anti-Israel narrative, and I'm sharing the Israel narrative, which
that's fine. You can share pro-Israeli, but do you agree?
But I have to believe it.
Okay, if King Hotel David bombing attack was a terrorist attack, and it was done by which king was it done by? Let me make sure. Irgun. Okay, Irgun. And let's say Irgun transforms into IDF in 1948. 46 was the terrorist attack. 1948 becomes IDF. Would you still call them terrorists?
Well, the Haganah absorbed them and formed the IDF out of that because the Haganah's values and way of doing things went out.
Even Haganah was a terrorist gang.
No, they were not. Well, okay.
I gave you an example of Naftali 1940. They planted a bomb on a ship full of Jews, and it sunk the ship. It killed about 250 Jews. I gave you that one example, 1940. And did a whole bunch of terrorist attacks as well. Not just it wasn't just Irgun. It was Haganah and Lehi. Lehi literally approached Hitler in 1940 to 41. So these are all terrorist gangs. Whether you agree or disagree, you can look it up. These are terrorists according to the British.
I must say it's been a long time since I've heard these talking points.
It's been such a long time since I heard your talking point, and you're denying it. You're suffering from cognitive dissonance, right? You don't agree to any of this.
No, I mean, I'm agreeing to
I was asking Benny, can you find him a transgender, pro-Pali, and that will actually respect Naftali in Canada? Benny Gay? I think he wants me to call him Benny Corey.
Yeah, send him down to Hamilton, Alberta for me.
Wait, you're in Alberta or you're in Ontario?
Hamilton.
Hamilton, yeah, that's in Ontario, isn't it?
You've never heard of Hamilton, Alberta?
Hamilton, I've been to Alberta. I lived in Ontario. So are you in Alberta right now?
I mean, for all intents and purposes, yes.
Okay, so you've never been to Ontario?
Oh, I've been to Ontario.
Okay, I didn't know you live in Alberta. Okay, I haven't been to Alberta.
So you think I'm from Ontario?
I thought you were talking about Hamilton, Ontario. The place that I went to school, it wasn't that far away from Hamilton. I went to school in Canada, by the way.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, I'm proud to call you my fellow Canadian, Amir.
Yeah, I'm a Canadian and American.
That's awesome. And would you give it all up for Palestinian citizenship?
Give it all up? Like in what sense? I don't get it. Are they gonna get all the? Are all of them gonna get the citizenship?
No, hypothetical. Everyone has an opportunity to take Israeli citizenship, but they have to give up whatever other citizenship they have.
Yeah, but I'm not Palestinian, Naftali. I am an outsider.
Okay.
I just know a lot more because I'm always looking into the history of Palestine, Israel. I'm trying to look at it from different angles.
But you wouldn't give up your American and Canadian citizenship for Palestine?
If I have to, yeah, if they're gonna get it, right? But I'm not Palestinian. That's what I just told you. So where am I gonna go?
No, I'm saying say the only requirement to get Israeli citizenship was to give up your all your other citizenships.
So you're talking about me? I'm the only person that has to give up my passport, my citizenship, and all the Palestinians will receive Israeli passport. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no! I mean, say we lived in a reality where every Palestinian could take Israeli citizenship, but they would have to give up they would have to first pass the checks, and then they would have to give up whatever other citizenship they had. Gain through their refugee status.
I think some of the people would give it up. They want to live inside where they are from.
I've met two so far.
Yeah, there's a lot of them out there. Some of them are living in the West just because they can't go back. They do want to go back. There's a pretty big population that want to go back.
Well, they want both.
Not only Muslims, even the Christians want to go back. But who's stopping them? Israel.
Wait, why do they think it's a requirement though? Like, they want to give up their citizenship.
That's what I'm saying.
No, say it was a new rule for both populations.
I mean, listen, if a state wants, there are states that do have this rule that you're not allowed to hold any other citizenship, right? So it's not completely out of the question. But you would have to apply it to Jews, as well. And I don't think a lot of Jews are going to be happy with that.
I think to make it really fair, you would have to offer Israelis opportunities to get citizenships in other countries as well.
Israelis do have opportunities to get citizenships in other countries.
Of Israelis of certain economic statuses and background.
Actually, no, not necessarily. Portugal passed a law that people who were expelled like 500 years ago, Jews who were expelled like 500 years ago, could get citizenship. I think Germans have that as well. Like, there are countries that have this kind of law that if you can prove lineage, you can get citizenship. Yeah, it's just it comes down to the nation state, and a lot of Israelis that take that opportunity.
I know a Jewish woman who moved to where did she move? Somewhere in Europe. She chose Europe over Israel. But she's like a physicist, so she has the ability to do that, and a lot of Israelis really don't.
Please report all break-ins of break-ins. Crime is not gone.
I don't see what they're trying to say. Like, Israeli, for a Jewish person,
10 board games, voice consent, installed cameras and networks are going to reflect back intelligence and conceal.
I'm saying that a lot of people.
Lindsay is busy spending money on psychiatric services, income monitoring, and denying reality.
Citizenships that Palestinians have.
And a lot of Palestinians as well would like to have other citizenships and migrate, but they can't get. I mean, it goes both ways. I just don't see where you're getting this idea from.
Oh, it's just it's an idea that I'm always curious of what people say. Because I actually know a lot of Israelis that I think would prefer to be like in North America or Europe right now.
I mean, you would concede that it is easier for a Jewish Israeli to migrate to North America or Europe as opposed to a Palestinian within the West Bank or Gaza, right?
No, I think the West Bank is because of the high education rates. It's very easy. It's like the point systems in places like North America are all related to education and career prospectability and things like that. So the same thing that benefits Palestinians in the West Bank benefits some Israelis. But as you know, Palestinians in bank or some of the highest educated population per capita. So it gives them an advantage in those point races.
Well, I mean, if you take out the Haredim, right, who just choose to not get educated and just, sit and read the Torah all day, I think the rates are going to be pretty similar.
No, actually, a lot of people can't really afford, especially on the outskirts in the north and parts of the south, that aren't Haredim can't afford education.
Isn't education very cheap in Israel?
Well,
especially if you do civil service or the army.
Well, it's not paid for. It's not free.
Yeah, but it's pretty cheap. I'm assuming. I haven't looked into it.
No, you can take out student loans and stuff. They make it accessible, but it's not cheap.
How much does it cost?
I don't really know. I know someone who has had to take loans out to do a healthcare admin role. I know that one of the big proposals of Naftali Bennett, who's a politician I really like, is to give everybody who serves in the military a free bachelor's degree. It's a great proposal.
I'm just looking this up.
Yeah, it's called the Naftali.
$3,000 and $15,000 a year. Shit, that's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Actually, on the lower end, $3,000 is not much. So you're talking about $12,000, let's say $15,000 for a bachelor's degree for a year. That's not too much.
It's hard to afford to go to school because the cost of living. A lot of people have to travel long distances to go to schools.
Charlie, is that you in your picture, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah.
You like watermelon, huh?
Yeah, watermelon's great.
I used to like watermelon. It's good. It's good for your body. I think they use even a watermelon diet.
Yeah. Is it a very healthy diet?
It is. It's all watery. But, you have to be careful if you, you have to be careful because it's all water. You're just drinking and eating water,
That sounds good. Good for you. Flushing out your toxins.
I did that a long time ago. It was good. But anyways, I think Naftali, we need to bring you to the Propali side, right? I have this wishful thinking. One day, you'll realize that yes, Israel has done a genocide. Do you believe it's a genocide, Naftali?
I don't know.
So let's say ICJ comes out with a ruling it's a genocide. Would you then concede that Israel did do the genocide?
No, I don't. I think it's a biased court. What I would say is, by certain scholar standards, so I say possibly. It depends on what lens you look at it through.
So, what is your standard for calling it a genocide?
Well, you have to separate intent from actually what's happening. And whether or not you're using intent as one of the measuring sticks to determine whether or not it's a genocide. Because if you don't use intent, then you can consider both.
Sorry, guys. What's up,
What's the guy in your tier?
Oh, Azrael.
Do you know who gave your photos to him?
So it was a guy that I had a thing.
It's Mr.
Moses. No, it wasn't. It was Aziz. It was the guy that I had a thing with who released my photos. He's the only one I sent him to 2 years ago.
He said Dr. Osama gave him.
Yeah, Dr. Osama got them from Aziz. That's how they got out. It's not because I gave them to Dr. Osama, please.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that shit gets passed around like once some asshole gets along. Oh yeah.
And a TikTok page, multiple fuck pages.
Why does he go into that room though?
Drama? I don't know. I don't really care. I respect 19-year-olds, so it's hard to respect it. I just, So where's Bobo?
He's asleep.
Oh. Do you think he's with Sonu?
I spoke to him pretty late, and who knows? He assured me that if he met her, it would be it wasn't going to be romantic. I don't know if I should talk about it, to be fair.
Why not?
Because, going to give Bo and I are going to give each other a break from drama and crazy shit.
That's good.
Yeah, I actually really like her. So, on a human level.
You like who?
Oh.
Is this sociopath?
Yeah, I'm a sociopath, I think, at this
I like Bo. He's funny.
Well, the level of how we interact, I don't know how it will manifest, right?
What's happening in the cruise room?
It's just bad and Carmen and Badge is mad and mad at me more
Why?
than I'm seeing.
They give me a reason not to like them, and they're upset when I don't like them. Make it make sense.
Well, don't talk about raping children and I don't know what you want from me. I didn't say that until tonight.
Last night, yeah.
Well, he said tonight, just now, but yeah, he was.
No, yeah, it's too far. It's too much. I'm a mother. What do you want me to do? Hang out with a person that threatens to rape my daughter? No. I can't be friends with you now.
I'd be a little peculiar, yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird.
know you had a daughter.
Daddy does it because Daddy's weird, but I can't.
People are God, and I feel fucked up. Just interacting with just entertaining the notion of what has occurred to people on social media is just absolutely what the fuck. Just a spiraling doomscape of what the fuck.
So what social media do you use around besides
Oh, jeez. Okay, so I was invited. Huh? Yeah, I was on Discord. I was invited over to Discord by. Which one first? Actually, both of the major politics servers invited me. People on there invited me. So there were two politics servers: the politics and then the other one, and I was known by both groups. Yeah, and then so I had no idea what it was like on Discord servers, what the people were doing, what was the norm. And I went in there and talked to different people, and I knew a lot of the community that was already in there. So, in fact, I brought a whole bunch of them from Clubhouse onto a Discord server. I just funneled them out there, got them off the side.
I'm not really fuck with Discord anymore because I was getting banned, and it wasn't even for anything I did. It was like because of servers that I was in. They would ban me from the servers I was in, even when I wouldn't even talk in the server, like never a single time. I would get banned while the server got banned, and
I didn't have that experience. I got invited to all sorts of really interesting servers by multiple people. I was modded in a room that you had to know somebody really, really popular amongst the server. You had to know the founders to get. It was like a major political, one of the biggest on Discord. So you had to know somebody personally to be, not even personally, but like really, really low.
Can you explain your connections to white supremacy, Laura?
I don't really like that, but it is real, and where I come from,
why did you traffic in those circles?
Why are you traffic? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about. Because white supremacy isn't like, I'm completely for diversity, but of course, being the way that I look and where I come from, I'm going to attract a certain kind of man, usually.
So you're saying that you've been with neo-Nazi men?
What's your back channel say?
No, I didn't say that, but there are certain groups that are present in present day. What's going on?
I'm too high right now. Sorry, I took a lot of edibles. Okay, but so you've been with white supremacist men? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've been in the presence of them. I'm not sure if they were. I generally like people who are more eclectic in their what they like when it comes to like culture and whatnot. That's why I got along so well with my ex.
Tell me about your ex.
Yeah, which one?
Well, I generally get along very well with somebody who is willing to at least entertain people from different backgrounds and nationalities, and is able to navigate that with grace.
But I do that.
I'm over here. Well, you're accusing me of something. As if I...
There's never been
I'm spiritually brown and I wish I was white.
Okay, listen up. This is the correct term.
Yeah, I'm spiritually white.
Listen, I don't care if somebody's brown or...
We're embarrassing
whatever.
as a people. As a collective, it's embarrassing. Yeah.
What?
Third world?
Self-hate.
It's Aurora, but it's not just that. Like, you have to understand, like, They literally shit on our beaches. Like, it's embarrassing. Like,
What?
it's embarrassing.
Are you kidding me?
They do. Our politicians had to ask immigrants to stop shitting on beaches in Canada. It's crazy.
Oh my god.
But they don't know the difference between that brown and it's all brown to them.
Okay, wait.
I mean,
It doesn't matter.
To be honest.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
and I'm with them on that. I'm with them. I'm anti-immigration. Fuck this shit. Like,
and
we're the third world, become the third world.
All of these Indian truck drivers and stuff too is pissing people off lately.
It's the truck drivers. It's fucking every job. It's like Tim Hortons all the way up to like
there's been multiple big. I'm not now, but there's been multiple accidents in the U.S. with Indian truck drivers.
Because they're all alcoholics.
Like 6 months. I don't know if that's what it is, but yeah. So
a lot of them here have like drinking problems and stuff because they come here and they have free access to and then there's like a lot of accidents and stuff. And one driver drove into a school bus and killed like 20 kids. It was a whole thing.
I'm worried about Billy. Why don't we hear from him anymore? I think he's drinking.
Billy? I talked to him yesterday and he barely could speak.
Because he was
drunk?
Brock? Really?
No. And yeah, Billy, he barely wanted to speak. But Brock hang on, let me finish. Brock came in and was kind of like, oh, Billy. He's like talking to his stone wall. I was like, leave him alone. Just let him flow. You know, if he doesn't want to speak or say much, just let him not say much.
No, Billy needs to be bullied a little.
A bully? Billy?
I think he might be a KGB spy anyway, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, we think he might be.
I love the fact that you picked up on that without me because
when I'm high, I notice these things.
Yes, I told I heard him speaking some Slavic fucking language like 2 years ago. Just when Shamila was still around. And I made a big deal of it. And I'm sorry. No,
that was Slavic, right?
Yeah, he was speaking some Slavic language. And no one really believed me. And then a year and a half, 2 years later, you said that you heard him do the same thing. And
I definitely heard some sort of Russian or Slavic something coming out of there.
It's bizarre though because I hear Bollywood movies and shit in the background too, but maybe that's just the soundtrack they give them.
I don't know. I'm what's with the dog? Where's this big dog from?
Oh yeah, the barking dog.
Do you think they're eating it? The dog, cooking a dog soup.
I hope to God not.
Kitover TV.
You were around back in the day. You don't remember the mongoose, do you?
I heard of the mongoose story that ate the.
Oh,
duck.
It was. I swear to God, Okay, so Billy was talking to us, and then he was looking through the window and watched a mongoose attack the last of the ducks or something, and it was that was one of my top tier Clubhouse moments. It was like a David Lynch movie. I swear to God,
a mongoose. Such a random. I didn't even know they're still alive. I thought they're extinct.
If Billy, with his deadpan Indian accent was a mongoose ate my duck. It was just bizarre. That wasn't good. I mean, it was horrible for Billy.
The cat in the bird cage. The parrot that flew away, so we decided to get the cat with crusty eyes and kept it in the cage. It's just, he's so bizarre to me.
Wait, let me find those pictures of the cardboard boxes that he wrote my name on, fuck you, Uncle Ted. I think I told you about that, right?
Yeah, he probably thinks about us all day, every day.
I don't know, I hope not. Poor Billy. Billy's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
So that's why he was almost stone cold when I was trying to get him to tell me what he wanted to happen if he could have his dream come true, just to get him to open up.
I don't think Billy has dreams.
I personally do.
No, you definitely do, but he doesn't. I don't know if that's part of his makeup.
No, I feel like I'm dying, and every time I talk to somebody, I feel like I just fuck everything up because I feel like I'm dying. So it's like so fucking toxic, I think. It's terrible. Like
I don't know if I'm high or I'm not following what you're saying or what's going on.
Yeah, I know. It made me it's okay.
No, I wasn't paying attention either because I was looking for those pictures, but I don't think I have them.
Listening.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening, girl. Paula.
Where is everyone? Fiona has a job
must
now.
Be working. Well, Fiona denies it because Fiona had the sugar daddy. But Fiona must be working. I was like, normally even when Fiona's working, it's like he comes back. But maybe they switched him from like swing shift to overnight. Though I don't know. I'm pretty sure he works at
Did you know for Barry Lyndon, production was moved from Ireland to England after writer, producer, and director Stanley Kubrick received word that his name was on the IRA hit list for directing a movie featuring English.
Is Fiona only an online persona, or is it real life too?
Measured shots were composed and filmed in order to evoke certain 18th century paintings, especially those by Thomas Gainsborough.
No, I think Fiona is a little more masculine in real life, but Fiona also used to run around. Like one time, Fiona said, Fiona had a tick where he would say, "I want to be jumped by blacks," but then he was walking traffic crosswalk with a bunch of blacks one day instead of, he had to stop.
A genuine rarity for Kubrick. It was no,
it's a character and it's not.
Okay, so it's not entirely.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
No, I think he presents much more masculinely than he does in person than he does on here. But at least he doesn't actually claim to be a woman like some of them.
Yeah, they're saying that your biological woman is...
Here they claim that. But if you piss me off, I'm going to throw it in your face.
It's ridiculous to claim something that... However, you can say whatever you want. Call it whatever you want, right?
That's so ridiculous.
Oh, wow. Bird, who are you?
Ridiculous.
Oh, no, it's a German. Are you German?
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Oof, my ancestral cult.
Did you have some spritzel? Von Schwager.
Please stop.
I went to Germany and I did the deli work, so I know a couple of words.
You worked in the deli in Germany?
She used to wave at me with her bare hands.
No, I worked at an
Is this a lesbian thing? We're talking about vagina slabs?
What? The lesbian thing.
Aurora had a lesbian experience.
Your idea was a deli meet in Germany. On the bologna flabs.
Don't speak to us ridiculous.
Are you ethnic German or from somewhere else?
I don't know. This person's starting to piss me off already, though.
I'm so pissed that the U.S. is speaking.
Okay, I'm not American, and people. Okay, so Europeans need to learn the difference between America and Canada. You talk about how Americans are dumb about geography. Europeans are dumb with geography because for some reason you think all of us are just Americans. Anyways, where are you from? Are you ethnically German?
I'm coming from Germany. I'm pissed.
Okay, well, I'm pissed off about the Holocaust still when your parents killed my grandparents.
That's why I'm drinking right now.
Yeah, you're just going to have to sip that one up.
Well,
wait, I missed it. What was the point of contention?
I don't know.
I just wanted to say that I was high. I never get to do that because I'm sorry. I never get to be the Holocaust if I wanted to. Yeah, I never get to do that. I don't get to do the German one. It's kind of fun.
I'm literally part German.
Yeah,
You son of a bitch.
Yeah,
No, I really have.
That
No,
German
I
accent just grates on me.
My ancestors' name was Holtz, and they
I
dropped
thought you were Cherokee.
I'm a lot of things. I'm American. What the fuck?
Hey, have you ever done a DNA test, girl?
Yes.
Can I see the results? Say so.
I deleted it because they're selling the damn company.
You're a dumb bitch.
No, I'm not.
What are you?
I'm several things.
No, I want a blood quantum you right now.
What are you?
Blood quantum me?
Yeah, I do. I want a blood quantum
that's
you right
literally
now.
why I'm asking. I'm blood quantum.
all I got left over now is my father's results, and I'm definitely his child. Of course, that was obvious.
For the feds.
I was obvious because I look exactly like a female.
Okay, so can I see the breakdown of the ethnic stuff?
She's 1 and 124th.
No, I think it's. I'm
Wait,
mostly.
so-
hang on.
Tell me about the Cherokee princess.
Cherokee princess? No, I'm part Cherokee. So.
Tell me about the princess.
Okay, so my ancestors were forced out of
You're from
Florida.
Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, my
So that is Cherokee. Yeah.
I lived in Cherokee land.
No, but they have the nations, right? They have the Plains Nation. They have the
But it would also make sense that she doesn't have it so go either way.
You really
Oklahoma. There's so many white people in Oklahoma that they
Europe is. Oh my God! Stop fucking European up. Shut up, bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask.
Did you get clipped?
There she goes. Okay, yeah, this is
What?
another.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora,
Go ahead.
What's up?
okay, so it's like, what all are you? Like,
I'm part. Okay, I can't even answer those.
okay, so how far up the line is it that you have a family member that's 100% Cherokee?
Because we're in North America, and some of the courts, like for instance, some of the courthouses were burned down. Listen, burned down, and some of the records were lost that would be able to prove things 100%. But I looked back in the census and found my Cherokee relative. And family. Oh my God, Dylan, come on.
Okay, can you just tell me like where?
Why did the MC files? Why are you posting this picture of yourself?
I like it.
Yeah, please stay away from the kid. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I might be oversensitive.
Not the time.
The moment. The moment.
Can you answer my question, Aurora, please?
So with blood quantum.
Hi, I'm your freestyle dance teacher.
Since I was a kid, fish have fascinated me. Look at those colors. See hearts everywhere. It's a reminder to put a little more love into what you're doing. I figured I'd start with my son.
Hi, I'm your freestyle dance teacher.
As far as the four grandparents,
resource that literally powers our entire nation, our globe, and then just coincidentally we find a better solution. And we're seeing that happen right now in a million different ways. And this is messy, not just with a shift from petrol to electric and battery and renewable resources, but in a way more disruptive way when it comes to humanoid robots and AI and what's about to happen in the next year.
That's because we use so much water energy. But
Right.
let me explain something to you. My stepmother is Cherokee. Okay, she's Cherokee and fucking white. But when you look at her, you're like, oh, that bitch looks like a Latina bitch, right?
I was a kid. I filled the margins
So,
with every notebook with
does that mean that I'm Cherokee because my stepmother is Cherokee? No, I don't share the same ancestry.
I
as my
share the
stepmother.
same ancestry as my stepparents.
This German is really not giving up.
John Kitover.
So your father,
ancestors
we are
are
all
mine.
thinking,
First ever Kitover global meetup.
I'm trying to get her to understand, like,
Just because you think that you know more about Cherokee Nation, when you don't even live in Oklahoma, you didn't have it taught to you in the school specifically about the different nations.
No, that's where you're wrong. I actually have went to school and been taught about all the different nations. Yeah, and I do know about the Cherokee. In fact, my best friend, not only is my best friend, and I can guarantee she's probably more than you. I hate to be the person to do that, but
I don't know why you're picking the one thing that is the most weird.
I just want everyone to know that
you are what your stepmom is. Your fucking stepmom's ancestors aren't your ancestors. Your ancestors stealing. That's what you're doing. That's weird.
That has nothing to do with what I just said, and you know it. You're just trying to. You're starting a fight for no fucking reason.
You're changing your entire story because the last time I talked to you in Chillism, you said your step parents were fucking Lebanese and Middle Eastern, and now you're saying
no, I did not. Hang on. You're listen to me.
Well.
Parents. Paternal parents were Native American, and I said bullshit. I'm looking at.
There's two Auroras. There's two Auroras. Did you know that?
Man in period attire.
There's two.
Possibly said.
You know there's two Auroras on this app.
Oh my god.
No, bitch, there's only one. Come on now, stop this.
I added her. There's two.
Is the other one your other personality?
No, the other one she looks completely different than me. Yeah, she's like very dark skinned, has long dark hair, looks nothing like me. There's two Auroras. So there's Aurora Metanoia and then Aurora Dot. So you might have been talking in Chillism to somebody completely different.
Regardless, you're saying
no, that's not regardless. Not regardless.
No.
So
yes,
you may be making a claim.
Sorry.
No, that's not what I just said. That is not what I just said. I didn't say that I was them. I'm saying that we share the same ancestry because we're all part of the Cherokee tribe who came over from the Charioteers. So how about that? That's what I said.
How about that?
How about that?
You love that phrase. You love that phrase. How about
that? I do love that phrase. Ridiculous. Yeah.
Can I see the photo?
Can I slap you?
No.
Can I see a photo of you?
See a photo of me?
Would you blame me if I did though?
I might bite your cheek if you did that to me. It would start a war.
Oh wow, that sounds.
And not a good way.
Start of an erotic session.
I don't think it would turn into that. No.
Don't underestimate me.
What? That's ridiculous.
Alright, I'm gonna come to Dennis and come slap you.
I'm not into. I know you are not attracted to women.
That's a lot.
What the fuck ever?
That's never stopped women, though.
Don't start.
Are you okay?
No, he's choking. He's choking.
Yeah, I'm choking on your tits, bitch.
It's ridiculous. Really
Where my Godspeed love? No, I'm gonna taste that shit before it goes.
You will not.
I will. I'm gonna spoil it for him.
Oh, hell no.
I'm gonna drill that well before he can get his filthy little soggy fucking dick into it.
Why would you say that?
Ew, the way you giggle is so gross.
Doesn't make any fucking sense.
You're so excited by this.
No, I am not. It's so fucked up.
Hey, J-Lo.
He's not even into girls. What?
Bo's not into girls?
No, you are not.
Oh, don't speak for me, bitch.
You told me.
I'm gonna tell Bo that you're cheating.
I've never told
you. You don't have to tell Bo anything.
No, Bo knows. Bo knows.
I am not like.
No, it's all right. I recorded the room. He's gonna hear all the.
It doesn't matter.
But he actually has Pegasus is on your cell phone right now, recording everything.
I didn't forget about that.
You better put your phone in the microwave.
You're half as fuck. Yeah, you need to get a Faraday cage.
I know that it has shit on it.
You need to get a Faraday cage.
I'm basically living in one when the
no, you're not.
Shit. Yeah, it's a metal building, and when you shut off the power, bye internet and cell signal. So essentially.
Yeah, because your router goes off and the power goes off, you dumb bitch.
No, it's because a signal can't get through the walls because it's metal. I used to work for a cell phone company. So I used to do advanced cell phone.
Lot of jobs.
Yeah, I did a lot of jobs.
Can you remind me, what was your favorite corner?
What do you mean, favorite corner?
Never mind.
Corner?
It's alright, you're a good girl. You're a good girl.
Fuck? I'm trying to get back to who I was.
Your roots? Your Cherokee roots?
No, my like spiritual baseline.
Your spiritual what?
Baseline.
Oh.
You're just
no, I'm a horrible
you're just being fucking rude. What?
I'm a little high in the middle too.
Yeah, you're fucking with me. You're fucking with me.
Yeah, but it's only because I love you. You know, I only tease the people.
So he's the only one that loves you, Aurora. He's the only one you can trust on this app.
Oh, Lord.
No, I don't want that responsibility.
Hell no.
I sound like Bo.
Hell no.
Fucking bitch.
I'm not going to get passed around like a fucking...
No, girl.
Mine just always like hit in the gutter.
Getting passed around like you're at a frat party, you horny bitch.
You're so hypersexual.
You're a bad girl. You're a bad girl.
That is true.
You need to be punished, Aurora. You've been a naughty girl.
How do you want to be punished?
Making a video. Worst skill ever while eating beef.
$68, $71, $41. $68, $71, $41.
Oh yeah. Is she?
No, I love that, Aurora. No, I love that. I love that you went for a walk and I hope you should take that. That's beautiful.
I'm
every day.
Making a video.
Every day. For at least an hour.
Hopefully.
I miss my old walking trails. I had several that I would go to and take the dogs. And
I've lost like 30 pounds just walking. It's insane.
I lost like 50 pounds.
Walking is one of the best exercises, and running and stuff is really not as bad on the joints. But some people need to do it.
You know what's really good too if you're trying to lose weight is focusing on building muscle. Why do I say that? Monica, you have a hot mic. I hate like fighting over hot mics to speak. Yeah.
What was your original?
Another thing that's really great if you're trying to cut weight is building muscle, because what building muscle does is it actually like you burn more fat while resting with the more muscle mass you have. This is science.
That is true, but it's also not that significant. Like, yes, you should definitely build muscle while losing weight. You should work.
Don't just focus on one.
Yeah, the problem is that if you're only doing cardio and stuff when you're losing weight, you're going to lose muscle mass as well. So you need to work your muscles out in order to preserve them while losing weight.
Laura, what did you have for dinner tonight?
No, it's disgusting. I didn't like it.
What did the kitchen make?
No, it's not the kitchen. It's moronic. Like,
is it?
So it was like the worst damn thing that anybody can make for themselves. It was like macaroni and cheese and a meatloaf, and the meatloaf isn't so bad, but the sauce on it had a little too much sugar.
Wait, what do you mean the kitchen?
Yeah.
Do you live with your parents or in a home?
And with my parents, because I'm getting a divorce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were in a home.
Hell no, I'm not.
Who serves your meals every day?
Well, if I go into the fucking kitchen, I get fucked with, and I just stay out. 2 women in one house is very difficult to navigate. And
is it your mother or is it a stepmother?
Yeah, my mother, and any woman that you try to. The only person I was able to exist with for a lengthy period of time that was
why do daughters never get along with their mothers?
It depends on the mother, but usually it's because they cannot detach, and they view you as like their security blanket, and they live vicariously through you. And what else do they do? They blame you for the shit that they do. They pretend to be super nice outside, and then they're just crazy and like they are nothing like how they are at home. And there's all kinds of crazy shit that's happening right now in the dynamic of families.
Oh, Billy says you wrecked the soda machine.
That I'm getting a divorce because my family never made enough for them themselves to basically take care of themselves. They expected me, the only child, to figure it out for them and myself. So,
and yet here they are cooking your meals 3 times a day.
Yeah, well, what happened was an absolute. Try to live in the United States.
Oh God, because life is so oppressive in the United States of America.
Yeah, try not to.
Shut the fuck up, Aurora. Like, I come from the Middle East.
Live in poverty.
Go live in the Middle East in poverty.
No, and then
shut the fuck up.
Maybe I will.
You're a white woman in America. Come on.
No, you have no idea what it's like to grow up in Oklahoma as somebody who's poor.
Okay.
You have no idea what kind of shit you go through. I literally was dragged by my own car when I was a young lady. You have no idea.
You were tied to a car and dragged around by it?
No, they backed up, and I was pinned under the car door.
So my cousins were tied to a back of a Taliban, invaded their village, and tied them by the ankles to the back of a car and then drove it around until they died.
Why are you bringing up something else?
Well, I'm just a little bit of perspective there. I don't think your life in Oklahoma was quite so bad.
And accusing
Oh my God!
You're diminishing my experience based on something.
Aurora.
What the fuck?
Oh God, don't do the government thing.
She just shared how her family was attacked by fucking terrorists. And
She lies. She's a pathological liar. She's a liar.
No, I just.
But you expect us to have some kind of empathy for you, but you can't even give that to her after her family was attacked by fucking terrorists? Are you kidding me?
It can always be worse. It's not about one-upping. I'm just saying a little bit of perspective. It can always be a lot worse, and the glass is half full, not half empty.
No, it is fucking crazy. You're telling her you have all this privilege. You're from the United States. She had
You just hate white people? What the fuck is your problem?
No, I wish I was. I wish I was.
White people. What is your problem?
Look fair-skinned.
You're ridiculous. You are ridiculous, Aurora.
Mixed, just like everybody else.
You are ridiculous.
No, you're ridiculous. I don't even know who the fuck you are. And you think
Aurora, you're really ridiculous. Do you just hate white people? Girl, 5 seconds ago you were claiming to be like 6 different races.
What happened to being Cherokee?
No, you keep on.
I don't even know what the fuck you look like for you to make the claim that I know that you're white.
You.
Hello?
You don't give a fuck about anything that I'm saying. It's like you all you're doing.
No, I think you're racist,
picking me
Aurora.
apart.
I think you're a fucking racist because you
I
just
am not.
invoked race politics, and we weren't even talking about fucking race to begin with.
Jesus Christ, you've been bringing up race and
you just
ethnicity this
projected
whole
your
time.
fucking racism onto me, bitch. Seriously, that's ridiculous.
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, sure you don't, because you're fucking crazy. You're fucked in the head.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to have you tell me what I am. You don't have that right.
Okay, then I'll tell you you're fucking nuts, babe.
Nope.
Total delusional schizoid.
Nope.
But entertaining.
Nope.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Tell us about when you were a fish breeder. I like that story.
Like, you were just telling us an hour ago your house was being bugged by like a secret.
All of our houses are bugged.
No, you're fucking nuts. You're fucking crazy, bitch. Yeah, you're fucking
We live in the fucking United States.
No shit.
It's
Be grateful.
Have you ever been to Europe? Have you ever been to Australia? Have you ever been to any other place other than the United States? Do you have any perspective other than, okay?
Oh, wow.
You're coming at me with a lot of aggression for no fucking reason. Just to have aggression. Have a great night.
Sure. I just seen your photo, by the way. You're a white woman.
Yeah, I'm mixed with all sorts of different ethnicities.
You're white.
Yeah, white presenting,
You
blah,
have
blah,
light
blah, blah,
hair, light skin. It's fine. Just be happy that you're white in America.
What the fuck ever.
Just be happy you're white in America.
Racism is
At least you're not being persecuted for being brown in America. You're white. You have privilege. You should be happy about this. You shouldn't talk about the United States.
God, you are so hateful.
Fucking horrible. No, you're hateful. You hate the United States.
You are putting words into my mouth.
And you hate yourself. I don't know why you're acting like you're not white. You are fucking white. It's weird.
Listen, you can try to tell me who the fuck I am. Doesn't mean it's true.
Your hair is blonde. You have white
blonde.
skin. It's dirty blonde. That's the color of your hair.
It's a stupid fucking conversation.
To have dirty blonde hair, generally those genetics come out of Europe. To have white skin, those genetics generally come out of Europe.
Yeah, well,
you already admitted to being part European, and you are predominantly European. Like, I don't know. You're just weird. You're fucking weird, lady. Seriously. I'm still baffled by the fact that you tried to, like, project your own racism onto me.
You're fucking weird.
Great.
Yeah.
Stop pretending to be other races. Stop pretending to be racist.
I'm not pretending to do anything other than
You're
be
not
myself.
Native American. You're white.
She told us that she was Native American because she has size 11 feet. I was like, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucking racist. I knew it. You're a fucking racist.
It's not racist.
It is racist.
There's a difference between racism.
Listen, if I took the stereotype, and I said, yo, I got big tits, that means I'm Jewish. That's fucking racist.
That has nothing to. There's. What the fuck?
If I walked up to a black man and I said, yo, you got a big dick, black man? That's
just because you're fucking
stereotypes
and you're a moderator doesn't make you the fucking end all be all of what is actually real.
Okay, you're just parroting things you've heard in other rooms. I honestly
no, I'm just saying it.
You're just a white woman who hates herself that lives in America, and you hate the United States. It's like you're like every other white, crazy woman that hates the United States. Whatever. I don't care. You're not that important. You're not original. What you're doing is not unique. It's weird.
When did I ever say that I didn't like the United States?
You sat here and talked about the United States.
When did that come out of my fucking mouth? When did I come out of my mouth?
Okay, yeah, you're a fucking nut job.
When did it come out of my mouth?
You don't even remember what you just said 2 minutes ago.
No, you
talked about the United States like it was horrible multiple times. No, you're fucking crazy, bitch.
No, you are putting words into my mouth that I didn't say.
You're fucking crazy, bitch. And I don't appreciate it. Seriously. You're weird. You're like trauma dumping on us about shit that didn't even happen. My friend, she's like trying to relate to you. She's trying to give
that is not relating.
That's a crazy but like very accurate thing. Trauma dumping on shit that doesn't
It's lions.
Yeah, okay, but she's trying to give you the fucking olive branch, right? She shares a fucking traumatic experience. Her family member got attacked by terrorists in the Middle East, and
despite constant opposition, Trump is managing to undo some of the worst aspects of Bidenomics.
Oh my God, Oklahoma's so much worse. Blah 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 blah. Do you understand like what people in other countries fucking go through?
I don't think Oklahoma's worse than
other country. I don't think you've been to any other country, at least not in the fucking Middle East or Asia or South
anywhere.
Yeah, like what are we talking about? Honestly, this is crazy.
Oklahoma's definitely better than Afghanistan.
And you were talking horrible about the Freemasons earlier too. Like you're trying to like paint them out to be like these satanic fucking people, and that they're tied into coming into your house and bugging your house. Like you're just fucked. Seriously.
Painful if you look at the.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but I don't. You just need to go get off the app and pick up a book, and then step out into the real world and see how privileged you are actually living in the United States
Case against him
and being the shade of complexion you actually are.
You've got
You have a lot of privilege.
you've got entertainers, you've got business people, politicians, lawyers.
You shouldn't be trying to like hide behind other identities.
The whole 9 yards. So it's basically
I'm not hiding behind any identity other than my own.
Well-known people.
And it's
I'm assuming that if Jeffrey Epstein had an
you
email
trying to
exchange
convince
about
yourself at this point. None of us are convinced with you, Laura. Yeah.
I don't have to prove shit to you.
Okay. Just go ahead.
I don't have to
yes,
prove
Abigail
shit to you.
Spanberger tried to We have long known
and
about the
fuck
health
chillism,
benefits of
by the
tea,
way.
and coffee
Fuck them
more
right
recently.
in the
Originally,
ass.
they thought it caused.
Fuck those niggers.
No, they didn't treat me right.
All right, everyone. The American century has now begun.
Say it, Aurora. Say it. I know that you feel it. Say it.
No, I'm not gonna say that.
Pussy.
It's the peas. Spin that bitch.
All right, everyone. We have to talk about Alex Preddy and the Minneapolis situation. Link in the description, archived, of course. We've got new footage, actually, from some time before, where he appears to berate.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, everyone. Let's talk about Venezuela and what's going on down there.
Hey,
It appears.
After a few edibles, she grows on me.
All
It can be
right,
a little
everyone.
frustrating,
ICE was attempting to take out a human
I heard
trafficker.
some news
Someone who
stories
was
earlier that
literally
were interesting.
trafficking
I don't remember
little
them,
kids.
but they were interesting at the time. Yeah.
I love the fish breeding stories.
I haven't heard any of those yet.
Oh, she was a professional goldfish breeder.
Not